Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Well, good. Excuse me. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, panel. Virgo, Clue, Latino, Mit, and Portia's in the back. I'm going to go ahead and play this article right quick because I know Portia's probably getting ready to go to bed, but I wanted her thoughts on this. It's a New York Times Magazine article, and it's talking about basically mental health gaps. The title of the article is something like America's New Racial Gap. Let me get to the right tab here. Here it is. And I think it's something that I pretty much knew already. Damn it, I thought there was a reader for this. Oh, there is a reader. So it's kind of a longish article. It's 37 minutes. We may not listen to the whole thing, but actually I want everybody's thoughts on this. You're all Black conservatives, and we'll go from there.
I'm not a Black conservative.
I'm a tweener.
For issue of the magazine.
I wouldn't consider myself a Black
by
conservative.
Daniel Bergner, read by Eric Jason Martin. Earl Miller's favorite book is The Old Man and the Sea. Growing up, whenever he moved, he made sure to pack a copy of Hemingway's novella in one of his 2 black plastic trash bags. One bag held the books he had stolen along the way, the other, his few clothes. His homes, from the time he was 12, were psychiatric wards, residential programs, and the foster homes of white parents who quickly decided they couldn't handle a heavy-set, badly troubled black kid. I've always been really attracted to the idea that even in the ultimately unsuccessful effort, in the futility, there is beauty, Miller said about the story of the luckless fisherman. For 3 months, when Miller was 22, he lived under the wooden bench where we now sat, facing a small lake in a park in Springfield, Massachusetts, his hometown. In the struggle itself, he went on about the book, there's this poignant, almost conversation between the fish who's fighting for his life and the old man who is fighting for his livelihood. I also just like the way Hemingway describes things, the way he labors over a point, the way the sun glistens off the fish, even while everything is being dashed. We weren't supposed to be talking about Hemingway, but Miller, who is 38, is reflective, and with a family of ducks at our feet and a breeze bending the shore reeds, we had detoured. Our main topic was race and psychosis. As a growing body of research reveals, Black people in the United States suffer the hallucinations and delusions of psychosis, the voices that seem to emanate from outside a person's head, the visions, the paranoias, the breaks with common reality, at a rate roughly twice that of white people. In Europe, racial disparities regarding psychosis are yet wider. Even after researchers control for socioeconomic factors and address issues of diagnosis, the alarming racial gaps remain. Studies suggesting a link between minority or outsider status and psychosis run back about a century. A 1932 study looked at hospital admissions for psychosis in Minnesota. It found that Norwegian immigrants were admitted at twice the rate of native Minnesotans or Norwegians in their home country. By the 1970s, researchers were turning specifically to racial divides in psychiatric disorders, and by the 2000s, the relationship between race and psychosis, which appears to outstrip any correlation between race and more common conditions like depression, was becoming well studied in both the United States and Europe. Yet, despite the mounting data, in the United States, until recently, the issue was relegated to the edges of mainstream psychiatry, or perhaps beyond the edges. A voice in the wilderness, Roberto Luis Fernandez, a professor of clinical psychiatry at Columbia University, says, describing the feeling that work on the issue was long marginalized. He and Deidre Anglin, a leading U.S. researcher into the relationship between psychosis and race, both point to the keen cultural focus on pervasive racism after George Floyd's murder as one reason for what Anglin calls an exponential increase in attention to the striking racial patterns in psychosis. Though psychiatric disorders have mostly eluded precise scientific explanations, proving too complex for brain imaging and other technology to illuminate, it's clear that some combination of genetic and circumstantial factors contributes to psychosis. The genetic creates a predisposition, but predisposition is not disease, it is susceptibility, a shifting of the odds that is, researchers assume, equally distributed across races. Triggers are needed to profoundly alter the mind. Current explanations for the racial gaps in psychosis tend to zero in on the catalysts of discrimination, denigration, and the insidious sense of helplessness, or social defeat, as psychiatry terms it, that racism can impose. The data is strongly suggestive, if short of proving causation. Intuitively, the link is hard to ignore. Experiences of racism seem to stir and amplify the deafening voices of self-condemnation and fears of terrible danger that can be part of the alternate realities of psychosis. For Miller, the damning, lacerating voice started when he was around 13, on his first psych ward, where he wound up after physical abuse by his mother, a failed placement with a foster family, and a spiral into suicidal thinking. On the ward, he remembers, his anger led to being locked into an isolation room and bound in restraints. He was given Thorazine, an antipsychotic that can also act as a drubbing sedative. In his childhood eyes, and in his adult analysis, his race was a big reason for such treatment. They couldn't see me as a kid, he said. I saw white kids throw furniture at
You
your
want
staff, do all these things that were always as the staff knew they
you want to know what's crazy?
It seemed like me and every other black and brown
You want to know what's crazy?
What's
Yeah,
that?
man. I really don't want to get into too much because it's personal shit of my life. But there was a time in my life when I was in elementary school, and because I was too much to handle, you know, um, they wanted to give me pills and go to psychiatry and all this shit. And my dad was just like, nah, I'm not, no. So my dad just transferred me to another school. And yeah,
Well, how'd it turn out?
I'm great. Like I didn't have to go through none of that crap, but it's just crazy that uh, I mean that's usually what they do, man. When these teachers don't want to deal with kids that are too much, they want to put them in special needs or they want to get them medicated. It's just
Well,
fucked up.
let me go ahead and dissect that point. I think your father probably did the right thing because he knew his kid. However, um, if schools are determining, what's too much and where the too much kids go, my question would be, where are the parents? Schools don't determine, they may determine that, oh, hey, this kid has this, that, or the other, but I'm assuming they're not making unilateral decisions. I'm assuming they're working with the parents. I've also heard stories of parents, especially single mothers, and I don't mean to pick on single mothers, but the one or two times that I've gotten wind or seen a news story or something like that, a lot of times it's parents who will say, oh, hey, this kid's too much, what can we do? So I would be a little hesitant to blame everything on the schools. And to that extent, I would also caution. It talks a little bit later about the researcher, or one of the researchers who's a lead on this. I would be very careful before pushing this narrative, because things like this tend to backfire on the Black community, kind of like affirmative action did. Affirmative action, just to be clear, I thought was perfectly fine. When problems come up, when problems arise, you try and fix these problems with a good faith effort. I don't think that was done with affirmative action. And
what makes you think affirmative action was fine?
Let me finish what I'm saying. It had gotten so far out of hand, affirmative action did, that it was easy to make the argument that it needed to be scrapped. So to the extent that it just got out of hand or got so broke or so stigmatized, the right thing to do was to get rid of it because it was broke beyond repair. I think there's potential with this narrative of, more prone to psychosis. There's it's going to be very easy to say, oh, well, the Black community is more prone to psychosis. We need a policy. Or, to use Snake's favorite phrase, there will be a bigotry of low expectations. This may be true, but how it's handled, how it's pushed, how it's used as an excuse, it's going to be another affirmative action if it's not handled smartly. And it may be something we just want to, let nature handle it. So I'm sorry I interrupted you, Clue.
What makes you think affirmative action was ever good?
Because it helped a lot of people like Glenn Lowry and
It helped people.
Sure did.
Yeah, I was saying in the 80s.
Affirmative action helped people.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
Whoa.
It really helped.
Everybody, whoa. Let me answer the question, Clue. My answer is yes. It helped Glenn Lowry by his own admission. It helped John McWhorter by his own admission. It helped Clarence Thomas by his own admission. Or maybe the question is best answered by the people it helped, Justice Thomas, Dr. Lowry, and Dr. McWhorter.
How did it help Justice Thomas?
Okay, you ask Justice Thomas.
No, I'm asking you. You said it helped Justice Thomas.
Don't ask me.
No, you said it helped Justice Thomas. I want to know how affirmative action helped him.
I literally just said by his own words. Go read his fucking biography.
So how?
Go.
Tell me how.
Biography. I'm not telling you shit. I'm not speaking for a whole Supreme Court justice.
But you brought him up. I just want you to back. I want you to back up your claim. That's all I want you to do. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Don't go through this psychosis now.
What psychosis? What are you talking about?
Apparently, I've triggered you.
No, I'm not triggered. I just want to know how was
What do you
Justice
think?
Thomas helped by
All I'm saying,
affirmative action? That's all I'm asking.
you know what? I'm not going to fall into this trap. Go
What
fucking
trap? It's not a trap. I'm just asking questions.
And I gave you the answer.
You said go ask him. No,
yes,
I want your answer.
That's your
I want your answer, sir.
Okay. Well, I just said I'm not going to speak for Justice Thomas.
You just spoke for him because you brought him up.
Are you trying to force me to speak for a whole Supreme Court justice?
You brought him up, sir. You did.
Yes,
did you not?
Did. I brought him up, sir, and
so speak for him.
His autobiography is called My Grandfather's Son.
I understand that, sir.
Now I'm promoting,
but I want your opinion.
My opinion.
I'm asking for your opinion. Yes,
an opinion. I'm telling you what the justice pretty much said in his book.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you want to know Glenn Lowry's position, because he talks with John McWhorter about it, I don't remember the episode, but it's in a few, one or two or three Glenn show episodes.
Okay.
I'm not making this shit up.
I know you're not making it up.
Okay, well, why would I speak for two whole PhDs in a Supreme Court justice?
Because because it's you and me talking about it. So we're not talking to them.
So in any case,
we're not talking to them. It's you and me. We're talking. So, yeah.
Basically, affirmative action got these people to their Ivy League university.
How? And I'm just saying how.
What do you mean how?
How did affirmative action get them to their universities? I want to know that. What's the documentation on that, Stanley?
Okay.
Because I think they got to those universities on their own merit.
Let me give you the references.
Okay.
Go read. The book is called My Grandfather's Son by Justice Clarence Thomas. The Glenn Show episodes where they specifically say affirmative action helped them. It's one or two Glenn shows that I've watched over the years. I don't have the specifics. I'm not going to do the research for you. And Glenn just recently wrote an autobiography, which I haven't read, but I'm gonna bet that it's mentioned in his autobiography. So there are two autobiographies you can use as references, written in their own hands, by the way. And then there are Glenn Show episodes out there on the internet. You'll have to sift through them. But trust me,
I don't think you're going to read Glenn's biography.
Very explicit.
I don't think you're going to read his autobiography, though. I don't think you're going to do that. I don't think you're going to do it. Glenn Lowry, I don't think you're going to do it.
Well, of course I will.
I don't think so. Because his views differ from yours. You only read people who agree with you. You know that.
Yeah.
You know that.
You know what? You are tripping because you know that.
How am I tripping?
I probably know more about black conservatives than you do.
That's probably true.
Why do you think I'm so effective at shooting the bullshit down?
You got a point. I'm not a black conservative. Everybody listening, I'm not a black conservative. No, I'm a nationalist.
You're right of center. I'll put it that way.
I'm a nationalist. That's who I am. I'm a nationalist. This black conservative.
My point being, these days, I consume more conservative media than I do liberal media.
Why do you do that?
Because you gotta know what they're thinking to debate them.
That's the perfect answer to what I was asking. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, and the scary part is sometimes I agree.
But you never say when you agree. That's the problem.
I've been watching Kevin Samuels for the past week.
Kevin is not it's nothing conservative about nothing conservative about Kevin.
A lot of people consider him a member of the conservative camp.
No, but they're wrong. He's not.
Okay, well, why is Clue always right and everybody else is wrong?
Kevin Samuels is a liberal man. Oh, he
Okay.
was before he passed away. He was
Okay, well,
a liberal man.
there are people
he's liberal
who disagree with you.
Huh?
There are people who disagree with you.
There are people that believe that Kevin Samuels was conservative. Who are these people?
Oh, wait, hold it. Eric brings up a good point here. Stan isn't telling you Thomas said he regretted being admitted into the Ivy League. What does that have to do?
I can understand that.
Hold on. I'm trying to ask Eric, what does that have to do with him admitting that but for affirmative action, he would have never been a member of the Ivy League? That's two different animals. But thanks for mentioning it. Now you know that Clarence Thomas regretted being admitted to the Ivy League. But you know what? The thing is he will admit to a lot of youthful indiscretions. Oh, by the way, as a matter of fact, there's we watched a documentary on Clarence Thomas just the other day. Let me find that link for you. I forgot about that. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll drop the link for you. So remember, we watched a documentary on Walter Williams, and the next couple nights we watched one on Clarence Thomas.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
Well, no, we already did. We never did.
I'm going to drop the link. That's what I mean by
let's do it. So I can find it. It's on YouTube. Hold on one second. Let me look up YouTube here. Anybody else? Virgo, Portia, Latino, you commented already, but you got any other, or Mitt, you got any comments on the article?
I just wanted to say I disagree with Mr. Clue Channel. I think in the 80s. No, I think in the 80s. I was younger, but I think in the 80s and the 70s and the early 90s, affirmative action helped. I don't think it helps now, but I definitely think in the 70s and 80s and 90s, early 90s, I think it helped people in the workforce.
And think one of the criticisms Justice Thomas has is not so much that two of his criticisms are: one, it puts mediocre academically Black kids in elite universities that they may or may not be prepared for immediately.
True. I agree. Yes, it does.
I know that's a lot of times you get to work up to a standard. So sometimes they survive, sometimes they don't. The other thing is the stigma. Every time you walk on a university campus, and people who may not know you just automatically go, well, hey, you're only here because of affirmative action. I agree that is a stigma, an unearned stigma. So,
but it's also true though. If they got their own affirmative action, then yes, they're only there because of affirmative action.
Talking a whole lot.
Also true.
What's also true?
Yeah.
What's also true?
That if what they're being told is you only got here because of affirmative action. If they got there because of affirmative action, then it's a true statement.
I said that's true. I've experienced it.
So you got to your college because of affirmative action?
Hell no.
What did you get because of affirmative action, Stanley?
Well, nothing. As a matter of fact, when I went in,
told me that you did get something because of affirmative action.
No, he said he didn't go to school with affirmative action.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, I misheard. Sorry.
When I went to OCS, I could have entered via two programs. One was the regular program, and they did have one especially set aside for minority officers. And I told my recruiter, why would I take that? My grades and background stand up with anyone. So let's save that program for someone who needs it. And I got in just fine.
So
I've never needed affirmative action and wouldn't. I
so
mean,
you got what you accomplished because of merit, correct?
Well, yeah, but what I'm
okay. I
What
need
I'm-
He
everybody
finna check. He
that part
finna check
there.
with you, Stanley.
Clip
He
that
finna
part
check
right
you.
there. He got it because of
he
merit.
finna get
All right.
even
finna checkmate you.
on merit.
Merit, yeah.
Okay, you're just gonna fucking overtalk every word I say, aren't you?
No, sir. Go ahead.
Even if you get in on merit, people will still stigmatize you that way because they don't have the details of your background.
Not true.
That is why I don't have
I kind of have to agree with Stanley in a
I
sense.
don't have a
because-
problem getting rid of a program that isn't working or casts a stigma. It was time to get rid of it because no one was willing to go in and fix it. And the court of public opinion, you can't fix. So that's the only reason I was for it. I think back in the early days, back in the Bakke days, back in that University of Michigan Supreme Court case days, that's when they used affirmative action.
Type of shit. That's when it was needed.
That's when what?
When integration. That's when it was needed. When they didn't want to accept black people. That's when that was really needed. But now they're just letting everybody with affirmative action, even if they're dumb as hell.
I don't know about all that. And actually, white women supposedly were the biggest benefactors. So it wasn't really helping.
Well, it's not called. They rebranded it and called it DEI. That's a new brand, all right?
No, actually,
or CRT.
That is
if you're talking about education in schools.
DEI is
They rebranded. It's gonna be 10 years from now. It's gonna be 3 new letters: SWV or TLC or ABC or BBD. It's gonna be 3 new letters 10 years from now. Trust me. They rebrand these things.
Yeah, they rebranded.
That's what I've been saying. But Stanley don't want to hear me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I don't want to hear you because I don't want to hear you because you're full of shit.
I'm not full of shit. I'm telling the truth.
DEI is not the new affirmative action.
DEI is the new improved affirmative action.
That would be incorrect, sir.
No, that's absolutely correct.
Okay.
DEI is new improved affirmative. DEI is affirmative action plus the internet.
You know what?
But DEI is dying.
We need affirmative
action. Yes, it is dying, and God bless the death.
We need affirmative action on this panel.
Why'd you mute me?
Somebody doesn't have access to an education.
Why did you mute me when I was speaking truth?
Because I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Because I was speaking truth?
No, because you don't take a pause between sentences.
I've been taking pauses. Okay, go ahead. I'm pausing right now. Go ahead.
So anyway, I dropped the link to that documentary in the back chat for you. It's a YouTube video. It's about an hour and a half long. It's actually a pretty good video. And that church scene when you get in there, when they describe St. Benedict's Church, that's the parish I grew up in Savannah. Just so you know. So does anybody need to hear the rest of this article?
No.
Okay, because the more interesting part to me is actually the lady, let's see, Deidre Anglin is her name. What is this? I wish I could get rid of that. She is she's a clinical research psychologist or something who is running the the program at City College of New York. She has spearheaded much of the past decade's research on racial disparities and psychosis. She's Jamaican American, the daughter of first generation immigrants. Her maternal grandmother got herself from Kingston to Brooklyn, worked as a nanny, saved and sent her family. Anglin's parents, who eventually settled in a Long Island suburb, had one career in mind for her. Part of the immigrant story, she says. Let's see. My parents at Cornell University, but as an undergraduate at Cornell, she started thinking hard about how unaddressed mental health is in the Black community, even though it's so obvious that if everyone is going to experience mental health challenges, it's folks who experience oppression. Interesting. The other point I wanted to make was, this is almost an explanation for epigenetics. And I'm going to guess somewhere in this article, I'd be surprised if it's not mentioned somewhere in this article. That's Dr. Anglin. She's 48. So I'm scanning this just curious to see if epigenetics is mentioned. Let's see, he's a PhD student in psychology. Just a quick scan. I don't see epigenetics mentioned. Does everyone know what epigenetics is? Ugh. I guess the answer would be no. It's basically the concept that certain stressors or stress basically modifies chromosomes, and those modifications can be passed down through generations. It's actually not something that's it's kind of theoretical at this point. Portia and I have actually talked about it once. So anyway, we'll move on from this. And let me take a look at what's going on. Mavid G, DEI must die. Yeah, real original, Mavid. You're known for your expertise in psychology and biology and genetics. Real expert there. Eric says universities are zero sum. If you are given preference based on race, someone else is not admitted based on race. That's a decent point. But
Stanley.
Yes, sir.
You don't think DEI must die?
I think DEI is a lot like affirmative action.
But you just said earlier that it's not like affirmative action. Which is it?
I said it's not affirmative action. It's not a replacement for affirmative action. It is.
But it's just a like.
It is totally different from affirmative action.
But you just told me it's like affirmative action. Which is it, bro?
You know what? Now
you're confusing me. You're confusing me. Stanley, you're confusing me.
Okay, you're over talking me.
Okay, sorry. My apologies.
I said it's nothing like affirmative action. It's not a replacement for affirmative action. It is basically DEI or some form of it has been around since I was in the working world in the early 90s. It has evolved from tailhook is the earliest incident I can think of that inspired something like a DEI. You can Google it. It was a Navy, used to be a Navy event for aviators, and a bunch of female pilots got basically sexually abused and harassed way back in like 1991. And that's when, a lot of the sensitivity training, and, it's gone under different names over the decades. Affirmative action is specifically a hiring or admittance process. DEI is just basically sensitivity training.
So are you okay with DEI dying?
I think DEI is basically started out as a CYA for corporations. Basically,
Cover your ass. Okay.
Basically, if you do, if you say, hey, Clue has had training on sexual harassment and racial, harmony, racial sensitivity. When you do something fucked up, the corporation doesn't wind up getting sued. That's really all DEI is.
No, it's a little bit more than that. It's a little bit more than that, though.
You go ahead and disagree, but you will be wrong.
But it's a little bit more than that. It's
okay. If it's a little bit more, tell me how it's a little bit more.
What you just said.
What you need to do.
What you just said. No, hold up, Stanley. What you just said. You described human resources. Human resources. What you described.
The basics I just described. Do you agree with the basics that it's a CYA for corporations?
I thought it was.
It is a CYA, but it's a little bit more than that, though.
I'm starting to get annoyed. If you're gonna talk one at a time, please.
It's a little bit more than that, what you said, Stanley.
But you agree with the basics, correct?
The basics that you explained was HR, human resources, not DEI.
That's where DEI is coming from. It's a cover your ass. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a training. Basically talking about racial sensitivities, gender or sex discriminations, and you shouldn't do it, etc. Be inclusive. You can't exclude people from whatever it is you're excluding them from based on any of the civil rights special classes. That is the basics of DEI. Now you say it's more. I'm interested in how it's more.
Well, DEI is not what you just said. DEI is actually, we're going to force these people into your organization or your business because of their identity. It's not that you've been pushing them out of your business or your organization. It's you have no choice under law to accept these people of these identities. That's what DEI is.
We disagree.
Because these organizations and these businesses were never pushing these people out. Yes. They were never pushing these people out.
The gist. You are wrong. We disagree. Now
I'm actually right though.
Okay, if you think you're right, I'm sure you think you're right. You wouldn't have.
No, I'm actually right. Not think I'm right. I'm actually right.
I'm sure you think you're right. So we can move on. I'm not going to even debate this any farther. We'll just go on all night about it.
And this is why DEI is dying.
Okay, well, DEI isn't dying. DEI is dying because it just got out of hand. And like affirmative action, we want to scrap it instead of fixing.
So how would you reform DEI to make it work the way it should work?
I wouldn't deign to fix it. I'm not that kind of expert.
You don't want to fix it, or you don't have the expertise to fix it?
Now you're gonna. I literally said I don't know.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Go ahead.
Part of that can't you fathom?
That's fair. Go ahead.
Anyway, moving on. Far-right militias seek role in Trump deportation plan. This fascinates me. why would militias want a role, and what would that role be? I guess we're going to find out.
Far-right militias seek role in Trump deportation plan. This article is by Alan Fewer and read by an automated voice. A few days after the election, William Tier, who runs the Texas 3%ers, a local far-right militia group, wrote to President-elect Donald J. Trump with an offer. His organization could help Mr. Trump carry out his plan to deport millions of people who are in the United States illegally. In support of...
Hey, Clue, are you familiar with the 3%ers?
Which 3%ers? Which ones?
This militia group. Apparently,
the militia. No, I'm not familiar with any militia group. You have to coach me up on this.
I don't mean a member of it. I know they've been down on the border. I think they've been down on the Texas Mexico border. But anyway, I was just curious because they're based out of Texas, apparently.
Well, I'm not into. I was born and raised in Texas, but I'm currently in Atlanta. You know, your city.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, man,
yeah, I've been in Atlanta since 2006. So
okay. Oh, well, shit.
But I was born and raised in Dallas, Texas.
Next time I'm down that way, we'll have to coordinate a meetup.
Yeah,
our nation's commitments to lawful.
If I'd known that, you know, I've been in Atlanta.
I thought I mentioned that many times.
No, I didn't. I didn't know. If you did, I forgot. But yeah, I'll bear that in mind because I get down there occasionally to Georgia Tech.
Immigration practices, I wanted to extend my willingness to assist in cooperation with local law enforcement and community programs to promote the safety and security of our state. Mr. Tier wrote, I am available for further discussion. He said Mr. Trump had yet to respond. A spokesperson for Mr. Trump's transition team said the mass deportation plan would use state and federal resources, not private ones. But Mr. Tier's offer was one of several recent efforts by far-right organizations, including some that have a history of taking it on themselves to patrol the border with Mexico to insert themselves into the deportation plan. Richard Mack, the founder of a group of hard-right sheriffs, said on television last week that if members of his organization assisted with the initiative, it would make it a lot easier and a lot cheaper and a lot more effective. And last month, members of other militia-style groups also volunteered their services, with some discussing in private group chats their desire to get involved. The push by some militia groups to help Mr. Trump reflects how one of his signature policy proposals mirrors ideas that once existed solely on the fringes of American politics. Militia groups, especially in border states, have a long history of supporting enforcement efforts, sometimes taking migrants into custody on their own and turning them over to lawful authorities in agencies like the U.S. Border Patrol. And while the new administration says it has no plans to call on the militias for help, the offer of assistance comes as Mr. Trump and his advisors confront an expensive and complex logistical problem. Deporting millions of undocumented immigrants would require an investment of resources in immigration enforcement that has never been seen. Last month, Tom Homan, a former immigration official nominated to oversee the deportation effort, seemed open to the idea of using non-traditional personnel to carry out the plan. In an interview with Fox News, Mr. Homan spoke admiringly of the messages he received from thousands of retired Border Patrol agents, retired military, that want to come in and volunteer to help this president secure the border and do this deportation operation. Advocates for immigrants have raised concerns that the policy could require hiring more than 30,000 new immigration agents and lead to thousands of mixed-status families being torn apart. The plan has been criticized because of Mr. Trump's suggestion that he might use military personnel to carry it out, operating under arcane laws like the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. There is a long history of private vigilante groups patrolling the 2,000-mile U.S. border with Mexico, sometimes leading to trouble. In 2011, the leader of an anti-immigration border patrol group called the Minutemen American Defense was convicted of shooting and killing a 9-year-old and her father after breaking into their home in Arizona. Earlier this year, Federal prosecutors accused a member of a militia in Tennessee of gun charges after he told an undercover agent that he was planning to travel to the southern border with an arsenal of weapons and commit acts of violence against agents because the United States was being invaded by migrants. Any involvement by militia groups in the deportation plan, sanctioned or not, would also add an extra layer of complexity to the task of carrying out the proposal, adding to the complex legal and security risks at play. The dangers are considerable and could include militias engaging in violence against immigrants, said Heidi Beirich, a co-founder of the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism. Besides, these groups exist outside the legal rules that federal agents would have to follow, so under what authority would they even be taking part in this? In an interview by text message this week, Mr. Tier sought to play down such concerns. Echoing Mr. Trump, he said his organization, which takes its name from the supposed 3% of the U.S. colonial population that rose to fight the British, wanted to focus on immigrants with criminal records and had no problem with people coming to this country and doing it the legal way. He also said that he and his compatriots could supplement the federal agents who would be called upon to execute Mr. Trump's plan and would bring to bear on the initiative their experience in working at the border. We can supply manpower to assist the government, Mr. Tier wrote. We have also been to the border, ran patrols to protect citizens. Several members of 3%er chapters in Florida and California have been prosecuted in connection with the attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021. One member of the Texas chapter, Guy Wesley Reffitt, was convicted in 2022 of wearing an illegal pistol on his hip as he helped to lead the charge on the Capitol at the first criminal trial stemming from the attack. In his letter to Mr. Trump, Mr. Tier said he had been in contact with other organizations across the South that were also committed to helping with the deportation plan. He declined to identify.
I wanted to make one quick point about what the reader said a couple seconds ago. Folks will constantly say there were no firearms involved in January 6th. There were.
The groups, but said there were several in border states like Texas and California that wanted to be involved. They would all be willing to assist at the border and in rounding up illegals, Mr. Tier's letter said. The leader of one such group, Arizona Border Recon, recently told Wired magazine that he had been in contact with Mr. Trump's transition team about helping with the deportation project. We're in talks with a few different people, said the group's leader, Tim Foley. We have a better lay of the land than the federal agents do. Mr. Foley did not respond to emails from the New York Times seeking comment. Shortly after the election, members of another militia-style group, the Tactical Civics Institute, shared posts in a group chat on Telegram expressing interest in private organizations helping Mr. Trump. The Telegram posts were provided to the Times by a person who quietly monitors the chats. When President Trump closes the border, a member of the group chat who called herself Mary Constitution Enforcer wrote on November 6, he needs the volunteer militia there to do the job. In another private chat, one commenter recently wrote, I'm going to be extremely happy if they would deputize civilians in the war on invasion from the borders. Another user, employing the screen name Pavel, replied directly to the post. Yes, sir, the person wrote. I've been inquiring into that some close to this admin.
Any thoughts? Anyone pro militia being deputized?
I think not that whole deputizing shit, but I think that if they want to volunteer, I think that they that they should be able to, because when all these people were helping the migrants, some people will volunteer to shelter them, get them food and all this stuff. So it's a two-coined side situation.
You think armed militias?
It don't matter. It's the
okay.
opposite.
Well, hold on. Don't, please let me finish the question. So you think armed militias helping out is the equivalent of folks sheltering and feeding illegal immigrants? You think it's same?
No, it's volunteering.
Okay, so it's all volunteering.
Yep.
So that makes them equivalent. Gotcha. Next story. This is actually, I wish might even save this for SKC. SKC and I talked about Fonnie Willis being ordered to turn over records or something or another of conversations or contacts she might have had with Jack Smith, and apparently she said that there had been no contact, and Freedom Watch or Judicial Watch, that's the name of the group, basically filed suit to gain access to those public records or records that that are public. She basically says, basically she's going to defy the order, it seems. So
I wonder why.
Doesn't really matter why. Jack Smith is closing down the investigation. He's already sought dismissal of the cases. So even if there was communication, like I told SKC, the point's going to be moot. So this is basically all about nothing.
No, it's about transparency. Even if she gets away with it, the American people have to know what this lady did, and that's it. That's all it is. That's all it's about. It's just transparency.
And guess what? She refused, basically, and now it doesn't matter, transparency or not. But I do get your point, and pretty much agree with it. And this next story is about outgoing Senator Joe Manchin pushes for constitutional amendment on Supreme Court limits. Actually, I'm kind of on the fence about this. What he's proposing is 18-year terms, not to affect anyone, not to affect any of the sitting justices, but new appointees will basically do 18-year terms, and this would basically allow for a 2-year a new justice being appointed every 2 years. Essentially, what he's doing is proposing a constitutional amendment. I don't know. It doesn't sound like a bad plan, but getting a constitutional amendment, passed is damn near impossible. So
I think that if we're going to do that, I think we should start at a smaller level, with Congress and senators having
Okay, it's not a smaller level; it's a different level. Remember, it's a different branch of government.
Well, but you know what I mean.
No, actually, I don't.
Well, if you're going to start with the Supreme Court, like I said, we should start with the Senate or Congress before we head to the Supreme Court.
You're entitled.
That's all I'm saying.
What's up, Solid Snake?
What's up, man?
Hold on one sec. You know what, Latino? Now that I think of it, it's apples and oranges. There is.
Yeah, at least, man, you got to interrupt me when I'm trying to speak to everybody.
Yes.
I was trying to speak to everybody on the panel, but you just interrupted me. Just introducing myself.
You'll go ahead, and I'll double back to Latino's point.
Okay, because I had something to get on you about, man. I was going to no homo.
Let me,
man. I was ready to come on and pounce tonight, boy. I was ready, but I had to go back and rethink my thoughts, and because I got to be careful with you, Stanley, because you've been picking up a couple of W's, man, and I be having to go back, and I be like, why I didn't say this then? You know what I'm saying?
Where did Clue go? Damn it!
I think he left.
Well, say hello to everybody.
Yeah, I see Virgo ain't saying nothing, so she probably sleep.
She might.
But what up, Latino for Trump? And what up,
brother?
Virgo? Because I don't think she up though. I think she don't fall asleep.
Well, she just got back. She might be listening. She might have fallen asleep. I was gonna say,
probably
Latino.
on mute.
I understand where your point about starting with, but the two are apples and oranges. Supreme Court isn't. It's a totally different branch of government. So you don't start anywhere. You just start where the problems are. And the chances of Congress voting for their own term limits are pretty much nil. So good luck with that.
So what you think? Supreme Court gonna come down with a decision?
The Supreme Court basically can't defy a constitutional amendment. As a matter of fact, it would take a constitutional amendment to change the Senate terms. I think so. I think it is constitutionally specified the terms of Congress in the Senate. So it's not a matter of them voting. It's not really a matter of them starting. It's all constitutional amendment. So,
but I mean, don't you think their opinions matter at the Supreme Court level, being that they own independent level of government?
Hold on. Joe Manchin is introducing a bill for a constitutional amendment for term limits. So it doesn't have anything to do with their decisions. Term limits are what we're talking about for the Supreme Court.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You know, that's why I don't think the Supreme Court will go against having an opinion for Congress or state senators having a term limit, because I think they're going to go hand in hand.
That's not what we're talking about.
Hold on. I'm confused now. We're talking term limits for the Supreme Court.
Yeah. I don't think they're ever going to approve that one.
Well, it would take a constitutional amendment. So I agree. I don't think it's going to happen. But
I mean, think about it. If you want a Supreme Court, how hard would it be for the Supreme Court to argue against the Senate and Congress having term limits? Or better yet, the state governors and
Supreme Court.
I mean, think about it. We're talking about the Supreme Court.
Can I get a word in edgewise to correct you? The Supreme Court does not argue anything. They determine constitutionality of laws.
Yes,
so
cases.
If there's they don't get to decide their terms.
Of course, they're the judicial branch.
Well, I mean, unless they retire, I mean, they can determine, individually how long they stay. But official term limits, they actually wouldn't have a say in it other than as citizens.
They would have an opinion.
Well, they might have an opinion, but their opinion would hold no sway.
Okay, so you telling me when the Supreme Court came down on what they call it, abortion rights?
Okay, you're breaking up.
Did they not use that opinion to bring it back to the states' rights just recently? Legislatively?
Okay.
Or am I wrong?
You're talking of
no, but what I'm saying is how they can come through. Listen, they don't have to necessarily change the Constitution, but they can influence the opinion.
Snake, you need to slow down.
Okay.
Okay, you're talking about overturning Roe versus Wade?
We're not talking about.
Okay, you broke up, so I didn't hear everything you said. Are you still there?
I don't know, but if you're gonna get to the popping balloon thing, I have a video for you if you don't mind.
Okay,
it's not about popping balloons though.
Put it in the back, but I'll get to videos at some point. It won't be anytime soon.
No problem.
Snake, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear you. You were talking about something, then you broke up. You said the Supreme Court made a decision on something, and I didn't catch that part. You said something about the decision to take something back to the States. I missed all that. Okay, well, I guess we'll be moving on. Put your video in the back, Latino, because we are out of news articles. I thought I had one more.
It's another YouTube's content. So as long as we stop and talk through it, like, we should be good.
Okay, what's this about?
It's just like stupid little snippets, like how we look up for videos, but he just puts it all together like in a 15-minute montage.
Gen Z is completely lost. I'll
They talk about like relationships and clips of videos of girls saying things about dudes and vice versa.
Okay.
Just shit like that.
The next video, and I just found this. This is because we're gonna completely change topics away from news. I wish Solid Snake had. Oh, he's gone. He's been having trouble with his phones. This next one caught my attention. It's about the Black community in Thailand, and I didn't know there was a Black community in Thailand, so I want to check this out. I'd like to know why they're in Thailand, for starters.
Hello. I am at the cookout put on by Soul Sunday, and it is a charity event for the IBC
She doesn't sound Black American.
So I'm here and I'm going to be taking some pictures with my camera. So I'm just going to show you a bit of the event and what is going on over here.
Yeah, the girl, but she's usually on my right. Give me a little bit of that thing now. I hope you enjoyed the picnic tonight.
Yeah.
The cookout. Have you eaten yet?
I didn't eat nothing.
Not yet.
I'm just working.
Me too.
Keeping the vibes. So I'll introduce you to our host. Got you here. Enjoy. Look, got some good food going on here. This looks great. Smells good too. What is that there?
Put the brown sugar in it.
Oh yeah, gotta get that brown sugar. Hi again. So had a little bit of food. So I'm gonna go around and talk to some people. Let's go see what people think about the cookout and the vibe around here. Okay, what's your name?
My name is Chetza.
Okay, and have you been living in Thailand for long?
Yes, I've been living in Thailand for like a year and 7 months.
And how did you find out about this event today?
So I'm part of this group called Brown Skin Connect. It's like black and brown people that also live in Thailand. So one of the women was hosting this event and she posted it on there.
And what's your favorite thing about this event today?
Definitely the amount of people that look like myself and vibes. The food has been great. The mac and cheese.
How do we find you on socials?
You can find me on Instagram and TikTok on It's Chetza, CHIYEDZA.
And what kind of things do you post on your social media?
Travel related, food related, and yeah, all fun stuff.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Hello, what is your name?
My name's Lanisha.
Okay, and how long have you been in Bangkok for?
I've been in Bangkok since January.
Wow, so quite new this year.
Yes, I can't believe it's been a year already. Almost a year already.
Yeah. Do you know a lot of this community?
I do see some familiar faces. I don't go out to events as much as I used to when I first got here, but I know a few people.
Yeah. And how did you find out about this event today?
I'm in a Line group called Brown Skin Connect, and they posted about it.
Okay, that group already got a nice plug. And what's your favorite thing about this event today so far?
Just seeing the community, and even though we're all away from our natural home, we still find community in all parts of the world.
Yeah. And how about that food?
The food is really good. Yeah, I missed that soul food from back home, so this definitely gave me like a touch of home.
Yeah, and you said that you have your own channel as well, right?
I do. Follow me on all my socials at It's Just Nasia. I think my YouTube is It's Just Nasia 617. Instagram It's Just Nasia with an _.
Awesome. And what kind of things will we expect to see on your channel?
A lot of like travel vlogs, lifestyle, just day in the life.
Love that. I love it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hey.
What is your name?
I am Lonnie.
And how long have you been here in Bangkok?
So I've been here about 3 weeks now.
Wow, so it's all quite new.
Really new.
How did you find about this event today?
One of the Facebook groups.
And what do you like about this kind of event here at the cookout?
So this event reminds me of being back home in the U.S. I'm from Washington, D.C., and we love us a good cookout. Okay? We love the cookout. And one thing we love about the cookout is the music, the gathering, playing Uno, and dancing. Huh?
Yes!
Let me tell you, that macaroni and cheese was everything.
Everything.
The greens. So it's just really giving me that familiar, vibe that I miss being from the U.S. So
that's amazing. And what do you do here in Thailand?
So here I work remotely, but I'm a part of ICA Bangkok Ministry. So I do a lot of mission work to go out and serve. I love serving people. So
amen.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
So I'm here now with the host of the event to learn a bit more about the event here. This is the Real Soul Mama. Can you tell us a bit about the event?
A soul mama.
Sure. This is called the Cookout. We did our first one last year, just celebrating the community. And for about 8 years, I've been doing a project called Soul Sunday. And Soul Sunday is a charity event that raises money to benefit people that are seeking asylum and refugees, people in immigration detention center. What we're trying to do is raise funds so that we can buy toiletries, we can buy hygiene products, medicine, and also help bail people out and get them a flight home. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
What?
It's a really great event.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Where can we find out more about the IDC, and where can we find out about future Soul Sunday events?
Typically, I do post a lot in Brothers and Sisters of Bangkok and Thailand, but I am also creating a page for IDC Care on Facebook. Just look for it. And also, you can contact me at Teray2freedom@gmail.com.
Thank you so much.
Wow, that is strange. They didn't get into details about why all these black people are there. Obviously, some of them are British and not just American. And now I'm curious as to why bail money is needed to send black people back home. this opens up a lot more questions than I imagined it would. Make sure I drop this link.
What you mean by bail money?
Well, she literally said that they take like donations at these events to raise money for toiletries and other things, bail money and flights back home. And I'm curious to know exactly why Black folks need bail money and need money back home. You know, what's going on in this Black community? They didn't get into any of that. So I don't know. If I get a notion, I'll maybe do some research. This one might interest you. This one is a Black woman crosses Haitian border into Dominican Republic. Does this happen often?
Every day.
Really? So now, do people cross the border for work and go back home? Like
Stanley, look, it's gotten so bad, right? That the new president that we have, I keep trying to explain to people, like he comes from a wealthy family which owns like the cementing industry in the Dominican Republic. So like the main cement company that sells like to mostly everybody, bro. Like, so that they own that company. So these people are wealthy, bro. Like, and these people are Middle Eastern. I believe that his mom is the one that's Dominican. So he was born there, but he's the president now, and he has went so far to even change the constitution, which I don't agree. He basically made it where if any kid is born there from Haiti, like they're not considered Dominican.
okay, so are there legal crossings?
There's legal and illegal. Like legal is not a problem because there's people that come that for trade and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the illegals that they have a problem with.
Right. Well, that
yeah, and it's just messed up that like me and my mom were having a discussion, and like me and her came to the conclusion that we don't agree that should happen. So it's the same thing with Trump, how he's talking about like that if the kid is born here or whatever. I don't agree with that shit, dude.
I don't know that Trump's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, but I even if he was or not, like I just don't agree with it. I think it's a slippery slope.
Okay, I'm not. I mean, is the Dominican Constitution similar to the American Constitution? Is there their
no?
version?
So this is what I'm trying to tell you. So back then, if you were Haitian, you came through, and you had your child there, right?
Right.
He would be a Dominican citizen,
right?
Like automatically. Now, he has gone so far to change the Constitution to the point where if that happens, that kid is no longer considered Dominican. You would have to be a mother. Yeah, it would have to be a mother and father, blood, whatever, to be considered Dominican, right? And look, he's even gone so far as, like, for instance, like me, right? So both of my parents are Dominican. I was born in Puerto Rico. If I wanted to, I could go to the Dominican Republic and run as the president. Now I can't do that anymore.
Because you weren't born there.
Yeah, dude. So he's made it.
Okay,
like,
well,
can
a naturalized citizen? I'm assuming you could be naturalized.
Yeah, I could be a naturalized citizen. So over
can
there.
a naturalized citizen run for president?
Like a citizen from like a born citizen, you mean?
No. Well, yeah, foreign-born citizen. Say you were naturalized.
No, I couldn't. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Back then you could. Now you can't.
I see. Because I was trying to figure out why you would be against if a kid is born of Haitian parents in the Dominican Republic, they used to be automatically a citizen. Now they are not.
Yep.
So
I don't agree with that.
Is the reason you disagree with it because you couldn't be president?
No.
Okay,
I'm
so
just saying it's
why
a
should
slippery slope.
why should a kid born of Haitian citizens become a citizen of the Dominican Republic?
At least the
How does that
child,
benefit
because he
them?
was born in that country. Don't you agree, though? It's just kind of the same thing.
Actually, I don't. I wouldn't have a problem with kids born of non-citizen parents not being a citizen. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
But you are wherever you're born at, that's where you become a citizen. Even if your parents are not.
I don't
Yes,
think
slippery slope, but
I don't think that should necessarily be an example of that. If your parents are diplomats, or you're born, if one of your parents or both of your parents is a foreign diplomat and you're born in the United States, you're not a citizen.
Stanley, what makes you an American? The fact that you were born here, right?
Right.
Okay.
What you mean? Like what's his name? Fuck is this guy's name that died? Senator Dick Cheney.
Okay, let's not get off on Dick Cheney just yet. Mitt, there's several reasons. Number one, our history is different in the way the 14th Amendment is written as to naturalized citizens versus citizens born in the country.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm a citizen is mainly because of the 14th Amendment. At one point in time, even Black people, slaves who were born on U.S. soil,
weren't not considered whatever, and that's the whole reason why that.
Please don't interrupt. So how we became citizens, in my opinion, it wouldn't hurt my feelings for the 14th Amendment to be modified. I actually don't think if two people, say, there's what is it called? There's a certain type of tourism, anchor tourism or whatever it's called, where people will come here specifically to have their child born here.
And they leave, and then
the child becomes a U.S. citizen. I don't have a problem with non-U.S. citizens. If their kid is born here, they assume the status of their parents. I don't think it should be automatic. It's caused too many problems over the centuries. So, that's my thoughts on it. The reason Black people, if your parents are citizens, or even one of your parents is a citizen and you're born here, I don't have a problem with the child being a U.S. citizen. But if they're not,
okay, that's more acceptable,
right? And it happens with diplomats. Diplomats, when they have kids born here, their
at
kids,
least one person, the mom or the dad, at least one of them.
Right, but what I'm saying is we already have kids of foreign non-citizens not born here, not becoming citizens. If they're diplomats, they become citizens of whatever the diplomatic country is, and there are reasons for that. But so that's why I'm curious. Why would you disagree with, say, a Haitian citizens? Kids born in the Dominican Republic. Now, I'm not from there, so I don't have a say in it. I need you to know I'm not rendering a judgment.
I mean,
I'm just curious why you would disagree with a Haitian citizen.
I'm using it as a sense of, like, for instance, like, I don't know, because I kind of see, even though it's not the same situation, but it could be. For instance, like me with my two daughters, I'm a citizen. I'm a born citizen, right? My wife came here in 2001 the legal way, and she became a citizen. And
were the kids born after she became a citizen or before?
After. I mean, after she became a citizen.
Okay, well, both of you are citizens.
Yeah. See. Okay. All right.
And your kids are citizens too.
Yeah.
So I mean, your example doesn't hold water. Now, if your wife wasn't a citizen, for instance, and you were, then your kids should be citizens in my world, and probably are in the real world. But if neither of you were citizens and you had a child here, the child would automatically be a citizen. And I think in 2024 that probably needs to be changed.
I think the 14th Amendment was specifically for Black people and not for everyone.
Okay, say that again.
The 14th Amendment was specifically to say if you were born here, I think it was specifically for Black
Stanley
people.
No.
explained
You're
it a
wrong
better
about
way.
that, Ryan.
Stanley explained it a better way, like not too long ago.
Hold on one sec. Let me address Ryan right quick.
Go ahead, Mr. Stanley. You called me?
No, hold on one sec. Ryan, it was specifically written for Black people, for former slaves, or
yeah, I think it was
in America
specifically for them.
However, the language does not specify that. The language is neutral. It doesn't specify race.
It doesn't specify it, but oddly enough, none of the Native Americans were citizens. You know?
Yeah, until 1920, I believe.
Oddly enough, that was changed.
Until 1920.
Because the language
is way later. It was way later.
Yeah,
okay.
until
It doesn't
1920.
matter that it was way later. It was the way it was written. Native Americans should have been, but you also have to understand that even then, a lot of Native Americans weren't within U.S. borders.
I mean, a lot of them weren't, but a lot of them were.
Okay, well, that's one of the reasons why Indians weren't included.
They're not called Indians anymore, Stanley. They're Native
Okay,
Americans.
well, actually, Indians call themselves Indians.
I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
I know plenty of people who call themselves.
I was just being a liberal, Stanley. I'm sorry.
So basically, there's a reason Indians weren't included, but that was fixed later. The language is neutral. It doesn't specify male, female, black, white, or any race. It just says, and I'd have to go back and look at it, but it's neutral. I just looked at it yesterday, as a matter of fact.
No, I get it. And, a lot of it is like the word subject and blah, blah, blah.
Right. So, Mitt, you were going to say something?
What's up, Mitt? Mitt.
Okay. How about you, Latino?
No.
Okay.
I'm just smoking and listening.
This next video is about, and we may not watch all of it, but I ran across it. And Latino, since you're here, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. So I'm assuming this woman is American. I don't know. I haven't watched the video.
You're going to see this video, but the Haitian-Dominican border is closed by land, air, and sea. Y'all let me know if this has changed. What's up, YouTube? Welcome back to the channel. This is going to be part 5, sharing my experience, how I crossed the border from Haiti to the Dominican Republic. I want to give a special shout out and thank you to all the Haitians who found my channel, subscribed, and have been engaging in this series. Looking at this comment someone had left on my shorts before I had started the long form videos, was saying, please share everything about Haiti. And that is what I decided to do this month. There are 4 official crossing points to enter the Dominican Republic from Haiti. I crossed the border from the north. The name of the crossing, y'all help me out, Wanaminthe Dahabon crossing. This is how I crossed the border. After a day of fun in the sun, it was time for me to prepare to cross the border. What happened the night before, I wanted to take a shower, but in my room, the water was cold. If you look at my first impressions video, you can see the first couple of nights I did have hot water. I went to the manager and said, hey, I really would like to take a hot shower. I'm going to be crossing the border. I don't know when my next shower is going to be, probably tomorrow later in the evening. I was able to use another room to shower. But guess what? In the morning, I woke up to no power. The generators were out, and that meant the entire city, or at least that neighborhood, it was pitch black. What I would have had to do was to wait until sunrise, but I needed to pack and get all of my things, sort everything out because I was about to enter the DR. I did use my phone flashlight. That's the other thing. If the power is out and you didn't charge your phone the night before, like you're really stuck. So I charged my phone. I believe I had a power bank back then. And so I used that flashlight to make sure I had nothing left in the room. I packed up everything and then I went downstairs to eat breakfast for the last time. There are certain things that happen that are typical in Haiti, and to some first-time travelers, it can be a bit much. For me, I think just not having the Wi-Fi, with no power, you can't do anything. I can't charge, I can't connect to socials, no nada, right? So I think this is a good time for me to leave. Also, I know some of you are like, you really went to Haiti? Yes, I bought a one-way ticket. The reason being was that my cousin was already in Puerto Plata. He was already in the DR. So I knew that I was going to cross over and meet him eventually. But I had that one-way ticket because I like to get a feel of countries. I've done this for a number of countries, actually.
Actually, this video was posted 2 days ago. How did she get a plane ticket over there? Because I didn't think the U.S. was flying over there anymore.
Yeah, they stopped flying after the incident with Spirit
Let me
Airlines.
see.
I wonder, she must have, maybe she caught it from a Caribbean country.
Yeah, she probably caught it from another Caribbean. Yeah, exactly.
Mexico or something.
From Haiti to the Dominican Republic on the bus. So she didn't illegally cross there.
Get a feel of the city, the place, see how the vibe is, and then I can extend the stay if I'm enjoying it. If not, I go on to the next location.
There's 9 airlines
so I had
that travel
hit up
from.
Say that again.
Apparently, there's 9 airlines that travel from the U.S. to Haiti still.
Still?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought they'd stopped it.
Seems like a bad idea to me.
Well, they were shooting at the plane.
my cousin on WhatsApp. I was like, bet I'm about to leave.
Well, see, this takes the fun out of it. I thought she crossed illegally.
Haiti, because he was not crossing over to Haiti. Calvin was like, I'll see you in the DR. I enjoyed my time. It was a great stay. I was able to learn a bit of history. I enjoyed the food. I did the city tour. I had the guide, even take me out for a little nightlife. But now it's time to cross. And I had no clue of what to expect, y'all. I do remember it was about 7 a.m. where I had that last breakfast. I wanted to tip the staff directly. Sometimes if you give it to the manager or something, they might not divide it up. It might not even get to the staff. So you need to just...
Latino, do you know, does Haiti still have working resorts?
In the, I've been told...
Or Virgo.
I've been told, like, in the richer parts of Haiti.
Yeah,
there's light, there's water, there's all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So when I went to Haiti,
I don't know where she was, but if she was in that area, then she wouldn't be dealing with any of that.
Okay, well, I was thinking it was just a general hellscape and nobody should go.
No, it's literally like
so they have 2 airports.
Capital of Haiti. That's a shit show. It's a
Port-au-Prince is a shit show. But once you get out of
that's where like everybody is.
Okay.
So once you get out of Port-au-Prince. So when I went for a week a couple of years ago. Port-au-Prince is a hellhole. It's dangerous there. But once we got out of Port-au-Prince, when we went to Cape Haitian, Jacmel, St. John, the rest of the island looked like a typical island. But there are the worst potholes I ever seen. But the farther you get away from Port-au-Prince, the better off it is. I stayed in a city called Jacmel in St. John, and it was cool. But it's
So
still
what made you go? Just curiosity? Did you know somebody? Was it a
no. I grew up in South Florida, so
uh-huh.
it's two countries I always wanted to go to:
Interesting.
Cuba and Haiti, because I grew up in South Florida. So both of
So
them.
Cuba, I actually would want to go. I've been to Guantanamo, but I've always wanted to check out Havana.
Yeah, I've been to Havana.
How'd you like
But I
it?
would. It was all right. It was good. It just the problem is with Cuba, they use two currencies,
Yeah.
and they don't have no AT. They don't have no ATM, so you got to
Oh
bring a
wow.
lot of cash,
It's
and
like 1950 and shit.
yeah, and you lose 10 cents on the dollar when you exchange,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
and it like he said, you going back in time when you go to Cuba.
Right.
Yeah, you're going back,
Out of
but
out of all out of all the out of all those islands there, the ones that make the most money off tourism is the Dominican Republic.
I thought
Really?
it was the Bahamas.
No.
Okay, I was wrong.
Yeah, for like the past
Put a little something
for the past
in
10
their
years.
hand and just say something to the effect of this is for you know what I mean. You can also do it like you would be on a cruise to the housekeeping. The manager was so cool. I really enjoyed talking to him, and that's why I really had no problem. I know a lot of people
Stanley,
are
you can pause it
fearful
for
of visiting Haiti,
Yeah.
but from the
when I left Haiti, I came back with no clothes and no money. I do. I gave everything. I gave everything away.
Bro,
And when I went there,
same thing every
I
time I go to
became
Haiti.
humble. I never seen poverty like that in my life. I
Wow.
seen kids. I seen kids playing outside with no clothes. I seen kids walking up to like the mountains getting water. I mean, I never seen poverty like that before. And I had a culture shock when I got there. And I stopped complaining when I came back. Like a lot of Americans complain, I stopped
Mhm.
complaining. I don't complain about anything. And you always hear me say, I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed.
Right.
And I've been to over 25 different countries. That is the most poorest country I've ever been to. It really is, and I hate to say it, it is a shithole in
Wow.
Port-au-Prince. It's a shithole. It's trash everywhere. It was I was yeah, it is what it is.
Well,
So
damn, man. I'm glad you spoke to this.
yeah, but I've been to like I said, I've been to Bassin Blue. If you Google Bassin Blue, it's like a it's a it's a like a waterfall inside the mountains. It's like a 7 hour drive up there. I've been to Bassin Blue. I got in the water. I've been to like 4 or 5 different cities in Haiti. But like I said, I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't go
Wow.
back.
Wow.
The minute I got there, he answered all of my questions. He drove me to the bus station, y'all. This was early in the morning, so I was really grateful for him. I really didn't want to be riding on no motorcycle with all of my belongings on my back with some random Haitian. Like, I was glad, and I mean, he's Haitian too, but I was able to be in a vehicle and arrive on time to the bus station. The Carabe bus stop, it is located right on the boulevard. I left the hotel at 7 a.m. and at 8 a.m. I was boarding the bus with my ticket in hand. What ended up happening, they will take your passport. You're going to have to fill out some documents. You wait, they call you, you get on the bus. As you see here, the bus was very clean. It was organized. There was a bus attendant. I really like Caribe Bus Company. It's owned by the Dominican Republic. While we were on the road, in my mind, I was thinking, wow, I successfully flew into Haiti on a one-way ticket on Spirit Airlines. And now I am crossing the border. This is such a unique experience. I'm so excited that I am able to share this with you on YouTube. If you're enjoying this story, go.
Would you say, Matt? Did you say something?
I said, did you see all that trash when she was on the bus?
Yeah.
She said Spirit Airlines.
And that's what I meant.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, give it a like. Don't forget to subscribe. And I'm successfully leaving the country. Just looking out the window, I see the sea, I see the people walking, and I was like, wow, even though I was only there, 3 or 4 days, I still had an experience of a lifetime. I will never forget it. And y'all are looking it up on Google search. I am on Google for my Haiti content. That is absolutely amazing. Now, while I was on the bus, the attendant, she will come through and she's going to collect everyone's passports. We are going to have to cross through the Haitian checkpoint first, then we have to go through the Dominican checkpoint. And you obviously need to have a pen. I always travel with a pen. I talked about this in my top travel essentials video. I was glad that I had eaten that morning too, because I did not know if I wasn't going to eat until I met my cousin that night. This was all on a Friday. So always eat first. Quick review of Caribe bus. The station was nice. I mean, it's pretty typical. You go in, you give them the money, you tell them what time you want to leave. It's always best if you're crossing the border. I've crossed a few borders around the world. You want to get there early in the morning. In fact, I might say get that first bus out, okay? Because you do not know how long these checkpoints take, and just with the tension between the countries, it's a lot going on. I was on that first bus out of there. The bus had air conditioning. The seats were able to recline. I think it was 2 to a seat. There was a bathroom. I do not believe that I used the bathroom there. I don't like using bus bathrooms. I really don't like using plane bathrooms either. Do I like using train bathrooms? Anyways, they even gave us a meal. In my Haitian food review video, I mentioned that they had the rice and peas that was so delicious. I did not eat the salad and I did not have the meat. Usually when you're on these buses, yes, it's a Dominican bus company. At first, I was not sure if this was Dominican rice or Haitian rice. For the people who've been on Caribe bus and you're leaving from Haiti, you know how they do on the planes, they stock the planes with the food for the flight. It's similar to what it is for the bus, but it has to be from the Haitian side, right? I knew that was Haitian food. There's no way that they would have Dominican food brought to Haiti, heated, and then passed out to passengers. Like, because I do believe that bus was there overnight. I'm not sure how it works, y'all, but they put all of the meals on the bus, they passed it out to us, and we ate it. The rice was delicious. It was great to have a hot meal on the bus. That was the first time where I had received that service, so that was enjoyable. Things to do on the bus. Well, I was looking out of the window. You do see a lot of bustling market activity. Of course, you see the lush green trees, the blue skies. It is in the daytime. It is bright sun, so you can close the window, you know, with your curtain. You can try to sleep if you can. I just was very observant because I was like, I can't believe I'm doing this. I watched Kurt Kaz, he crossed by foot. It's cool to see how all these YouTubers did it. My way was by the bus. I also was looking at my passport stamps. I do like to collect the stamps and seeing, oh, I had that Haiti stamp. Now I'm about to get the DR stamp. This is not my first time to the DR. I've been there a few times. This was the first time where I crossed from Haiti. As you know, Haiti and Dominican Republic both are on the island Hispaniola. And I was going from west to east. A man came on board. He's like the exchange money man. I think he shortchanged me, y'all. I even think he gave me a fake note. I was able to get some Dominican pesos. I did get a SIM card because I wanted to call my cousin. Before, I was just using the WhatsApp, but on the Caribe bus, I don't believe there was Wi-Fi. So I said, let me just get this SIM card. I'm gonna call him up, you know, just let him know I am en route and that he should be expecting me in the evening. I mean, yeah, I got for the fake bill, but it happens. At that time, I really wasn't trying to make a riff with the guy. I think I ended up noticing it later. The minute they see that you are American, I mean, I'm not going to say scam, but they're going to try to get you. The Haitians, when we were at the beach, they told me about this. Ideally, I'm not trying to get...
How'd they get you?
So one day, they have like these things called chimichurri, which is like a Dominican hamburger.
Yeah, I know what they are. Yeah.
Instead of like lettuce, it's made with cabbage and shit. But so we're there, and I hate that the Dominican Republic does this, right? So there's two bills. There's the red bill that will be, I forget if it's 1,000, and it's also a $50 peso. I mean 50 peso as well. And then they have the blue one, which is like 2,000, and 5,000, and it's confusing as hell. I mean, 500 and 5,000, so it's confusing as hell. So I handed the guy a freaking 5,000. So he's like, okay, let me go and get some change or whatever. And I'm talking, you know, I bought like 6 of them because I was with like 5 other people, and waiting for my change. Freaking gives me back like 125 pesos back, and I'm like, dude, I gave you like 5,000 pesos, bro. Like, where's my money? He's like, nah, man. Like, I know what you gave. I'm like, bro, like you said you was gonna go get change because it was too big.
Right.
And like, yeah, and I just left it at that because like I calculated it, man, and it was just like less than $10. So it's not even worth it, dude.
Right.
Like $20, about 20 bills, but it's like it's not even worth it. It's not like I have more to lose than.
Get off this bus. The goal is to get to the DR. So I have enough Dominican pesos where I'm gonna be good until I get, you know what I'm saying, to my cousin. Around noon, we got to the Dominican checkpoint, and it was a little intense, you guys. I know how it feels to be Haitian because I was on the bus with the Haitian. They didn't know I was American until I gave them my passport. The Dominicans, they were rough. It was intense. I did not like it. I probably would not cross the border there again. The guards were yelling. They were searching our bags. Of course, we had to get off the bus. They were throwing my stuff down. I was like, wait a minute. You know, as American, I automatically go into, why are you touching my stuff like that? What is going on here? But you have to express your frustrations in Spanish. And, you know, I'm snatching my bag back. Like, no, that's not how you're going to be handling my stuff. I'm American. But then you have the Haitians who, you shouldn't be doing that to anybody, okay? As the guard, as the border control people, you need to be treating everybody with respect and dignity. You are not better than anyone else, okay? A lot of Haitians, they cross into the DR for a better life. Some of them go to school there. I just don't like how they were mistreating us on the bus as passengers trying to cross into the country. As you all know, Dominicans have mistreated Haitians for many years.
Latino, do Dominicans ever have a reason to go into Haiti?
No.
Nope.
Really.
Nope. Not at all.
But
Okay.
But she's not lying, dude. Like I could tell you stories, man. Like when the Dominican Republic had Trujillo as their dictator.
Mm-hmm.
One time he made a campaign to get rid of these people because they kept coming by, and he was like, okay, you guys want to play? So he locked them all in like a truck, kind of like a box truck, and threw them in the ocean alive, dude.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, man, and put it all over the press and shit, like just to make a point. And it's like that's when they stopped coming. It's like, nah, man. Yeah, I'm like, it's not funny,
kind of worked.
man. It's fucked up.
It kind of worked, though. It kind of worked. You got to admit.
But it worked. But it's fucked up, man.
Yeah, so that's an excuse to do it, Ryan.
I'm not saying it's an excuse, but it's effective.
Fucked up, man. Like, come on, man. Nobody.
Well, it sounds like you admire the effectiveness.
No. Okay, it's not. I don't admire it. I'm saying it. Okay. It worked. I don't agree with it. I would never do it, but apparently it worked. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear the admiration in your voice.
But I agree with
you would never do it, but you wish you had.
It's actually the worst way I could imagine dying is being in a box truck in the back while the water's filling up. It's the worst way of fucking dying.
It's the worst way of dying, dude.
It is like just knowing you're going to be dead in fucking 4 minutes. Yeah, or burning alive, or like, you know, actually not true. Being trapped in the ground in a coffin alive is my worst fear.
Dying of hunger, bro.
No, being in the coffin is fucking running out of oxygen, but not hunger. Fuck hunger. Just, you know, I saw a terrible movie in the 80s and it just fucked me up, but that's another story. But no, but this yeah, I'm just saying it was effective. You know, it seemed to work. They stopped coming.
Well, because they're dead, they won't be coming back. Gotcha.
I'm saying the other. Okay, Stanley. saying like, no, the other people
You're an
in the
idiot, dog.
rest
I
of the
know.
area.
It was just a
Okay.
joke, Ryan. It was
Oh,
just.
okay. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. My bad. Okay, you're good. You're good.
The island of Hispaniola. And it was not surprising. I knew what the tensions was like, but to experience it on the bus with them, it was a bit alarming. That's all I'm gonna say on that. It was good to get up, stretch, walk around at the checkpoint. I had to go through immigration. They want to look at me, ask me what I'm doing there, and you get your stamp and you're on your way. I do believe that I was the only American on the bus. How do I get in these situations? We got back on the bus. We ate the food. Around 1 p.m., we reached La República de Dominicana. We were in Dajabon. I am in the DR, and I need to figure out how to get to the next stop, which is Santiago. And then from there, get to Puerto Plata. So I had a lot of stops. Overall, crossing the border, it was a lengthy process. I think I got to Puerto Plata in the evening, maybe 12 hours or 11 hours later, because I had left the hotel at about 7 a.m.
Southeast.
I think I got to.
Say that again.
That's in the southeast.
That's it.
So she went all the way from where she said for the beginning of the video, all the way north of Haiti to go all the way southeast, basically. Dude, that's a long drive, dude. Like she had to at least spend 11 hours.
With the border stuff, I mean, she sounds like it was a big deal. Well, that's to be expected.
Like, look, back then, so north back then, let me see, from Santo Domingo, which is all the way south, and what had taken us back then, like when I was a kid, 6 hours, because you had to drive all around the outskirts. But they built a highway in the last 10 years that just cuts through all that, and you're there in 1 hour.
You mean from one end to the other of Dominican Republic? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 3 hours because I drove.
Yeah, it's like 3 hours. Yeah, but man, we make it there in an hour, bro.
But you still drive through some real shitty places.
Like there's cops,
yeah.
dude, but the cops don't be come on, let's be real.
Yeah, it's true. I flew into San Domingo.
They stop you. You give them some money. You keep it pushing.
What's the other place? What? On each end of the island, there's 2 cities basically. What's the one on the far east end? What's it called?
We got Santo Domingo. Punta Cana.
That's on the far
east. That's where the resorts and shit be.
Yeah, I drove through the whole thing. It was 3 hours.
Santiago is I want to say it's the second biggest city. That's where you find all the light-skinned girls, dude.
They don't want anybody, so they have a wall though, just because they don't want them coming in.
Yeah. They have a wall,
but it's just like here, kind of, So that's just economic reasons, I would imagine. What are the Haitians doing that's so bad? What are they doing?
Dude,
just taking jobs and shit.
No, not really, because most of the jobs that they do, to be honest, is construction work and bricklaying and stuff. So at the end of the day, and most of the Dominicans don't even want to do those jobs. So the reason is because some of them do come and commit crimes. But
how often? Which it seems like the Dominican is far more stable government-wise,
I mean, now
Haiti's like Argentina. They change governments every 30 years.
I would say now it is with this guy, but like I was explaining to Stanley, the guy is he's of the he's like half Arab. You know what I mean?
You mean
the new president that we have?
Haiti, the Haitian,
no,
the Haiti.
No, the Dominican.
Oh, the Dominican. No shit.
Yeah. I believe his mom is Dominican and his dad is of Arab descent.
That's like Bukele and shit. Bukele's half. I think he's Palestinian actually.
Yeah, and it's crazy.
Must be a lot of Arabs coming over. I don't know.
I mean, dude, but he the first thing he went over there, man, because they spent over, what was it? over like 600 million freaking dollars, not pesos, dollars, dude. And they couldn't figure out where the fuck this money went. So he opened up a committee the first time he became president, and in that 6 months, dude, he locked up so many politicians. He got some of the money back. Like all these politicians bought themselves brand new Lexuses 2021 at the time.
I'm sure.
Yeah, dude, and he returned all that shit, and he's like, no, like this is the money for the people. Like, what are these people stupid? Like we got schools falling apart, we got streets falling apart, and like these people are just fucking spending money on themselves. Yeah, and I believe it was the president's the president that was before. I believe it was his brother-in-law that they were about to go to his house to grab him up, and he shot himself and killed himself. Yeah, a whole bunch of crazy shit. So now it's good, but the last government before it was just stealing all the money.
So the people must love him.
Oh yeah. Like this is the second term. The thing about DR is that I think that you could only run 3 consecutive terms, but then after that you gotta like sit out, and then you can run again.
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, so you can run up to like 16 years, and then you gotta sit it out, and then you can run again.
In the DR. So that was a long day, but I successfully crossed. If the conditions are good, the roads are fine, it's not bad weather, the journey to Dajabon is going to take about 1.5 to 2 hours. It also depends on the border conditions and how they are treating us, if they want to prolong it, you know what I'm saying, or not. You can quickly see how not necessarily the terrain changes, but on that side, it's not as much trash on the roads. Obviously, the air is the same, the sky is the same, you're on the same island, but you can tell how much of a difference it is in the DR than it is from Haiti. What I had to do at the Dajabon station was to get my bus ticket to get to Santiago. Once I had rested, I believe I ate some snacks, I had a layover there at the Santiago bus stop. Then it was time for me to continue on. I had to transfer to get to Puerto Plata. This is where it took more time for me because I had to take multiple buses. And yes, I did this all by myself. It was a solo trip from beginning to end. And the total travel time from Dajabon to Puerto Plata was about 3 to 4 hours.
She's dumb though, because she could have had just look. Most of these buses, right? Most of these buses go to the main city
directly.
Directly. So if she was smart enough, she could have just got on one bus, go to the city, and from the city, go to Puerto Plata, and it would have been much simpler for her instead of taking multiple buses from town to town.
Well, do you think maybe she did it because she wanted to see the
yeah, that too.
Because to be honest, I'm kind of like when I used to go places, how they would brief you before you get into a port. Hey, these are the places that are kind of dangerous. You don't want to go there. That'd be the first place I go.
And those be the fun places too.
Well,
you might be trying to rack up you.
I want to know. I like seeing the country, the part of the country they don't necessarily advertise. Like when I was in Abu Dhabi, I spent a month there. The downtown, the parts where the Westerners hang out, it's air conditioned and glitzy and, plenty of beer.
The same Americans you see here, man.
Well, what they don't tell you, at least way back then, you go not too far outside the part they want you to see, and there's open sewage. Yeah, it is literally like, a third world country there, just right outside the glitzy westernized city. So
that should be sad, man.
Yeah, and I'm sure by now they fixed it. Probably they're more tourists or foreigners like me who want
Stanley. When I went to DR, when was it? My daughter was 3? She's 10 now.
Mm-hmm.
So that was what, 7 years ago. When I went 7 years ago, I took what 10 years without going. And when I went, I'm expecting things to change
Mm-hmm.
and like look better than they were when I was there. And no, dude, it just looks worse.
Right.
And
When
I'm
I was
like,
there,
man, I'm
it
so
was really, it was
disappointed.
scary. I drove through the whole thing, and I was like, holy shit, it's
Fucking
really,
disappointed, bro. Like when I was a kid, this shit was looking good because it,
It
it
was
was
newer.
growing. You get what I'm saying? It was growing, and then now it just like became a standstill, and it's overcrowded and shit is falling apart. And I'm just like, fuck, dude, like, fucking, you guys ever heard of paint? Like,
Latino,
fuck, dude, it's
Latino.
annoying, man.
Do you get annoyed when Americans complain? Aren't you just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I do, man, because this is the thing. It's just like I can't see his name because my phone is
Mitt,
like
yeah,
Mitt,
the
American
the
bitch.
the,
I'm
the
like,
guy in
shut
the
the
middle,
fuck
the guy
up.
in the
yeah,
middle.
Mitt was just saying that he doesn't even complain anymore after
Yeah,
seeing
because you
hate.
got to learn how to appreciate. And this is the thing I said. It's like, why don't we have a program here in the U.S. where we send these people out to one of these third world countries for like,
They
I don't
need
know,
to.
like a month or
I
something.
sent, hey, listen, I sent my kids went on mission trips. I sent them on mission
I
trips
wouldn't
to
mind. I wouldn't mind if the
Puerto
government paid
Rico
for that, dude. So
and
that
Dominican
way people can
Republic.
stop complaining.
And it was the best thing sending my kids off to missions in these
Yeah,
places.
because they come with a different perspective, dog. Like,
Hmm. Yep.
it's. I'm telling you, man. Like, look, there was one time I'm eating with my uncle, because like, remind you, when I used to stay in DR, I used to stay in a house with my aunt and five other girls, and I was the only boy there, and my sister. So I would just go. I would go to work with my uncle. So my uncle would go around DR collecting money from, like, like the little machines that you slide the little quarter and then you, like, little kids get on and shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he used to fix those
Does
machines.
so he owns that kind of business?
No, he works for actually he works for a Cuban lady that left Cuba and like
Uh-huh.
opened up a business in the Dominican Republic. So she sells like
Wow.
slushies and those machines. So he
Wow.
fixes, like, he does electronics. That's basically what he does. So
Hmm.
anytime one of these machines fall apart or something, he'll come by and fix them or whatever. But anyways, we're out eating, and all of a sudden there's just like these two little kids behind me, like the age of like maybe what, 6 and 8 years old, just looking at me eating, bro. I just felt so uncomfortable, man. And I was just like, my uncle's like, yeah, don't pay no mind to them. Like, just keep eating. Like, don't forget about it. I'm like, no, man. Like, where I'm from, like, that shit is fucked up. So I gave them some money and I gave them my leftovers, man. And my uncle's like, don't do that. And I'm like, are you serious? So it's like, even over there, those people see it so often that, you know what I mean? And when we see it, it makes us feel bad. It's crazy. Oh man, I'm like, dude, why are you treating those kids like that? Like shit.
It's
Oh,
effective. I'm just kidding.
and my uncle don't like, two things that he doesn't like, dude. Oh, this guy, man. I'm like, dude, when you near me, can you please not do things like that? Or I definitely will not be around you ever again. This guy does not like gay people at all, dude. At all. That's
Your uncle
one.
doesn't? Your uncle
Oh,
doesn't?
dude. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. I'll tell you a story. One time he was fixing one of those machines. And, dude, oh, God, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, he had every right, dude. Like, he was gonna knock the shit out of this tranny, dude. Like, the tranny was like, ooh, and like basically like caressed his ass a little bit.
Hmm.
And bro, this guy, I've never seen this man this way.
I was gonna kill him, huh?
Yo, dude, I was like, chill, bro.
That's funny.
And then one time we were the construction site of my house when it was getting built, and there was a Haitian there. They were throwing the bricks down to build the foundation at the bottom, and my uncle's throwing the bricks at this guy, and he notices that he's like not paying attention. He's like moving too slow, and he throws the brick at the guy. And he almost hits him in the head. And I'm like, dude, like Joe. He's like, that's just one less dead Haitian. I'm like, bro, get the fuck out of here, dude. Don't say
No
stuff
shit.
like that.
Wow.
Yo, I'm trying to tell you, dude. Like,
How old is he? How old is he?
now, oh, he gotta be in his 60s, dude.
Yeah.
But hey, like life works in mysterious ways, man. This guy has been in the hospital like 3 times this year.
Are you saying you're happy about this?
I'm not happy. I'm just saying that God sees. God sees
Yeah, I get you.
bullshit.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm not happy about it. I'm just saying you got to treat people with dignity, man.
I think it's different when you're these older dudes that were. I worked for this guy, this Jewish guy, like 30 years ago, and everybody in the whole place had a racial slur as a nickname. Okay, every fucking individual. This guy's a Guinea. That's the Italian guy. Uh, a, the Jewish guy called him a wop and a Guinea. He called him a heave and a, just it, it was normal to do this, right? Like maybe years ago. Like these old motherfuckers just did it.
Guaps nowadays are Canadians.
Well, I don't think it was like because if anybody fucked with the
Without
people at the
papers.
company, if it, well, well, that's true. But if anybody fucked with the people at the company, if somebody else was critical of that Italian dude, the Jewish dude would fucking go crazy to defend him. But then he would call him a guinea a minute later. It was just, I think it was almost these things were more nickname-ish than like, hey, you're a
Ryan,
complete.
Ryan,
Yeah,
like
go ahead.
when I was working in BU in hospitality, that's where I met my wife. Right, most of the time I used to hang out with all white kids, like frat parties type of shit.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
these kids, these kids would joke around with race shit, and they would joke around with race shit with themselves. I would joke around with race, and I would never get mad.
yeah.
And when I voted for Trump the first time, they were all like baffled because they're like, "Yo, how could you be for Trump, dude?
Yeah.
Like, you're Hispanic." And I'm like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? But anyways, we one time we
That's
went
that's
to
that's
the
actually kind of racist.
yeah, I know, but that's what I told them. But we went
Yeah,
to the White Mountains, right? We went to the White Mountains, and we was up at a cabin that this Marine owns that he rented out for that we rented out off of him, and we were there, and he was like, Trump, if you notice, if you walk around here and you go to the store, like they're not gonna give a fuck that you are Trump, because this is Trump country right here. This is white people fucking country.
they don't care.
Yeah, they will make jokes like that. He's like, this is mine. It's like,
Yeah, but I don't think
and I find that
I
shit
don't think
funny, man.
I
Like,
think
it's
that there's
hilarious.
malice and trying to hurt people, right? And then I think there's I don't know. I think we're in a real political correct
Well, I
environment.
want to go back to the video before we before we drift into politics.
Latino did it.
Oh no, that's fine. Well,
And it's-
believe
and
me,
it-
we always get back to politics.
Is that? Yeah, I'm just wondering. Is this a weave that she got on?
No, it looks like a wig. I
Like a
looked
wig,
at
right?
another picture of her because she's got a whole channel of travel stuff.
She got
Uh,
that
I
Mars
think it was
attack.
her actual hair. She actually has hair.
She got the what's the name of these girls? Baby, baby, baby.
yeah, she's one of the chiffons. She's one of the
Oh yeah.
runners and shit.
Well, they all wore wigs back then.
You
But
know what
hey,
I'm talking about, though,
Stamp.
right?
Yeah, the chiffons or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Well,
But
what's her name? Diana Ross and
Looking
the
like the
Supremes.
Supremes and shit up in this bitch.
They all wore wigs.
but hey, Stanley, I want to state
Yeah.
for the record. I want to state for the record that I totally respect the fact that she's gone into this place,
Yo, she's a
unlike so
warrior, bro.
many
Because I wouldn't know how to
fucking
do it.
yeah, dude. Like so many fucking Americans talk all this bullshit and they never do what she did. I totally respect what she did. She's on the ground, okay?
Well,
It's not some bullshit.
apparently she has a whole travel channel. So I'll start watching more of it. It's interesting what wanders into my algorithm.
Yeah.
But I watch a lot of different types of things, and therefore my algorithm has a lot of interesting things that just kind of wander in. So
just pop up.
Yeah, I actually think she's good looking. You know, with
This is the best picture of her.
minus the wig, of course. I've been paying attention to those bathing suit shots.
Exactly.
The buses were on time. If you don't know how to travel by bus, I mean, you can just go up to the
I don't like this wig though. It is annoying.
counter and they will tell you you need to keep your ears open because they will announce when it is time for your bus to arrive. You board, they check your ticket. It's pretty simple. If you have a lot of bags, you can put your bags under. I was traveling light. I had a backpack, so I had everything with me. It wasn't difficult at all. The bus attendant, she looked very professional. The driver was great. So shout out to Caribe Bus. In fact, one of my content pillars is transportation. I love talking about how to get around a country. So this was I'm not going to say perfect, but it was right in my lane of how I like to move around. Now, is the border currently open? There was construction of a canal on the Haitian side of a river, the Massacre River, and it was closed due to contention between the countries. Again, I am sharing my experience. When I went and visited Haiti, it was right after the president was assassinated. I crossed by land. It was with the bus. I saw on the news that the Spirit plane at Port-au-Prince Airport was sprayed with bullets. That was this year, 2024. And it was related to gang activity that was happening near the airport. The United States suspended all flights that were going to and from Haiti. To my knowledge, air, land, and sea borders are closed. I am not sure if the airports have reopened. I do believe that Royal Caribbean still has the Labadee port open. So if you are taking a cruise to Labadee, you're still going to be fine because that's nowhere near Port-au-Prince. When the border was open, it did used to be Binational Market Day, which is on Friday, the day that I crossed over. Vendors from both countries would sell and trade their goods, food, medicine. It's a lot of trade happening on those Fridays. As of now, I do not know what's going on, y'all. I do think both countries depend on each other for the goods and services. So they need to sort it out. Visiting Haiti, it can be dangerous. It can be unpredictable. I am only speaking for myself. When I visited, these are all of the things that occurred. I did not have any time where I felt that I was in danger, from doing the city tour, the UNESCO sites, from going to the beaches, from visiting Amiga Island, even crossing the border. I do want to thank everyone who made my trip so memorable, especially my tour guide, Joseph. Without him, none of this would have been possible. If you enjoyed this series, go ahead and leave a comment below. Let me know which video resonated with you the most. I will say again, OCAP has the potential for travelers. It is a tourist destination that should be on your list. I do appreciate.
Yo, I I just saw this video right now on Twitter of
I saw it.
Of a death beef, bro. This shit's hilarious.
Yep, a little off topic.
Oh, what? A what?
Yo, some deaf girls beefing, like sending death threats, like through sign language and like showing guns and shit.
Oh, Jesus.
It's funny, bro.
Always good.
Well, the link's in the back if y'all want to see it, and I'll drop it into the chat.
Yo, I'm fucking crying back here.
Well, you know what I've kind of figured out is whenever these governments have turnover, like Argentina, for example, it's probably the best example. Every 20 to 30 years they have a coup. You can't really gain any traction, like economically, etc., right? Whenever they overthrow the fucking government, you can't build any steam, you know? And if you look at Europe, Italy does that shit all the time. They have like Spain. Whenever you topple the government, you kind of start over, you know? It just sets these countries back so far. And then I hear people in our country wanting to fucking rip the government apart, and I'm like, it would plummet us. So you can't just destroy it, you know,
Gotcha.
because it just
Well,
fucks everything up.
this video, the truth about BRICS, how it's reshaping Africa's economy and your opportunities. I guess the theme is currently is Black women travel.
Apparently.
BRICS is transforming Africa and the way this economy is going. And in this video, I'm going to tell you how you can take advantage of that economic growth. Welcome to the channel. On this channel, Ashley in Africa, I share my experience of moving, doing business, and traveling across the continent of Africa. And I teach you how you can do it too. Yeah. That's Penelope. And we're taking a walk in Johannesburg, South Africa. We're on a very secure street. We make this walk some days we drive, but today we're walking. There's an overcast. It's been so hot in Johannesburg, but there's an overcast today, which makes it not so bad. I think they're doing construction and renovation. Yeah, so welcome back to the channel. If you're not new, be sure to like this video if you find value in it, and share it if you think someone else would find value in it as well. And so I just wanted to come and share this update. BRICS, the impact of BRICS is transforming Africa, and the West is taking note of it. There was a media article where President Donald Trump shared his authority on how he will impose 100% tariffs to countries that decide to replace the US dollar for economic trade. And what does this mean, guys?
I will.
This just means that Trump's being Trump. He is issuing his authority in the media, as American presidents have always done in the past. But I think it's really important that we understand what this looks like for people in the US. So a backstory: when I learned of BRICS, I was in Tanzania back in 2020, watching international media, Al Jazeera to be exact. And that's when I learned of BRICS. This wasn't something that they were talking about in the US at all. It had been formed back in 2016, actually before that, talks of it, but it wasn't really being discussed on a mainstream level. And I was blown away because I studied economics. I like to pride myself as an economist and always saw myself doing more economic development work outside of my role that I had done it in Atlanta. But this was a different experience, learning about the reserve currency, learning about how the US had blocked trade in the past. All of these things were giving me a totally different perspective, which is the number one reason of travel, right? Travel is so important because travel expands our minds and our experiences of what we think we know. And yeah, it's really important for us to travel and to learn, what else is out there. And so, what does 100% tariffs look like? Well, if you're in the US, I think you'll continue to see prices rise, and you'll continue to do what you do. I mean, be consumers. But I do think that the international, more sophisticated customer or consumer nowadays is very aware of what is happening globally, is very aware of the overconsumption trends, is very aware of Western practices to continue to get us to buy, right? So I see tourism, traveling, experience-driven economy taking over. And if you're in the US, they'll continue to do these things, but and maybe increase those type of opportunities, or opportunities to buy. But if you decide to travel outside of the US, you will see the decline in the US dollar power. We've already seen a decline in the US passport. 8 years ago, we used to be number one. I think now we're number 8. So it's been declining in power over the last few years. And yeah, I wonder, is it hot over here? What's happening? Is everything okay? I don't know. People don't look happy. But white people always look upset. They always look upset when they see black people doing well. Not all of them, guys, just some. But yeah, so where was I? What was I saying?
Ryan, I have a question. What does she mean by passport power?
I'm not sure what she means by that. Like I don't know. I don't know how a passport has power.
Huh.
Like a U.S. passport? What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask around. I've never heard that term before.
Maybe if you have a U.S. passport, it gives you the
Maybe
authority to
she
go
means, it used to be when you had a US passport or they found out you were American, they'd be
you can go
very,
anywhere.
very deferential.
Yeah, you can go. You can. They think you're going to bring a bunch of money into the region, so maybe that's
Yeah.
If you have I know if you have a Syrian passport, it's not very powerful. You're not going many places, so maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm not sure about
I'm
that.
gonna have to ask about that.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine the U.S. passport is. I mean, why wouldn't you want Americans coming to your country with a very hard, high value currency?
Right.
So,
Well, she's saying that, the dollar is somewhat less powerful.
it's the problem with the U.S. dollar is it's too strong.
Right.
So, trade when you trade with the U.S., which we're the second largest exporter of goods, our shit is very expensive. Whereas China continuously devalues their currency, which makes like right now, China and Africa can trade because China hammers its currency, right? Like they devalue it and devalue it, but they are the biggest part of BRICS, as is Russia. And so what will happen is they'll have to harden their currency eventually, and then it'll suck for Africa. But short term, it's good. But eventually, they're going to have to harden their currency, or they have to. And as the U.S. and China decouple, they're going to harden their currency. It's a matter of time, But they just can't right now because they're economically fucked in a bad place. So that and the only way they think they're going to recover is exports. So you got to weaken your currency so that your shit's cheaper everywhere. So, and they're also doing a lot of loans into these other countries, which I mean, it's I think these other countries are in trouble because they're going to call the loans, and you better have your money. You better have the money.
Good night, guys.
Take it
Yeah,
easy.
See you, buddy.
Abiola, thank you. Abiola looked at asked Chat GPT.
Yeah.
He says it refers to the strength or quality of a passport in terms of the travel freedom it offers.
The U.S. passport's good.
This is often measured by the number of countries a passport holder can visit without visa. Interesting.
This woman likes the strength of the U.S. passport, but doesn't like the currency. Oddly, it's kind of like a pick and choose situation for her, I guess. So,
hold on one second. Let me thank him. I wanted to point one thing out, and I'm sorry that Latino left. Watching these past couple videos have kind of got me thinking.
The the funniest thing about this whole BRICS thing is number one, it's the U.S. dollar is still and will be as long as we pay our debts, we're very stable. Okay,
Right.
China is not stable,
Oh,
nor is
I'm not worried about BRICS at all.
it makes me laugh because the number one reason Russia and China want BRICS is because they fear U.S. sanctions. Okay,
Right.
it's not even economics. They want to be able to do whatever they want without any kind of you know human right. They don't give a shit about human rights. And
Kind of like
the
free
other,
speech absolutist.
uh, by and large,
They
I
want
mean,
to be
it's
able to do what they want to do without repercussion.
yeah, no repercussions at all. And that's the whole idea. Like Russia, if you see this big BRICS push, as soon as we took Russia off SWIFT, BRICS became the biggest deal in the world because Russia can no longer access a lot of their capital, right? And all of a sudden, BRICS, 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 BRICS. Well, it wasn't about like we got to de-dollarize. It's we got to de-dollarize so that we have absolutely no repercussions to invading countries and doing whatever we want. I mean, if you look, Russia and China have been loading up on gold, right? Because BRICS is now like they say it's a gold-backed currency. Well, we still have. I mean, we got more gold reserves times five, times 10 than I think the second largest gold reserve country, which is Germany. Okay. So
Right.
this is all to avoid sanctions and to avoid getting hammered on trade. And that's it. So everyone talks about BRICS, and I'm like, well, the other thing is you've got this alliance between Russia, China, India. You got all these countries that don't really trust each other and that will, like when China dilutes their currency, it hurts Russia, India, it hurts the other countries, right? So it damages them. There's effects up and down. So I just, you know, we still, I mean, most global transactions will be for, years and years in US dollars unless we fuck it up. So
Right.
I don't know. But and Africa's enjoying it now, but I don't see that long term. So it is what it is.
I wanted to make a kind of a philosophical point. Um, One of the things that I tend to do, um, and let's not talk Kevin Samuels and Pop the Balloon and all these kind of relationship based things. Um, I tend to, gravitate towards being, I guess, pointing out um, or being the opposite of body cam videos, where we tend to show Black people in particular uh, at their nadirs, people that are basically dysfunctional, and we
You mean
catch them at
just
peak. At
just
peak.
show cop just
Hold
show
on.
cops Florida.
We tend to catch people on body cam videos at peak dysfunction. I tend to want to see, successful um, Black people. This woman looks well or seems very mission oriented and kind of well put together in what it is she's doing. Um,
You
and
should
the
just do it.
lady that just kind of wandered into my algorithm as this lady did, doing something positive and putting out a message that young people can see and maybe consider. you know um, Majoring in economics and doing economic development in Atlanta and then deciding to do it internationally. These are things that Black people are doing and rarely get highlighted um, in Black conservative spaces, for that matter. And I, for the life of me, can't wonder why. Uh, well, I wonder why. So anyway, that's my editorializing.
Stanley, just Type it. Just there's probably a documentary on Robert Smith. Look into that guy.
Oh yeah,
His
I know
equity.
the billionaire. Isn't he the richest black billionaire?
Listen, not only is he that, it's not like it's from some bullshit music industry stuff, right? He is a
Music
fucking
industry
equity.
really bullshit.
What music?
Can you
Well,
can you
no, no,
really can you really
no.
call an industry that makes that much money bullshit?
Okay, I, what I'm saying is, okay, I think that if you
Well,
highlight,
no, what you're saying is the industry's bullshit. I literally just heard you
I
say
don't,
that.
okay, I don't, okay, I'm just saying, I don't mean that. What I mean is, it appears to me that this, amongst the community, okay, if you will, that
Well,
this,
you know what? The only people who say communita are those who like highlighting black dysfunction.
that's fine. Maybe I won't say that. The community. I don't know why there isn't more. I've said this for a long time. I think in the finance world, you see some super fucking stars, the economics world. I'm talking about this, the top mutual fund manager at T. Rowe Price is a black dude. The founder of the Target Date Fund, the mutual fund family that is in everybody's, when you see like Target Date
Okay,
2018
well,
fund,
hold on
is a black dude.
before you get too far in. I'm literally just saying that, there are black people doing great things. So you are reinforcing what I'm saying.
I am, and that's what I'm
Actually,
trying to do. What
and
I'm saying is,
actually,
why is it not highlighted? I don't see it highlighted anywhere.
well, you know what? That part I 100% agree with. And
Yeah,
today's Friday. I just found at least a starting point. I found uh, it's an interview with him that's an hour long.
Robert Smith. Robert Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So what I'll
he's a
do,
killer. He's a
what
killer.
I'm going to do is basically put together a show for uh, tomorrow. The for the next show, we'll go in and have a look at him because I don't know that much about him other than what he is. So yeah, we
Well,
can do.
the founder of the Target Date Fund from T. Rowe Price is a black dude. I've never heard him mentioned anywhere in anything.
Well,
I hear about Jay-Z and this bullshit. I'm like,
what's his
what about
what's
this
his
other group? I got to look it up. I think it's Jerome something. Hold on. Let me find it. He retired recently.
because we can definitely explore that.
But what I'm saying is, in the finance and economic world, there appears to be some. I mean, Thomas Sowell. I know you don't like him, but he's
Well, Thomas Sowell, I you know
no. It's Jerome Clark.
the
Jerome Clark's the portfolio manager, the top one, um, the vice president of multi-asset. But there's another guy. I can't think of his fucking name. He's with.
see a tech see a tech guy.
He's a VP of. Let me see. But I think he retired. But there's another guy, and I don't know his name. Jerome
Apparently,
Jerome Clark is one of them. That is like their top guy, portfolio manager, multi-asset. But it's
well,
another guy.
um,
I can't remember his name.
yeah, we probably ought to. And the only documentary that I know of Thomas Sowell is probably copyrighted. It's called Maverick, but the Robert Smith, that's worth exploring. I'll have a look. We'll have a look at him tonight.
Yeah, I think in other industries, I wasn't shitting on music. I'm just saying there's other industries that there's a high rate of success, and it doesn't ever get highlighted, ever, ever, ever. I don't hear shit about it.
Well, we'll hear shit about him tomorrow.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, what was that guy? He's one of the top founders of the Target Date Fund, which is a whole category of investments that now every friggin' firm in the country has. But he was one of the beginner, like started the shit, you know.
All right, well, let's
And
go ahead and
I'll
finish.
find it. I'll find his name. I just got to look.
We'll finish this young lady up.
Dang. Okay, so what does this mean? What does this mean for you? If you're in the US, you want to stay put, you'll be good. You just may see prices continue to go up. But if you're abroad, I think things may get a bit challenging for countries that have adopted Western practices like South Africa in the short term. But long term, I think it definitely needs to happen, and it is happening. I'm seeing so many people take the opportunity and win, right? So if you are in the continent, or if you're on the continent of Africa and you're in tourism, you're in real estate development, construction, technology, you're winning. You're seeing the wins. And people have been doing it for years. They've been here, they've been getting it done. And, you know, that's what it is. That's what the opportunity looks like. Now, if you are feeling stuck and you have an interest for sure in understanding how you can, is that where you get candies? You're understanding how you can also get an opportunity at getting involved in this type of, this type of growth. You're watching this channel for a reason. We have an opportunity coming up with the Travel and Thrive Challenge. I want to teach you how you can live anywhere and earn from everywhere, right? That is something that is totally doable. Increasing your income so that you can grow a business online while also investing in opportunities here on the continent and in BRICS countries, because the countries are growing. The current BRICS ecosystem is already surpassed the population 50%, right? Over 50% of the world's population, over 50% of the global GDP. So these are trends that are not going away. They are not going down. And if you want to say, oh, the US, the West will never let that happen, well, it's happening. And the only thing that they can do is share media articles to make it seem like it's going to slow down. But it's not. And if you want access to opportunities like this, don't get left behind. Be sure to continue to watch this channel and join us if you want to learn how you can take your piece of this opportunity seriously. Join us at the Travel and Thrive Challenge. The 5-day challenge starts next week, December 9th to the 14th. Get in like-minded communities and go ahead and upgrade to the VIP experience so that I can work with you one-on-one to answer some of your really pressing questions. Can't wait to see you then.
I'm going to drop Ashley's link. Again, she just her video just kind of wandered into my algorithm, and I'll drop the link for this for this video. If you if you go down and look in the more section of this video, there's some information about the challenge that she mentioned, and some other information on her. There's this Thrive in Africa thing that she mentioned, which, you know, for the younger folks among us, or maybe young folks that you know, apparently she's got a series on, you know, kind of what she does, as she said, how to live anywhere and make money. Sounds interesting. Sounds like something, you know, a young person like my son would actually be interested in, you know, because he's into tech. So let me drop this right quick. Okay. So that's that. And then let me make sure I get this link to Portia. Yep, I did. Good. All right. So any comments on the video we just saw? Mitt or Virgo? Virgo may be asleep.
I think she is.
Mitt, are you still there? He said he was working.
Yes, sir. Doing paperwork.
Any comments on the last video?
Oh, no comment.
I don't know. I'm actually glad to see her. It's good to see, someone young out doing something that's lucrative and productive, and pretty much setting an example. I guess it's more or less unconsciously, but there's more to Black life. There's more to Black people than body cam videos.
I think everyone knows that, Stanley.
You could fool me.
I mean, look, my algorithm has body cam videos of like white trash getting the shit beat out of it, Florida.
You know what? I don't approve of white trash body cam videos either. I'm just not. And you know what? I'm Mr. Negative. I'm probably one of the more cynical people you'll meet.
Yeah.
But behind every cynic is a person who is a closet optimist. And I just do not, it literally, and maybe it's an age thing. I'm going to be 60 in a few months. And
Yeah.
I just don't want, as the father of a young person and just a person who has a limited, shelf life on this earth, I just don't want to be on my dying day, depressed because, all this dysfunction, it's the only thing on my mind. I like to balance because I know the world's fucked up. I'm 60 years old.
Yeah.
But I also want to have hope that, there's some people out there thriving, and it really doesn't matter black, white, or, it doesn't really matter at all. It's just that I happen to, my history, my past is rooted in the Black community in these United States.
Oh, I
And
wanted to give you some good
well,
news about
please
the.
don't let me finish.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just don't want to, go out thinking that all is lost. And there, yes, it's not even a tacit criticism of, the John Galt channel. And John knows this because I've talked to him about it, talked to Portia about it. I don't like the body cam videos because it shows, dysfunction, and sometimes it's got to be balanced out with people who are actually doing well.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say this. I had some good news for you. I sent you.
Ryan, do you really think that a 60-year-old Black man doesn't know any good news, and you have to remind
No,
him?
I was trying
Are
to
we
give you
being
some
are
good
we
news.
being
Okay.
condescending?
No, we're not.
Just checking.
In any way, I was going to give you some positive news because the other day I sent a message to you, but I had to go for. I was in Pittsburgh, if you remember,
Oh yeah.
and you pulled up this information on demographics,
Oh yeah,
and
blackdemographics.com.
and it showed. Uh, I believe it was wages for different groups, and I wanted to tell you that the information in that was correct. However, it doesn't adjust for COLA. You know what that is from the military.
Yeah.
And if you throw COLA into it, it's actually better news. So there's a wage disparity, right?
Right.
If you factor in COLA and where huge swaths of population live, which is the South, it's cheaper to live. Wages are lower. It's actually good news for the community. I won't say community, because it means that it's not as bad as you would presume. You follow me? In other words,
In
if you
the
threw a
South,
COLA,
believe it or not, everywhere except maybe for Mississippi and parts of Louisiana,
yeah.
living in the South is great.
Well, I think for Black people in general, we see this wage disparity, and you go, okay, why are the Asians making so much, and why are the Black people making, so much less? The thing is if you look at the where you have larger sections of the population, they're more in the South, right?
Right.
It's when it's cheaper to live there, the wages are less.
Right.
And the data they're looking at is national, right? So like,
Yeah, but when they do median income, they don't care about any of that. They just want median income.
but what I'm saying is well, you're absolutely right. But if the predominant your population lives in the South on 70 grand a year versus New York on 70 grand a year, the community would be living better than that chart suggests, which I'm
Right.
saying that's good. Yes, it's good news, right?
Right.
So, and one issue I have with these national things, they don't take that into account. Just like you were saying on that day, you said, "Hey, it says household income." Well, if you have a
Excuse
like
me.
Asian household income is crushing it but only like 6% ever get divorced. That means it's two people in combined income, right? So
Right.
like the Asians are crushing it according to this thing, but it's because they're accounting for both incomes. So what I was saying was it's better news than that chart would appear for the community because it's cheaper to live. Therefore,
Excuse me.
you don't you don't have you, now you don't have to have as much money. Like it's not because it's cheaper to live in the South. So it's good news. I thought you'd be happy about it. That's all.
Well, yeah, I knew. That's why Charles Blow has a whole book about reverse migration.
People moving back to the South.
Well, yeah, did you weren't on because I've talked about it a couple times. Basically, his premise is that the concentration of the black community. By the way, most black people live in the South.
Yeah, sure.
So the median income is actually truer than you know. Most of the incomes in the South, therefore. So he's basically saying that reverse migration would actually build power centers for the black community. I'll call us the heritage black community. Um, so he accounts for the cost of living and all that stuff. Now the deal is if everybody moves here, that's going to drive prices up, but as well as changing the politics.
Your mic you sound like you're muffled, buddy.
Uh, do I still?
No, you're better now.
Yeah, it's kind of a directional mic, and if I stray from it,
You got to talk right into it.
right.
Got it.
So anyway, tomorrow night we will definitely look at Robert Smith, and we can start. I'm trying to kind of break the show up. Beginning with news, going into kind of the wandering, just kind of random stuff, but random stuff with somewhat of a theme. Travel like small towns in the United States.
That's cool.
Get more into kind of and I don't even want to call it feel good stories or black and positive and all that. But if you look at that chart where it's showing, income classes, the majority of black people are not, poor or even working poor.
And I agree.
Class or above. And we need to start, we don't all live in the hood. We don't all go into Walmart and steal shit. And, there's got to be a balancing of the books, in my opinion.
I totally agree.
So,
I mean, frankly, Stanley, it's one of my biggest issues with the progressive Democrats is that idea. I think it infuriates me. And I have a friend of mine, my oldest friend in the world, who literally is a progressive, who in his mind he can't escape that idea. And I'm like, and by the way, he lives in like shithole Ohio, and I'm like, come to the East Coast. I said there's plenty of thriving people that happen to be black, so-called black. I like the word so-called because at the end of the fucking day, they're just family people taking care of their families, right? But he has in his mind that every black person in America is oppressed, downtrodden, and living in like the throes of Baltimore City. I'm like, there's black people killing it in our country, but in his progressive brain, he can't escape that whole like academia idea, right? He's a teacher too, by the way.
Right.
So, and I'm like, dude, they're a diverse group as any group, and I'm like, you, the idea you have is really fucking racist as shit. So it just pisses me off. It really pisses me off. So what
Right.
I think as a country, the only way we're going to be a strong country is if everybody is mobilized and working towards a common goal of being American, you know. And
Well,
um,
that all aside, I often say that progressives often have a lot in common with, I won't even call them conservatives because, well, I'll just say conservatives, black
I
conservatives.
would call them the Klan.
I think that, you know, progressives and political extremes in general tend to dwell on the negative. People towards the center tend to, well, they're centrists. They, you know, try and balance things.
Yeah.
So, you know, if I'm just not all about body cam footage, there's enough of that. I just want to be a little bit more positive, even though, you know, I'm probably one of the bigger cynics you'll meet.
I do like the drunk Karen footage is always good. Like these fucking suburban white women acting just
Yeah,
absolutely
well, you know,
ridiculous.
that's white dysfunction.
But it is negative. I get it. So
Not a big. Well, I mean, we all know the negatives. All I'm saying is that, you know, dysfunction is the true colorblind.
you know, Stanley, it's funny you say it because I'm 50, right? And I
Right.
don't want to look at train wrecks either anymore. It's like, I don't know, man. Like some of these shows on TV, um, you know, there was this show. It was just this alcoholic. Uh, I know you know the show it was on HBO, and like his family is a fucking white trash
Oh,
disaster.
I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking
William
about.
Macy, William Lacey,
Yeah. I know. Can't think of it.
I, I,
Who was it? Insatiable, in something or another.
yeah, I
Yeah, I know
can't
what
watch
you're talking about.
that. There's a show
But you know, it
about
was based on a British show, right?
I know, yeah, but it's still just like watching a fucking train wreck. I mean, I didn't like The Wire because it was just negative shit. It's just so it's like I've watched these shows and then I feel like I gotta go take a bath or something. It's so negative. It's
Well,
it's
I
painful.
actually watched the watched those shows. The Wire, I actually went back and binge watched because I'd never seen it.
Yeah.
So, but you know, one of the things about
Maybe
those,
it's because it's my city that it's getting shit on. Is my problem with it. But
well, one of the things about shows like that though is they tend to be over the top, and that is the part that kind of jolts you back to reality. You know, some of this stuff just couldn't happen in real life.
where
Um,
the place was filmed in a place called McCullough Homes, and I've been inside the homes and looked out through the steel grates, which are the windows, and the idea of a kid being raised there is really a sad fucking thing. And then they want to make a show about it.
right.
So it's just it's I don't know. I felt like it was just making it into it just feels shitty to me. That's all. But I
Right.
understand why people like it. It's a great drama, great acting and
Well,
shit.
it's
But
entertainment.
yeah, but I don't like these super negative things either. It's kind of like I don't want to see this ugliness of humanity, you know. So
Right. Well, here is my my little town stuff. Coalwood, interesting name.
Rocket Boys.
Oops.
All right, this is it. We're about to turn up a real Appalachian holler. As you enter a holler, that's called the mouth of the holler. This particular holler here in McDowell County is called Three Forks Holler, and it starts at this little bridge, which is pretty common for these holler communities to follow a creek, just like you see here on the left. The holler is usually tucked in between two pretty close hillsides or mountainsides, so you typically only have sunlight in the holler for a few hours in the summer and even less in the wintertime. But it is nice to see how everything's starting to green up around us here as spring advances, summer approaches. You know, even though this may seem or feel a little remote or lonely or even forgotten, Appalachian holler communities are usually pretty close knit, and oftentimes they're settled by families who still live here today from long ago. And these people, they look out for one another. They take
Just so you
care of each
know,
other. If somebody's not doing well or they're sick.
just so you know, there is a Stanley, Virginia, that's back up in the holler.
I believe it.
But it's not. It was a running joke at a place I used to work in Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
They're checking in on them, making sure
Sure, it's
they're
better
okay.
than this place.
And they're watching who's driving
Oh
up the
no!
holler too. So
You know what? I actually think this is kind of cool. I would love to look back up in a holler.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, it gets bad because they, if they're, excuse me, if they're nearby rivers, they are prone to flooding.
I think it's called creeks. I think
There's a downside to living in the holler, but I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. You know, it can be cool, you know, back up in them hollers. What goes on in the holler stays in the holler.
Jesus.
Hey, Mella.
Hi, everybody.
Oh.
I've got some folks looking out windows wondering who I am. But I love seeing all the gardens and backyard chickens up here too, because
I can't
this really tells
hear this
me
person.
how self-sufficient.
I can hear you, Stanley, but that other person, he was.
You mean on the video?
No, I mean just when I can hear you now, but the other person that was speaking.
Well, Ryan was the other person talking.
Oh, I thought it was the video. Okay, well.
Well, no, I'll start the video. If you can't hear the video, let me know.
It's probably my system, to be honest.
But you know what? That doesn't mean
I'll just lay
they
back.
are what the stereotypes about them say they are. For example, just because they live in places like this doesn't mean that they're backwards, or like some people think they're violent or dangerous towards outsiders or folks with out-of-state tags like I've got on my car. I kid you not. On my way here, trying to find this holler, I did make a few stops along the way to shoot some footage and check some maps, and I had no less than 4 or 5 people stop and check if I was okay or needed help. So these are good people. And you know what? It's not all that remote anymore. But you see the FedEx van right there. I mean, they're delivering out places like this, and a lot has changed in the last 100 years with roadways and such. But anyway, we've made it to the end of the holler, which is called the head of the holler, which is basically a dead end, a big turnaround like this. So we're going to get turned around and head on back down the holler. As we head on out of the holler here, it looks like it's starting to sprinkle just a little bit, but nothing we can't handle, at least not yet anyhow. Oh, goodness. But anyhow, as a just technical side note, I do have a really nice camera gimbal on order that I can mount here in the vehicle. So that way, moving forward, oh, looky there. We've got a dog in the holler. That's also a pretty common sight.
There we go.
That and chickens. But anyway, I've got a nice camera gimbal on order, and that's just going to help us steady the camera, whether it's a dash cam view like this, or if I want to mount it and point it back at me so we can have somewhat of a conversation as we drive through hollers like this in Appalachia, or really any place we're exploring throughout Appalachia, because I want to bring you the best of quality I can as I produce these videos and show you the sights and sounds of Appalachia. It's not always going to be from inside the car like this, but I certainly want to up the quality so that it's enjoyable.
Well, there should be a 4-wheel drive in every driveway.
Because I think there's a lot here worth seeing. There's a lot of stories, a lot of neat, interesting people, which inevitably we're going to come across those people. And it's my goal with these videos that I'm making as we explore Appalachia to interview some folks and get them on camera, to tell their stories, where they're from, why they still choose to be here. So anyway, y'all, we're back at the mouth of the holler, off the gravel and on to the asphalt. I hope y'all enjoyed that ride up the holler with me. Kind of a forgotten place, but not entirely. As you can see, there's still folks up there calling it home. And it's wild to think that not too many years ago, McDowell was known as Little New York.
Oh, I know where McDowell is.
And the supporting industries to that in the area. But I guess by modern and industrial standards today, time's kind of stood still here. Some of these places do seem a little forgotten or lonely, but they're good places. It's a personal thing for me too. I've got family ties and roots that probably are right in that particular holler or right close to it. So I wanted to come up here and see it for myself and kind of kickstart the whole Exploring Appalachia series of videos here on the YouTube channel, which they're really episodes that are going to be behind the scenes of a larger docu-series I'm working to produce at the same time. So I'll be scouting out locations, and as I'm doing that, I'm sharing and producing these little episodes here on YouTube, and I think it's gonna be fun. So thank y'all for checking out this video. I appreciate it if you hit the thumbs up button. That way it can spread to more people on YouTube, because I think that the stories and the places here in Appalachia are worth seeing and that's worth sharing. So if you'd help me do that by giving this video a simple thumbs up, it will get to more people, and I greatly appreciate that. And hope to see you again riding shotgun with me on the next ride along. And until then, y'all take care.
There's a whole like genre of these kind of travel documentarians. There's a guy named Peter Santinello who is probably
he's got them all.
Yeah, and his work is just excellent.
Dude, he's been in like Saudi Arabia and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, he is a world traveler.
Yeah.
This guy's, probably more US based, but
yeah. That guy Pete Santinello is crazy. He's like with the Crips one day, then he's in Iran.
Yeah.
Like in fucking Iran. I'm like, look at this guy. It was crazy as shit. He's been everywhere.
Yeah, but you know what? He just seems like a really pleasant fellow. So I enjoy watching him. He'll do a whole hour long show.
Yeah, just talking about it.
Which is a credit to him and how he does his content. Most people can only do 20 minutes, and it kind of gets boring. Now this we may not go through. I have a thing for these type of cottages and wildflower gardens. And when I lived on the mountain, I would literally you can buy seed packets that are butterfly and bee mixes.
Okay.
So, my dream was to have my front lawn just nothing but wildflowers. Part of it was so I wouldn't have to cut it. I could go, hey, it's a wildflower garden. I'm not mowing the lawn. But my wife generally didn't let me get away with that sort of stuff. But it was always a dream. So, these cottagey sort of places, they're very high maintenance. But I like looking at them when they pop into my algorithm. So we'll take a look at this, and then we'll move on into the more toxic stuff, I guess.
Tour. This rather special 250-year-old Norfolk Broads Marshman's cottage. So let's take you around the front of the house and start the tour. Well, we've come round into the front garden of the Norfolk cottage. And here she is. This is what we're going to be showing you today. We're going in the front door in just 1 second. And at the end of this video, we're going to reveal this cottage's big secret. They say location, location, location. And this cottage hides a
I
little
should probably
secret
speed this up a bit.
that really is hard to beat. We'll reveal all at the end of the video. So here we are, around the other side of the cottage. Let's start the tour. We're going to go in through the original front door. It's now rarely used, but it's the original wooden door. That's a lovely feature. Gives you some clues as to whereabouts in the world you are. Let's go in and have a look around. The first room you enter is what would have been the original single downstairs living room for the cottage. Today it's used as the dining area and seats up to 10 people at this large plank top table. The dominant feature in the room is this huge original ingle nook. It's now home to one of a pair of log burners that sit back to back in the old chimney breast that sits on these ingle nook supports. To the right of the ingle nook, this door leads through to what would have been the original kitchen. We'll go through there later.
One of the things that always strikes me about these old cottages is how low the ceilings and the doorways are. People were shorter back in those days, I guess.
To the left-hand side is one of the most original staircases in Norfolk, a proper old dogleg. It sits in a space barely 6 foot by 6 foot and leads you up this splitting dogleg staircase to the first floor. We'll show you the 2 bedrooms up there in just 1 minute. Looking back from the staircase, you'll see the opening going through into what was originally the old cowshed and burn. This now forms the main living area to the cottage. This room's just packed with original features. The old front door is a work in itself. Beautiful planked oak. Let's go through into the lounge area now. This is a wonderful triple aspect room. To the south side, you're looking back into the garden and the roses that fill the garden. There's a door in the corner which leads back out onto a patio area on the southeasterly side of the cottage. That's beautiful afternoon and evening sun. On the northern aspect, there's a further window, looking back again into the garden and the rondel, which we'll show you later. The rear wall has been partly left open as red brick. This would have been the old exterior wall of the cottage before this was converted from a cattle shed and hay barn. There's 2 steps leading down onto this area. This is a wooden sprung floor, the floor that we entered in, and throughout the rest of the cottage are these beautiful red terracotta tiles. Nice and cool in the summer, hey Poppy? Before we go upstairs, let's go through this door on the right and through into what used to be the original kitchen for the cottage. And then we'll feed through into the modern extension that's been put onto the back of the house that now includes the modern kitchen and bathroom area. Let's now go through this door on the right-hand side of the ingle nook. Through here, the original corridor that would have run down the front of the house feeds into this room, now used as a breakfast area and snug. The drawer on the rear wall now enters into the new kitchen extension on the back of the cottage. The room is dominated again by a matching ingle nook fireplace, same size and dimensions as the one we showed you in the dining area. There's a matching log burner here as well. There's a small table on the rear wall of the room used as a breakfast area from the kitchen. The window overlooks the southern garden and beautiful roses and other shrubs. On the eastern wall, there's a large mirror to reflect the light. The furniture has been painted with Annie Sloan, again to improve the light in this room. The terracotta tiling runs throughout the downstairs of the cottage, unifying all.
I admit this is a bit slow, but so I won't make y'all suffer through this very slow video. But I actually like watching, these old,
it's somewhat peaceful
sort of deals. Now the problem is these old places. When I lived in Norfolk, Virginia, I lived in on the ground floor of a 900 square foot condominium. It was a 900-foot 1-bedroom, believe that or not. And it was fairly cheap. though it was like a $900 a month back in the early 90s. So to be honest, it was fairly expensive. But it was smack dab in the heart of Norfolk's Ghent historic district. And I just discovered it by accident. And I lived there for like 7 years. It was awesome. However, in the wintertime, it was cold as a motherfucker because it had like, probably had 10-foot ceilings or higher. And the system that was in there, it was a central heating and air system. It was just highly inefficient because the windows were originals. It was drafty, et cetera, et cetera. But, I was young. I was almost never home. And, in the summertime, it was near like Colley Street, which is like where all the college kids kind of hang out. So in the summertime, it was awesome. You'd open up those big ass windows and the nightlife was just awesome. And I was smack dab in the middle of it. So long story short, these buildings are beautiful and awesome to live in, but you need to be young because they will get cold. And in the summertime, they will, they're expensive to cool, that sort of thing. But if you can afford it, and you're young, and I was single at the time, it's a great life. So now on to the dysfunction.
Hey, Stanley, listen, my mic's mic's. I have to recharge my mic. I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be back. All right. Yeah, I gotta. This guy's done. I'm out of juice here.
Oh, that's
Give
all
me,
right. I'll be here. Don't worry. I actually got sleep, so I'm pretty awake.
Yeah, I need about 20 minutes to get this thing back up, at least halfway.
Okay.
All right. See you. Be back. Oh,
all right.
go ahead.
Oh
Please
no,
go
I
ahead.
was about to make a comment. Now we're on to the relationship dysfunctional part of the show.
I'm sure you'll get people tuning into that.
Yeah, well, relationships actually just totally fascinate me, these modern relationship dynamics. So, that's about as negative as I want to go. It's bad. These relationships are bad enough.
Yeah, there seems to be a different world to a degree, but I don't know if it is because people have been the same a long time. So, but
yeah, well, I think part of the problem is we just know more about them.
maybe.
It's probably always been this bad. It's just we get to know more of the bad
Firsthand. True.
Yeah, exactly.
But all right, give me a couple. I'll be back.
All right.
All right. Bye. All right. See you soon.
So let me take one last look through my. Oh, I know. Actually, there was one other video I wanted to show before the dysfunction. Let me show this before. This was something else that wandered into my algorithm because I've been looking at small houses. And this supposedly is the first Black-owned micro community. So I haven't watched it, so we'll see what it's about.
Tax revenue from this community that didn't exist before. And Fulton County will now get tax revenue from this community that didn't exist before.
Plus, developer Booker Washington says micro communities are also keeping more money in the residents' pockets.
I'm saving about maybe $2,000. I'll be passing this down to my son.
Welcome back to Official Black Wall Street, the largest app and digital platform connecting you to the best in Black-owned products and services. Head to obws.com to download our app and discover thousands of Black-owned
This is an inline
you
commercial.
Shop and review today.
Has an update on how the neighborhood is coming along and is giving us an inside look.
The developer says people have already moved into 20 of the 29 homes in South Park Cottages, and the ball is already rolling.
By the way, just a quick note, Channel 11 started out in Savannah, Georgia, is WTOC, and it's kind of expanded out of Savannah into Atlanta and probably other cities in Georgia, but WTOC, Channel 11 started in little old Savannah, Georgia.
On the next location, Union City, crews are putting the finishing touches on the final 9 tiny homes. 16 months after construction began, all 29 have been sold.
The money they spend is directly impacting this community. College Park will now get, and Fulton County will now get tax revenue from this community that didn't exist before.
Plus, developer Booker Washington says micro-communities are also keeping more money in the residents' pockets.
I'm saving about maybe $2,000. I'll be passing this down to my son.
Equity. With rent continuously on the rise across Metro Atlanta, Janice Williams chose to buy for the same sized space.
I was considering getting an apartment because I'm downsizing from a 5-bedroom house on the south side, and it was just too much. My son moved out. He has a new baby, a new family he's building, and my mother is elderly. She couldn't go up and down the 16 flights of steps to her bedroom. It just makes more sense.
Williams has been in the neighborhood for 3 weeks. Washington says there are several other residents like her, singles, single parents, couples, and retirees.
The residents of South Park are diverse. They range from 40,000 upwards to millionaires that live here.
The average rent in Metro Atlanta is about $2,000 a month. Washington says the average mortgage here is $1,500, and he has his eyes set on the next project, Union Park.
Expanding in all urban metro area markets is important because every metro area market is affected by high real estate prices and squeezing out those in the lower incomes. So we are eyeing and targeting the center of Atlanta. We have a long waiting list and interest list of well over 3,000 of people that desire a micro home project.
In College Park, Teresa Bowles, 11 Alive News.
Now, for more videos centering Black business news and Black excellence, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe. And don't forget to share this video. Head to obws.com to download.
Yeah, I've been wanting to watch this video. I didn't realize that there'd be so much advertising and all that around a particular app, but it wandered into my algorithm again. So, I didn't know about the micro home stuff in Atlanta. If you go into Atlanta, you see a lot of building projects of a micro nature. I have actually seen some of this stuff actually being built in Fulton County, Midtown. A lot of college students move into projects like this. It'll be interesting to see what they look like in 10 years, whether they actually turn into, projects or whether they get well maintained or not. All right, so I'm going to do a quick a quick commercial here, and I'll be right back, I think.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. I should float.
Make sure that you all hit the like button and share the video or share the show with your friends and neighbors. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe and support your hosts, and the channel in general. So what I'm going to do is this video here. I've never seen the podcast or anything like that, but the subject interested me. Basically, why are Black men intimidated? And I assume he means of women. So I'm going to start this. I'm going to run and grab a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a couple minutes, but I'm going to go ahead and play this if I can find it. There we go.
To another episode of the Q&A show. I'm your co-host Frankie J.
And I'm J Word. Where when you bring us the questions, we deliver the answers.
J Word.
So let's get things started with the
Q&A show. First of all, J Word, how you doing? What you smoking on, baby?
Oh, I got a cigar.
Oh, shoot, she's smoking a cigar too.
Here we
Awesome.
go. Have mercy. That's what we talking about, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we do it, the Q&A show. So, first up, we have Salima. Salima's from Baltimore. Salima's question. Whew, this is a doozy. Why are Black men so intimidated by independent, successful, educated, attractive Black women?
Can I answer?
Oh, God. Hey, why do we keep hearing this? I mean, damn it. Damn it, Jim. All right, look, okay. J Word, you got this right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This whole thing about men are intimidated because you supposedly got it going on is nonsense.
Have mercy.
So, yes, he may be insecure. Yes, he may be nervous about approaching you because we keep telling men they're intimidated by you. So, one, we need to get rid of these nonsense labels. Yes, you got it on, but you're not the only one that has it got going on. A lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that if a man doesn't approach me, he's intimidated. I may be attracted to him and he's not attracted to me. And same goes for you, ma'am. It's no different. It is what it is. I can't wait till we get to the point where we start putting labels on everything.
Damn.
And just get back to loving who we want to love.
Woo!
It is what it is.
Lord. Lord. Oh, Lord. That's gospel spoken by J Word. It is Sunday. Have mercy. Damn. Okay, but it's just a good thing that to hear something like that from a Black woman that has something going on. I'm so sick of it. You know what? I hear it all the time from women of all colors.
Yep.
But I think it's really women's go-to when that man just don't like your ass.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? He just may not like you for several reasons. I mean, damn. Yeah. It's like women don't think of anything except the obvious.
Something got to be wrong with him. It can't be nothing wrong with you.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with me. It's him. So because he's not doing what I tell him to do, or he's not talking how I want him to speak to me, or give me
spending the money,
or and spending the money, giving me the time. You know what? He's intimidated because I'm attractive. I'm a successful, career-oriented woman. I got things going on. But see, you know what? It could be many reasons. It could be your breath stink. Your breath stink. It could be your booty stink. It could be your hair stink. It could be behind them ears stink. You don't
get that. Don't add anything.
Listen,
you got the washcloth.
Listen, let me tell you, behind that ear could be funky. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it, or I skipped one. You suck in the bedroom.
Oh,
that could be a big one because we as men, and I'm not trying to bash women, but we as men, we don't communicate that a woman's not.
This is obviously a new show. I see there's only like 6 subscribers, and I just subscribed, so I'll be the 7th. This is interesting. I like seeing some older folks, probably my age or older, commenting on this stuff. So I imagine we'll. I'll see if I can't contact them. Maybe we can do a cross stream or something. But anyway, we shall continue.
Not good in bed. We really don't. What we do, we go ghost, or we stop doing things we used to do. You know, those evening dinners start turning into 2 a.m. calls. Yeah. All of a sudden, this nigga gets busy. Nigga, you work in the mailroom. What you doing working late? You know what I'm saying? So it could be many things. It could be one thing that we don't speak of. It could be the woman's conversation. See, a lot of times, and women probably go through this too with men.
Yeah.
Someone that does have a lot going on. Someone that has a great career, money, nice home, whatever. Maybe that's their only conversation.
Oh.
Because I've gone out with women like that.
That's a boring conversation.
Oh my God.
Let me talk about me all night long.
Man, I'm listen. I'm up here looking at the liquor labels when she's talking to my ear. So it's just maybe you're just talking about you. Your career, your car, your vacation spots, your salary, your job title. Look, none of that shit ever got a man's dick hard.
Oh, wow.
You hear what I say to you?
Say I'm preaching.
Let me talk to you. It ain't even Sunday. Have mercy. Let me tell you something. No, none of that shit ever made a man's dick hard. Okay. No man ever got aroused like we sit up here talking to a woman on a date. Well, I work for NASA and shit. They're getting hard as shit. I live in Potomac, Maryland, in a 5-bedroom home. Woo, Lord, my dick getting real hard.
Let's leave right now.
Baby, you see the wood? I make, $200,000 a year. Oh, shit. That's not us. That don't get us. That gets you all. Let a man, be your specific type. All of us. But it's eye-catching because a woman looks at a man like that as
provider,
as actually a suitable mate. You only look good on paper. It doesn't make his character.
Right.
But let that man be that woman's type, J Word, and let him say, I work for NASA. I make about $250,000 a year.
For asking.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, you can go ahead and rock this one right here.
So, you should have kept your damn mouth covered. First of all, him asking you, he was out of pocket because that's your past.
I agree.
It has nothing to do with the current.
I agree.
Now, if you all have already had sex, from what I'm gathering 6 months in, I'm assuming you had. I'm not going to say it was wrong or right if you had. But I wouldn't have told him. If he had asked me, I would have been like, why? What you got to do with right here and right now? Or if you push it, I'm going to lie. I'm going to say 5. Okay. And leave it right there. Now, if you believe it, you believe it. If you don't, no, it's what it is. It's going to be what it is.
So basically you're saying fucking lie.
Or just tell mom his damn business. Deal with the present. Stop worrying about the past.
Okay.
You want me to call your ex-girlfriends?
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. You got a good point. I totally agree with you. This is Jenny from the Bronx. 41-year-old, currently single. Jenny from the Bronx. That man was wrong for asking. And men, when you ask a woman something like that, bruh, be able to handle the truth. Okay? Now, this woman, let's break this down.
Let's break it down.
Let's break this down. She says she's 41. She says her number of partners were 25, right?
Okay.
25 and a 41. Okay, so let's say she started having sex at 20.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay. That's like 2 partners a year. What the fuck? That's
20.
a good number.
Unless she's doing all 25 right here now.
Oh, well, that's a problem. Okay, that's a problem. Okay.
You're right.
Okay. And earlier was spot on when you said like the number of, I think the time frame and the quantity of sex partners. Like if she, and don't ask about a person's sexual past unless you cock blocking whores. Try to break up the conversation, but I told them heifers to hit the bricks because I was actually seeing a future with this man.
Okay.
She said, silly me.
Uh-oh.
Wow. She says we talked. I'll say this, like you said, this all started from slavery. We've heard it. The thighs have spoken.
But this is some nonsense. To even open your mouth and say that, young man, something wrong with you. You definitely need a therapist, or hey, you might need a psychiatrist.
Oh wow. Okay. Now she went Dr.
What you got to say?
Dr. Lecter, Hannibal Lecter on your ass. All right, I will say this, like you said, this all started from slavery. We've been brainwashed for hundreds of years, and that's going to take hundreds of more for us to be unbrainwashed by that cycle, right? That vicious cycle that we have in the Black community, because we do come in different complexions, and so forth. But it's crazy to think that
Must be colorism they're talking about.
That dark skin isn't that attractive. Like, you're pretty for a dark skinned woman. Like, I want to have women ever say that to men?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Really?
Yeah. I have females that I know of. I won't say they're close females, but females that I know of who have said, no, I don't want a dark-skinned man. I want a light-skinned man. I want light-skinned babies. And FYI, if you didn't know, that doesn't mean you're going to have light-skinned babies.
Right.
So, I know. It is what it is. You see my kids. My kids are both lighter than me.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that dad is with them.
Right.
So, it's an ignorant statement to make in 2024.
Correct.
And it says you got a lot of issues to unpack.
Yeah, it's funny. We can laugh at it, but it's sad.
Yeah, absolutely.
But my question was, do you think Black women have said that in the face of Black men? Like, actually said to a Black man, you're handsome for a dark skinned man, or you're handsome for a light skinned man. I don't think women have done that to men.
I hope not.
Right.
Probably not in those very words, but I've seen people in real life, and I've seen people on YouTube go, hey, you're a chocolate man. I guess that's a good question, but I don't know that how you say it really matters. Colorism exists. And I don't necessarily see anything wrong with someone having a preference. Now, people often say the wrong or the right things or the wrong things at the right or wrong time. Some opinions, some appreciation, some attractions need to be kept to yourself. I think that's the bigger point. Whether you prefer one or the other, that's your personal business, and not everybody needs to know your personal business or your innermost or deepest thoughts. So really what they should be commenting on is the ignorance of, spouting something like that out loud.
But I know for sure men have done that to women.
They've done it to me.
I've heard it. What?
They've done it. Well, I had one guy tell it to me, and I wasn't even trying to talk to that man. But I was out with someone that was light skinned. We were leaving the club. She was not from here. And he was like, "I'll give you a ride home." I said, "Whoa, no, you came with me. You leaving with me. We don't do that. You just met this dude." And he jumped in and felt the need to let me know. Look, I know you may be attracted to me. I immediately looked like, okay, he getting ready to get cussed up. I want to see where this goes.
That dude said he knew you was attracted to him.
This fool, and by the way, the fool was darker than me.
Oh,
so this fool had the nerve to tell me I was too dark for him. So I'm not going to go into all the cuss words I gave him after that, but I told her, get your black ass in this car because we're leaving, and you're not leaving with him. But it's been said to me.
Wow, you're not even that dark. But you know what's funny? What's funny is you will see, I don't know if it's a psychological thing, but you see a lot of darker complected people with light skin, boyfriends or girlfriends.
Or white.
Yeah, or white. And you also see white, speaking of white, you'll see most white people with a very dark complected black person, But to compare complexions in 2024, I think, like you said, that dude got a problem. And I think he was testing her confidence. Okay. Because if
no,
she said,
he wasn't.
Oh, wow, really? Oh, well, thank you. That would have gave him power.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? That would have gave him automatic power
to do whatever and say whatever you want.
Exactly. And she's going to take it in the cold bathroom to stand
up in the shower. There have been times when I'm trying to hurry up, something along those lines. But usually I'll jump out the shower and pee in the toilet Okay. And not in the shower. But I personally believe all men do it just because. Well, tell me what you do.
Well, hold on. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you what I do.
Nasty.
Yeah. Next up, we got.
Go ahead, give your comments to that.
Pistol P says.
Well, that is that. Interesting, interesting, quick show. I never thought I'd see whether you pee in the shower as a topic for a YouTube show, but it was worth the look. So on to a little bit of Kevin Samuels. This is a longish video. Not sure that we'll watch the whole thing, but you never know. You know, with enough commentary, it may go on for the hour and a half. What's up, Hood? Let's see. I need to copy this link. This is a compilation. I guess it's critics and detractors is the theme. So I think it's just going to be a bunch of different clips.
I don't run Xfinity. Juicy, like, there we go.
Why is that muted?
I'm well. How old are you?
23.
All right. What's your criticism? What's your issue?
Issue with what? You? That's what we doing? Issues?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know he was doing that. I don't have no issue with you.
All right.
Criticism?
All right. So, again, criticisms, critiques, detractors only. You know, appreciate people saying, "Ooh, I want to talk to you and like you and I love what you're doing." That's all cool, man. Smoke show. What are all these damn? Y'all like all these different filters? What the hell is this crap? I used to always wonder what people are doing with these damn filters. Yeah. So I wonder how
Fun
people
with
blur out
filters.
their background. I still need to figure out how to do that though. Blur out their background. Yeah. See. Yeah. Let's do it. All right. Let's do it this way. Again, I'm really what I really want to hear from is the women who think, because there seems to be a frame of mind that's like, who the hell are y'all to be talking about this? Who are you? Why are y'all doing this? Are y'all that fragile to where y'all can't take anything? Oh, I get it. You only want us to do what you want us to do. You want us to do what you want us to do. I asked a question earlier. When women say, I love black men, but then you turn around and you roast black men and tear them apart for actually speaking their mind. Hello? They don't want to smoke. Of course not. It's not that they don't want to smoke. I don't think they can. I don't think that they believe. I don't think that, honestly, it's because I think most women recognize that they don't really have a point that they can stand on, because a lot of their arguments are hypocritical. You can't say you love black men and then you want black men to shut up.
Huh.
You say you can't buy badges? Somebody just bought one. Okay. People saying they can't buy badges. Let's see. Book a time. My show, hold on, I'll be right back. My show is not to give you exposure. If you want brand exposure, purchase advertising. Hello, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Okay, how old are you?
Another
I'm
woman
30.
smoking
30 from
cigars.
Atlanta.
20, you say you're 30 from Atlanta. All right, your first name?
Jasmine.
All right, so what's your criticism?
My criticism is I want you to critique the women who date men for money. Since you got so much negativity to say about women, how do you feel about women who date men or with men specifically for money? How do you feel about that? You feel like they're wise or
I
they're
don't understand the question. You want me to critique who?
criticize women who date men, specific men with intentions, meaning you're very specific about the women that you feel are within your means, within Kevin's line. What do you feel about the women that are specific about men as far as money? How do you feel about that? Like, is it good?
I don't know if you, no offense, but I don't know if you've been drinking. Because I'm not
No,
understanding
I've been
what
trying to join your live.
Okay, other people are saying the same thing. So I don't understand the question. You want me to critique women who do what?
Who date men for money specifically? How do you feel
Why?
about that?
Why? No.
Why?
No,
Because
hold on. That's not a criticism. That's you wanted me to talk about a topic. I don't care if women date men for money. Anything else?
I'm waiting for your answer.
No, there is no answer to that, ma'am.
It's not. No critical.
No, ma'am. What I'm going to ask you something, okay? You're 30 years old, right?
30.
Okay, do me a favor. Represent black women in a good way, just like you want me to represent black men. What you're doing right now is not really a good look. You don't look like you really give a damn. You smoking.
Actually, I do. That's why I'm here. I want to hear how you feel.
You don't.
But you don't give a damn about women. You don't. You don't respect all women.
How don't I give a damn about women?
You don't. You're specific to a certain.
Explain.
You're specific.
No,
You're
see,
specific to
hold
a
on, you
certain.
can't overtalk.
You're
The first thing you
Can
can't.
I respond?
The first thing you can't do.
Are you gonna let me
is
respond, Kevin?
This is why I said the ground rules.
Can I respond?
You can calm down, and I'll give you a chance to respond. But the first ground rule is over talking. One, audience can't hear. Two, it's disrespectful.
This sounds like when black conservatives try and overtalk me, they don't want to hear the answer. They just want to talk and smoke their vapes. So this feels very familiar.
I will let you exit stage left.
Can I
don't give a damn.
Let me know when I
women.
can respond, Kevin.
Well, you say I don't give a damn about women. Based upon what?
Generally speaking, big women, strong women, weak women, black, white. Overall, you have a certain specific crowd of women that you cater to. So with that being said, the women outside of big women, small, you're very generalized as far as women that you feel are worthy. So I'm just speaking for everybody, generally.
Well, you're not speaking for everybody. You're speaking for yourself,
No, I'm not.
Excuse me, ma'am.
I'm waiting for you to ask how big
First
I
off, see, this is what I mean. You can't have a respectful conversation with somebody who wants to overtalk. No, I have hundreds, thousands of women who love what I do.
Oh, is that a hookah?
That's true.
Yes. More women like me than dislike me.
That's true. I like you. Who said I don't like you?
Well, but how can women like me and I don't give a damn about it?
I don't know. I said generally speaking.
No,
but
generally means
that's why I'm here.
No. Generally means the majority. See, the majority of women like what I have to say.
So they appreciate it.
They like it and appreciate it.
So my question is,
you
if a woman,
you cannot overtalk me. You don't get 1 million followers here and 1 million followers there.
My page private. I don't need followers.
Well, I don't. Again, so this is why I want you guys to understand. Having a conversation with somebody, you don't really have a critique. You just don't like it. And here's the thing: if you don't like what I have to say, go somewhere else, because you haven't asked one.
You ain't said shit. My question is, women who date men for money, how do you feel about that? That's my question. You can't answer that.
Yeah, I can't. Again, and this is why I tell you, I don't do anything except I can't make women look good or bad. I just talk to women. I didn't make her come in here and do that. Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Oh,
How are you?
How are you?
I'm doing fine.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 30.
What is your criticism or critique?
Like she said, that you always putting black women down. Did a black woman hurt you or something? I mean, I don't understand.
Okay, so we've got all the insults out of the way. So let's get to the conversation. Okay. Just don't worry about insults. Stay
okay.
Don't conversation. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right.
I don't have none though.
Well, but we don't do that. See, I've already addressed all your insults that you could have. Who hurt you? Your mama black, you gay. We've got all that out on the table. Let's get to the grown stuff, okay?
Why do you think that it shouldn't be 50-50? Why do you think that it should be?
Okay, one rule. Let's get to the grown stuff. Your critique is I always put black women down.
Yeah.
How often have you been watching my content?
Maybe a few months.
So you have not seen any videos to where I say anything nice about black women?
No.
How many times do you watch my videos a week?
Well, see, the first time I ever watched it, you was putting a black woman down. So to me, right there, that automatically that ruined it.
Ma'am, that's what you watch. Is not my responsibility.
You
Congratulations, ma'am, with that big old rock on your hand. Thank you. Okay. she said, hold it up again. Hold it up again. Hold on. Yeah. Bam, God damn, she got the infinity stone up on that piece. Congratulations. That's very good. Thank you.
You know, it's funny you should say that, Abiola. I bet if Kevin Samuels had stress, it wasn't from any of the women he's talking to. Most of the women, you know, and I've only been watching Kevin Samuels videos for, you know, a few days, but most of the women that he's talked to so far, I don't even know why he would, you know, I don't get the impression they were stressing him out at all. So that's my my response to that comment.
Okay.
What do you have to say to that? It's on this very Instagram platform you're on right now. A black woman saying what?
I'm going to call on Kevin's show and I'm going to tell him that because of you, I was able to snatch the ring.
Where's your husband? Where's your husband?
You said my husband?
Mm-hmm.
No. I don't.
So, okay. I just asked you. I don't know if you're married or single. I didn't answer that question.
No, I'm thinking.
Okay, so I want to know if you've been watching me for a couple of months, and that happened this year.
Okay.
How you can tend to overlook that, and it's all over my platform.
Because when you go live, that's not what you're talking about, though. When you go live, you're not talking about that, Kevin. When you go live,
what do you?
I mean, that's outstanding. That's good for now, but that's not what you're always talking about. You as a black man should be on a black woman's team.
I talk about what women come up to talk about. Do I see? This is the problem. You ladies want to have a narrative. When I show you something that counteracts it, you don't even say, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. Do you think maybe you could be wrong?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. No, you're wrong. Just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. I'll give you maybe 10%. Yeah, 10% maybe I could be wrong. But the other 90%, no, because the things that I hear you say that we should automatically be listening to what the black man said, it's not our fault that they took the black man out of the house. No, that's not our fault. Is it our place to put him back in the house?
Hold on,
yeah.
Okay, stop. Who took the black man out of the house?
The white man took the black man out of the house.
No, he
not
didn't.
the black man. I mean, not us, but the white man.
Excuse me. No, he didn't. Black 75% divorce rate. Divorce is filed at 80% rate by our women. That ain't a white man's name on the divorce decree.
No, but
man, we were the most married people. We were married at 80% prior to 1965. And there's no white. If white people couldn't break us apart in chattel slavery, Jim Crow, segregation. What did was feminism in college. I mean,
feminism in college. I don't have any children.
Okay. So
it's an interesting thing. An interesting thing that he said, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. But what I would ask him next is if feminism and college broke up the black family. That's essentially what he's saying. I would like to know, does he implicitly think, or is he implicitly saying that it was a bad thing that college, and I know what he'd say about feminism, but is college necessarily a bad thing? Sometimes when people make statements like that, they forget to mention that it's not so much college that did it, it's what the people who were exposed to college decided to do. And it's typical, these types of arguments never kind of go all the way to the end. They'll go to an A to C argument will go A to B, but never quite make it to C. Feminism, again, it has its problems, but I don't see it as, hey, I'm a feminist, therefore I'm going to break up the family. It's not how it worked. And typically, people don't complete thoughts or don't think it, these sorts of arguments all the way through.
So again, you're sitting back saying what I don't. I talk to women every day, and I respond to what they say.
Okay. Okay.
So
he ain't gonna be here. Oh, okay. So basically, you said.
Because see, this is what I mean. This is what I want you guys to understand. Hey, Shirley always back there doing something. I'm just saying, y'all always want to say somebody that dislike y'all like you don't have anything to do with this. Like you don't have anything to do with this. Women like that woman are perpetual victims. In order for their lives to make sense, you and I have to be at fault. Somebody had to do something to her. Be a good boy.
Hey, what's up, Kevin?
How are you?
So I was on your live before.
I know.
Yeah.
What's
Okay.
the criticism or the critique?
I can't really hear you. Okay.
All right, no. Nope.
Oh my goodness.
Nope.
He's going through these women like a hot knife through butter.
Catch up day. What do you have to say about women who date men for money? You're a woman. Date a man for money. Congratulations. Do it. It's called hypergamy. Women are supposed to date men who can provide. That's a dumb question. You're supposed to date men who can provide. The question is, why can't you get a man who wants to pay your bills? Because you sit up here smoking hookah and blowing smoke. Smoking hookah, blowing smoke, that looks like somebody's wife, somebody's mother. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can now. How old are you?
I'm 31.
All right. And your first name?
Brittany.
What's your criticism or critique?
So I wanted to actually talk about a problem. You were saying, like, if you have a problem, say it.
If you have a what?
If you have like an issue or a problem, you were saying.
What's your criticism or critique? Go ahead.
So I feel like my problem is I'm having a hard time finding someone who matches me.
Criticism or critique with my content?
Yes, but you were saying that.
Criticism or critique with my content, not your life. Issues
Okay.
of what I say.
I actually enjoy your content and things.
Appreciate it. Wrong place, wrong time. Wrong time. Don't try to make a round peg fit into a square hole. Hey, I just want to get my question answered. Get it? Not today. Not today. One at a time.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good, you?
I'm okay. How old are you?
I'm 26.
My first name.
I'm Nelly.
All right. So what's your criticism or critique of my content?
So basically, I feel like it's not really a criticism, but it's something that I think you should work on. I do feel like you do focus on high value men a lot when there are high value females out there that are, I'm nervous, I'm sorry, that there are high value females that are out there, and they are making things like just like the high value men is doing their things too. We are doing the same thing also. And I do agree. Some black females do come in here and do
Okay,
things.
so hold on. Don't go off. I should focus on what?
So I think you should focus on, you do give high, like females, black, I'm sorry, English is my third language. So I'm like.
It's an interesting question she has. A high value female versus a high value male. My question would be, and I pretty much know the answer, but I'm interested in what people in the audience might think or admit, or I don't know if Virgo's still awake. When you say high value female, that's not an equivalent to a high value male. They're high value for different reasons. And this is where, people don't think this stuff all the way through. A high value female is valued for basically gender roles, or even if you want to go deeper than gender, women tend to be nurturers. Women have traditionally been, bearers of children, nurturers of children, raisers of children. Men traditionally have been providers for the family. So, what I would value a female for would not be how much money she makes or the car she drives. It would be, how does she, how is she as a mother of children? And then, same thing for a man, how do you provide for the family? How well do you provide for the family? How well do you protect the family? And this is the one thing that I think Kevin Samuels gets right. And this is, it amazes me that women who call in can't, they always go for this, but I'm a high value woman. And I haven't watched a lot of his content, so I'm sure there must be women out there who get it. A high value woman is not the equivalent of a high value man. They're valued for different things. And to me, that should be obvious. Apparently it's not that obvious.
Trying to process.
I should focus on what?
So focus, not really focus, but try to highlight females that are out here making it as high value females.
No.
Okay.
What did you go to Essence, Ebony, Madame Noir, any of these female platforms and tell them to change who they target their message to?
Not at all. That's not how I came in.
Stop. Is this a platform for men or for women?
I believe for men.
Right.
And I mean, I do love what you're doing. You putting a lot of black men out there.
What makes a woman high value?
I believe from following your show, you did say that making like amount type of money, like a six figure, the way that he basically dressed himself.
What makes a woman, a female high value?
I think the amount of money that they make, either six figure, the way that they, feminine, divine feminine energy, I believe is a way that you should carry yourself. Not just be too loud, or most people would say ghetto. You need to have like some type of education. No, being rich doesn't have to do with education. You can just wake up, do content, and become rich. So education starts.
You can just wake up, do content, and become rich.
Well, not like that. You have to put work into it. Everything that you do, you have to put work into it.
Ma'am, what you just described that makes a woman high value is the same thing you said that makes a man high value.
Yes.
So are men and women equal?
I believe not, because men have to do a lot more.
What makes a woman high value is her, men decide which women are high value. We decide which women are most desired and most in demand. And that's not what men value in a woman. None of the things you said. See, the problem is women like yourself want us to value what you value. We don't care about your money because we don't get to spend it. We don't care about your education because it's not going into our benefit. You know what men want in general, black men in particular? They want women like you to wear your natural hair.
Okay.
That's one of the biggest comments people keep saying. Stop playing with your hair.
Okay.
Would you believe that something as simple, something as quote unquote simple as hair matters that much to men?
I can believe it.
Okay. Have you heard men say there are issues with the way women are choosing to adorn their hair these days?
Yeah.
What are some of the issues that you've heard men say they've had with what women are choosing to do with their hair?
I believe like most guys in my family hate the lace that most females are doing now. I have heard that a lot. A lot of people prefer the natural hair, no perms, no nothing, because that's a lot of high maintenance. And when you do wear your natural hair, you look like you are very beautiful. So I have heard that.
Lace fronts. What else?
The braids take a long time.
Well, if they're yours, and I think braids are more acceptable than a lot of things. But even just in this conversation, if you want to talk about highlight high value women, it's hard to highlight the value of a woman when women don't even do the simple things that men are requested regarding their hair. You know how often I talk to women who call themselves high value and they have blonde hair, red hair, green hair, lace fronts, and all those other things, and men are told to shut up and not say anything about it, but then they're not choosing these women.
Okay.
And this conversation proves that you ladies hear what we say, but you don't want to do what we're asking. So we get to determine the value. I focus on high value because those are the men that men want to become, and those are the men that many men want to become for whatever their reasons are, and those are the men that women are choosing to go after.
Okay.
That's why the conversation is around that. So appreciate it. Do you have any issues other than
none at all. I love what you're doing, putting the black men's on the map. So that's all. I just wish we could get it.
I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
No problem.
Ladies, the hair conversation, often you hear women say, keep your mouth off our hair. Bullshit. If it's on your body, we're going to talk about it because you belong to me. The kids belong to you. I belong to God. We report up. There is nothing that is on or around a woman that is not a man's business. If you got a problem with that, deal with your creator. Don't make it black men's problem because we got the nerve to say something about the women that share our reflection.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello, how old are you?
I'm 29.
First name?
Lola.
Okay, Lola, what's your criticism or critique?
Well, firstly, I want to say, I think it's your delivery. Even though what you say does not stop, the way you deliver it doesn't take away from the facts. I feel that because of the way you say you want to help black women, especially the black community, and we have a lot of issues with always having our defense up. So I feel like sometimes your delivery could be a little bit harsh, especially to women who are just ignorant and don't know. And I feel like if you want to educate, I'm not saying you have to talk all studious all the time or anything, but it would be good that if you could get down on our level in a way and explain, because we have a hard time of understanding things. And
Hold on, you're going on a little bit long. The tone. How long have you been watching my content?
For about a year.
So when things go off the rail, I come in and treat women that way. I automatically go from 0 to 100.
No, I didn't say that you go from 0 to 100. I'm just saying
the tone matches. I mirror.
Say that again.
I mirror.
Okay.
God, I find it interesting that women have such an issue with the tone, and you ladies don't seem to have the same issue with the woman's behavior first.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I got
think it's mostly the tone. It's just your delivery. The tone is
chat
the
delivery, the tone. It doesn't start off that way.
That's understandable, and I know that. I'm just saying because of the fact. Here's my point: is us black women, we have the shitty end of the stick. Okay, whether it's because we induced it or because of our past. Okay, and I feel that we are.
You don't.
Why would you say we don't?
Here's the simple thing. Talk to black men like you talk to your white boss. And that's all we need from you. Talk to us, excuse me, listen, process, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening.
Black women know how to check all of that when their job is on the line. Talk to us like we're your white boss, and we got no more problems. Now your turn.
Okay. I understand that part, and I guess that's not the part I'm mostly getting at. Because I personally seen lives that you done with certain women where I understood where they were trying to come from, and because of your philosophy, I can see why they were thinking on that end, because I used to think that way, and I'm a little bit more clearer with thinking because of the way I've known how to be submissive. I know what it is to, be in the presence of a real man, and if I see one that's not a real man, I move out the way because of my submissiveness, and it helps me to spot out the good and the bad in men. A lot of women
10
don't do that.
seconds.
Huh?
10 seconds. You're kind of starting to go on. So I'm saying about another 10 seconds.
Oh, okay. All I'm saying is that I just feel just the way that you explain it. It's not about your tone. The way you come off of it and the way you just be a little bit on the rude side with it. I just feel it's just harder for us.
No. Do you watch the Average of Best video?
Yes.
About how long was that video?
Was not almost 2 hours, I believe.
The video, the Average of Best video, the segment with that conversation.
Okay, I don't know. I think I've just seen the whole live on that. If I'm not.
But when I did the Average of Best video, the conversation, about how long was that conversation with that woman?
I'm not sure, Kevin, but I'm not sure.
It was almost 23 minutes.
Okay.
And people want to talk about the last 4 minutes. Everything you're asking, be understanding, break it down, talk to in a certain way, was done at least 10 times. I'm a professional. When I talk to people, I meet them at their level, and my patience rivals that of Job. There are people in the comment section daily say, I don't know how you do it. And yet I get women like yourself asking for more patience. No. If you're saying break it down, nope, level up like I'm a white man. Here's my retort to the tone conversation. Approach me like you'd have to approach a white man you were trying to marry you. Then we got no more problems. Step to me like you step to a white man who's paying your paycheck. Treat me like they treat the white man, and we got no more issues.
But Kevin, not
because
everyone.
then the ownership is on you, women, to do better, not
And
me.
I agree.
Then what's the retort?
Oh, I'm ready to talk. Okay. My whole thing is this. You keep on saying the tone. I'm going to give you an example.
Tone, delivery, it's interchangeable. Tone, delivery, the way I come across. It's all the same thing.
Okay, so you're pretty much just saying, just to end it off. So in a whole gist, you're just pretty much saying that when it comes to women, and not even women, I've seen a couple of men, and for some reason I don't feel sorry for them, but you're just pretty much saying like, if they don't get it, it's just kind of like, just get with it or get lost kind of situation when it comes to you trying to help. Because honestly, I really don't have an issue with anything you talk about. I just
because in our particular community, if Black women want to get a better job, they know they can't just have a high school diploma. They know that they got to go to a junior college or college. They know they got to go sign that paper to get in debt. They know they got to go to class. They know they got to do a bunch of stuff just to put themselves in a position to go work in somebody's company to get a job. You know what Black men are saying? Take that same can-do, figured-out spirit and learn how to be my wife. Like every other group of women on this planet. Treat Black men like you treat the white man in your mind, and we got no more problems. Because I don't hear Black women telling white men to moderate their tone. I don't hear Black women telling white men, you need to do this or do that. No, they figure it out. What you're basically asking us to do is to continue to coddle and settle, and you're asking us to do more work. The men aren't going to do it. You shaking your head?
That's not what I'm saying as men.
But that's what it is.
Specifically about you. I'm not saying
okay, and the answer is no.
Critique you, Kevin.
The answer, and the answer is when Simon Cowell, Jordan Ramsey, Kevin O'Leary, Donald Trump, any white man in a position of power who speaks his mind, their women get in line. Our women tell us, watch your tone. I ain't watching my tone. I own you. You own the kids. God owns me. We report up. Get in line. We're not equals. If my tone is harsh, get out of a man's presence. But stop trying to get a man to be like a woman. Because those men who act like that, you call them bitches. And it's not going to happen. Do you want men who can lead and fight and defend and protect?
Kevin, you keep on talking.
Do you want men who can fight?
Yes, of course. But
then you gotta take everything that comes with it.
Okay, Kevin. I guess we'll agree to disagree. I guess you're talking generally. I'm talking specifically on you educating the women.
And I'm telling you, when I
Because
look at my non-black counterparts who do what I do, they don't have to hear this tone stuff from their women. They don't have to hear the same thing because their women expect men to speak in a powerful tone. Our women have grown accustomed to men kowtowing and not saying what's on our mind. It's like women often say, it's a new day. Sis, it's a new day. This is the new black man. And it's only going to grow bigger. Y'all better get used to the tone because we all y'all got. I appreciate what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but it's not, ma'am, I've heard this for 3 years. I'm not going to talk like Steve Harvey or these other people. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm not going to, bottom line, man, and who, okay, here's a question. Hold on. Whose tone should I, what black man has the right tone? How about that?
Okay, so I'm gonna specify what tone I'm talking about. I'm talking about when it comes down to these women trying to say why.
Give me an example. Give me an example of a black man whose tone
like a woman. Excuse me.
Give me an example of a black man whose tone is about right.
I'm not. See, because I don't think you're getting.
Stop. Stop. Tone, delivery, whatever it is you're talking about. Give me the example of a black man who has it about right. Don't get stuck on the word tone. Outcome.
That's.
Ma'am, give me an example of a man who's
my
doing
husband, I guess my husband.
Don't nobody know your husband?
All right then, but I don't specifically.
Okay, ma'am. I'm not asking you a trick question.
I do not know of a black man randomly who's a celebrity. I can say their tone is right, like, because I guess the way I'm trying to explain.
Then how do you? Okay, listen to what you just said. You want me to do something or improve something, and you can't even point to an example.
Kevin.
Ma'am, that's okay. That's what you just said.
Can I
I'm
say
asking you for an example? Ma'am, calm down. Hold on. Follow me.
Hey, Nando, I think I understand what you're saying, though the way and again, I haven't watched Kevin Samuels in detail that long, but I actually think he is right. Or maybe just let me tell you what I mean, and maybe I'm getting his perspective wrong. But the part about women primarily being let's see, what did you say exactly? Women basically being let's see, you say if marriage rates are low, it's arguable by what Kevin Samuels is saying. It's on women for the most part. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. I agree with that. I don't think it's women for the most part. I think it's way more complicated than placing the blame on one group of people or one thing in general. I think it's multiple things. He made a point about feminism and college being basically the driver of high divorce rates. No, I think you're right, Nando. I think what you're saying is right. Now that I read it and thought about it, I think it's too simple to say feminism is the cause of low or of high divorce rates in the Black community, high rates of single motherhood, and college. I think those are. I think women buying into feminism, women going to college and not really understanding what they've learned in college. I think it's basically people not thinking some of what they say through. Feminism, if you go and you read Gloria Steinem without actually going back and understanding the history of feminism, women's suffrage. There's a book called They Were Her Property by, I think her name's Stephanie Jones. She's a history professor at Berkeley. You actually, in my opinion, actually have to not just read a book by Bell Hooks and basically, take what Bell Hooks has written as gospel you do yourself a bigger favor if you read what Bell Hooks says, for instance, or Gloria Steinem, but you also go back and you do the historical stuff. You will understand that feminism in and of itself has not been for Black women. It wasn't started as a, hey, all women are this. It was basically white women wanting the vote, and being pissed off that Black men got the vote before they did. It all kind of started from there. Probably started before then, but I pretty much look at it from the post-Civil War Reconstruction era forward to today. College, I don't think college is causing Black women to divorce. It's basically college educated Black women misunderstanding what freedom is, and the consequences of their actions. Blaming institutions sometimes is a good thing, is accurate. Blaming institutions sometimes without actually thinking about the people who take stuff from the institutions, I think is taking it a necessary step forward from there. So, long story short, I think it's actually Black men um, reacting to Black women who were under the influence of feminism or whatever. Black men, much like Kevin Samuels just said, it's Black men who are deciding what high value women are, and men in general deciding what high value women are. So, Black men whining about feminism and what Black women are doing and all this stuff. In my mind, Black men are the victims of feminism, but not in the way they think they are. How about, and I could go deeper into it, but Black men whining about feminism is feminine. That's my opinion.
I think we're somewhere. You want your kid to make up a bed. You show them how to make up a bed. You give them an example. You don't say, figure it out. Or how my cousin used to do it. Give me an example of a man, not your husband. I don't know him.
I don't know, Uncle Phil from freaking Fresh Prince or something. Can I just say one thing? Let me explain something.
No. I want you to see what I want you to do is, if this is a big enough thing for you to ask me to do, I'm willing to hear you. But you gotta meet me where I'm. See, this is one of the issues. Stop! I need you to stop. This is one of the big issues. Our women do not want to give us what we need to get better. I'm asking you, give me an example, and you're just like, whatever, Uncle Phil. If it ain't Uncle Phil, don't tell me Uncle Phil. Don't move forward. Do not pass go. Stay right here and think about an example. If it's that important to where you got on here to talk to me, I'm listening. Give me the respect of giving me an example. Think about it.
So you want me to give an example of a man whose tone is good? Pretty much you're saying?
An example of a man whose delivery, whatever you want to call it, you understand the overall sentiment, not your husband.
I don't know.
So what I want you to understand,
so do you mean, like, can I say
no, ma'am, what I want you to understand is you want me to do something, and I'm asking you how
I'd like to talk to her husband.
How can I do that? How can I change my delivery? How can I change my tone if you can't tell me and show me an example?
Let's see, I know it's outside of Kevin's format, but if I were him, I'd go, ma'am, call me back or bring your husband to the camera so I can talk to both of y'all, or call me back when your husband's around, because I would love to meet her husband. I have a feeling that poor husband's probably a battered husband.
Can I give you an example of what I mean of something that
you give me an example of a man. You give me an example of a person, because you have to be okay. See, there's something. Excuse me. There's something in your mind that you're comparing this to. There's an example you're comparing this to. What's that example?
I'm comparing to an example on, for example, if a woman called and she says she has 3 kids.
A man, not no. And what? Who has the right tone, delivery? What's the example?
And this is a perfect example. And I run into this a lot, talking to people on panels. Present company accepted, maybe. People like this woman will literally say, well, Kevin, your tone is this, that, or the other. He will go, well, give me someone, an individual who has the right tone, and she will go and just shoot off into tangents, parallels, instead of sticking to the point, answering the question directly. She will go all around Robin Hood's barn. That's what my mother used to say. Because she can't answer the question, and she's fumbling. It's stumble logic, it's struggle logic, and people need to learn how to answer questions directly, or just say, "Hey, I can't answer the question directly. Let me try this approach or consider this approach." Answer the damn question directly, or tell us why you can't, or just say, "I don't know," and let's move on. Kevin Samuels' style of communication is simple and direct, and more people need to be simple and direct. And it doesn't happen in the John Galt streets too much. And I can be, roundabout in answering questions as well, but I struggle to kind of follow my own advice.
I told you Farrakhan. I gave you him as an example. He's a great
Farrakhan.
teacher. I love the way he teaches and he puts things
Farrakhan.
across.
You want me? You say I should Farrakhan?
I didn't
Man,
say.
excuse me, Farrakhan.
You're trying to twist my words into a
I want to be
narrative.
clear. Stop. I want to be clear. Are you saying Minister Louis Farrakhan as an example? Is that what I did? Is that what you're saying?
You just broke up. Can you say that again?
Are you saying Minister Louis Farrakhan?
I'm just giving that as an example of somebody who teaches in.
Okay, ma'am. Have you heard? Farrakhan is far harsher than I am.
Can I speak and say something?
Sure.
Because you're asking questions and I feel like you're leading a narrative somewhere. Listen, when it comes
No,
to gender,
everybody in the chat room seems to get it. You don't get it.
you're not letting me explain at all. I'm
Go
trying
ahead.
to get something across.
30 seconds, go.
Okay. I'm trying to say, when I'm explaining to you your delivery as a man, the way you speak, if you were a husband or just a man out there, that's great. The same way I feel that a woman in the workplace should be a little bit aggressive, but when it comes to her home.
She is missing the whole point. He's not her husband. Of course, you speak differently depending on the situation you're in. Of course, he's not speaking as a husband. Damn. Why doesn't she understand this?
She should be feminine. So you're talking to me about other men when that's not the issue. I don't have a man should be a leader and should not have to listen to anything that a woman says, especially if he's a real man. But I'm talking to you as a person that has a platform that is teaching. Whether you are a man or a woman, I would have told you the same thing. So it doesn't come down to necessarily anything of you being a man. I'm just talking when you're educated.
Okay, hold on. Man, I grew up listening to pastors and preachers. And let me tell you, what I'm saying is light. What I'm saying, growing up in the Baptist church, see, we don't even preach sin in today's church. We got single mothers with 3 kids by 4 different dudes sitting on the front aisle. I grew up in the Christian church, Baptist, then went to Church of God in Christ. I hung with members of the Nation of Islam, Fruit of Islam. And let me tell you something. Those men talked about something a hell of a lot different. See, our problem is our women aren't used to any criticism or critique. It is what it is. The tone is going to be what it is. And you want me to go between Farrakhan and Uncle Phil? Uncle Phil is a character.
You're literally just trying to drag words out of me to make it seem.
I answered the question 18 different times. See, my thing is, I want you guys to understand, they want us to be things they can't even. You got to give a man an example. Y'all want men to do something different? Give me an example. Talk to me like my husband. Could you imagine if I talk like Farrakhan? Farrakhan?
Mr. Stanley.
Hi, Kevin. Hi, you. Oh my
Hey,
God.
man.
Okay, how old are you?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, nothing much. How's it going?
Nah, I just got back in the office.
Oh,
I'm finna
okay.
start packing up. I'm gonna listen on my way to work. I mean, on my way home.
So, how was your night?
Yeah, wasn't bad.
Well, good.
What was you?
I'm glad that I could keep you awake at least.
Yeah, I was listening. I was listening while I was working.
Well, on your way home, if you have any comments, feel free to chime in. I've had a new fascination and a new this Kevin Samuels thing. I wish I'd been watching it all along, but I don't know that I agree with 100%, but definitely high 90s, and his style.
I tell everyone
Say,
is Kevin Samuel is the reason why I changed my wardrobe.
oh, really?
Yeah, I used to dress very urbanized, but he used to talk about dressing your age.
Yes.
And when I tell you, I got rid of a lot of clothing, and went to Men's Warehouse, bought more suits, long sleeves. He's the reason why I started dressing my age.
Well, did it make a difference in your social life and all that sort of stuff?
No, but it just made me feel better. Yeah, it just made me feel better.
Well, showing up at the cigar bar, in a suit, that's got to make a huge difference.
Or in a blazer and some
Yeah.
nice jeans.
Yeah.
That makes a difference. Yes. So everything was just real urbanized with me. So he's the reason why I started wearing.
Well,
I started wearing different uniforms.
when I was growing up, when I was in high school, for instance, jeans, I used to always wear jeans. And my mother, it got to a point to where if we were going somewhere, out to a restaurant, like going out as a family somewhere, my mother literally would say, "You're not leaving the house with me dressed in jeans." And I still, to this day, don't wear jeans a lot. But I kind of understand where she was coming from. I didn't really understand it till I was an adult. So,
Well, now they got fashion jeans.
yeah, exactly. Well, as an adult, you know when to wear jeans and when not to. Yeah, shit, I'd wear them to church if she would have let me.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Lupin,
He was a big influence in this small window he had.
Yeah.
Of a lot of black men.
And I, in some ways, I think at my age, some of the stuff he said is just, kind of reinforcing stuff that I've known through experience. I will probably at some point, when my son comes home over Christmas, I will say, hey, you should probably be watching some of these videos. Now, my son was raised by me. So, he knows a lot of this stuff. As a matter of fact, my son, I used to tell my son, well, hell, You're going out to do this. Why don't you wear a pair of jeans? My son is almost the opposite of how I was at his age. And I don't know, part of it is because I don't wear a lot of jeans. Now, when I lived up on the mountain, if I was going out to mow a lawn or split wood or something like that, yeah, you're going to wear jeans. But, khakis and stuff like that are actually more comfortable than jeans, especially when you get older. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Kevin Samuels, if he, that part about dressing your age is extremely important and something that probably isn't emphasized enough.
Well, he's a big influence on most of these platforms on social media today. What's the
Yeah,
major topic?
yeah,
What's
but
the major?
the one thing I have to say about him, because I've heard Tommy Sotomayor and some of these other quote manosphere folks, I actually find him smarter and a little bit more sound. There's some things that I haven't run into so far with Kevin Samuels talking to Black women that I kind of wonder what he would have thought, for instance, of just pearly things. Um, I kind of wonder what he would have thought about that whole thing. The thing that I've run into um, in some of these spaces is, the white girl privilege thing. There's some problems in the manosphere that Kevin Samuels doesn't seem to have drifted into, and I haven't watched like a lot of his content still, but from what I've seen, he's very, very consistent, and he doesn't put up with a lot of nonsense. Um, like some of the other manosphere people that I've listened to seem to drift into.
I agree. Definitely agree.
Lupin, I'm addressing Lupin in the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to toy around with some of the format, and it's still kind of a work in progress. But yeah, you'll be seeing things kind of crystallize. But I appreciate the compliment, Lupin. And by the way, tonight, this upcoming show, overnight, we are going to wind up. If Virgo's around, we are going to do the recipe stuff. Talk about food. Probably in the morning about this time. Um, but because Virgo and I have talked about making it a regular thing. But so stay tuned. And again, I appreciate the compliment. I'm trying to be a little bit more focused. So oh, and there goes Virgo. Um, all of them are asleep now, but or traveling. So I'll go back to Kevin Samuels. And what is Daughters of Assassins saying? To find out the mistake, break into my country, see it's already impossible to respect anyone. Okay, no idea. Oh, was she really, Freddie? I'll have to look for that episode. I'm definitely curious. And as far as recommending, Kevin Samuels to my son, I just want him to be exposed to it. He either appreciates it or he doesn't. But it may even kind of, emulate some of the things I've talked to him about over the years. But he may already know who Kevin Samuels is. He grew up with the internet and YouTube and all that stuff. I'm just getting into it now. And there have been times where I'll go, "Hey, have you heard of this?" And he'll look at me like, "Where have you been?" So,
All right. What is your first name?
Fanya.
Okay. What is your criticism or critique?
My criticism is basically, I was just wondering because the same way that I feel that you put women on the spotlight and you kind of put pressure on them to kind of answer your questions and prove their value, I feel that you should also put Black men on the same type of pressure, because the same the same thing that you say about, you know, women not presenting themselves properly, and it's the same way we are saying that Black men are not presenting themselves to us.
My turn. Okay. Ma'am, how old are you again?
I'm 30.
My platform is one. Have Black men been critiqued enough?
I understand that. Yes.
No, I'm asking.
Yes.
Have Black men been critiqued?
Yes, they've been critiqued.
Okay, right. So are you asking me for a balance?
Not really a balance. Maybe you don't even have to do it enough. I just feel like you're the spokesperson for them. I would like to hear them speak for themselves more, because
they can't.
Why can't they?
They've been speaking, excuse me, they've been speaking in their houses, in their lives, excuse me, don't shake your head. Black men have been speaking for my entire lifetime. Y'all aren't listening. Black men, where do you think I learned all this stuff from? Listening to, listen. They can't. They do, where can Black men speak freely without being shouted down?
Well, this is what I, right?
No, answer my question first, then move on. Where can Black men speak freely without being shouted down?
Well, they can speak to us.
Where?
When we on dates to talk to them, instead of upfront about who they
on dates.
Yes, on dates.
Man, you're not even being okay.
Excuse me.
Be more clear.
Mm-hmm.
What platforms or institutions can a Black man speak without being shouted down?
Maybe your platform. You can have them speak.
Ma'am,
right now.
This is okay. So I'm supposed to build my business, my platform, and then make it to where, see, I want you to understand, you've already answered the question. There is no place. If they got to come to my platform, that means there's not a place where Black men can go. And that's exactly what I said earlier. They can't. Do you get that?
I get that. That's what it's because I agree with why I feel that they should be given a chance to.
Given a chance by who?
Because you're just
given a chance by whom? Me?
Well, but I'm trying to say why I'm saying that, Kevin.
No, I'm saying they should be given a chance by whom?
Well, you're saying there's nowhere for.
No, who should give them a chance is what I'm asking.
We're willing to give a chance right now.
Whom, ma'am? Okay, I'm asking you. I said, where? You said Black men should be able to speak. I said they can't. Then I asked you, where should they go? You said they can do it. Where can they go without being shut down? First thing you said is on a date. That's crazy. Then I said, what businesses or institutions or platforms? You said on yours. Out of the whole global world, you expect all the Black men to converge onto one platform. Do you see the problem with that? But let me ask you, hold on. I want you to listen. Where can Black women go to speak their concerns?
I don't think Black women are speaking their concerns.
You don't think Black women have platforms to speak their concerns?
Not really. I feel like right now I'm speaking my concerns too, and I feel
Madame Noir, Essence, Ebony, Grapevine, Bossip, Onsite.
That's not.
No, excuse me, man.
Hey, Ryan. Oh, buddy. Hey, man. Sorry about that.
Are you serious?
Oh, that's all right.
Black women's concerns are magnified.
How long was I gone?
And see, this is the problem.
Half hour, maybe.
I don't know. I think it was longer than half an hour.
Yeah, it might have been. Well, these things last about 2 hours and they're dead. These earbuds.
Were they Bluetooth?
Yeah, but they're, it's like one of them Amazon brands. It's not. They're, if they're earbuds, they call them earmuds or something. How
Well,
it's like a slight variation in the original. So,
I
$25 on.
I have a pair of Amazon earbuds that I only use as a backup pair because they have Alexa built into them. So every time I give an Alexa command, which I do occasionally, they want to react, and they also have like this tap function. So every time I go to adjust them so they fit more comfortably, they
Yeah.
stop or they skip, because if you double tap, it'll skip a video in YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and they drive me crazy. And I
I
don't
think I
even,
have. I think I have that pair, Stanley.
yeah, and I only use them when my JB, I think they're JBL earbuds go
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah, it's aggravating as hell, isn't it?
Uh, to a point to where I would never buy another pair of Amazon earbuds.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
how
I
much.
got it. It's yeah, I got you. It's there's so many things like that now. I have an iPad that I really love the iPad because I can't type, so like the computer is bad, right? I mean, I just never learned, and I
Me
took a
neither.
win. Oh, you don't know either. I'm surprising. You're pretty computer savvy, you know.
Well, you
So
know what's funny? When I my senior year of high school, I had a choice of taking a typing class or a computer class. I took the computer class,
yeah,
and I often wonder whether that was the best decision I could have made.
uh, I took electronics. We soldered
Well,
at the Hayden.
soldering would be more useful than that computer science class.
I don't know, buddy. I haven't. I lose you? I'm still
No,
here. Okay.
I'm still here.
Yeah, we learned. I mean, I learned, diodes, cathodes, and I can do a little home wiring now at my house. But other than that, it's I've never used it.
Well,
Positive, negative, ohms. I know some of these things, but you can learn that in about an hour.
Well, I can tell you right now, soldering. I remember I told a story about our GPS getting zapped by a fire control radar when I was in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah.
So my boss, who was an electrical engineer, we had to rip out the circuit boards, and he had to solder some shit. So, and the sonar tech, my sonar tech was a E7. He knew, circuits and, electronics and stuff. But my
Yeah.
boss was actually good at soldering, and he literally, like, we got our GPS working till we could get a new GPS unit. But you would be surprised when you go into a minefield and you're trying to be systematic, in sweeping a minefield,
Yeah.
having to navigate by sight, because we were doing it by GPS, and you can basically navigate a field in straight lines.
Hmm.
Having to do it by hand, having to navigate a small space by hand,
Yeah.
is scary, because you will not, because of the wind and the tide and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
almost impossible to navigate a straight line.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. I'm sure.
soldering is a useful skill, believe me.
I mean, imagine like trying to do that. You're calculating speed, wind, tide, right? You got
Right.
drift.
And
It's
you're trying to navigate a straight line, as straight a line as you can.
yeah.
And I remember going back and looking, because you keep a chart of where you've been. I remember going back and looking at that chart, and the lines were so crooked. Um, we found one mine in like 4 months.
Hmm.
However, had that been like an actual, like, honest to God minefield full of mines, we wouldn't have survived it.
Yeah. Well, it's I've sailed before. I used to race on this sailboat, and it probably looked like that, where it's just tack, 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 tack.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Yeah, exactly.
Just tack, 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 tack.
Yeah, you just
So,
you get from point A to point B, but it's not a straight line. That's
yeah,
exactly what it looked like.
yeah. It's like sailing in a, you know. Yeah. Well, it makes you appreciate the our elders, you know, for or even like anytime you have to deal with multiple things affecting your craft, um, it's got to be it's tough. I mean, it's that, and then you got to calculate speed, drift, wind, and then to figure out where the hell you are. You know, I mean, GPS is so easy. So
Well, with GPS, it's so weird. If you've ever you know how even in even if you have a small boat, you'll have your little Furuno radar, whatever, and you
yeah,
basically set a waypoint.
yeah,
If you have any sort of autopilot where you can set a waypoint and have the autopilot take you there, well, the
hmm
autopilot automatically like counters for wind, and anytime you drift from the straight line, it'll make those slight course corrections
hmm
to just make the line smoother. Um, that's what GPS did for the Navy.
yeah,
GPS is so damn important to
yeah,
navigation these days because I don't think they even teach you how to do sun lines anymore. It used to be they taught celestial navigation
yeah,
and they taught you how to shoot sun lines for latitude. I think
yeah,
no, it's not latitude, it's longitude. Um,
yeah.
I don't think they teach celestial navigation anymore. They
Probably
used,
not.
and that
Probably
it's
not.
kind of a shame. But
Well,
you got handheld GPSs and all that sort of stuff. So
it's cursive.
exactly.
It's cursive. Or my mother, when I was a kid, she would write. Uh, I used to go to the store for cigarettes, and occasionally she would write. You know, with the she always wrote. You had to write a note. You know, and of course I was 7, biking up to the store, and which is pretty abnormal, but it's a pack of Benson and Hedges 100. Occasionally, though, she would write it, and I I couldn't read it. You know. And it was in shorthand because the woman at the store knew shorthand.
Oh
Have
wow.
you ever heard of shorthand?
Oh yeah.
It's a secretarial writing,
Yeah.
and it's actually a language. It's like its own writing language, you know. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And as an older person, I'm like, I remember this shorthand, but it's actually like a secretarial script for
Right.
secretaries. Most people don't know what the hell that is now. You know,
Do they
I mean,
still use it?
I I don't think anybody uses shorthand. I mean, it was probably fairly uncommon even back then, but anyone that wrote, you know, with pen, women mainly, the
Yeah, I mean,
secretaries.
when you would on TV or movies, they'll go, "Hey, I need you to take dictation." They will
That's
write
right.
a dictation in shorthand.
It's like stenography or something, you know.
Yeah,
So, but
exactly.
it's like a language of secretaries. So the woman at the farm store where we were must have known this, and my mother knew this, so she would write a note in shorthand. And I was probably 25 years old, and I said, "Mom, I remember when I was a kid, you wrote." And she says, "Yeah, I wrote all those notes in shorthand." And because I must have been 7 or 8, and I guess I couldn't read it at the time, and I had talked about it. She jogged my memory of it. So I said, "I remember all those notes you would write. I didn't know what you were writing in, and I couldn't read it." And she said, "I'd write them in shorthand, you know." So, but it's just, but a lot of people don't even know what the hell it is. You know, I sound like an old man. So, but
Hey, um, someone mentioned. I made the comment. Gee, I wonder what Kevin Samuels would have thought of just pearly things. Do you know who she is?
oh, that girl, she's a
Yeah,
woman, right?
yeah,
Yeah, she's like a red pill woman or something. I
yeah,
think.
like a young
Uh,
woman.
Yeah, I don't
So,
know a lot of the YouTube personalities like the mothers do.
well, someone, was it Freddie? Um, was it Freddie? Yeah. Freddie mentions that she was on Kevin Samuels once. So I went to the internet or went to YouTube, and it's like a three minute clip. I need to see this because I
Check it
am.
out. Play it.
Let's see here.
On the Zoom. So if you can't get on camera, you can't be on. Go ahead and pop on. Unmute yourself, bro. All right. So Kimberly, you got to get on. You got to start your video. You don't have to be on the camera though. Go ahead, bro. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So you see the subject. Modern
Yeah,
women are modern women in toxic relationships.
I mean, I think if you constantly find yourself in toxic relationship after toxic relationship, it's probably you and not them.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually had something I wanted to talk about from your dialogue in the
Okay.
beginning.
Go ahead.
So you said that like it's not good for a girl to like get a house or like plant roots.
I didn't say it's not good. I said that she's not seriously planning on being a wife.
Yeah. No, I wanted to say that that's actually like really true. I know we've like
Why?
talked before about like my dad being like the top like 0.5% of earners. And I was like thinking about how my mom ended up like getting him, you know, like being his wife. And she actually was supposed to be a teacher and dropped everything to like move towards him and work on his business.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't. Why is that a bad
really
idea,
just like
Stanley?
followed
Explain
what
it
he
to me,
wanted to do.
Stanley.
Hold on one sec.
And it like worked out now.
Say that again.
Okay, I guess help me understand why it's not good for a woman to purchase a home because, like, uh, why is it bad for a woman to purchase a home and put down roots in a neighborhood if she wants to be a wife? Why buy an asset, an appreciating asset, right? Why is that a bad idea?
I
Make it make
don't
sense.
know. I don't think it's a bad idea. Apparently he said it and Pearl agrees with him, so I need to hear their reasoning.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's cool. I don't get the reasoning there, but I
Well,
guess we'll listen to
I think what he's going to say is, they basically think that women moving towards self-sufficiency, basically towards hey, I have a home, I don't need a man. That particular orientation, which will only get stronger, in my opinion, as a woman gets older. I've been doing it all these years by myself. I don't need a man. I think that's gonna be what they say, but I don't know. So, but well, I have a comment on my comment, but let's just hear him out. We're about halfway.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
You know, it's like 10 siblings. So I was just wanted to chime in and say that that's really like true. And I think a lot of girls like aren't willing to take that risk, you know?
Right. And that's the point. Today's modern woman wants insurance guarantees when they're not offering those guarantees. You are going to have to be willing to do what your mother did, pick a man based upon character, and then go all in and risk so you can get the payout long term. I mean, it's not it's not rocket surgery or brain science. This is old stuff. But it sounds shocking to a lot of women from when I say stuff like that because they think you're talking about removing their security, and I'm saying you'll get more security when you have more than one person. So, thanks for co-signing that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I was just gonna say that like a lot of people like told her that she shouldn't like move to him, which is like kind of crazy just in case like it wouldn't work out.
Of course not.
But it's funny like because her sisters said that and like her sisters are still single where she's like married with 10 kids.
Right. I need to cut this little segment out. Ladies, anybody who tells you, thanks, Pearl. I want you ladies to hear me and hear me well.
I don't know that I agree to to that extent. Um, Part of the problem is that the comment is pick a man with character and move towards him. Well, maybe there's a shortage of men with character,
I
and
mean,
women reacting to that. That part doesn't seem to be covered in this clip.
yeah, so like a woman that purchases a home, which is building equity and appreciating over periods of time, to me is very attractive because when we get together and I'm a homeowner, we can combine our assets to eventually retire one day, which is far more appealing than a renter. If the woman's been renting for 20 years and essentially taking her money and burning it out in her yard, which is what that's doing, why I don't, there's no logic behind that.
Now the thing is it's going to be assumed in this scenario that the people are maybe in their 20s or 30s, so there isn't 20 years of
Oh, well, okay, but Stanley, when you hear about a woman who is intelligent and says, "I'm going to purchase an appreciating asset," and I mean, it
Yeah,
literally
well,
sounds like
hold
she's
on.
stable.
You're re-emphasizing what you just said. I'm saying
It sounds like she's stable.
that scenario, I'm assuming they're talking like I don't know, a 25-year-old. How many
Okay,
25-year-olds?
yeah,
There are a lot of them, but I wouldn't say it's the majority of 25-year-olds
yeah, okay.
actually own a home.
It
So
just sounds more stable.
you don't have 20 years of home ownership, I think, in this scenario.
Okay, I guess I don't. I think it's if you were 28 years old, let's say 28, right? And the woman was a renter and went place to place to place. I hear like instability there, you know. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I guess it would have to be a case by case. To
Yeah,
be honest, I've only excuse me. I've only like by the time I was 35,
yeah,
um, I'd really only known maybe one woman that I dated who owned a home.
yeah. I just
So
don't. I don't see it as like a problem with her putting down some roots or even saying, "Hey, I want to be here," and you know.
yeah, but that even today, I mean, people change jobs so often. Um,
Yeah,
there are a lot of factors that go into putting down roots, and the point about you need to do what your mother did, well, that might not be possible.
yeah.
So
I don't know. All these wide sweeping things on the internet are just these people are this and those people are that, and this kind of makes me laugh, you know. So
well, that's why people need to take stuff that they hear on the internet with a grain of salt and think it through. If you hear on the internet that feminism is the cause of black marriage rates being so low, you might hear it, but taking that lock, stock, and barrel and propagating it without thinking it through, to me is just not the way to go about it. Just because you hear it on the internet and you agree with what you hear on the internet doesn't make it truth. And too
I
many people don't realize that.
yeah, and there's like feminism, which is the belief that women are capable and can do what men do generally, other than the physical part, and some differences in chemistry in the brain. And then there's like the feminazi, right? Like these nut jobs that are walking around in vagina hats, right? I mean, I would say I'm a feminist in the sense that if a woman and man can do the same job, give me the best one. You know, if if the job is doing math, then give me the best mathematician. But if it's being a Navy SEAL, it's probably going to be the man unless she's physically capable, right? So but women could do the same job as a man if it's if they're qualified. I'm cool with it. But
Right.
some of the feminazis are just fucking nuts. They're way over the top. They're
Yep.
just
Well,
they're talking about the patriarchy all the time.
well, see, I don't. I don't even pay attention. Rush Limbaugh was more entertainer than wise man or uh, academic.
Yeah, of course.
And I've been.
Where'd that come from? Where did Rush Limbaugh come from? I'm just wondering.
Well, he used to use the term feminazi all the time.
Oh, that's I've heard that. Not him, but I never listened to Rush Limbaugh once. I think it's more of a
Well, I've been listening to had been listening to Rush Limbaugh since like 1991.
I mean, I don't know how you could stand it.
Back when Rush Limbaugh got really popular, they used to have something called Rush Rooms. There were places that would serve lunch, and they would have the Rush Limbaugh show, the Rush Limbaugh show, piped in over the PA system.
Why would you listen to this? I'm curious.
Why would I?
Yeah. Like opposition research?
No, because I found him entertaining.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
stand it.
opposition research. I mean, you can't argue with someone if you don't know where they're coming from rhetorically. So I was telling somebody earlier today that I probably consume more conservative
Really?
reading than I do, because I already know what I think.
Yeah.
But knowing what other people think or where they're coming from, I mean, you owe it to having a good, critique of whatever it is they're saying.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I can see that.
Well,
'Cause
why do you think politicians do opposition research?
Yeah.
Freddie, literally earlier in this video that I'm showing, Kevin Samuels himself said that basically that feminism and college are connected, or he may even say the reason for divorce rates, high divorce rates. He literally says it in this video. You may have missed it. And I don't agree with that to the extent that he wants to blame those two institutions. I think it's deeper than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that women have issues for sure, and I do think there's like if women didn't have issues, you wouldn't see the rate of uh eating disorders that we have in the West, right? Like you don't see like that shit in Africa, India, and China. It's in the Western places. So I think that women have their own set of issues that are unique.
Well, if you're saying that women are influenced by the society or the culture they live in, yeah.
Yeah, heavily. I think heavily.
Well, I
And
don't think heavily. I think your culture is like the water and you're like the fish. You literally live in your culture.
yeah.
So
No,
of
and I
course
do
you're
I
influenced
do
by it.
think there's a lot of women I hear, and a lot of them they focus on their own happiness, and like as if I was talking to somebody about it, like the minute
Well,
they're not
whose
happy.
happiness should they focus on?
No, I don't mean it like that. In other words, they don't, and maybe men too. They think that marriage is just all a bed of roses for every year that they're in it, every moment that they're in it. And the minute it's not, they go, well, I'm not happy anymore, so let's end this. Instead of going, maybe this is its own moment in time, and I'm going to have conflict with my spouse, but we're going to work through it. They just go, well, I'm not happy. It's over. You know what I
Well,
mean? I think
that's
it's
why
just,
you should have one of the things, and I actually didn't do it, but we were older. Catholics, like if you're going to get married in a Catholic church, at least the last time I knew of, how it worked, you literally have to have premarital counseling as a prerequisite to being married by a priest in a Catholic church.
yeah. Protestants do. I had to have that, and I had to have premarital counseling. And I mean, I've been married to my wife for remarried that this go round. I've been remarried for 8 years, and we had a bit of a conflict 2 years ago, and we just kept on having the butting heads on the topic. And we went in and saw a therapist for 3 sessions, and just to have a mediator, and we talked through it. And I recommend it to anyone. It was like a checkup. We worked through the issue, and everything's been smooth sailing. Just for it was kind of a checkup in a sense. We just kept banging in on the kids and financial things in the kids. Just kept banging on
Right.
this issue. We couldn't, and we just, hey, let's go in and we'll get a tune up. We did, and 3 sessions later, we were gone. It was like we want to fix this issue. We went in, surgically fixed it, and got out. I recommend it to anyone that's in a relationship long term because it's not easy. It's work, and you got to work at it, or else it's not all a bed of roses. So, you know. But I think a lot of these modern kids, younger people, they can't see it like that. They
Well,
almost
that's
like,
because they're not taught to see it like that.
yeah,
You are a product of your upbringing.
yeah. Sally, you talk to a person that's 75 or 80 that's been married for 50 or 60 years, and one of the, how'd you do it? One of the first things they say consistently, how'd you do it? It's not easy and it takes work. It takes
Right.
work, right? But
Right.
it's like, it's that they'll all say that, which tells me there was probably long periods of time where these people struggled to tolerate each other and maybe even wanted to end the relationship, but they said, let's work through it. And there they are sitting there together for the best friends of 60 years,
Right.
And I think it's awesome. You know?
Let me
So,
address Freddie here. Yeah, if you rewind just a little bit, it's not too far back where he makes the point. He doesn't add the nuance to it. I suspect he knows, but here's the deal. Sometimes when you make these flippant remarks, there are people who don't know that there's nuance and they just take it, for what he said. That is the danger. When people say, hey, um, divorce rates or attitude, it's feminism's fault. I don't think institutions have that much um, influ- institutions can be influential in presenting an idea, but it's up to the person who receives or the consumer to take that idea and think about the ramifications. And, sometimes when you take an idea and you break it down and think about it, you may have either a deeper understanding or a rejection of it outright. Feminism to me is a tool, okay? And some tools are right for a job, some tools are not. I think feminism has some good stuff. I think feminism has some bad stuff. It's how you use the tool that produces either positive or negative results. Saying that feminism is the cause of something, I would go one step farther and say it's people and how they're using feminism that's the problem.
yeah, I agree with that. That's a good way to put it. Good way to
Well,
put it.
yeah, Freddie, and unfortunately, I'm not his core audience. I'm still kind of in the learning mode. So, your comments are noted, and I think you're right. His core audience would. It's his non-core audience that's the problem. And I guess I'm
What,
describing
Stanley?
myself.
Since you're more familiar with this dude, and I know I've heard his stuff before. I'm
More,
just not.
but not much more.
Well, what is his view on the male role in the relationship? Does he say, because I told my wife this, I said, look, here's the deal. As your husband, it's my responsibility that if the shooting starts, I'm going to jump in front of the bullet because that's my role, right? I'm to take the bullet for you. like if necessary. If Kevin Samuels agrees with that, I'm on board, right?
Right.
And I
Well,
think most men are, right? So
I would think, and again, Freddie, you know it, and other people in the audience actually kind of know his stuff better than I do. I would say he's more into.
okay, if he says agree, he's agree. Okay,
I would say he was more into traditional gender roles.
agrees. I could see that then, so I'm on board because that's like, you know, I just so he's not an Andrew Tate type that thinks that you should just go
Yeah, I
back
don't
to
even know. I know who
working out.
I know who Andrew Tate is. I have no idea what he has to say. Maybe one of these days we'll get to that. I get the idea that when they talk about toxic masculinity, and actually, I wish you'd been around yesterday morning. Hey, Kimmy, how you doing?
Morning, Kimmy.
I don't think there's such a thing as toxic masculinity. I think it's just bad behavior, and masculinity is one thing, bad behavior is another.
Yeah,
So,
I'm with you.
and I don't want to get too deep into it. It was SKC and I who kind of got into it, and he left abruptly because he had the sound bites or content or whatever it was he needed. And once he got what he needed, he ran off, I guess, to do another Bash Stanley video.
You're a popular guy, man.
Yeah, infamous.
You're living in people's. If you're living in people's minds, that's a lot. That's a big, you know. So,
Well, I'd much rather live in harmony.
well, I mean, my wife knows who you are.
Oh,
I'm like,
no.
I'm just fucking arguing with Stanley. Just got done arguing with Stanley. That's what she says.
And she just goes, "Are you winning?"
She's like, "Well, you and your internet friends, you know." So,
Yeah.
I know you're rolling with your internet friends, you know.
All your rowdy friends.
Yeah, she gets annoyed, but so. Well, she wants all the attention when she wants it. You know?
Oh, well, you know what though? She deserves all the attention when she wants it.
I know. And I do. She just, you know, she'll come in and it's like I need this
Hey,
stuff, and
I've seen a picture of her, and I can tell you right now, all your internet friends are a pale in comparison. We are not worthy of your attention.
she's a pretty woman. She's a pretty woman.
Oh,
She's a very demanding woman.
You're a lucky man.
Yeah.
And
I'm
she's smart.
smart. Yeah, she is a smart girl.
So
Smart woman. I don't want to say a smart girl. She's a
don't
smart woman.
don't be silly. All your internet friends, you know, are not worthy.
Daughter of Assassin says I'm ungrateful. I'm not
Yeah.
ungrateful. She's a great woman.
Daughters of Assassins is she is a unique individual.
Yeah, she's trolling
I
me. So.
actually think she doesn't exist. I actually think she's a bot.
You think so, really?
Yeah, she keeps changing accounts, trying to fool us.
Oh wow. It might be you really think it's a bot?
No.
Actually, I don't even know how to do a bot. I don't
It's eclectic. It's the eclectic bot in the Daughters of Assassin bot. And they just, you know how the Borg used to shift frequencies of their shields so the phasers hurt them? That's what she does. She just shifts frequencies.
Interesting. But remains clandestine.
Oh, see? No, she's not. She has 4 accounts.
Wow. Never comes up on the panel though.
She will one day.
Maybe.
I've invited her. She says she will one day.
Okay. Maybe. The more the merrier.
Oh, I have hope.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I ever before I think I might have wrote in the chat 4 times and then I just call in. In my whole life, like I just call in. Shows that don't even
Problem.
shows that don't even want me to call in.
I think part of the problem is I can't type fast, and it's just easier to say stuff rather than it's easier to talk online than it is to type sometimes.
I'm with you. Wonder if Kimmy's coming up. Maybe.
I'm sure she will if when and if she wants.
Wake up time. Well, usually people start to show up at about now, right? 6 o'clock. HB pulls up about now.
Yeah, he's been on a different schedule though. He got thrown off kilter over some, issues as you will run into in logistics.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, you know me, I've been gone for days, so up in
Yeah, well, what did you
corporate,
do up in Pittsburgh besides eat?
corporate training, corporate bullshit. Just it's like a industry thing where everyone gathers that
Was it
and
like
just
a conference?
yeah, and it's just dumb construction. The company.
You need to tell them they need to do warm places in the wintertime.
Oh, you think? You think? You think? I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, you want me to go to a hellhole? Literally flight delays in
Oh, Bobby
Pittsburgh are
says he lives outside of Pittsburgh.
well, it's the flight delay capital of the country and around this time of year. So it's either ice or rain with ice or snow. So
Have y'all gotten snow yet there, Bobby?
they had it yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they de-iced the wings before I took off. So yeah, they got the de-icer going, So, but I imagine it's not Buffalo, but it's
Well,
just
apparently nothing's Buffalo.
all the weather gets hung up in the mountains, like right along that Appalachia Strip at the lakes.
Yeah, it's Alleghenies.
Yeah, so it gets jammed up. It's foggy, and then the weather system kind of sits. So every time I've been to Pittsburgh, it's friggin' overcast. It's like Ireland and shit. So
He
they
says,
says
Bobby says it's snowing
snowing
right
in 21 degrees. Yep,
21 degrees.
sounds about right. Yeah, I'm like, why not? I'm like, what about Miami? I'll take North Carolina. I mean, it's not warm there, but it's better.
Well, there's probably nowhere left to convene after the hurricane.
Well, Arizona, I'll take Phoenix. I mean, just Pittsburgh in December. I mean, give me Pittsburgh in December. What else is? What else? It's one of the worst places you can be. So, but whatever. So I'm back in my area. It's fine with me. So these corporate things and these conferences are just bullshit anyway. Regurgitation. So, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't mean to delay the video. If you want to watch that, you can. I love the cold. You can keep it, buddy. You can keep it, Bobby. I'm fine with never being in another cold day. I want to move to Florida or Georgia, where Stanley is. Stanley, you there? Stanley?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 28 degrees out here, so we're
In
not
Georgia?
we're not we're not so great ourselves, but it'll get up into the 50s today, so it'll warm up.
Is it really that cold in Georgia right now? Are
Well,
you in
this
the mountains or something?
this part of Georgia. No, I'm over in West Georgia,
Is
a
that like is that
little bit north of Atlanta.
is it mountainous or is it flat?
It's Piedmonty. It's hilly.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Piedmont runs a long way.
But if you go, let's say, hour or two east. You'll be up in a couple hours from here. You'll be up in like the Duluth, Helen, Georgia area, and that is literally the beginning of the Appalachians. Actually, the Appalachians begin in Alabama, North Alabama, and then
Yeah.
curve through Georgia, up through South Carolina and North Carolina, Tennessee.
I mean,
So,
I know a few dudes that walk the trail, like the Appalachian
oh yeah,
Trail,
yeah, yeah.
and I think that's where it starts. Is
It begins.
yeah,
It begins in Georgia. I've walked 40 miles of it. 40 miles of it in Georgia. When I was in
yeah.
college, it was an ROTC thing. And
Hmm.
then when I lived up in Northern Virginia, I literally lived a 10-minute walk from the Appalachian Trail.
Well,
You
that's where
could,
I do.
yeah, you could walk across the highway, and there was like a little like parking area. You could hop on
Yeah.
the Appalachian Trail there, and you could just go as far as you want to go. Uh,
I hiked the Maryland section from the Pennsylvania
mhm.
um, through Maryland down to Harper's Ferry in West
Oh
Virginia,
wow, okay.
and I backpacked in, and it was 44 miles, and I did it in 3 days, which the second day was like 22 miles. It sucked, but it was a cool little gig. I did it with a buddy, and
Well, I did it when I was in cross country shape. I ran cross country in high school and college,
yeah.
and I basically we did it as a group trip. It was an ROTC quote survival class,
Hmm.
and I had to walk ahead of everybody else because their pace was too slow. So we had like a van with 3 cases of beer. By the way, it was kind of our chase vehicle. It would meet us at the passes. So I'd be like a mile or two ahead of everybody else. I'd hit the pass where the van was, grab a couple beers, and keep going.
Hmm.
And it was awesome. I had such a good time.
Yeah, it was pretty neat. Good views, and but I'll tell you what, at the end of that 22 miles that second day, I was in a pretty tough spot because it was, I'm eating like nor meals, like freeze dried food, and then you gotta wet it out, and it's just calorically difficult because you're packing all your stuff. We didn't drop anything, right? We just dropped the car at the end and went to the other end and hiked down to the one car in Harper's Ferry, and then drove back up to the other car to get his car.
You
So
know, if I remember correctly, we were eating MREs, which are high calorie.
yeah.
So we were actually in good shape.
Well, it was just the second day went to 22 miles is a long ass way with a pack, right?
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
it was definitely physically more challenging than I thought it would be. And because you can't really carry enough water, right? Like you're getting water, but you're under your hydration level. You're not replenishing.
Right.
And that's where you start to get tired. And that second day was tough. And I'll tell you what was hard as hell. So we're like 4,000 feet or something, and you
Yes.
hiking down into Harper's Ferry sucked. So like hiking down, like you think hiking down would be like, oh, it's easy, right? Yeah, it was harder than hiking up. So you're descending, right?
Right.
So you're bracing yourself every step.
Right.
That was absolutely fucking miserable. It's worse than hiking uphill. It's worse than hiking uphill. So, you're descending 4,000 feet, just down, 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 down. And I'm, it sucked. It just sucked. I'd rather hike uphill than downhill for any length. But anyway, so what do you got to top the balloon up?
Yeah, I wanted to. Kimmy will be up at some point, but this is one that
No Kevin Samuel?
we started yesterday.
I blew that up, I guess.
and never finished. And then I have a brand new one, like the good one. The
Who
the
produces these, by the way? Who produces these? Is this independent?
they're different producers, but Arlette, you know the Phoenix people. Let me fast forward to her.
I assume there's no patent or anything, right? Because it seems like they're
No,
all independent.
I think they're in the process because she and her husband just got CAA representation, and they're trying to develop something for major media. So
Yeah.
a lot of independent people are producing it, but it's all going under her. Uh, if you go Pop the Balloon or Find Love, most of these versions are under her uh, purview. Like her YouTube page, you'll find different versions, different productions of it.
Yeah.
In my opinion, her production is the most polished. When she comes out, she's always decked out. I mean, she looks beautiful.
Yeah.
And her husband is the producer. He's a Afrobeat like musician. So they're kind of like Hollywood types, or whatever their version of Hollywood types is.
Yeah.
But she's the real deal.
Yeah.
They are a good looking couple. Somewhere on YouTube is their wedding. Their wedding, God only knows how much that wedding cost. It was just fucking high production. Her dress was beautiful. The wedding was beautiful. The setting was beautiful. They're out in Phoenix. So
Are they getting? I mean, are they getting royalties from this at all? They're not getting royalties if
I
everyone
don't know
gets
what
free.
it is, but whatever. Like John was saying a while ago, we better enjoy watching them now, because at some point all this shit's going to be copyrighted.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, I think the quicker they do it, they can make money.
Well,
Monetize all this shit.
he may be making money already. I don't know, but
Yeah.
bottom line is it's a good idea. As ratchet as some people think it is. I find it fascinating, just some of the questions and the interactions.
Yeah.
The
Well,
Jamaican versions are pretty, yeah. Though I don't know. I still don't find them as good as as polished as Arlette's version is.
yeah.
That
Well,
the version
there
there's a Houston Love Mountain version that's pretty good too.
it's what this is my perception. It's literally you got the Oprah Winfrey version, which is the polished version, and then you got the Jerry Springer version,
That's actually a good analogy.
which it's just like it's almost comedy at some point. It's like, oh my God, look at this, like the Morton Downey Jr. version, like it's just ridiculous, right? So
Yeah, that Jamaican version we saw yesterday, I guess it was filmed in Montego Bay. Yeah, that was an experience.
they got one match.
Yeah.
They might as well have just said,
Oh
listen,
wait, hold on. I
we
guess
hate each other.
Yeah, well, this Atlanta version here is pretty interesting. That we got halfway through, and it's not even as bad as some versions.
The one dude, Stanley, the one guy was talking, and I couldn't make out one thing he said other than he said, "You're a walking attitude."
Oh yeah, now that's
And she was everybody that she's like, you talk too much, and then the next guy it was just something else, she's on everybody's case. So I was like, wow. It's the only thing I made out was you're a walking attitude. The dude said that to her. So well, hit play. Let's watch it.
okay.
Balloons left. If you have to pop one balloon, which one would you pop? Just based off of first impression.
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah, I know it is.
So you have the pop one. Okay. And why did you pop her balloon?
Just off initial attraction, I didn't really feel it.
Okay. All right. And so we still have some balloons. So is there any questions that you would like to ask the ladies?
Yes. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Okay. So we'll start here. Name and where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Hi, my name is Micah, and in 5 years, I see myself financially free. I see myself a business mogul, in a committed partnership, a union with someone, probably pregnant with somebody, kid on the way. Uh, but definitely living in my purpose and being impactful to the community.
Okay, awesome. And let's go down this way. So what is your name and where do you see yourself in 5 years?
My name is Francesca. I'm 30 years old, and I see myself being financially free for sure, spending time with family in Florida, enjoying the ocean life.
Wait, you're from Florida?
My family lives there now, but
Mine
I'm.
does too, actually.
Oh, really? What part?
West Palm Beach.
Is that close to Tampa?
About 3 hours away. I think. Yeah, 3 hours.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And what's your name? And where do you
Hi.
see yourself?
My name is Valeria. I'm 29. In 5 years, I will also be a business mogul and entertainment mogul. I'm a writer, so I will be very likely working on a project to release on television. I'm also in real estate and tech, so my tech business will have taken off, or my real estate business will have taken off, and I will be able to travel the world freely.
If I can ask, what area of tech is it?
I am getting a certification in full stack development right now.
Okay. I've been there before. I'm my last job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And what's your name and where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Hi, my name is Kiera. In 5 years, I see myself owning my own business, buying a few properties, and just being in a better spiritual place. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So let's come back this way. We still have a lot of balloons.
All right.
So before we pop another one, I want to ask you that question. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
In 5 years, I see myself being a lead systems architect, married and starting a family soon. Maybe around in 5 years, probably 1 kid on the way. I see.
Now, this is going to be interesting, Ryan, and I'm definitely interested in what you're thinking here. You'll see what happens next.
Is that happening in around 5 years or so?
So after the answers that you heard, if you had to pop 2 more balloons, what balloons would you pop? Okay. Well, 1 pop. So if you have 1 balloon to pop, which one would you pop? You can go.
Yeah, I guess.
Before we do that, let's go see why she popped.
I want to see why too.
So let's see let's see what's going. So what's your name and why did you pop?
My name is Francesca, and I popped because I feel like your 5-year plan, it sounds good, but I feel like I'm a little, I'm 30, you're 27, right?
Yes.
I don't know.
So is that's too young for you?
No, not that. It's just his 5-year plan is like 5 years, 1 kid. And I feel like, I respect that.
Well, not 1 kid right away, but like 1 kid probably on the way towards the end of those 5 years.
Towards the end, right?
Yeah, towards the end, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe 3 years.
Oh, 3 years.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean,
And then by 5, like 2
I could
kids.
pull that probably. I really could.
So
if I'm in my title, then I probably could pull that.
Right.
Yeah.
So if he's pulling it in 3 years, do you want your balloon back or
balloon back?
you want your balloon back?
No, I'm okay. Thank you so much, though. I think you're so handsome too, and you're very sweet.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You're sweet too, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's come back this way.
All right.
Okay, so now off of their answers or whatever else, if you had to pop 1 more balloon, which one would you pop? You can go ahead.
I'm in a rock and a hard place right now. Can I call a friend? Wrong game show.
Now, my question is, why couldn't she just say, "Hey, I'm older than you are. Um, your plans don't fit in with mine. If I wait 5 years, I'm going to be 35, and
Crystal,
that might be pushing it."
I totally agree. But here's what I find interesting.
Well,
Okay,
no, I'm
personally.
saying, why didn't she just say that?
No, I totally, I'm with you fully. I don't know why she didn't. But what I do find interesting is I think she said she wanted to be a media mogul in 5 years. Also,
I don't
a
think, was it her? There
I
was a
thought it was
little.
her.
It was a little shorter. The writer, I
Oh,
think,
okay.
one who said it.
Because I was like, his plans sound pretty realistic. Like, I want to
Yeah,
be a head architect and have a
right.
kid within 5 years. Which, so you're telling me you want to work pretty hard for a few years of your career, and in the, like
Well, the thing is
it's very realistic.
if you remember, he's 27 and she's 30.
Yeah.
So
Oh, it's a mismatch. Yeah.
well, I don't know. I think that I don't think 3 years difference. Now they may be different places in their career, but I would say she looks good enough. If I heard her say that, I might be willing to modify my plans.
Yeah.
I mean, she looks like someone that I would maybe bend a little bit if it meant a relationship with her
Maybe meet in the middle.
or
Yeah.
not. If it
I
meant the
think.
difference between popping a balloon and just saying whatever or working, to me, this is just a failure to communicate. And I don't
Maybe.
understand why. And it's just a game show, so I might be taking this too seriously, but it's a shame because
Yeah.
even their relatives live like within 3 hours of each other.
Huh.
So, this is kind of a shame, that
Maybe he's not. The other thing is maybe he's like maybe he's an architect at a lower level and he doesn't have the money for the kids at this point too. Like
you
maybe.
know what? I was always told, and maybe this is just, for po folks, but you'll never have enough money for a kid.
They told me that too.
Yeah, planning financially. Now, if you're like, making six figures, yeah, you can probably save up. But to be honest, Um, in my opinion, I could have afforded a child, but I can tell you right now, I was blowing money left and right,
Yeah.
before I met my wife. Had basically, I had to work up, I had to be more disciplined, I cared more about where money went. Um, So I don't know. I wasn't this kind of guy planning ahead at 27 for where I would be in 5 years.
No.
Asked me that at 27, I probably would have said, "Who knows?"
Yeah. I'm with you. I agree with that. I literally just said those words to my daughter. I said, listen, I know you are worried about the financial part of it, but you'll never have any children if you are trying to budget for them. That's what I said.
Yeah, I don't know how you budget because part of
Yeah,
that budget, what happens if you have the child and there's an emergency, like
yeah,
neonatal neonatal care, and having a baby is a dangerous thing to do.
it's not cheap.
It's not without risk.
Yeah, it's not. And
So
it certainly isn't cheap. It's
how do
not
you
a cheap
plan for
endeavor.
that? And now you have insurance, but how do you really plan for all eventualities? You really can't.
You can't. You can't. It's not a real thing. People say that, and I'm like, you never have any kids if you are saving up to have them because
Exactly.
you got to have them. That's it.
Got to have a
So,
little faith.
that's right.
Wrong game show. Okay. I was doing that right there.
help you. I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay, so what made you pop her balloon specifically?
Just initial attraction. I didn't really feel it off, our conversation just now. Even though it's like, very short, but you are very sweet.
I'm short.
You're very sweet.
Oh.
Not.
I think he was saying the conversation was short.
Yeah.
Based off the short conversation.
Yeah, the convo was short. You are very sweet.
Okay.
You're not short.
I might be short, but it's okay.
Compared to me, no, you're not. I've seen much shorter.
Before we pop the rest of the balloons, we still got 2 left. So, do you ladies have any questions that you want to ask?
I do.
Okay. What's your name and question?
I'm Valeria. I'm 29. What is your spirituality like?
So I was raised Christian. My faith in God right now is I'm still working on it right now. I grew up from I think age 5 till 18 being in church, but in my adult time I'm still learning my dynamic with God and working on it still to this day. I've just been busy with school and work, and I'm still working on it right now. And what is yours by any chance?
I am also Christian. I grew up Christian. God is first in my life. I'm looking for someone who knows their purpose and their identity in God, and who is kingdom based as well. So who follows the principles of the kingdom. And yeah, I pray, I fast, I meditate. Yeah, that's it. But this is every day, and I'm
She
actively looking to
fasts.
elevate my
Really?
spirituality.
That's pretty hardcore.
And
Then.
so, what would be
Well,
principles of the
no, I'm
kingdom? Like,
wondering
what does that
what
look
her
like?
definition of fasting is.
So
Maybe not eating for days.
definitely the concept
And that's
of
okay.
speaking things into existence, but also understanding how to put things into action. There's one thing to have faith and to just say that you want to do something, but if you don't actively put the work in, so case in point, if you want to be a millionaire but you have really terrible stewardship with finances and you don't actively seek to try to maybe figure out how to budget, or maybe you start saving, or maybe you start investing in something that can grow for you, then you're not actively doing the work. So
Faith without works is dead, baby.
It's dead. So that yeah, so that's just an example.
Okay, awesome. Love those. Love that. So, do you have any questions that you would like to ask him since you still have your balloon?
How do you feel about a woman with kids?
I don't mind that at all.
Okay.
And so, do you have any questions for her?
Can I ask both her and?
Yes. Let's come back. We'll come this way. Okay. So, what questions would you like to ask them?
What's a goal outside of your career that you want to achieve?
That's a really good question. A goal outside of my career, I absolutely 100% want a family. I would like to be a wife. I know that I am one. I just haven't been found.
Big facts.
I would like to have a multitude of children, at least 5, if God allows me to.
I know that's right.
I've always said at least 4.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm flexible with that as long as my body allows it. But yeah, I would love to have a family, to be able to serve, my husband, and to see my children grow up into incredible people. That would be amazing. That's a life goal for me.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
I know she already asked you about your spirituality, your relationship with God, but I really want to understand what that looks like day to day for you as you spend time with God.
I guess my day to day is, I pray to God every night and every morning too. I read the Bible here and there, but I don't necessarily go to church every day. My dynamic with him is not based on going to church, but just me understanding him and his teachings, I should say.
Okay. Great question. Great answer. So, any other questions that we had? Because we still got these 2 balloons. Any other questions between? Oh, okay. So, name and what made you pop?
My name is Kiera. What made me pop is, I don't know. I like you, but I have to go with my gut.
Not
I think
enough.
you're a good man, though. I do, but I just don't think you're my person. If that makes sense.
Hey, that's fair.
We know how it goes, Pretty Boss TV. If it's either your person or it's not, it's a lot. We know.
I do, but I just don't think you're my person. If that makes sense.
Hey, that's fair.
We know how it goes, Pretty Boss TV. If it's either your person or it's not. It's a lot of good people out here, but if it's not your person, it's not your person. Bye bye. Is she your type? If she didn't pop,
I say yes.
okay, nice. And what about her? Do you like?
I like that she's very open about her faith and her spirituality. I like that.
Exactly. Okay. So let's come back this way.
But I do want to give an answer to my question I gave to both of them.
Okay,
about
okay,
my,
go ahead. Go
about
ahead.
my goal outside of being in my career. Whenever I retire, I want to open my own gaming store down the line because for me,
Oh
growing
shit,
up, it was a
it's
space to
over.
be myself and just have fun and meet other people like me. And one day when I retire, like, when I'm like 50 with gray hair, long gray hair, a long gray beard.
That's if you don't get the cul-de-sac, you know.
Don't put don't don't put that on me. She's putting that on me right now.
No, we rebuke it. He go out of room.
I rebuke guy in the name of the Lord. No. So in that time, I hope that I can, make my own gaming store and give a space to the next, wave of kids playing games and playing trading card games, for them being themselves and just, have fun. But for me, that was a very, you know, uh, influential time in my life, being 13 and 12, going there and having that fun and make people like me. That's my goal for whenever I retire.
Okay, awesome. So we have one balloon. Come on up. Come this way. Come this way. Come this way. Let's see what we got going on. Okay, so we have. So, are there any questions that y'all like to ask each other? Do you have any other
Oh
questions?
my
I
lord.
do. What are your family values? How do you hold family like in your space, like
Oh
your
God.
current family? Is
Autism
there
is
any
real.
trauma from that you're trying to work through?
Great question.
Not really. My family is just like this. My
I think they're
mom
both
raised
very
me, so that's my family.
theatrical.
My
They
mom, my
belong
aunts, my
together.
grandma, my cousins. Those are my
Well,
family.
I
I
find
see
that
them
I
every
think
day,
he's got a bit of autism,
weekend, and
obviously.
ready to see
A
my.
bit of a what?
A bit of the autism, you know.
Why do you say that? He seems to relate to people.
No, I just, I mean, there's a certain social awkwardness to him, I guess. I mean,
Really?
I got a bit of it too. So
Well,
it's
socially awkward. I mean,
it's
usually
like it's like
autism.
if you spot it, you got it. I kind
Well,
of
he seems. I've always gotten the impression that socially awkward in an autistic way means you don't connect with other people. He
yeah.
seems to connect with those who are able to connect. Um,
You can tell he's highly intelligent.
I think he's goofy, but
Yeah,
she seems to like goofy, and
maybe.
if there's someone for everyone, I'm glad those two are for each other, so no
Yeah,
one else has to suffer them.
that's a nice thing to say, Stanley.
Well, hey, I'm glad for them.
It's just a suffer. It's just
Little cousin for
so no
about
one else has to endure them.
Exactly.
very family oriented.
Take them off
Whenever
the
I see
market.
them, I'm gonna
Yeah.
support them, no matter what, because they're my family and they're always there for me.
Okay. And do you have any other questions for her, or do y'all have any questions? You have another question you want to ask? Do you have another question you want to ask?
Not at the moment.
So what do we have going on?
I'm enjoying
Boom.
myself right now. Okay, I'm enjoying myself right now.
Oh God, just the goofiness.
So do we have a match?
Yeah.
Watch her pop it. Go ahead and pop it. Oh, thank God.
So Stanley, do you see that guy right there?
Yeah.
I deal with that guy almost daily. He's an architect.
Oh,
They're eccentric. They're fucking weird. It's I can't even describe the shit that everything is a shape or an art form in their minds. They're not practical. There's no practicality. Like you can say you cannot
well, he
span.
says he's some form of engineer. Like, what's an architectural engineer?
So essentially for an architectural firm, the architect is the artist that wants to make these shapes and designs of the building.
Hmm.
And then the engineer is saying, listen, if you want to do it this way, it's nearly physically impossible based on the mathematics, unless you use carbon fiber and these, so in other words, the typically an engineer, the architect says, "Here's my piece of art, this shaped building," and the
Mhm.
engineer says, "Well, unfortunately, that's all pretty and all, but it won't stand up.
Mhm.
The wind will blow the building over, right?" So the engineer like right sizes the project and also applies a budget to it and says, well, if you do it this way, it's going to cost X number of more dollars. Do you really need the room? Because an example right now, architects want these wide, expansive open spaces in these
Right.
buildings. Well, to do that, you've got to have the beams to, like you got your columns, which are go straight up and down, that hold a beam. A beam goes across, right? So
Right.
the beams become very long, which they have to become thicker, wider, and your costs
Correct.
go up tremendously, right?
Right.
So the engineer is going, okay, if you do it this way to have this much open space without having any columns to support this, we have to go deeper into the ground. Here's how much more it costs. And we have to use I-beams that are 4 foot fucking thick. So you've just added, $20 million to this building. So he's, but the architects are so eccentric. Just they get stuck on a color of something. They can't get off of it. They get I can't describe how many issues that they create because, you know, like you'll say, there has to be an expansion joint that allows the building to move so it doesn't crack to pieces. Oh, they don't like the sight line. So they say, well, I don't want an expansion joint there. Okay, you need an expansion joint there or the concrete's going to crack on every floor. I know, but I don't want an expansion joint there. It's not going to look good. Like that's what you got to deal with, right? So I deal with this dude and people like him very consistently. So, so this guy's actually the realist. The project architect is usually the idealist. He actually
Well,
brings it back to scope.
I noticed that. Well, I noticed that a lot of tech schools offer architecture. I just kind of wonder.
It's a good field.
And
I mean,
why are technical schools teaching their kids, their students, the practical stuff?
I can't answer it. I think it's just architecture is rooted in art, right?
Right.
I think it's kind of the origins of it. So, whereas engineering is rooted in, actual construction, so to speak. So I think just the architects are artists, if you think about it. Like Frank Lloyd Wright, it was all shapes and designs, and Falling Water was about making this retreat for the Kaufman residents part of nature, right?
Right.
So it's a very impractical structure that has to be repaired about every 50 years, 30 years, because the friggin' water eats into the concrete and destroys the rebar. You know what I mean? Like the actual water running through it, right?
Right.
So I just think it's the art for the architect. He's just thinking art and spaces and shapes and color schemes, and the engineer's thinking about is this. I think that comes from math and you know the physical stuff, and the architect comes from art. So it's different. One's left brain probably, and one's right brain if you think about it.
Right.
So I think that's the differences.
All right.
But
Well, let's see if he and the house get together. Now,
yeah, let's do it.
I'm being unkind.
It's not very nice.
It's a joke. Oh, by the way, if you go back, we looked at her Instagram. She is gorgeous when in control of her weight. She's probably had a little bit of a weight pattern.
I feel you.
The first match, they just left out to do their thing. They going on a date.
Yeah, they just left. Okay, now we are ready for contestant number 6.
Oh my Lord.
I think I was an accident.
You come this way.
No, I think it.
Don't be scared. Come right here.
Maybe.
Okay.
I know. It
Uh,
What's
was.
your name, age, what do you
Never
do,
mind.
and what
It
do you look
wasn't.
for in a woman?
Okay, yeah, my name is Carlos Jackson. I'm 35, I'm a professional boxer,
Oh
20 and
wow.
2, 13 knockouts, also a venture capitalist.
2 ends on
Uh,
that Jackson.
as far as in a woman, I just look for a patient woman, just a woman that's supportive, loving, you know what I'm saying? A family oriented woman, someone that just, you know what I'm saying, that can be respectful and just admire, you know what I mean? Just admire just beauty of life, period. That's in general.
Okay. All right, and we did get one pop, so let's see why we got this pop. So what's your name and why did you pop?
Too short.
Tori, very handsome.
Come back.
Just you know, much shorter than you.
And if she didn't pop, is she somebody that's your type?
I mean, she cool, you know, she look good and she's cool. I like it.
He's like, but I'm a
So let's
flyweight.
come back this way. You still have a lot of balloons left. So just based off of first impression, if you had to pop one balloon, which one would you pop?
I'm a bantamweight. It's gonna work.
Oh, that poor woman.
Okay, so what made you pop her balloon?
Just attraction of it. That's it. Just I'm not attracted.
Okay. And if he didn't pop your balloon, is he somebody that's your type?
Yeah, I don't really have a type. My name's Maggie, by the way. It's very nice to meet you. Yeah. I mean, I think he's really cute. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so we still have 4 balloons left. So if you could ask the ladies one question for all of them, what would you like to ask them to help you to start narrowing down?
I guess what are you guys passionate at basically?
Passionate at.
So what's your name and what are you passionate about?
I'm passionate
My
about
name
being
is
blunt.
Micah, and my ultimate passion is to create things that I see in my mind and bring them to life in the physical. So I create music, I create art, I paint. I'm getting good at it, and I like to bring things to life. So the projects and the ideas
I
for
want
my
to have
businesses
children.
that I have, I want to
Yeah, I was
bring them
about to
to
say.
reality.
I want to make
Oh,
the
she's a
old
mogul.
So what's your
I
name
think she's
and
a
what's your
mogul.
passion?
Ariana, my passion is fashion and media. So thank you. Yeah, I like modeling, media again, like being on set. Yeah, just being cute.
I like being naked.
You said what? Say that
I
again.
said she is cute, by the way.
Okay. Right. Okay. And what's your name and what are you passionate about?
My name is Francesca. I'm passionate about music. I love music, singer, songwriter, dancer. So
Singer, songwriter, dancer,
when it comes to music, I love R&B, hip hop,
flash dance.
Caribbean style, them ting, Latin flavor, all that thing them.
She Bahamian?
Yeah.
Oh, not Bahamian.
Maybe Jamaican.
And what's your name and what's your
Jamaican.
passion?
My name is Kiera, and my passion, I like art and cook. Thank you. I like cooking and art. I love
Yeah,
children. I
especially
love my
cooking.
kids. So I just love those things. Yeah.
Stanley, you suck.
Okay, awesome. So let's come back this way.
Come on.
Hey, I like cooking
Okay,
too.
so off of okay. So before we do that, let's
Why
go to
couldn't
her and
she
see
have
why she
popped that balloon while he was down there?
I think that
She wanted to do it
boxing
in
is
front of him.
cool, but I don't need you getting knocked out and not being able to, come back home.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta worry about that.
Oh, that's kind of.
Too. That's a knockout.
Oh, that's kind of an
You
on
gotta worry
point.
about that.
Yeah,
he might be able to
Kind of an
protect her,
on
right? I
point
mean, 20 and
criticism.
2 is okay.
I don't
So
know,
if she
man.
didn't pop, is she somebody that's your type?
The
You
problem
know what?
is,
I
it's all
don't.
about his record. What's his
I
record? He's
don't
35
think.
years old. He's 35 years old, right? So
Yeah.
he's not gonna. He's that old dude. You know what he is? He's the warm up fight before the big. You know what I'm saying? He's like the fill in. Dude. Someone got injured 2 weeks before the big fight. He's your guy. It's
Well, I
100.
mean, I think her criticism or her critique or her reason is actually on point. Your old ass might get knocked out and might
Oh
not
no,
come.
I totally agree. Because do you have health benefits and
And you know, there's always the what is it? The CTE issue. You know, your dumb
Absolutely.
ass has been knocked about. You know, in 10 years, you might not even know who we are.
All kinds of rage issues and shit.
You know, you're too dangerous. And I agree with that critique.
Yeah, you got Brett Favre in front of you. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. You know, and Brett Favre has money.
Yeah. Well, that's a question. Like, how successful is he?
Okay.
Has he got a bankroll?
All right.
Probably not.
He's up on the
Let's come
shows. So
back this
probably
way.
not.
Somebody should have asked him, have we heard of you?
Based off of their answers, if you had to pop one more, which one would you pop? And you can go ahead.
No, go for it.
I know it's hard.
No, take the short one. There you go. There you go.
Okay.
Even though
And what made you pop her balloon?
she's
I
tall.
mean, you know, she's gorgeous. I love it. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just the media attraction. That's it, I guess. It's the media attraction.
And you held your balloon. So what had you to hold your balloon?
I'm just trying to be nice. I've been popping too early.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Looking at
Wow.
her physique, man, she is in shape.
Yeah, I agree.
She is put together well.
Okay. All right. And we have another pop. So what made you pop your balloon? Name and why did you pop?
My name is Micah. And the reason why I pop is because I didn't feel that initial spark that you get from a person that you kind of can picture them in your future or even like in your day-to-day life. So yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay. And if she didn't pop the balloon, what about her did you like? What
I
about
mean,
her?
she's cool. She's cool. I mean, you know, I'm attractive. I like it. She's cool.
Okay. All right. So
That's
we
it.
still have one balloon left. So come this way. And come back this way. Do you have any questions for each other? Do you have anything you would like to ask her, or do you have anything you would like to ask him?
Let her ask me.
Okay, go ahead.
What is your faith?
My faith.
Does he need to-
Damn, that's different. I mean, well, I'm just not getting into the Christian world basically. When I'm, you know, I kind of was a little timid a little bit. I'm about to get baptized next year. I was kind of timid because it was like a boxing thing. People know me, my aura. You know
I
what I'm
had
saying?
a
They know me as
Sunday
like a
come to
saint,
Jesus
but
punch.
I'm about to change my life
Yeah.
around and get my life back to God. So, I guess I'm a Christian man.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay. And do you have any questions?
Not
A
yet.
question you'd like to ask her?
She's gonna pop. She's gonna pop it.
What's like your immediate role in like
He's
a
too
relationship?
wishy-washy. I agree.
Say
Like,
it again.
basically, like, what kind of role do you play when you're in a relationship?
So he wants to know what type
Uh-oh.
of role.
That's it.
What role do you see for a woman in a relationship?
I think to be supportive and understanding, obviously to be his peace. Yeah, that's it.
Don't say
And
submissive,
I'll
bro.
let y'all ask
Don't
one more
say
question if you have any
submissive.
final questions. Do you have a final question you'd like to
Don't
ask
say
her, or you
submissive.
have another one you would like to ask him? Okay, no more.
Pop. I'm sorry.
You said what?
I'm gonna pop.
Okay.
It's just because we're not evenly yoked. That's it. You're
Okay.
handsome. I like your energy,
Damn.
and
I like
it's
that. We're
amazing
not
that you're
evenly
focused on God.
yoked.
I say that all the time.
Awesome. Well, thank you for
That's
coming
a
out. Let's
biblical
give a
thing.
round of applause.
Need to yoke. Oh, I know what it means.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Woo!
I needs to yoke that weed.
Last two bachelors. So, if you're looking to get a match tonight, I want to love you. Fellas, don't come up here and sound all shy and stuff. You can't mess all over crazy. All right? Project. You talking to Mike. All right, man? You good? You ready? You look too serious to be on. You ready, BB?
Yes, I'm ready. We're down to our final two contestants. Next contestant, come out. Come this way. What's your name, age, what do you do, and what do you look for in a woman?
My name is Devontae. I'm 29 and I make money.
And what do you
Bye
look
bye.
for in a woman?
People in the background judging me.
Why?
They judging me.
They are?
So why you worrying about them? We talking
Well,
about
my
these.
feelings hurt.
We talking about these ladies.
How
Uh-oh.
y'all doing?
Another pop about to
I'm
happen.
excited to ask what you know. What I can see why the people pop their balloons.
Oh,
What I said
shit.
was a little off-putting.
Goodbye, buddy.
All right, what you saying?
What's your name, age, what do you do, and what do you look for in a woman?
In a woman, I look for somebody I have chemistry with. That's all.
That's a good answer. Good answer. Not for her.
Okay, so we got a few pops. Let's come to our first lady and see why she popped. Come this way. So, what's your name and why did you pop?
Because I'm white.
Hi,
I
I'm
already have
Maggie,
money.
and I just popped because you're 29, you're a little bit young. However, also you led with money, and that's like really like
See, I told
important
you.
to me. I'm not materialistic in any way, and I also make my own money. So that's why.
Oh, did I call it?
Ooh.
And if she didn't pop, is she somebody that's your type?
Maggie, I didn't lead with money. The question was, what did you do?
I believe you did, sir. Specifically.
I didn't lead with money. She asked me what I did, and she asked me my
He
age.
said I make he said I make money.
What you asked me?
If she didn't.
What'd you say, Ryan?
I said he literally said he literally was like name, serial number, and then he said, and I make money. He didn't say I'm an architect like the one dude, or he didn't name his career. He said I
Yeah,
make money.
well, that's a problem. I mean, a lot of people, I mean, some women would find that swagger pretty cool. You know, hey, I make money. Others wouldn't. You know, it's a little
I'm
immature.
confident. I'm confident you would say I'm a chemical engineer, whatever. I don't recall your profession, Stanley. I know you were Navy and
You know, I
something
make
else.
money sounds a little shady.
It does. It's like, what is your, yeah. So that's a little sus.
It's like, okay, how do you make your money?
Yeah, that's the question. But he
Hold
did
on one.
lead with it though. He said I didn't lead with it. He specifically led with it.
Okay. I'm gonna go on mute for a second and play this. I'm in the kitchen and the dishwasher's running.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And pop her balloon, is she somebody that's your type?
Yeah, I like Maggie. Maggie, cool. You like to read? Yeah, I knew that. I like Maggie.
Okay.
That's all you.
All right. Okay, so what's your name and why did you pop?
I'm Notori, and it's your mindset.
Okay. And so if she didn't pop, is she somebody that's your type?
You said Latori or Tori? Notori. Yeah, Notori cool. I can see me going somewhere in vacation and her being there, and then us just having a good time out on vacation time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can see that.
Okay. And so what's your name and why did you pop?
Ariana, yeah, when she asked you what you did, uh, you make money is cool, but I want to know your actual career.
Occupation. So yeah, let's get some more. So what are some things that you do to make this money?
Just entrepreneurship. Just have hands in different things.
And how long have you been an entrepreneur?
Since I graduated high school.
Okay, so what was your first business?
When I my very first business was selling weed. I was 16.
Okay.
My second business, it's been legit ever since. But t-shirts, investments here and there, just practical things. There's no Instagram flex on me.
Okay. And then we had another pop here. So what's your name and why did you pop?
My name is Kiera. It just your presence was loud and it was negative, to be honest. It didn't rub me right. Yeah.
Okay. And if she didn't pop her balloon, is she somebody that's your type?
Kiera? Yes.
Okay. All right. We have another pop here. So what's your name and why did you pop?
My name is Francesca, and I popped because something is off in the energy I'm getting from you. I don't know what it is, but it's not
Something is off. I love that.
I don't know what it means though. What does it mean?
I don't know. I feel like you're worried about everybody else, and you're letting them affect your vibes now, and I love the fact that your emotions show on your face all the time, but maybe more a little refined.
Okay. And if she didn't pop her balloon, is she somebody that's your type?
Francesca.
Seska, but
Francesca. Yeah, I like Francesca.
Okay.
I do. Francesca cool as hell.
Okay. So let's come back this way. We still do have one balloon, so we'll bring you up this way. Oh. No, we don't. Okay. So what's your name and why did you pop?
My name is Micah.
Micah.
Micah. I popped my balloon because it seems as though you need some healing in some areas, but I waited so late because you kind of give off this energy like you could be dangerous.
So if she didn't pop her balloon, is she somebody that was your type?
Yeah, she's one of the people like. Yeah, I know people like Mike. Like we would have to have a conversation, and then she would be like, "Oh, okay, it's one of those." Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
since we have the balloons pop, is there anything that you would like to say about yourself that maybe you didn't get to express initially, to clear some things up, how they got an impression of you?
I think it was you, Francesca, who said I'm letting others judge my change my vibe. Nah, I ain't doing that. It's just, I mean, I'm acknowledging the people that's here, and just having fun, being like nobody changed my vibe. All of y'all are very pretty, seriously, and in different circumstances, you all would be my type, and that's just a fact. Our friend.
Two comments I want to make. Number one, I'm starting to like Francesca more and more. She's kind of quirky, and I kind of like that.
Which
Plus,
one is that, Stanley? Which one is that?
she's the one in the orange pants.
Okay, the Jamaican one. She's or career,
I think she's Jamaican, but there's something about her I just like. Somehow she's just kind of different. The other thing I have to say is, this guy is the perfect example of we will blame women for, being fickle or just like all these different problems. He is the problem.
I
Okay,
would
this
agree.
bullshit game he wants to play about, oh, my name is whatever, and I make money. And he wants to be coy. He wants to be too clever by half. He wants to swagger with his little self. He wants to, it's some weird form of Black Napoleon complex. Well, this dude is the problem, and how women react to him isn't the problem. These women are reacting to assholes like him.
Well, they all say they're suspicious of him, and I get it because he's literally every one of them. He's like every one of them has been his type so far. That's what he said.
Well,
And
no,
I'm like,
that's
so
not the problem. His swagger. He wants to swagger without explaining why he has swagger. And the attitude that, hey, I am me and I make money, you don't have to ask questions, is bullshit. It's off-putting.
yeah.
And
I just thought it was interesting because
the only women that are going to fall for this shit is at the club.
Yeah.
When he buys his section or his bottles or whatever, because he's got all this money, women are going to flock to that swagger. But in the real world, where women are successful, maybe in their own right, and have a choice, he will not be their choice. And the woman that does pick him, woe betide her, and she's probably a weak woman to begin with.
Yeah.
He is the problem. He is why feminism exists. So I'm off my soapbox.
You're good.
And so, you know what I'm saying? Just like real life stuff. But yeah.
Oops, I'm sorry.
I got an ex named Kira, so I don't know about you, Kira. That's my ex name was Kira.
Well, unfortunately, we didn't get a match for you today, but we do appreciate you coming out. Let's give a round of applause.
We've also contacted the police.
Well, his business is
We're down to
probably
our
perfectly
last
legit.
bachelor. Are you
Maybe,
ready,
yeah.
ladies?
They all said they were suspicious of him,
Come on
though,
out.
basically. We're
Well, he
suspicious of
was
you.
acting kind of shady.
Yeah, he did. That's what I'm saying. Ah,
Come right here.
hold on, I gotta switch headphones. Hang
What's
on.
your name,
These stupid
Okay.
age?
fucking headphones.
What do
Give me
you
a minute.
do? And what do you look for in a woman?
Yeah, this one. Oh, all right.
And folks, I've been on my soapbox here for the past 5 minutes. I'm open for comment, but I mean exactly what I said. And for folks to get on about feminism this, feminism that, like I said, that dude is why feminism exists. Acting all shady and shit.
Okay.
Come this way a little bit.
All right. So my name is Eric. My age is 39. And what do? I have my own business, trucking company, and I'm revamping it for brokering. So I was doing the trucking side. It's not doing so great out there right now. So we're moving it over.
Okay.
All right.
And what do you look for in a woman?
Stanley, you hear me?
Spiritual,
Stanley.
intellectual conversation, and
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, cool. Okay, good. All right, I'm hooked up.
Hold on one second.
Got to do that,
I'm going to rewind this because there's something he
So,
said.
and intellectual. So we're moving it over. Doing the trucking side, for brokering. So I was doing the trucking.
So, do you have any idea? And maybe I'll have to ask HB. What does he mean brokering? He has a trucking business and he's revamping it for brokering. Does that mean rental?
Okay, so what he's doing is this. So the shipper. So if I'm Walmart, Walmart has their own in-house trucks, but like let's say I'm a company that just ships products.
Yeah.
I can if I don't have my own in-house trucks, I call a broker, and then the broker has all these independent truckers that the broker calls, right?
Interesting.
So and then like A. Dewey Powell has there's two things. A. Dewey Powell has their own trucks and their own trucking company, right? But then all your independents that are owner operators of the truck work through the broker network. So the brokers then will call out the brokers basically say to all the independent owner operators, hey, I got a load going from Pittsburgh to Florida. Who wants to take it? And then there might be 10 different owner operators that say, I'll do it for 800. I'll do it for 700. I'll do it for 600. And then the broker puts a markup on it. So that's basically how that works. So he's trying to move from trucker or trucking into broker, where he just essentially is a middleman that then has, you know what I mean? That's what this dude's trying
Let
to
me
do.
ask you a question. Now, if you own a company and you create a brokerage, do you have to sever yourself from your own trucking business? How do you not choose your trucking business over all others?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'd imagine you can't do both. You know what I mean? Like if I'm a trucker, but most of the time the brokerage are for non. So if I'm a trucking company, I usually run the same route. I'm going Chicago to Texas every day, 8 times a day with 8 truck drivers, right? Whereas the broker is more like, hey, I got a delivery going into Miami. It's got to be on a flatbed. It's got to have a refrigeration unit because it's produce, right?
Gotcha.
Or I'm going into a highly congested area in DC I'm taking a hazmat. So it's more like specialized stuff like that,
I
and
got
that's it. So you don't have a shipper that every single week is going to DC with hazmats to 7-story building that has to be loaded at 3 o'clock.
Mhm.
So the broker is more dealing with like ad hoc type orders, custom orders. So,
Got
but I don't think they do the same, because if you're a shipper, you're not taking these oddball routes. You don't have time to fool with that. You're just focused on logistics and shipping, you know?
I got you.
So that's the difference, if you follow. So,
No, I
but
got it. Because I
yeah,
used to work in distribution. I understand a little bit of trucking.
yeah, one's like customized in a sense, a customized parts versus the same part coming off the line every time, you know?
Gotcha.
So, yeah. Anyway,
So it's not doing so great out there right now. So we moving it over.
And what do you look for in a woman?
Spiritual, intellectual conversation, and she got to be a freak.
Oh,
you're not. Oh,
Gotta
pop,
do
pop,
that,
pop, pop.
Come this way a little bit more.
Maybe a little.
Oh, nice. Phew, dude, don't roll the dice like that. Just don't say things like that.
What did he say? So I heard him say, she's got to be pretty.
She needs to be a freak.
Oh, is that what he said?
That's what he said. She needs to be a freak. Man, just keep it cool right now, buddy. They're getting to know you. Keep it cool.
You know what, though? Maybe if that's so important to him, broadcasting it now will screen out some folks.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Now it's going to be interesting to see who doesn't pop after that comment.
Yeah, no joke.
So we don't have any
Nobody's
pops.
popped.
So just based off of
They're
first
all
impression, if you
freaks.
had to pop one,
Wow.
who would you pop? And do you have a pick?
You're not holding a balloon?
Oh.
Okay, so I'll put first impression. Who would you pop if you had to pop one?
Oh no, that poor white woman.
If you had
What?
Okay,
You know what?
Okay,
Do you have a theory as to why one of these things is not like the other in several different ways? Why would they put her in this lineup?
I don't know, but I'll tell you right now, he's an idiot if he doesn't pop her immediately. Because
Well,
look,
no, he's going to, but the thing is you know me, I'm kind of I'm won't say I'm an empath, but it's obvious that she's going to be popped almost every time. Why would they do that to her? Why would she do that to herself, for that matter?
I don't. Who knows? I don't know. But I do think, just strategically, you got to pop her out of the gate, because the other girls are like, okay, you have strategically, right? So like, if she's still in play,
she's not a match.
Well, just meaning, so if you don't, all these other girls are up there, right? So there's this white woman on the end. You pop her and eliminate her, and that way they're all like, go ahead.
Hold on. Let's get this straight. If she were a young white woman who was in the age range and looked pretty decent, she'd be in play just fine. The woman is 52 and looks 62.
Oh shit, she's that old? Oh, well, you got to pop her based on that.
Yes. But, you didn't know?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, she is nowhere. She's like 20 years older than most of the women on the panel.
She's like a grandmom and shit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why she's even that. She's not even 42. She's 50.
She's just like she says she ends up on Pop the Balloon. What the hell? 52. She should. Isn't there a senior version? She should be on that.
Right. And I'm saying, when they put this lineup together, unless it was like a walk-up, like, hey, who's going to volunteer for the line?
Yeah.
It was better planned than that, but maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
So she's been the first popped in every round except for one, and she popped herself because the guy was so young.
I don't get it.
So
it's got to be one. Got to be
I was
one.
hoping you did.
Pop two.
Okay.
Ooh. She is she is a dog too.
You say you picked three, so pop two.
Well, I'm going to hop on the 52 first.
Woo. Okay, come this way. Okay, well let's see why they pop. Okay, so what's your
Francesca,
name and why
why
did you
did
pop?
you pop?
My name is Micah. Okay. And the reason why I
Why did
popped
he
is because
pop?
I can clearly see that your interest is in the host and none of us.
Oh,
Ooh,
So if
yeah,
she
bad
didn't pop
play.
her balloon, is she
oh,
somebody that's your type?
I mean, technically, yeah, but I
technically.
mean, I'll be honest. I think she's telling the truth.
Okay.
She's like, hold on.
Okay, so what's
He
your
said
name and why
free.
did you pop?
Mm.
I'm Notori,
Nice to meet
and
you.
nice to meet you. And I was just
She's gonna
honestly just
take her home a black
calling
man.
to hear you out.
Right.
And if
Mm-mm-mm.
she didn't pop her balloon, is she somebody that's your type?
I mean, you never know. You know, I keep it 100. It's like you can't judge a book by its cover, so you never really know. You never really know.
Okay. And what's your name and why did you pop?
Ariana. I mean, if you're interested in PB, then I'm gonna let her, get. But that was like a turn off because we here for you. But yeah.
So if she didn't pop her balloon, is she your type?
Yeah, I mean, she's beautiful and all of that, but it's more about it's the inside and the outside, so it's both. It's both.
Oh my God.
Keep it 100.
Okay. And what's your name and why did you pop?
So he actually popped mine.
Okay. Okay, he did. Okay, so why did you pop her balloon?
Well, she was pretty and caught my eye. And you said to pop a balloon, so
Okay, so if he didn't pop your balloon, is he somebody that you would allow to approach you or
I'd be
entertain?
open to it, but after hearing him, today, I don't know if it's gonna be a good match.
okay.
Okay. And what's your name and why did you pop?
My name is Kiera. The reason why I popped is because of your necklace.
Oh.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just the spiritual meaning behind it. I'm not in agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And
What
if
is the
she didn't
spiritual
pop,
meaning
is she
behind
somebody
it?
that's your type?
You never know. That's
I'm not
I really
sure.
can't judge on it.
Okay, so you're not just going surface deep. You like to
Right,
build.
yeah.
Okay, so come back this way. We do have one more balloon, so come
Right.
this way.
Hey, how you doing?
Come right
Oh
here.
shit.
And do you have any questions for each other? Do you have a question you would like to ask her? Do you have a question you would like to ask him?
Okay.
You have a
Oh,
question?
I have many questions.
Go ahead.
All right, ladies first.
Hi, I'm
Any
Maggie,
question.
and well, I'm 52. Nice to meet you. I'm 52 years old. What is your spirituality, and can you tell me a little bit more about how you practice that on a daily basis?
Great question.
All right. So I do a lot of meditation. I read the scriptures regularly. So I am Christian. I do believe in Christ, and I'm like serious when it comes to deeper research and whatnot. So it's kind of how I do what I do. And it's a little bit. I mean, it's more than that. I mean, there's a little bit more to like you know things about the matrix. So we do live in a matrix, which is legit, and
Hmm.
because of frequency and it being a real legitimate thing, along with having faith, all of the data that you put into the matrix is going to be executed. So if you have faith that it will be so, it is so through Christ. So it is what it is. Facts.
And do you have any questions that you would like to ask
Crazy
him?
talk.
Okay. If you could, okay, spirit, I'm going to flip the question back at you. All right. What is it for you?
Great question. I subscribe to that actually. On a daily basis, I wake up with gratitude. I pray every day. I do. I believe in the God of my understanding. I'm metaphysical. I'm very spiritual. It comes first, 100% before anything and everything. So.
Something's
And
inside
I'll let
her
y'all ask
or about to
one
be.
final question if y'all have any other questions you'd like to ask each other. Do you have one more you'd like to ask?
Okay. So I had a deeper question.
Uh
I'm just gonna
oh.
go for it. right? Okay, so you have a lot of people who are like in the
Do you
church,
believe
and then
the
you
earth
have
is
people
flat?
who are outside the church. All of a sudden, the people inside the church seem to have God's blessing, right? And have grown spiritually to a certain to an extent to where this is church. This is where we're at
Oh my
because it's on
God.
the inside, right?
Why do we have to
So if
suffer
you
to
have one on the
get me
outside and
talk
then those who are in the church
I
on
agree.
the
I agree,
inside,
Stanley. What the fuck is he talking about?
who and they both testify to the Christ, what
God?
who would we be if it were under a construct or a spirit? Like,
Oh,
God is within me. I have a personal relationship with God.
okay.
oh
So
shit. Let's
so I
go.
don't know if you ever heard of like two witnesses. So you had two witnesses, right?
What?
That at the
What
end
on
time,
earth?
you
I
have
just don't.
people.
Okay.
What I truly believe is that the Great Awakening would have pulled people in who with Christ-like mind and potential, and they would be under the construct or under the spirit of
Oh,
Elijah,
buddy, is
and
that
then those who are
it's
in the
not
church are
a
supposed to
light
be
that we
doing
can
just
see?
so. But there's ups and downs in that. But I would consider them to
It's
be
an
more like
invisible
the
light.
spirit of Moses, and that's why I was
You
saying
know
the spirit
how
of Moses.
you
Like
know
if
how
you
the
look at it that way,
spectrum,
you know what I'm
you know,
saying?
there's
And
a
it goes even deeper. Like if you really want to
It's
look
just
at it
shocking.
deeper, I mean, you got
This
you
is a
got
dating
Christ,
show,
and
buddy.
he
It's a
was
dating
counted with the
show.
lawless ones.
Listen to this shit.
Now I'll leave it there.
Okay,
It's almost like
so
how
based
to
off
how
of
to
what you
turn
heard,
off.
are you keeping your balloon or are you popping it? Do we have a match? Or so do we have a match here?
oh
Are you
shit.
gonna pop? Are you keeping?
Okay, so what does
Wait, do I hear
actually
sympathy
mean?
for
Like
the
when?
devil
That means
playing in
it's
the
not a
background?
match. So if
Okay,
you
right,
want the
right.
match, then it's no pop.
Okay, okay.
Are you a Rolling
Um,
Stones fan by any chance?
Who, me? Yeah.
yeah,
Love
sure.
them.
Ooh, we
No, I'm
have a
asking.
match.
No. I get you. Love them.
So y'all can go off
What the
together
fuck?
this way.
Oh shit. Ooh, ooh.
This has been the first episode of Pretty Boss TV Pop.
Well, a couple things. 52 is not old, middle aged. Okay. If you say
It's too old for this show, obviously.
for this show, it's a little old.
Yeah.
There was another comment. He got his sugar mama. That is the truth. What was the other comment? Oh, Kelvin. There was a comment that you made. You're saying that older white women are equivalent to young black women. You definitely need to elaborate on that. Older white women are equivalent to younger black women. Please elaborate. I don't even, that doesn't even compute. Let's see here. So let's see. All their something with sandpaper mode listening to that. White girl don't care. She wanted her some dark chocolate. Uh yeah, I don't know that I disagree with that. She was gonna get her man one way or the other. There was something. Oh, this is our Let's Pop the Balloon. Let me make sure. I think I put that in the Slack already. There was something that I wanted to look at right. I've been getting this CNN thing, like a morning newsletter thing. It's just 5 things, CNN. It's a thing, and I figured I'd pop this in here right quick. There's something I'm going to cover deeper, but let's see. To grocery prices. The cost of grocery store items in November was a bit more painful than they have been for a while. Americans paid 22% more for groceries last month compared to when Donald Trump left office in January 2021, according to the latest consumer price index released earlier this week. And compared to February 2020, before the pandemic, Americans paid 27% more for groceries in November. President-elect on Thursday said Americans are going to be affording their groceries very soon. Be affording their groceries very soon. Also admitted it might be very hard to achieve. Even if Trump helps improve supply chain issues, analysts say, other policies he's pledged to enact, including broad-based tariffs and mass deportations of migrants who entered the country illegally, risk raising food prices substantially. Any comment on that?
Well, that's the trade-off. Like, number one, the biggest problem, Stanley, with our current politic is these presidents promise too much stuff coming into office, and that's just reality.
Right.
So, are groceries going to go down? Yeah, they will when the Ukrainians are able to produce fertilizer, because they're the number one producer in the world,
right?
Which drove up prices. Okay, that had a huge impact on prices. So, do I think groceries are going to come down by 20%? No, absolutely not, unless you create more competition. And how's he going to do that in a year or 2 months or 3 months? You got to create more producers, more people competing for price. That's how you do it. And how's he going to do that in a year? You know what I mean? It doesn't happen.
Well, I don't know. That's going to be interesting, and
it's just a bigger issue. And I'll tell you what. This is why people hate. Every president leaves office almost in disgrace with hugely unpopular ratings because they come in promising the world and they can't deliver. They just can't. I mean, unless you have total majority, you can't deliver.
Well, he does have. Whoa! He does have total majority.
I mean, including filibuster. Like, they can still stop everything with filibuster, right?
You know what? The filibuster is but a thing.
It's they can kill a lot of stuff, and then he has to resort to the worst thing.
But will they kill? And you know what? No other president like Biden has had the filibuster.
They've all had it. This is bigger than Trump.
So
I'm speaking much bigger than Trump here.
Well, hold on. Let me finish my point. My point is Obama had a filibuster. Nobody said, oh, well, he didn't accomplish this because of the filibuster. I've yet to hear any MAGA rhetoric that factored in the filibuster for Biden or any other president, Bush, president.
Well, I will be the first to tell you that.
The bottom line is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If the filibuster didn't affect Obama policy in questions like why did he do more for Black people, well, the filibuster is not going to work as an excuse for the upcoming Trump administration.
And listen, you're speaking to MAGA, and I'm speaking. I said all the presidents that come in, right?
I'm speaking in
Clinton,
general.
Obama, yeah.
All of them to be the party that's coming in, but Trump specifically, I won't accept filibuster as an excuse why he can't get things done. He didn't allow excuse for any other president.
Well, he's not going to get any. He's going to get some of it done by executive order. He'll get a few things passed, but all he's promised, no. But what I'm speaking about,
gas prices will not go down. It's a world market. Trump does not affect gas prices.
There's.
That's another lie.
He can drive them down with oil futures if he does it correctly, which is questionable. So in
Why
other words,
why would an executive branch be dealing in oil futures?
so what I mean by that is this: if Trump trumpets American production, and so what happens is when we start talking production, the world market typically reacts by saying we got to keep the Americans out. They'll start cutting numbers, so it's not really as profitable for us to get into it. Because Exxon, they're not going to produce more and more and more if they're going to make less and less and less, right? So he can pump up a lot of rhetoric and push prices down to a degree. Part of the reason Biden got hammered, and it was a bad play on his part, but it is what it is. But and I'm not being critical of him, but like when he said we're going green, people that are in the oil business go, well, they can't do it now. Let's fucking sell more and raise the price, you know? So you can mess around with oil futures that'll impact the price, but
Yeah, well,
without affecting supply, just
saying,
with rhetoric and bullshit.
Basically what you're saying is it's a rhetorical control, and that is pretty much ether.
I mean, part of the problem with Trump's argument is this, Dan. Part of the problem with his argument
is
stupid
going
people
to control oil prices with his breath.
No, listen, part of the problem is this, right? And this is what a lot of people are not understanding. So when Trump talks about saving the country with oil, the problem is if we start making more and more and more, we drive the price further down, it's less profitable, right? It's less money in it as you make more and more and more.
Oh
So,
yeah,
you see,
absolutely. He's
so-
not. It's like empty.
So it's stupid.
Is basically
Yeah, so-
so when
I know.
When I see people in the chat like we need lower diesel prices and all this bullshit, yeah, we need a lot more than lower diesel prices.
But in that same regard, what'll happen is when we start talking production, right? Basically OPEC goes, because below a price point, and I want to say it's about $50 a barrel if I remember. Below that, Exxon don't make money. None of these oil companies make money because it's too cheap. So what the Saudis and these other countries do is they go, okay, they know that, so they lower the price for a while to keep us out, right? They just cut the number. So that'll drive prices down to a degree to keep us out. And then once we say we're not in it anymore, like we're not drilling as much, then they raise the number back up, right? It's a little cat and mouse game. So he can affect it some, but it's not going to go to $1.50 by any means. The only reason it was so cheap when he was in office was because of COVID and we weren't moving anything. That's why. So Trump's overpromised, he'll underdeliver. And this is a problem with all the presidents for the last fucking 30 years. They promise 400 things, Democrat or Republican. They have to get elected, and then they underdeliver. And that's why people are so unhappy with our presidents overall. They leave office in shame, most of them, you know?
Daughters of Assassins, let's read your message. First was Bitchy Witchy, then was Mackenzie Carter, something, then Jewel Aquarius, then Roller Skater, then Texas Girl, now Helen. Can you string all those names together? Is there a point you're trying to make there, eclectic?
Maybe this is all her aliases, perhaps?
No, I think I know where she's going, but I want her to be very specific about it. They all block, unblock, and unblock repeatedly. What? Okay, they don't control who's blocked in the chat, eclectic. And 12th man, what was your point? The key is bringing the price of energy down. That's what ultimately brings the... No, actually, there's more than one thing that controls the price of groceries. The one-dimensional thinking is is the problem. So anyway, I thought that grocery store, that grocery price point was interesting.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of. I mean, he can do it by talking shit, basically, and that's what he did with NATO, right? I mean, Trump does get that part by. You can get results by threatening, because then other people base decisions on it, but they're not going to be long term. So by like threatening NATO, hey, we're not going to help you unless you spend
Okay,
enough money.
let me ask you a question on that point. Okay,
Yeah.
threatening NATO is easily intimidated. Okay,
Yes, they
they
are.
need the United States. What
Yes.
that same sort of threatening does not work on an Exxon. It does not work on a United States. It doesn't work on the United States. Okay, we elect presidents and we de-elect presidents. Sometimes the strong rhetoric can boomerang.
It can have a negative or a positive effect, depending. But the thing with Exxon is he's got to threaten to overproduce, basically, to get the world to overproduce, right? Like, if they overproduce, we won't, like, if Exxon's not going to make money, they're not going to drill more wells, right? If the price is below a certain price point, they will not try to produce more, right? Because it's not profitable.
Right. Well, the
So
other issue is America doesn't produce a whole lot of the right type of oil that can be refined into gasoline and other, like, actual products that affect the gas pump. We don't even produce that type of oil.
yeah, you need light sweet crude. We do produce it and we do refine it, but Russia's actually got great gas grade oil. Ours is plastic grade and etc.
Right. And my point being is that I think the Ukraine stuff, the Ukraine-Russia stuff is affecting oil prices more than how much the U.S. produces.
Well, that's in play. And what he can do too is push natural gas hard. But the thing about all this is it takes time. Like, it takes time and time and time. Like, to get online with an oil well, it doesn't just happen in a day.
Right.
So, but by threatening and saying we're going to do this, this, and this, other people react and go, okay, we want to keep the U.S. out of this shit. Which, by the way, we're not out of oil. We are currently making more oil than we've ever made in our history of our country today. More barrels are produced today. All these Republicans say, oh, he cut off oil. He did not cut off oil. Biden is making more. Biden doesn't want the environmental movement to know, but he's making more oil than we ever have by barrel. You can look it up.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
That's
right.
the facts.
Now,
so when they say that bullshit,
what exactly is Brent crude? I have no idea what that is.
It's just different grades of oil. You have light sweet crude, Brent crude. There's different
is
grades.
Brent crude the type of crude you produce gas and diesel with? Aviation fuel?
I think that's light sweet crude, but I could be wrong. I'm not an oil guy. But there's different grades. Like, we make a lot of plastics grade oil. What we can do, though, to affect oil too is hit natural gas hard, because that would help. Oil goes into energy, which is, obviously to heat and do everything else. If you hit natural gas, crank up that system, you can push prices on that too, right? So,
and producing gas has problems in and of itself. And the other thing I also thought is we were getting exporting a lot of natural gas to Europe.
Yeah, well, we backed off on it. The environmental movement was able to really pull back on it. But the thing is he could open. That would be the biggest thing he could do to push prices, would be natural gas, because shale and all that kind of shit. Like, he can get going on that again, and that'll push prices down with just general fuel, not gasoline, but fuel. So
right.
but it will push gas prices down but natural gas will have more effect because it's not, the gasoline's not going into everything else, the type of crude, you know what I mean?
Right.
So natural gas, the whole shale and all that bullshit would help a lot. So, but anyway, but yeah, people think Biden killed the whole industry. I'm like, no, well, we're making more than we ever have. Biden didn't really publicize that because it hurt him politically. But he did, in the beginning, he definitely slowed down stuff for sure, right? But ultimately, he allowed that one in Alaska to go, and he did. We're making more than we've ever made. So even though that he don't like saying it, and the Republicans like saying the opposite, you know what I mean? So because for politically, the environmental lunatics would be mad at him, which is hilarious too. So in and of itself, but you got dudes trying to get reelected. He can't even say I'm making more oil than ever because the environmental lobby will kill him. Like, it's kind of nuts. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? It's a trade-off. As it turns out, it might have helped.
What, to get him elected? I think it got him kicked.
Knowing that he had produced more oil than Trump did might have helped.
Well, then he's going to lose your most progressive environmental nut jobs.
Okay, as it turns out, and this is, hindsight is 2020. As it turns out, he lost him anyway.
He did. He lost him over Palestine, by the way.
Exactly. So they weren't going to be here.
Crazy. That's the biggest thing about this. If the Democrats would just learn that the campus is not where they're going to win, right? They would win every fucking election.
Well, I don't think it was just the campus that was, supporting Palestine. Remember Michigan? They were they were kind of annoyed.
The Muslim vote.
Yeah, and they don't live on a college campus.
I think though, if you disavow the most deep issues with the campus people, which are, the Palestinian thing was a big deal, the environmental thing's a huge deal, all that bullshit, I think everyone would, even Bill Maher is like, look, they've gone pretty far progressive.
And Bill Maher was absolutely wrong. As a matter of fact, Kamala pretty much distanced herself from.
She tried to.
So
yeah.
Anyway,
I don't know. You think his takes are that wrong on that?
Bill Maher?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even watch him anymore.
Carville's were similar, man. Carville's were pretty close to what Maher was saying.
Yeah, and you know what? I like Carville for sentimental reasons.
Yeah.
And I don't dislike Bill Maher, but I also think that Bill Maher, the older they get, the crankier they get, and sometimes, and I'm living proof of that. Sometimes old men can be out of touch. It's a lot of how it was, and I fall risk to that myself.
I don't know, man. I could kind of see what he was saying.
Yeah, but Bill Maher has a lot of bad takes too.
I'm an independent, right? And I see a lot of the Democrats having gone insane. And I'll be honest, I don't think Biden and Kamala were as progressive ideologically than the Democratic.
They weren't even a little bit progressive.
Yeah, so it was weird but the Republicans could peg them as that, and then they didn't really say we're not.
Most MAGA see anything left of Trump as communist.
I don't.
Oh, they do.
There's a lot of look. Let me say this.
People think I'm progressive.
There's a lot of independents that saw some of the shit with. The trans shit, like a lot of independents were like, this is getting kind of crazy here.
Well, what independents don't understand is that you can be independent and still be MAGA. In my opinion, if you vote for Trump, you are MAGA. You might be your party, or you may register as an independent, but voting for a Trump agenda
I
makes
mean,
you.
do you think I'm MAGA? Me?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do.
Get the fuck. I mean, really? You think I'm MAGA?
Yeah, really.
Like a flat earther and
If
shit?
if you think Biden was even remotely progressive, yeah.
I think the paying back of the college loans was highly, highly progressive.
But that's not. No, it's not highly progressive. Believe me, there are some MAGA people who would appreciate that.
I'm with you, but I think that a lot of Biden's positions in the end were very progressive, more progressive than he was
What
traditionally.
he's trying to do is not so much be progressive as much as attract young voters.
Well, which he assumes are progressive.
I assume he thinks if he gives them something like loan forgiveness, they'll vote for him.
I don't know, man. I mean, that's definitely a left-wing idea. I mean, for sure.
Oh,
It's
is it left wing?
It's progressive as hell. I mean, I thought that was a very progressive thing to do. I mean, and I don't mean like progressive good. I mean progressive lunacy.
I don't think forgiving loans is progressive. Do you think bankruptcy? Do you think bankruptcy is a progressive idea? And it may be like a 1920s progressive idea.
I think it shouldn't be allowed. I think I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it allows you to lie.
You're a Ryanist.
I'm a very independent thinker. I don't try to get in line with these idiots. Either party. I think either party's full of bullshit. And yeah, I mean, frankly, if I take out a loan and I don't pay it back, then it's a shame. I should feel shame for that. It shouldn't be a business strategy. And it's kind of like breaking my word. You know, I'm gonna pay this back. In my personal life, if I borrow anything, I'll give it back to you. And I'll find you to give it back to you. I'll find you. If you're not home, I'll find you. I don't expect people borrow shit from me and go, oh, it's at my house. Come get it. I'm like, motherfucker, get in your fucking car and drive it here, bitch. I loaned it to you. You know what I'm saying? So I hate when people owe me money. I can't stand it. It infuriates me. So I don't know. I think you pay your debts because it's your word, you know?
Right.
Now, if medical shit happens and you are, you know, like catastrophic shit, but like people were claimed bankruptcy 3 times. Really? That's ridiculous.
Trump did.
I'm with you. I don't. Yeah. So I mean,
it 3 times. Wasn't it like 5 or 6 times?
Well, I think he claimed company bankruptcy. I don't think he ever claimed personal bankruptcy.
Oh, right.
Not that it's much different. It's still a lie. I mean, you know, it's still a lie. I don't agree with lying. So, but and the thing is, you should feel shame unless something happens like beyond your control, like where you end up deathly ill, or you know, or you your house burns down. It can't just be because you fucking put too much on your credit card going out to eat and shit, you know?
Right.
I mean, I think you should feel some shame for that, you know? Oh, I mismanaged my money. I want to claim bankruptcy. No, no, I'm sorry, you know? So, yeah, I don't agree with it.
Let's go ahead and pop. This is the good vintage of Pop the Balloon.
Good. Rock and roll.
First and foremost, shout out to YouTube Premium for sponsoring this video. Treat yourself to YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium has been
Premium,
improving
baby.
my personal YouTube experience quite a ton. YouTube Premium has no interruptions, so you can keep playing all the videos that you love, such as the one you're watching now, Pop the Balloon.
Okay, so what do you think of this?
What do you mean? What do I think of what?
She is
This girl?
This is literally. She's got to be paid by YouTube right now.
Oh, okay, got it.
She's advertising YouTube Premium.
Yeah. Okay, so
They are
so
going big time.
yeah, I got you. So there's enough popularity she's got enough views with this the platform. She must have the platform patented somehow, right? I mean, how they have it in other countries without her getting royalties on it?
Well, it's a lot of those are appearing under her name though. So I don't know, maybe she is.
She must have some rights to it. Or I mean, why couldn't I just make one myself, you know?
Well,
she must have some kind of rights.
All I have to say is apparently YouTube considers her the face of Pop the Balloon. I'm proud of her. I think it's awesome. She's literally advertising YouTube Premium.
Actually, beyond that, Stanley, if other people make these, they probably have to get her permission from YouTube, because it's really YouTube's property, I think, at that point, right?
I don't know, but I'm impressed. I wonder how much she's making.
That's a smart play. She's smart. Well, and her husband's smart, so you know, good. Make the money.
I am very impressed. And by the way, I have YouTube Premium because I hate commercials.
Listen, me too. I ain't watching commercials. Hell with that.
And you can keep.
And you know what? I'm thinking she's cuter and cuter for all this money she's making.
All your videos playing in the background, even when you're off, or you're doing other things.
Good.
You know, maybe you're texting your friend, you're surfing the web, whatever else it is you're doing on your phone, your video will keep playing in the background. You get to also download videos to watch offline anywhere. So that's obviously a great feature to have on the plane. I have a toddler, so I know when I'm traveling with her, I'm going to download all the videos she loves to watch so that she is good and ready to go on the plane. And you can also watch all your videos ad-free. That's obviously great in general. You don't have to sit there and look at the little time clock and be like, okay, when can I click skip ad? All your videos are going to be ad-free. I know this sounds great, so want to try it out? Well, I've got a special link for a 2-month free trial of YouTube Premium. That's right, 2 months. So go ahead and check it out in the description below. Hello, everyone, and welcome.
Will you marry me?
Welcome back to my channel. It's your host, Arlette, and we are here with another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love. And we've got some single men lined up. Make some noise, guys. All right. So we're going to be bringing out some single ladies one by one. If she comes around this corner and you like what you see, you like what you hear, do not pop your balloon. However, if there's anything that's said that you're like, whoa, that's a red flag, or nope, she's just not for me, go ahead and pop your balloon, and then I'll go over to you and see why you ended up popping. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay. So with that being said, let's go ahead and bring out our first single lady. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
My name is Valencia, or V for short.
Okay,
Yeah.
Valencia, how old are you?
I'm 23.
And what do you do?
I'm a former teacher and I'm a nanny.
Oh, all right. And now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
I love journaling, painting, being by nature, like water and the beach, and going for adventures like around cities and things like that.
Okay.
Trying out new foods. Yeah. Not much fun. Yeah.
All right. Now, what are some things you look for in a man?
I really like someone who is emotionally intelligent, someone who is very great with communication, kind, patient. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Deal breakers. Inconsistency. Short temper. And also just lack of emotional, intelligence, and also doesn't take mental health seriously. So that's also deal breaker.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, so
Let's
Valencia,
take it
we
into
don't
a
have any pop
serious-
balloons, so that means I'm gonna actually switch it on over to you. So let me hand you a pick.
Okay.
There you go. And since there are quite a few guys here, go ahead and pop 3 balloons.
Okay.
Whoever doesn't really fit your type, whatever it is, go
Think
ahead and pop
she's
those
gonna
3.
trip over that dress.
I was gonna say it's a little, it's a
Okay, 2
little
more.
much, a little much.
And 1 more.
This is harder than it looks. Okay. Um,
Oh my lord.
um,
Okay, yeah. You,
all right.
A lot
You
of
are
drama.
cute. I'm sorry.
Okay, you can stay right there. Let's start over here. Come this way.
Oh, this way.
Go
Okay.
ahead. Okay, let's go ahead and start with your name and age.
I'm Felix, and I'm 26 years old.
And Felix, what do you do?
Well, I'm a political canvasser, so I go around different states and canvas about different campaigns.
Nice. And so, why was your balloon unpopped?
Well, I found out she's very attractive. She's beautiful,
Thank
and she's sexy.
All right. So I saw it was really tough, but why did we end up popping his balloon?
It sounds so petty. Okay. But like I don't know, the green was clashing with the red with your outfit.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
But you yourself are very handsome. So.
What's up, Antoine?
I mean, it could the red would have matched with me without the jacket.
Yep,
Yeah.
23.
All right, and we did pop one back here. Come on
Okay.
over. Come on. Stand
All
over
right.
here. And let's go
Hello.
ahead and start with your name and age.
My name's Antoine. I'm 30.
Antoine, what do you do?
Antoine,
I'm
is
working
that
for
you?
humanitarian aid, and I'm an entrepreneur.
Nice. And why was your balloon
Who?
unpopped?
One of
Antoine.
the big things that called me, she said she was looking for someone who's kind and she likes nature.
Who's Antoine? Who's Antoine?
Antoine's one of our gang.
Is it?
She is
It
ridiculous.
can't be.
Antoine, why do you say
It
she's
can't be.
ridiculous? Were you there? I'm just joking.
Oh, I thought you were serious for a minute. I'm like,
No,
huh?
his
Oh,
name
shit.
is Antoine's name is Antoine. This guy on the
Yeah,
show.
yeah, okay. I got you. I feel you.
I'm making an Antoine joke.
I got you. I got you.
I bet he wishes he was there.
Working with schools. I used to work at a community college, so mentoring the youth is something I think is a great quality. And she's beautiful, so got you.
All right. And so, why did we end up popping his balloon?
I don't know. There wasn't anything specific. I think probably maybe the earrings. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I would love
And
to
then we had
know
one more
you.
pop here. Your name and age.
Josh, 26.
Josh, what do you do?
I'm a financial
Fucking
analyst.
people.
And why was your balloon unpopped?
Nothing.
I like her style.
Nothing
I like how
specific.
she
I'm just
dress,
kind of a
and,
bitch
I like her
like
answer about
that.
being emotionally intelligent. So yeah.
You know what I mean?
And why'd you end up popping his?
I think more so it was probably the height for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how tall are you?
Okay.
I've seen him.
5'6".
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
5'3".
But like, I like wearing heels sometimes. So
feel you.
yeah.
No problem. Thank you. And we did get a pop over here.
Okay.
Let's have your name and age.
My name is EJ, and I'm 26.
EJ, what do you do?
I'm a valet manager, and I'm also a professional videographer and photographer.
Okay. So why'd you end up popping your balloon?
She's very attractive. The only thing I didn't like was the hair, but other than that, everything else was good about you. But that was the only thing that.
Nice.
Okay.
I like it.
Is he someone that's
Getting
your
your
type?
fucking ass. I like it.
Yeah, I would say so. Your ears are very cute. They kind of remind me of cartoons. But yeah.
Hey, hold it. You know
Shit,
what?
They're start
You know
fucking
what?
fucking with each other.
Now, she's literally wearing a fucking possum on her head, and she's talking about somebody's ears?
That's funny.
The hell?
That's funny. No, they're just starting to crack on each other, Stanley. This is hilarious.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're going to crack, don't be cracking on somebody's ears. That's
Yeah.
natural to his head.
Yeah, I'm
Unlike
with you.
your hair.
Yeah. I
That
don't disagree
hair
with you,
is
buddy.
artificial. My fucking ears are real.
Yeah, no shit. Mm.
And he should have been quick enough to say that. You put her in her place.
Don't let her give you no bullshit, huh?
He is the problem, not her.
Thank you. All right, let's head this way. Let's head on back. So we do have 4 balloons left unpopped. Go ahead and ask these guys a question to help you narrow it down.
Okay. All right. What do you guys do in terms of taking care of yourself, like to wind down and to make
And
sure?
see, this is the deal. All of them should be popping their balloon right now because she's full of shit. Every fucking single one of their balloons should be popped right now. Teach this
Yeah.
23-year-old a lesson.
She's a little snooty, isn't she?
Well, you know what? If you're keeping your balloon, just you know what? I'm not going to even go there. She's 23 and she thinks she's all that, but she's all
Yeah.
that plus a wig.
That was funny.
That you're like saying during
Also,
any amount of stress that you're going through in life.
Okay.
And
So
she's
here,
attractive.
first name and age.
You know what?
Chris, 20.
If she were like a pleasant person, maybe I could deal with the wig and we figure out how to get rid of it later. but currently I don't see much value in her.
Yeah.
Okay. And Chris, what do you do?
Well, if you've seen the last episode I was on, you'll know I smoke a lot of weed.
Okay.
So, like, I didn't want to bring that back up, but that's the question you asked. What I do
Probably
to
a
wind down. So,
bad-
yeah. That's what I do.
Probably a bad
As
lead
far
in.
as your profession,
Bad
what's your
lead in.
profession?
What?
Probably a bad lead in. So what do you do? Smoke a lot of weed. I mean, it's just probably a bad lead in. Maybe hold off on that for a bit. So,
That jacket and her wig belong together.
I work for 2 different nonprofits, and then I work at a community center with teens.
So to wind down, you said you smoke a lot of weed.
Yeah,
Just
I need
weed,
to.
huh?
Yeah, just weed.
Okay.
I don't do nothing else.
Nothing else?
I ain't doing
No.
nothing crazy now. No,
but
just weed.
no other methods? Okay. Okay, cool.
Let's go over here. Your name and age.
Ty, 25.
Okay. And what do you do?
I'm an engineer and cook for athletes on the side.
boom.
And then just to answer a
He's the
question,
guy.
what do you do? What is like to relieve stress?
For self-care.
An engineer and you cook for athletes on the side?
He's a moneymaker. That's the guy right there. She needs to. That guy right. Look, he's cooking for athletes, right? So he's a nutritionist to a degree, and he's an engineer, right? Dude, he ain't fucking around. That guy's gonna own, probably $1 million home or more one day. Maybe now. Who knows? He's your guy.
You think
He's
one
your
day
guy.
you'll be able to afford a good wig?
This.
I'm
I
gonna
mean, look, I
find this
mean,
wig.
but yeah, you don't like the wig at all. It's
Banging
obvious.
body. She has a banging body for now, but she better start working out.
Yeah. I
She's
feel you there.
23, so she's good for now. But that wig, I don't know what she's thinking. That wig, as you can tell, that wig is annoying me.
You appear to be really not liking it.
I like her, I think, minus the snarky remarks in the wig.
And I assess all my situations to
And I actually
kinda
think
see
it's
what I
the
need to
wig
do.
talking.
But I kind of just isolate a little bit to gather my thoughts, and then I bounce it off of my best friend and my mom. She's a therapist, and then depending on how severe it is, just either play video games or I might go to the gym, things like that.
Is that how he handles stress?
All right, thank you. And we got 2 more guys over here. All right, your name and age.
That's
I'm
very
Javon,
healthy. by the
25
way.
years old.
Okay. And
Very
Javon, what do
healthy.
you do?
Logistics and
What?
I said it's very healthy. He gets his stress out at the gym. Healthy, physical health. He cares about his health. Obviously, nutritionist. Like this dude's the guy. Like it's good stuff. You're supposed to get your stress out at the gym, or some people hike. Some people just do something physical. So dude sounds extremely healthy. Yeah, don't fight her. Don't go get drunk. Don't smoke a lot of weed.
That is true.
Yeah. So
What
anyway.
happens when you don't have money for the weed?
Yeah. Well, you could go to the gym or take a hike. So.
If you want to go ahead and just answer a question.
What's the question?
What do you do for self-care? Like
To wind down, I basically like to work out at the gym, read, go hiking. I like to stay active. Anything to stay active, get my mind off of it. That's what I do.
And our last guy, your name and age.
Darius, I'm 25.
And Darius, what do you do?
I work administration for mental health.
And then if you want to just go ahead and answer a question.
Well, what I like to do is I like to go hiking. I like to talk to my family. Sometimes I like to get my nails done. Try to keep myself up to par,
Get your
so I look
nails
good
done.
regardless. But you look good, by the way. I just had to let you know that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have to walk back first with you, right?
No, you don't. You
Okay.
can turn around. I don't want you to trip. All right. And then just to kind of throw the question back at you, what do you do?
All right. I really love journaling. I'm very into creative writing and just journaling for my own mental well-being. Painting. I'm really good. I don't think I'm good at painting, but I do it for therapeutic reasons. And I love being in nature, going through forest preserves, being by the lake. I live by the beach by my house in Chicago, so love being by the water. I love just going for walks and things like that. A lot of solo dates. So.
Okay. All right. Well, it is time to pop a balloon.
Okay.
Just one, whenever you're ready.
Okay. You guys look so awkward. Okay.
Wow.
I have a timer, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. All right.
She is every bit of 23.
All
Yep,
right. So
we
let's start here. Why was your balloon unpopped?
She look good. I like the glasses. I like the dress, how she's dressed up and
Thank
everything. She
you.
look good.
All right. So why do we end up popping his balloon?
I don't smoke anymore. That's why
Anymore?
anymore. No.
So is weed a problem for you then?
It's not a problem for people to smoke it,
Mhm.
but if that's the only way you like to wind down, I won't be.
I mean, that's not the only way. That's just the main way.
Oh,
And
okay.
just to wind down. I mean, I like to play basketball too. I like to work out, but
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
not
that's why
necessarily
I asked if
winding
that was the
down. Yeah.
only source. Like that's.
I thought you meant if I did any other drugs
Oh
or
no
something.
no
I'm
no
like,
no.
I don't do
No
nothing.
no no.
I ain't no
Are there any other ways? No, that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
Okay. We have 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Still ask your question.
All right. Let's see. Okay, well, I only have one more. I don't need any more questions.
No, so go ahead and ask.
Okay, so my question would be, what do you look for long term in a relationship?
Okay, let's go down to him, and then we'll come back to our popped guys.
Okay.
All right. What do you look for in a relationship long term?
Consistency, someone I can actually see myself in the long term. Because potentially I'm 25, so of course I'm gonna want kids one day and a happy family. So consistency is the key for me.
All right, we'll be back for you. Let's go on over to our pop balloon. So, why did you end up popping your balloon?
She was just a little bit too indecisive for me when she was.
One thing I want to point out, the 2 most serious guys on this panel popped their balloons, and I'm glad of that. This guy's some sort of analyst. The other guy's like some sort of engineer. They both look like serious guys, young men. And the guy in the glasses here, he popped his balloon a while ago. He seemed fairly serious. She seems flighty as hell. I think those 3 are making good decisions in this case.
Popping other people's balloons. I like to be a little bit more confident with her decisions. That's about it. But everything about her questions, her personality, even the way she looks, she's very beautiful. 10 out of 10 woman.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a very indecisive person. It's my downfall for sure.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
Yes. Yeah.
And we did get one more pop over here, right? All right. Why did we end up popping?
She lives in Chicago. I don't really do cold climates, so.
I don't either. Moving me sad.
But I live in Dallas, so it would have to be
Yeah.
us traveling back and forth,
Yeah, that
and I
makes
just don't do
sense.
cold. So
Yeah.
that was pretty much it.
So why was your balloon unpopped before then?
I think she has a good head on her shoulders, asking the right questions as far as like mental health. She seems pretty calm. She is a little indecisive, but I think that's just more so her nature. Like she's just soft. So I think this is not overwhelming, but it's something different. So I understand that. But she's nice. I think she's smart, beautiful, yeah, well spoken as well. So she's good.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Now let's go back on over to our unpop balloon over here. All right. Do you guys have any questions for one another?
Do you have kids?
No. Do you?
No.
Okay.
Do you love Jesus?
Yes.
Or
Of
I just have to
course.
make sure.
Yeah.
No, I am. Do you have kids?
No. Do you?
No.
Okay.
Do you love Jesus?
Yes.
Or
Of
I just have to
course.
make sure.
Yeah.
No, I have no more questions.
No more questions. Okay.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
Yes.
He is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Come on up here. Come
All
on up. Come
right.
on up. All right. So I'll have you still stand on this side. I'll have you stand on this side. So you guys have no final questions, right?
No. Where do you live?
Cali.
Oh. Okay.
You say you live in Chicago?
I do.
Not a problem.
Okay. Yeah. California has nice weather, so.
You like beaches?
I love beaches. Yeah. I love beaches.
All right. Well, then my final question is it a yes for you for her?
Yes.
And is it a yes for you for him?
Yes.
We got a match! I'll take the mic and you guys can go on up. Make some noise for them, guys. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
Destiny.
Destiny, how old are you?
I'm 24.
And what do you do?
Yeah, okay.
Holy
I am a entrepreneur.
Okay.
I have my own braid business
Nice.
and I am a part-time substitute.
Okay. Now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to read, exercise, volunteer in the community, and that's about it.
Okay. Now, what are some things you look for in a man?
I'm looking for a God-fearing, romantic man who knows how to listen and communicate, and
Okay.
also family-oriented.
Okay. Now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Lying and more than 2 kids.
Oh, all right. Okay, so we did get all the balloons popped, unfortunately, but let's go on over there and see why they ended up popping. Okay, let's start over here. Let's have your name and age first.
Chris, 28.
Okay, and Chris, why did you end up popping your balloon?
Like, I don't know if the toes is on purpose or not, but I just ain't really rocking with them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a black French.
See, I ain't never seen that before.
Oh.
I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
This is new for me.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
it was the toes.
Yeah, it look a little like dirt.
Oh no.
Like I ain't never seen a black French before. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Okay. So is Chris someone that's your type?
Yeah, he's handsome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on over here. All right, your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
25. Oh, Jesus. Ty, 25. My man's here. Got to the toes. I didn't get past the pants. Yeah, I can't do it. Sorry.
Okay, I understand.
What about the pants?
Just looks like a garden. Can't do it.
Okay.
Thank you. Cool. Now, is he someone that's your type?
No.
And why not?
I'd say the outfits.
Okay. What about his outfit?
I don't like the shoes and just the top, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go on over here. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Yeah, Josh, 26. You got a great smile. I like your eyebrows. It was just the fit. Yeah, it's just the fit.
That's
What's
something
wrong with
you
the
can
fit?
change.
Not only that it's like flowers, I just feel like it doesn't really match.
Okay.
But other than that, you're good. Like, yeah, it's just a fit for me.
Wow. They're
Now,
all
is he
black.
someone that's your type?
I do like the outfit. But as far as my type, no.
Okay. Why not?
I would say the hair.
His hair.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Let's go on over here. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
My name is Antoine. I'm 30. I like the pants. I don't know. I think that's a good style. Yeah, and I like the bracelets.
That's new. That I got that a lot today. So
Yeah, I think
I
it's
understand
it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's kind of risky, you know. People didn't like it, but I think it's cool. But I just popped because I seen the tattoos. I'm not sure what the name says, but it looks like it says Patrick.
What it says Patrick.
I'm not sure if that's an ex or a child or something, but just the name on tattoos is something that is
Okay.
a deal breaker for me.
Okay, I understand.
But other than that, I think you're beautiful. You're dope. I like your style.
Thank you.
All right. Now, is he someone that's your type?
Not originally.
Okay.
I do like the outfits. Oh, I'm sorry. I do like the outfit. I don't. I would say it's the face. Yeah, I don't know. It's not the initial.
No, I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Let's go over here. Your name and age.
EJ 26.
Okay. EJ, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
You're very beautiful. The only thing is just a little too big for me. You look like you would whip my ass a little bit.
Okay.
That's the only thing. But other than that, that was the only thing that threw me off.
Okay.
All right. Is he someone that's your type?
Not really.
All right. Why not?
I would say I love the outfit.
Appreciate it.
I don't really like the shoes with what you have going. I think you should put on like some loafers with that. But I like it, and I would say the ears. That's probably something I want.
She's probably right.
I'm sorry.
No, you good.
All right, thank you. Let's go here. Your name and age.
My name's Javon. I'm 25.
Okay. Why did you end up popping your balloon?
Listen, you're a very beautiful girl. It's just, I like how creative the outfit is, and I'm glad that you tried it, changed it, and really challenge yourself to a new horizon. But it doesn't go with me.
Working.
The way it's like put together is not for you.
Yeah, the way it's put together. But again,
yeah,
I'm glad you tried it.
Okay.
Keep on trying new stuff for sure, 100%.
Okay.
But this is me, so I mean, hey.
Perfect.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
He's not. No.
Okay. Why not?
I would say the teeth, and that's about it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go on over here.
Good.
Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Well, I'm Felix and I'm 26. I just popped it because she's not my type. That's just it.
Okay. What makes her not your type?
Well, there's nothing just to say. Just when I see type shit.
So you have a type, but you don't know what makes her not your type.
Right. So it's not. What I'm trying to say is that she beautiful, but it's like there's no attraction.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, is he someone
Trying
that's
to put him on the hook.
okay? Why not?
I don't like the outfit. I feel like it doesn't go. And the haircut.
What is this, a fashion show?
Thank you. All right, let's head back. Okay, well, that is all of the balloons popped, but we do thank you for coming on. Let's go ahead and give it up for her, guys. I'll take the mic. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Hello, welcome in.
Wise to
What's your
back-
name?
My name is Uche.
Uche, how old are you?
What?
I'm 23.
Uh-oh.
Okay. And Uche, what do you do?
I'm doing my master's in health information technology. I'm also a program coordinator for a health IT company.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
and Uche, what do you like to do for fun?
Bad.
Kind of like a little bit of everything. Honestly, I feel like with fun, it depends on like what you're
Yeah,
doing
we
and who
may
you're
have
doing
to
it
stop.
with.
Watch,
So
pop the balloon
I
now.
can really make anything fun. But
Okay.
just to like give an answer, I like traveling.
Why?
And
Wait,
trying out
hold-
new restaurants. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm a
same.
foodie.
This
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what are some things you like for in a man?
I like an intellectual man, the way a man
in
thinks, the
Atlanta.
way he
This is
talks,
Yeah.
like, because I like having like intellectual conversations.
Apparently.
I also like a very patient man, a man that also takes initiative. Like I don't have
Okay, well, you go ahead and comment, Kim.
I just got here, so I'm getting caught up. But
Well,
why do you
apparently,
want to start
apparently
watching?
they have a transsexual on.
Oh, that's what's happening.
Yeah, I don't get this. This happened on another version of Pop the Balloon. I don't think this is going to go over very well. I don't know that they're going to be able to do this. This is interesting.
Wait, number one, were they transparent with the men that she is a man?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
And the thing is, I don't know. Even if they briefed all the men that, hey, this is coming up, conservatives are going to have a point when they say this is being force fed, because there's no parental thing on this that I know of. This is problematic. You know, whether I agree with it or not, not everyone does. This is going to be a problem if they're not careful. They need to not do this.
Okay, I had a feeling because the voice was so deep, but I was like, maybe she's Nigerian because some Nigerian women have like really deep voices naturally. So I was like, maybe she's from Niger, but she's a man. She's a man.
I don't know. This is that is not. You know how some women will have deep voices.
Yeah.
You can always tell.
I got you. It's still
Because there's a certain deepness to the voice. I mean, even my voice tends to be a little high sometimes, but you can tell it's a man's voice.
Stanley, your voice is only high because you be screaming on people. That's it. Wow.
But what I'm saying is, this is not. She's not pulling it off.
I want to see if the men are aware. So I think we should continue
Well,
watching.
all of them pop their balloon.
Oh.
There's not a balloon that exists right now.
Why would they even do this?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
Sheesh.
And it doesn't matter if they briefed it or not. They should not be doing this.
I agree with you.
Because it you know, there are people who will go, well, hey, if it's happening, you know, here, you know, this is an agenda. And, you know, if MAGA or conservatives or whoever says, hey, there's an agenda here, even though I'm not a MAGA person, I have no choice but to agree with them, as much as it hurts.
And you know that's what we're gonna say.
Well,
that's what we're gonna say.
the thing is that's what they should say. And I take the opportunity to shit on MAGA. Unfortunately, this time I won't be able to.
Stanley, you know you love us. You're in our clubhouse. Come on now. You hang out in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I hang out in the clubhouse. But no, this is wrong. They should not be doing this.
Need to tell.
You know, and when you know when the left.
So do we know for sure that it's a trans person?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Do we know for a fact that it's a trans person?
You know what? I'm a man and I know it. Every man on that panel knows it. Just listen to the voice because you just got here. As a matter of fact, let me push it back a little bit so you can see the whole thing.
Bring out our next single lady. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
My name is Uche.
Uche, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. And Uche.
Okay, so if she's a woman, you saw the panel reaction or the lineup reaction? She may be busy.
I did see that.
So if this is a woman, I don't know what to say, and I don't think she is.
Stanley, give me like 2 minutes. I gotta get briefed on something that may or may not be happening.
Okay, yeah, sure. Do you want me to hold the video, or you want me to play?
No, play because I can still listen.
Okay.
So what do you do?
I'm doing my master's in health information technology. I'm also a program coordinator for a health IT company.
Okay, and Uche, what do you like to do for fun?
Kind of like a little bit of everything. Honestly, I feel like with fun, it depends on like what you're doing and who you're doing it with. So
Right.
I can really make anything fun. But
Okay.
just to like give an answer, I like traveling, and trying out new restaurants. Yeah, I'm a
same.
foodie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what are some things you look for in a man?
I like an intellectual man, the way a man thinks, the way he talks, like,
Yeah.
because I like having like intellectual conversations. I also like a very patient man, a man that also takes initiative. Like, I don't need to tell you how to treat a woman, I already just
Right.
know how to treat a woman.
Okay.
Yes.
And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
My deal breaker would be I would say like a man that's not clean, like maybe like your fingernails, your hair, the way you present yourself.
Yeah.
And also a man that snores. Like I know sometimes it can be
can't
like,
help it.
you know, I know sometimes it could be like medical, but like if it's just like just too extreme, yeah, I can't
You
do
don't want
it.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
All right. So we did get pop balloons. Let's
Okay.
go on over there, see why they ended up popping.
Okay.
All right. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Chris, 28, and I ain't gonna lie, your voice deeper than mine, so I can't even do it.
I was expecting that. I'm not even gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah. Y'all can
get
handle
that?
it. It's
You
okay.
get that about
Oh,
your
I get
voice?
that a lot. Some like it and some don't. It's part of me.
Yeah,
So
nah, yeah. It's
if
you.
y'all can't handle it, then you can't handle me.
Can't.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why not?
He's too light for me, honestly. Yeah.
Y'all seen what they said last episode? That was too dark. I would not like light skin, but I guess.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go on over here.
Okay.
Your name and age,
voice-
and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Horse is
Ty,
good.
25. Not gonna lie, she's gorgeous. It's the voice, unfortunately. I just can't
Holy shit.
imagine having conversations every day with you. But you look good. I can tell you're smart. It's just the voice.
Thank you.
All right. Is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, I would say he's my type. Yeah.
Okay.
He looks clean, nice haircut. He looks good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go on over here. Your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Yeah, Josh, 26. She's really pretty. Nice smile, like your eyebrows.
Thank you.
It's just the voice. It's the voice.
Watch all of them say the voice. Like I was expecting. It's okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I like your skin though. I need your skincare routine.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now, is he someone that's your type?
No, he's not my type.
All right, why not?
His height, he's like a little too short for me, honestly. Yeah.
Thank you. Over here, your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Antoine, I'm 30. Where are you from?
I'm Nigerian.
Nigerian?
Yes.
Awesome. I like your accent, but it is the voice. It
Thank
caught me
you.
off guard a little bit, but you are beautiful.
Abiola.
Yeah, that's what I
Aren't
gotta
you
say.
from
That's okay.
Nigeria?
No, same thing here. Someone that you would go for?
No.
Okay, why not?
He looks a little too old for me, honestly. And yeah, I'm just not like physically attracted to him. Yeah.
Thank you. Name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
EJ 26. And the reason why I pop is because I didn't like the silver with the gold like accessories. But you are very beautiful. I do like the dark skin. I kind of didn't like the clothing going over to like the hand also. But other than that, that was really about it.
Okay.
And the voice was just like a little too deep for me.
I cannot control that. I cannot control that. That's where I sound. That's just, you know, it's okay.
Well,
Now, is he someone that's your type?
Not really. No.
Why not?
I'm so sorry. I can't seem to not notice your ears. It's like outstanding and like really small. So you're good looking, but then it's kind of like just the ears, you know, like no.
So your ears have been brought up by everybody so far. Do you get that often?
I've been getting that since I was a kid. So
Okay.
it's like I'm used to it. It don't really bother me. But no, other than that, I appreciate it.
Go over here. Your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
My name is Javon. I'm 25. It was a voice for me, but
Oh,
besides
Lord.
the voice, I love the dress.
Thank you.
Beautiful face.
Thank you.
Beautiful teeth. I love the earrings and ear piercings, but yeah, the voice
Thank
just
you.
threw me off. I'm sorry.
That's so crazy.
Oh, I know.
You're gonna get used to it. Like you know, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not even trying to say nothing to convince anybody because like it's expected.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
I would say yes, he is. He's good looking. I like his haircut as well. Yeah.
Thank
Mhm.
you.
What's going over here? Name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
My name is Felix, and I'm 26. I just popped it just because of the voice. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So apart from that, she is someone that is your type.
Not really.
Is he someone that's your type?
No.
And why not?
He just looks kind of like, I'm so sorry, but scruffy. Like the outfit.
Hey, Virgo. That's why her voice is so hoarse. That Jollof white rice is too hot. She's making it spicy.
Really, you're funny.
And I can tell you, going back to Black Knights, is anyone going to ask her if she's a trans? You know what? If she's not, then this. If she's not, then oh my God, this world has turned topsy turvy. I mean, she actually has curves, so I don't know if she is. The long shot and the voice, I just assumed. The closer she's gotten to the camera, I don't think she is.
I will say though, the Atlanta trannies, like you have to ask that question, right? Is it a man? Is it a woman? But I think the New York trannies just don't give a fuck. They're like full on beard and mustache in a dress. Like big difference. Major difference.
Well, all I have to say is this is one of those times where, do you really want to take the risk?
And that's why I feel like
Dating show.
even when Lasagna was up there on the panel yesterday, he said something like, feeling bad for men these days. And there was some banter around that. I kind of felt like I personally do feel bad for the guys. Like, it's just crazy out here. It's just a hot mess.
Well, but think of her. If she is actually a woman, think of her, and she's probably used to it by now. But it's a topsy turvy world, and this is why I like watching the show, because every now and again you run into a situation like this, which is truly unique.
Universal says a beard and a dress, nasty words. Like literally, armpit hairs, everything. They just want to be in a dress, but they don't want to look like a woman, really. Back in my days, we called them cross dressers. I think I don't know if we're allowed to say that anymore.
Cross-dressing and transvestites is you remember that old-fashioned word which never gets used anymore. There were jokes in having a beard and wearing a dress. It used to be a big joke, not so much more. But like I said, this is why I like watching Pop the Balloon. You will come across these weird situations that kind of defy, I'm asking more questions than I was half an hour ago. That's for sure.
Wow.
Fit in the hair, it's not giving for me. Yeah.
She's right about the scruffy look.
Okay, let's head back. And you do not have to walk backwards. You can turn around. All right. So that is all the balloons popped, unfortunately, but we do thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for her, guys. That's nice. Thank you.
Everybody's going.
All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
I'm Sydney.
Sydney, how old are you?
I'm 23.
23. And what do you do?
I am a college admissions advisor and I work in film and theater.
Okay. What are some things like to do for fun?
Pull that strap.
Gorgeous.
To try new restaurants. I'm a big foodie. I love traveling, spending time with my siblings, my family. Exploring different adventures.
Okay. What are some things you look for in a man?
I'm looking for somebody who is kind. That's really big for me. Someone who's ambitious and someone who has a lot of emotional maturity, I would say.
Okay. Now, what are some deal breakers?
Deal breakers for me is really lacking empathy. That's big. I think being able to put your mind in the mind of someone else and what it's like to not be you, right? I think that's important.
Yeah, I'm thinking
so
the
lacking
same
empathy
thing.
for sure. And
Jake,
having a
you
goal
fix
or
that strap. It's a distraction.
All right, so we haven't got any pop balloons. So I'm actually going to switch it on over to you.
I like her complexion. It's really nice. Not trying to be a colorist, but
Well, let me ask you a question. You remember how people at one point in time, everyone was wearing coveralls, and you would leave one of these straps undone so you could see.
Oh yes. Yep.
Is this the way she's wearing this dress the equivalent?
No, that's a type of sleeve. That's a type of sleeve. Like it was designed that way.
Is it really?
Yeah. She's not
Oh,
doing anything like
I mean, there's a
out of the
strap on
ordinary.
the other side that's on her shoulder. Is it supposed to be worn like that?
From what I could see, it looks like the sleeve, but I would have to see the full like
Okay,
front of the dress.
okay, yeah. Let's go forward then.
Yeah,
I thought it was just a strap. She's wearing it for effect.
it
Start
might
off
be.
by having you
Oh no, that's a
pop
design.
3 balloons.
Alrighty.
Okay, 2 more. And 1 more.
Man, wow, what a figure.
Okay, you can stay down there. We'll start over
Yeah,
there.
I think that's how 23-year-olds should look. Like just
Okay,
perfect
let's
like
start
that.
here first with your name and age.
I'm Felix, and I'm
Looked at her
26.
when I was 20.
And Felix, why was your balloon unpopped?
She looks very attractive.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, is he? Why did you end up popping his balloon?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a chance to really speak to anybody, so I just kind of had to go off of intuition and
Man, she
for
seems
somebody who I didn't get that immediate kind of pull towards, so I had to pop.
Thank you. All right, we did pop 1 more over here. Your name and age.
Javon, I'm 25.
All right. And why was your balloon unpopped for her?
She looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Nice long dress.
Thank you.
Curly hair. My type.
Appreciate it.
And why did you end up popping his balloon?
I think he's, very clean cut. I appreciate his outfit and everything. It was really again just that initial attraction or pull towards him I wasn't really feeling immediately.
Okay, thank you. And there was 1 more over here. Your name and age, and why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Yeah, Josh,
Oh,
26.
shorty.
Like her style, like her
Thank
smile.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I would say on first kind of glance, it was just a matter of chemistry, looking in the eyes and like what I felt in the moment. I was like, I don't think he's my guy. So sorry about that.
All right. Thank you.
So nice. She's
Okay, so
putting
we do
these
have 4
guys
balloons left
so
unpopped.
nice.
Go ahead and ask these guys a question.
Alrighty. So first, just let me know where you're from, and next, what your priorities are right now in life.
Okay, let's start there and then come back this way. All right, your name and age, and where are you from, and also what are your priorities right now?
My name is EJ. I'm 26. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. My priorities right now is to just grow in my career, and also just that's a good question. I say just keep moving correctly and just keep motivating myself to get better every day. So yeah.
All right, your name and age, where are you from, and what are your priorities right now?
My name's Antoine. I'm 30. I'm from New York. Recently moved to Phoenix. And my priorities right now is getting established out here. Recently was baptized, so creating a routine that's going to allow me to pursue the things I want to are my number 1 priorities right now. Yeah.
Name and age, where are you from, and what are your priorities right now?
Ty, 25. I'm from Dallas. My priorities right now are just getting some of my businesses off the ground. I'm an engineer and I cook, so I'm just trying to get more into having more time to grow the things that I want to do. And what was the second part?
That's it.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was it. Yeah.
All right. Your name and age, where are you from, and what are your priorities right now?
Ryan's
Chris Lewis. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin. And my priorities right now, honestly, I just went to Greece last week, so my priorities right now is to get my money back up. Trying to run it up. I need some bread.
Okay, thank you. And then same for you. Where are you from, and what are your priorities right now?
Yeah, so I'm from the Chicago South suburbs, but I currently live in Atlanta.
Okay.
And my priorities right now would probably just be health, whether that be, spiritually remaining close and growing in my relationship with God, physically going to the gym, relationally, making sure that I'm hanging out with my friends and my family and making sure to keep those relationships nourished.
Mhm.
And then, yeah, of course, just staying on my path and my purpose in life and having fun along the way, I think is important.
Okay.
Wait, why did Sam, why'd you say, oh, hell nah?
You know what? Because she's too nice.
That's not right.
No, she is. She is. I would feel guilty.
Back when I was single, guys would tell me that. They were like, I think you're just too nice for me.
Yeah, you know what though? That's a thing.
Like, do you want to be with a shitty person?
Well, no, but I don't want to feel like a sinner every time I'm around a woman.
Oh,
If
well, I never knew that.
curse, or I'm hanging out drinking beer watching the football game with the boys, I don't want to have to keep apologizing for my horrible behavior. There is, honestly, all jokes aside, there is such a thing. She needs a man that is as good as she is.
Well, when I was in college, my friend told me that all men are scum, but because I was a good person, I would probably get the best of the scummy men.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, Kim,
So they have good men out there.
people keep telling me that I'm full of stories. I almost I don't even know. I have a too good for me story. It was a girl. I grew up with her, dated her in high school, a little bit in college, and then we hooked up again once I was in the Navy. And she was great. She was a nurse. She went to private school. She was super smart, and she was too good for me. So I have a story.
You know what it is? You still had some fuckboy in you. I think that's what it was.
Well, we all do. All men do. And now the other thing is, I was her first. And I regret that to a certain extent. And again, there's a story in that, but I feel guilty even talking about it. So let's get back to the innocent one here.
Hey, just 1 second. Eclectic is saying.
All right, so I am gonna have you pop one balloon.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, Eclectic was saying that. Do you know how difficult it is for a black to be allowed in Greece? It's not difficult to black date, not as a tourist.
Wait, say that? Black person to do what?
Did you know how difficult it is for a black to be allowed in Greece? It's next to impossible.
Well, I know they had a lot of problems with African immigration.
Right.
But I would think he looks like an American. He doesn't look like he's from Africa.
I agree. I've been there, and there's no issues with tourism. Now, if you're trying to illegally migrate to someone's country, good luck.
Universal, there is a story behind being the first. It was a long, I don't even want to go there. It was a good thing. It came down to choices. We talked about the future and all that stuff. We broke up. And the bad thing is, after my first deployment, I actually went back and talked to her mother. Because I knew her parents. Our families were in the same church, and it was a thing. But it was my she was too good for me story.
Alrighty.
Oh man.
Okay.
Poindexter, man.
Okay, so why was your balloon unpopped for her?
She's very attractive. I like her hair. I like the dress.
Thank you.
And I also like her voice too.
Thank you.
Okay, and why do we end up popping his balloon?
Thank you. I like your voice too. But yeah, for me, it was really just a matter of just kind of that spark. When we were interacting, it was something I was searching for, and I think.
You know what though? She's given me single librarian vibes. She's gonna wind up. Sam, you ought to come up here.
Yeah, I agree because I don't know what this means. I believe you though.
She will probably never find a man to her liking. She's gonna be a cat lady.
Why?
I just some about her hair, something about her demeanor, and I could be totally wrong, but
I actually don't think you're totally wrong because when I looked at her face, I kind of got like a weird vibe too. But I didn't want to say anything.
yeah. I wonder what Sam and Ursula are experts.
Well, can one of them or both of them come up?
Maybe one of them will come up if they get a chance. I'll drop the link, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm just she's kind of weirding me out. Hey Sam.
At about 9 o'clock, I have to do grief support, but I can be back after that.
Tell us somebody on your staff.
Well, he's the wrestling coach, and we kind of share our coaches across the city. So he works at another high school, but he coaches our wrestling team as well, the boys' wrestling team. I guess that's the only wrestling team we have. And he was coming back from an event with a group of teachers last night, started having a heart attack. They called EMS. EMS told him to start giving CPR. And by the time he made it to the hospital, because it was easier for them to get to the hospital than EMS to get to them, he was gone.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How old was he?
I don't know. I'm gonna find out because I learn a lot from the children when it comes to certain things. So
Right.
I know it's just sad.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, understood. Drop off, when you need to.
Yeah, I can probably come back up like around 9:30, but I'll stay on until it's time for me to go.
Okay, cool. I want to say condolences, to his family.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure they'll appreciate it.
I'm sure they won't know who the hell I am.
It's all good. It's energy, good energy. It always counts.
Positive vibes, y'all. Positive vibes.
Well, Sam, do you need me to reverse a little bit? I just got that vibe from her when she was talking to this guy. She's got she's awesome, but the hairstyle's a little creepy, but it's just a hairstyle. But she's giving me this vibe like, I don't know, like,
nah, she popped my man's balloon right here, and I don't know why.
She's
I just
very
barely
attractive.
seen this dude, but just something gives me a bad vibe that she popped this dude's balloon. He seems like a decent dude. I didn't hear his intro or nothing like that, but they seem like they could be a good match. And then she goes, "Well, I didn't get butterflies." Everything. She's turning into be one of these chicks I've met.
You know him for 10 seconds. What butterflies are you gonna get?
Well, yeah, and it's like
a little while,
just,
but I'm getting a vibe like, not like she's dangerous or anything, but I kind of get that she's a little bit maybe defensive or guarded is a better word.
Nah, I think she's just not. I think she's not exactly what she portrays herself to be. I met a lot of nice, quiet girls. This is, but they're on the same shit as everybody else a lot of times. So, but I'm a little bit jaded. But
Virgo says she needs a white man.
She needs to lighten up.
A white man.
A white man. Well, the thing is, she'll get right with a white man. She'll I saw this shirt. I wish I could find it and buy it. But it said, it said something like, I want to date the black women that white men get, or something like that. And yeah, that's me.
I don't think, you know what? I defer to Virgo. I don't know what kind of white man would she get. She's not white venturous.
Nah, some mediocre white dude will come through and he'll take her to some stuff like a date at the park or something like that, and then she'll fall in love. But see, like if me or this guy took her to the park or whatever, then her girlfriends would be like, "Well, that nigga didn't take you nowhere, and he don't want to spend no money, and da 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 da." White guys get a lot of get a lot
Well,
of passes when it comes
she
to
doesn't strike me as that sort of person. I mean, if you heard what her plans are, she sounds like a solid woman. Um, but I don't hear, man, I hate to replay, but I'll come back. This is
And just in defense of white men, I think
30.
sometimes women would accept like a date in the park with a white guy because, and I know this having dated white men, like there's more to come. But like a black guy, it's kind of like, I don't know.
Need more to
Like there's greater adventures that you can look forward to. Where like with black men, you don't know if you're going to the park because he owes a lot of child support, or like does he have a job? You know, you
Oh
don't
my
really ask. You don't really ask those questions when you date white guys. And also for that meme, I don't think black men want the type of black women that white men have.
I do, but you know, you got to be
And I'm speaking from experience.
Well, I'm thinking of Virgo.
Oh yeah, Virgo, my swirling sister. Shout out to Virgo.
Let's see here. I'm trying to find the.
My siblings, my family.
Yeah, this
B,
is
I
What are some things?
soliloquy.
a college admissions advisor, and I work in film and theater.
Okay. What are some things like to do for fun?
I like to try new restaurants. I'm a big foodie. I
Okay.
love traveling, spending time with my siblings, my family. Yeah, exploring different adventures.
Okay. What are some things you look for in a man?
I'm looking for somebody who is kind. That's really big for me. Someone who's ambitious and someone who has a lot of emotional maturity, I would say.
Okay. Now, what are some deal breakers?
Deal breakers for me is really lacking empathy. That's big. I think being able to put your mind in the mind of someone else and what it's like to not be you, right? I think that's important. So lacking empathy for sure. And
I think she's looking for a woman.
I just heard a bunch of gibberish bullshit that
if she's wanting,
not gonna equal what she pulls off with in the car.
If she's wanting someone, a man who has enough emotional intelligence or empathy or whatever to put himself in another person's shoes, I think that she's probably looking for a woman.
I just think she's saying something that she heard on TV. I hate to be this guy, but I don't think most of these women are that deep when it comes to stuff like that. I think a lot of stuff sounds good, and so they say it. But at the end of the day, you got to watch their actions, man. And I'm telling you, the stuff I've heard versus what I've seen done can be worlds apart. And she may very well be what she's portraying herself or seems to be, but already Chicago plus Atlanta, that makes me nervous. Then she's got this whole thing going on, and she might find some dude.
She's a college admissions advisor, by the way.
College admissions. She barely got up out of college. She's 23. What does she know? She barely knew how to get in. Now she's telling
Okay.
other people.
My impression of her, because I've dated someone like her as well, she is into fashion. She is impeccable in her grooming. She is a wannabe fashion model, and she does not like sex. She doesn't like to get sweaty. She barely likes to be touched. That is my impression of her. I've dated someone exactly like her.
Well, you might have something there because that's
She likes to be alluring. She likes
right.
that off the shoulder shit. But as soon as someone grabs the other loop and starts pulling it down, she's gonna freak out.
Yeah. I can see that for sure. I
She's a
can see
big
that.
T.
Mhm.
So anyway, Kimmy, I think you will disagree with me on this. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't see her with a white guy. She's not. She's a little bit like your average Chad who might have jungle fever.
No,
No.
I agree with you. That was Sapphire. I mean Virgo's comment, but I think she was just joking when she said it. But I don't see her with a white man either, especially seeing how much black men are into her. So I don't think it's gonna happen.
Well, we'll see.
Not
I'm
being goal oriented.
tracking here, but I want
All
Sam
right,
to see.
so we haven't got any pop balloons. So I'm actually going to switch it on over to you. Let me hand you a pick.
Yeah, because she pops.
That. And let's start off by having you pop 3 balloons.
Alrighty.
Okay, 2 more.
Body's banging.
Oh, she is awesome.
And 1 more.
Skin.
Smoking. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can stay down there. We'll start over there.
She's definitely
Let's
nice
start
to
here
look.
first with your name and age.
I'm Felix, and I'm 26.
All right, and Felix, why was your balloon unpopped?
She needs to be on a.
She looks very attractive.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, is he? Why did you end up popping his balloon?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a chance to really speak to anybody, so I just kind of had to go off of intuition, and you were somebody who I didn't get that immediate kind of pull towards, so I had to pop.
Thank you. All right, we did pop 1 more over here. Your name and age.
Javon, I'm 25.
All right, and why was your balloon unpopped for her?
She looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Nice long dress.
Thank you.
Curly hair. My type.
Appreciate
it. And why did you end up popping his balloon?
I think he's, very clean cut. I appreciate his outfit and everything. It was really again just that initial attraction or pull towards him I wasn't really feeling immediately.
Okay, thank you. Then there was 1 more over
Black
here. Your
girl.
name and age, and why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Yeah, Josh 26. Like her style, like her smile.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I would say on first kind of glance, it was just a matter of chemistry, looking in the eyes and like what I felt in the moment. I was like, I don't think he's my guy. So sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we do have 4 balloons left unpopped. Go ahead and ask these guys a question.
Alrighty. So first, just let me know where you're from, and next, what your priorities are right now in life.
Okay, let's start there and then come back this way. All right, your name and age, and where are you from, and also what are your priorities right now?
My name is EJ. I'm 26. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. My priorities right now is to just grow in my career, and also just that's a good question. I say just keep moving correctly, and
Yep. He's
just keep motivating myself to get better every day.
probably too cute, but he's blundering.
All right, your name and age, where are you from, and what are your priorities right now?
My name's Antoine. I'm 30. I'm from New York. Recently moved to Phoenix. And my priorities right now is getting established out here. Recently was baptized, so creating a routine that's going to allow me to pursue the things I want to are my number 1 priorities right now. Yeah.
Name and age, where are you from, and what are your priorities right now?
Ty, 25. I'm from Dallas. My priorities right now are just getting some of my businesses off the ground. I'm an engineer and I cook, so I'm just trying to get more into having more time to grow the things that I want to do. And what was the second part?
That's it.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was it. Yeah.
All right. Your name and age, where are you from, and what are your priorities right now?
Chris Lewis. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin. And my priorities right now, honestly, I just went to Greece last week, so my priorities right now is to get my money back up. Trying to run it up. I need some bread.
Okay, thank you. And then same for you. Where are you from, and what are your priorities right now?
Yeah, so I'm from the Chicago South suburbs, but I currently live in Atlanta. And my priorities right now would probably just be health, whether that be, spiritually remaining close and growing in my relationship with God, physically, going to the gym, relationally, making sure that I'm hanging out with my friends and my family and making sure to keep those relationships nourished. And then, yeah, of course, just staying on my path and my purpose in life and having fun along the way, I think is important too, to be enjoying the journey.
All right. So I
There's nothing, excuse me, there is nothing that leads me to believe in that mission statement that she's looking for a man.
You're talking about girl in the orange dress?
Yeah, what she just said, there's nothing in there that leads me to believe she's looking for a romantic relationship at all.
I agree. I think this is just exposure for a bigger stage.
Yeah,
Yeah. She's looking for something, but she's there's a little bit of a con going on here. Um, whether even she knows it or not, but she's after something, and I think it's just something. She's probably gonna end up going with a guy who's like mid 30s and well enough off to kind of give a lifestyle she could get excited about, uh, and
well,
be
I don't
willing to
think she's
commit
going to
to.
leave with anyone on this stage.
No, 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 no. She went
And
to
she
Atlanta
also
for a
said
reason.
she's in theater and film or something like that. So, this could be her, you know, something she'll put in her, whatever you call it, her
She's
reel.
she's on another mission, but
Yeah.
she's definitely cute though. But don't let any of this shit fool you.
Yeah, she's a little bit of a hothouse flower. Definitely gorgeous, but I think you're right. She's Hollywood gorgeous or Hollywood bound.
Yeah.
Though I don't think she has a Hollywood look, not with that haircut.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that she's not Hollywood gorgeous, but Hollywood bound, I can see that.
And you know what? She's probably down in Atlanta trying to, get
Yep,
into that little
absolutely. Yep.
scene.
Oh yeah, it's black.
And
It's black Hollywood there, right?
Yep.
yeah, she might bump into somebody at Tyler Perry Studios. But she's definitely looking for. I definitely see her as she's definitely a ladder climber, and she's going for the big leagues. But she has probably the right mentality. She's not ratchet or nothing like that. She doesn't come off bad to me in that way. But you know what? And a lot of times, I guess what I'm thinking is, it's nice. She's not ratchet. She doesn't come off as hood or nothing like that. But in a way, she's still using her beauty to stair climb. It's just maybe in a different direction. Which I get it. Maybe if it was me, I'd probably do the same thing. But don't you for a minute think that she's gonna settle down with some regular dude who's just like a cop down in Atlanta or something like that. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, but the thing is she could probably get some high value man to put it in a Kevin Samuels frame.
Yeah, I think she could too. And I
I
think
think she could
along the
too.
way
In
she figured that
Atlanta,
out and that's what she's after.
Say that again, Kim.
I said I think she could also, but in Atlanta, it's highly likely she'll probably run into a scammer
Hmm.
before someone who's like,
Yeah.
especially when you have stars in your eyes.
And then I don't know. Supposedly there's an abundance of especially black women in Atlanta. Now I don't know if it's an abundance of high quality from some of the pop the balloons we've seen. I haven't been convinced yet. But I know I'm sure there's some baddies down there. But see, the thing is, what might be the difference between them and this type of chick is she's got the look, but she might not be willing to put herself out there and do certain things to climb the ladder. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like there's some beautiful women, they're willing to sleep with everybody to get to where they got to get to.
I don't think she's one of them though.
I don't think so either. And that might be why she struggles to a point, because she's gonna play that wifey type. But then a lot of dudes might get tired of that. That actually can have a woman like her that's ready to give it up because they're trying to
I
get
don't
somewhere.
see her as earthy enough to be a wifey type.
I
I don't see trad mom or trad wife in this.
No, definitely not trad wife, not by a long shot. But I can see, rich celebrity or athlete that she can just be around and blah blah blah. Because she's got a good look or enough, good enough. But it's a lot of hot chicks out here. You'd be surprised.
Maybe a new housewife.
Yeah, she's not, but she's not gonna be. She's just gonna be like a statue. You know what I mean? Just I don't do shit, but look good right here, which is
Be like
cool.
a housewife.
Hey, Stanley, you might have to go look for her.
No thanks. I'm not good enough.
I say you're close
I'm
enough.
gonna have you pop
Not good enough though.
one balloon.
Alrighty. Hmm.
Okay.
Now, see, in this light, I agree with her choice. He was just kind of real vague.
Okay, so why was your balloon unpopped for her?
She's very attractive. I like her hair. I like the dress.
Thank you.
And I also like her voice too.
Thank you.
Okay, and why did we end up popping his balloon?
Thank you. I like your voice too. But yeah, for me, it was really just a matter of just kind of that spark. When we were interacting, it was something I was searching for, and I think that you could probably match really well with one of the other ladies, but maybe just not me.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, you can match with one of the other ladies, but
Yeah,
not.
she's just man. I'm telling you, she's not as nice and sweet as. Now that doesn't mean just because she didn't pick him or whatever, but
No, I heard. Did you hear what she said? You might match well with one of the other ladies.
yeah, and I'm like, who are you
Exactly.
thinking? But see, that lets you know that she's low key on the stair climb. You know what I mean? She's after something, and it ain't nothing regular. So fair enough. God gave you the gift of this much beauty. Hey, can you
Well,
blame
I
her?
don't even know that. Like I said, she's not Hollywood beauty. I mean, she's definitely decent, but I mean, and maybe it's the hair interface, but her face is acceptable. You could say she's cute, but beautiful, I don't know that I'd call her that. Not in the face.
Maybe I haven't looked at the face enough, and maybe I'm too distracted by this banging ass body.
Oh yeah,
But
I am too. But I've watched this twice up till now, so I get to see some of the extraneous stuff. You'll see in a minute what I'm talking about. I hope. If not, then tell me why not.
But I swear, she definitely looks like worthy of being on an athlete's arm or something like that.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's ask these guys another question.
My next question for you all is:
Not only that, but I could see her bra under there. There's seams that and see her face right there. I don't think she's that great.
There's definitely better faces. I wouldn't call her a butterface so far, but maybe that face is stronger than I realize, and she might be cleverly hiding it with that hair thing going on.
Right.
But it's not ugly.
No, I'm not saying she's ugly, but I'm saying she's not Hollywood beautiful either.
Yeah, I would say her weakest feature is probably her face, although not bad. It's just not as strong as that body is.
Oh yeah, well nothing's that strong.
Yeah.
What did you learn from your last relationship?
I can tell
What did
she
you learn
works
from your
out.
last relationship?
It's deep. I learned that you can't put them past anybody else, and just that I know I got to be better myself and be more intentional. I don't know. It's kind of like a all over there answer, but yeah, I don't know what to say honestly.
Yeah.
Keep it a bean.
Let's go over here. What did you learn from your last relationship?
My last relationship, I learned to kind of just take things a little bit slower, get to know somebody
He's
in
wound
all
tight.
seasons. It just kind of got messy towards the end because the expectations didn't align with each other. So yeah, just actually try to get to know somebody a little bit more intentionally. I do, but to see the full picture.
Okay. And over here, what did you learn from your last relationship?
I think I learned from my last relationship that you can't pour into another cup if your cup is half empty. So even if you're taking on that provider role, you have to be present. There's other things that come along with that other than just thinking you're going to pay bills and, just show up. You have to be present. So being present.
All right, it is time to pop a balloon. Okay. All right, so why was your balloon unpopped for her?
I get the college administrator. I think you have a great personality to be working with the youth. I think that's really good work. And looking for kind, you said a lot of like the keywords that I look for. Yeah, and I think you're beautiful, obviously. But
Thank
beyond
you.
that, it was more like your mindset.
Thank you so much.
All right, and why did we end up popping his?
Yeah, I mean, first off, thank you so much for just the really thoughtful answers. I really do appreciate it. And I would say I popped just because I try to listen to my intuition, and
Ooh.
it was telling me that, like, again, like, great guy, maybe not my guy, you know.
Appreciate it.
All right, we've got two guys left.
Interesting. What's up,
Guys,
gang?
any questions for her?
Morning.
Is travel an issue for you?
It's not. Long distance is something that I kind of mentally prepared myself for coming onto the show, so it's something I'm prepared to do for my person, of course.
I like that little pudge
Any
on the
questions
deck.
here?
When you have kids, what's like the most important thing that you want to instill in them?
Yeah. Most important thing I would say is faith. Definitely faith. Faith in God, and also just in knowing that He's going to guide and lead you down the path that you are meant to be on, and having confidence in that, and having peace in that.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a good answer.
All right. Okay, so we got our two guys here. It is time to pick. Oh, actually, go ahead and pop one of them, and then we'll.
Yo,
switch you.
Stanley, hold on a minute.
Okay, dang, I don't get one final question.
Before she picks, could y'all catch me up to speed with this woman?
Let's see, I'll let Stanley go. Stanley, you're on mute, by the way.
She is, I mean, obviously, she is physically gifted. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Sam said, her face, which is definitely not ugly, but is her weakest point, and that's not much of a weak point. I just find there's nothing that she has said other than answering this question about children. You need faith, which to me is a weak answer. But that aside, there's nothing that she said that leads me to believe she's looking for a relationship. So
All right.
that's my cap. I think she is a hothouse flower.
Did you say anything about her hobbies?
She mentioned that she's a college admissions advisor, which is kind of nebulous.
Yeah.
But she works for a college. She is into the gym. She's into theater.
Oh, that's good.
I think she's in Atlanta from Chicago, and I just find she gives me the impression, because I've dated a woman like her. She's into fashion. You can tell she's immaculately groomed. I think that I think, and like Sam says, that she is arm candy, basically. I literally don't think she even likes physical relations.
Does she seem manipulative in any way? Because this woman does have a very feminine voice, and I could see her using that to her advantage.
Possibly. Um, I'm sure she can be. Sam, what do you think? You're more expert on that sort of stuff.
This might not make sense, but she's probably slightly knowing, but mostly unintentionally manipulative. I think she knows what she has to a degree, probably humble in a sense for what she has, but I think she's been clued in to some degree of what she might be able to possibly get out there, and she's waiting for that. Um, but I don't, because one of the things too I think of is you're this fine, you made it all the way through college, and you didn't get a man, and some of this other stuff. So I think I just see her as a stair climber. She's trying to get up to somewhere, and we'll probably
Yes.
see her on a Tyler Perry movie on Bounce on the weekend one of these days.
Yeah, I could see that too. Also, her strap on her dress is slightly down. I don't know if she did that intentionally or it just fell.
Well, I talked to Kimmy about it. She says that it might actually be, a design.
That's probably how it's supposed to be. Or it might
Now
be one of those optional deals.
it's on her shoulder, but I think Kim says that basically, this is how the dress possibly should be worn. So,
Okay.
and I tried to make a joke about overalls, with one strap undone, so you could see the polo on the shirt. I thought it was a good joke, but no one else does.
Oh.
It wasn't as
Whenever you
good as
pick
your
one and we
joke
come
the
up
other day.
here,
Okay,
yep,
I
y'all
got
get a
you, I
question
got
up
you, I
here.
got you.
She is awesome.
All right. So why was your balloon unpopped for her?
She's gorgeous.
Thank
I like
you.
that she works in the college with administration. To tell she cares about people. She seems to have a good relationship with God. Ask those questions. She was good, perfect. Yeah, if you will.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And why did we end up
Appreciate that.
popping his?
I popped just after meditating with myself for a while and how I really feel the draw that I was looking for, that pull. I was searching for it, and it was hard for me to really see or feel. So thank you so much, though, for your questions. They were really thoughtful, and your answers were great as well.
Understandable. Thank you.
So I'll have you going over to the side. Let me have you come on up here, stand over here. Any final question between the two of you?
Well, you talked a lot about the draw and the pull. Do you feel that with me?
I do, yeah. I was looking at the.
Hey, Sam. This guy is a weed smoker, and
As am I.
the previous person asked how does he unwind, and weed, by his own admission, was the main way. Now I wonder what a weed smoker, and she apparently is very faith based. Um, could she just be drawn to the bad boy?
And even though I know this guy just talked about going to Greece and all that, and he probably is
Well,
a
he went.
decent dude.
So,
And you know what? It does. I don't know if I said this or remember if I said this, but it does show that she's not maybe necessarily chasing after money per se, because the dude admitted that he was broke. But also, too, you know what? and I find that I gain a lot of points with women on this. I think there's a certain amount of like keeping it real, if you will,
Yeah.
that a lot of women appreciate. I never try to sugarcoat what I am. Oftentimes I kind of downplay myself, but well, I downplay myself in words, but my actions show, I'm a higher level person, I guess. But I don't know. I have to ponder on this one, I think, for a minute.
Well, Black Knight thinks she made the wrong choice. I do too, but I think she knows what she's doing. Maybe she.
Yeah, I think too, you know what it is, and I obviously nobody of anything's the same. But as a weed smoker myself, although I'm going on about 2 or 3 weeks clean, clap for me, y'all. Um, I just think there's a certain sort
Congratulations.
of, yeah, I'll probably be back smoking soon enough, as soon as I get a good connect. But I I don't know. He is probably the more genuine of them all. As nice as the other guys seem, she might feel like she has a better understanding of who and what he is. The guy said he traveled, but he said he spent all his money. He this or that, and there is something I think to be said about being able to be real and genuine with somebody,
Right.
where you don't have to fake everything. Because as nice as she's dressed and as good as she looks and all this stuff, even if she was with, let's say, a higher value guy or some other type of guy, she might have to always be this thing, this classier woman or whatever we're trying to call it. And she could kind of let her hair down, for lack of a better word, with a guy like this. And I think a lot of women do like to be comfortable with a guy, or a guy they can be comfortable with to a degree.
Well, if there's an after, she'll do like a post show, like post meeting. How did your date go? Sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely going to look out for this one. And Black Knight did call it. He did say possessive Neanderthal. Now he doesn't strike me as possessive. He strikes me as pretty laissez-faire. But who knows? You could be right, Black Knight.
Yeah, and I think she probably would have already been able to find a possessive Neanderthal, especially being in Atlanta by now. So
maybe she's trying to escape one. That's why she's choosing another.
well, there. I've seen that before plenty of times. So I don't know, but this was kind of a surprise. I guess I picked her as a little bit more classy and upscale.
Mhm.
And I was gonna comment that a lot of the guys aren't really dressed on par with where she is, at least currently, right
And
now on the show.
the least of them, he and the other scruffy guy.
Yeah, but I don't
Scruffy
know.
too, for that matter.
But some women like that because it helps them stand out. Versus if the guy's also well put together and dresses nice, then they're just kind of, some women don't like to be equals in that sense.
That's one hell of a gamble, though, don't you think?
It's just a dating show. They don't live in the same city, I don't think. He's in Green Bay, she's in Atlanta.
Yeah, so
I mean, there might be safety and distance.
Yeah. I'm a little bit perplexed.
Yeah, maybe.
On that one.
Eye contact, and I felt kind of that draw in. So that's why I left yours unpopped.
All right. So, any final question for you for him?
She's gonna
Yeah,
eat
so
him alive.
what's your relationship right now with God? Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God. My full name is Christian.
Mm.
So, I was raised in the church. My uncle's a pastor, my mom a pastor, my dad a pastor, my sister a pastor.
Mm.
So,
And I smoke
but
weed.
I don't be in church every week. I'm not
Me
gonna lie to
neither.
you. Yeah, so
Said his
but I
sister
believe in
was a
God.
pastor.
And I'm just
I'm not gonna
trying
lie.
to see what my relationship with him will get. My mom just called me today, said she wanted me to go to church more. So
Mm.
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
Well, then, my final question: is it a yes for you for her?
Hell yeah, come on.
She got kind of
Is it
a
a yes for
Eve
you for
look
him?
going
It's
on.
a yes.
We got him.
Okay. Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah, see, this is she's hiding something. This was an act to a degree. I think that's why she went with this dude because he's a weed smoker, part-time Christian. She could get down with that, and that you know what?
Part time.
Yeah, you know.
I get it.
She ain't really churchy. All these women talk about they into God, but they ain't never been to church for ever. And but the night before church, they were twerking in a club. So it's all bullshit.
I wouldn't be surprised you catch her at one of them BLM protests twerking on a police car.
She is
She's not that low class, but she's just, she's
her
not
friend-
as high class as she pretends to be.
Okay.
But I could overlook all
Oh,
that.
wait, hold on, Stanley. Universal requests the Instagram.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Universal. See, Universal always on top
Let
of
me
shit.
drop
Man.
I'll drop the link. He can find it.
Yeah, thank you, Universal.
I always forget to look for it.
That's why we always need Universal on these shows, because he's always doing the most important legwork, which is tracking down the IG.
The IGs, the Twitters, yep.
He can write this off as a work expense.
Yeah, put this shit on your taxes.
See, this is why you should always get 2 monitors just in case.
Yeah, we really
logical research.
Yeah, we probably should.
I'll take the mic, and you guys
You
can.
about to say something?
No, I mean, we talked about it before, but we really got to set up something where it's you, Universal, Gary, and me going over these pop the balloons. That's some of my best time.
Yo, if we just had a schedule for the weekend, that'd be great.
That's what I need. It has to be on the weekends. I have more or less open availability.
I could do Friday, not Friday.
You know what, though?
Saturday.
You'll never believe this, but Solid Snake is pretty good. And John,
I would yeah.
I've heard John, but he's not consistent enough. That's the only problem I got.
Consistent with what?
Like he doesn't come on the pop the balloon segments all too often.
Well, he's a busy man. Now y'all have to remember, I have time to do all this. So I'm not going to knock John for being a busy man.
I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying that's why the scheduling thing is going to be a bit of an issue with John. I don't know about Solid though, because I know he works, but he comes in whenever he pleases.
Well, he's usually here overnight. He'll stay.
Okay.
But I was talking about Sunday, like Sunday morning or something like that. Sometimes,
like
Saturday better.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, and I was thinking that too. Maybe during the day might be better than at night, because that way we could be fully energized. And
Yeah, I was going to say I would have to conk out at night a lot of times because I end up having to go to work real early.
And then you know what? Just for female perspective, throw Kimmy in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Portia too. I'll talk to Portia because we kind of broached that subject, and I think I mentioned Sunday morning. So let me see what she thinks.
What time Sunday morning? Like 8, 9, or does it not matter?
I'd have to talk to Portia first.
I'd say maybe at least 10 or after, because I'm on the East Coast like Stanley, but I know Universal. I think Universal's in Central Time.
He's an hour behind, and Garion's over.
Gary, and you're where in Virginia? You're East Coast too.
I'm East Coast, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm in North Carolina, so yeah, East Coast.
Solid Snake and Universal or Central. So, I mean, 10 or 11 would probably work.
I could actually do 11. I think that would be a little bit better.
Yeah, not too late, not too early, because folks might have other stuff going on too.
A ratchet brunch.
I love it. And it's Sunday football, so we can start getting turned up.
Yeah. I think 11 be all good.
Okay. Mark that on your
Going
calendar.
off. Make some noise for them, guys. Okay, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady.
Hello, welcome in. What's your
Hey,
name?
I'm Sin.
Sin, how old
Yes,
are you?
I'm 25.
And what do you do?
I
Damn.
am a wellness coach, and I'm currently
Mm.
working to develop a program that will let me train clients from around the world.
All right. So
That's
what
a
are some
hub
things
right
that you
here.
do for fun?
Right up
I
my
work
alley.
out a lot, so I would say that's one of my hobbies.
She works
I
out.
like to hang out with my friends, of course. So I like to go eat. That's one of my love languages is going to eat. Um, and I would say maybe like trying new things. Like I like someone who's adventurous, so maybe going out and just
She is
seeing
definitely.
what's in store.
Okay.
Look at those arms.
What are some things you look for in a man?
I'm looking for someone who's compassionate, someone who wants to take charge but isn't scared to let their woman take charge when appropriate. And someone who's outgoing because I do have a outgoing personality.
All right. And what are some of your deal breakers?
Have a problem.
I would say someone who's too aggressive.
I don't like
Someone maybe who has a too big ego. And I guess someone who's not like willing to try new things.
All right. So we did get a pop balloon. Let's go on over there and see why they ended up popping. Okay. Your name and age.
My name is EJ, and I'm 26.
Right. And EJ, why did you end up popping your balloon?
She's very attractive. The only thing it's a nice outfit, but it just wasn't for me. It was just like showing too much.
Okay.
I would rather like prefer my women not to show
Oh
too
man,
much.
I'm
Especially
okay
like when we
with
first like
this.
meet.
Okay.
So it's just like giving like club vibes and stuff. Like I'm not really a big club person, so
Okay.
that was about it. But you're very beautiful.
Thank
though.
This boy look like a soft LeBron James.
So is he someone that you like?
Probably not.
Okay.
I would say like probably like first
She'd throw a fucking punch and knock his ass out. Look at that arm.
initial look. Probably not just someone I would typically talk to.
Thank you. Let's head on back. All right. So we do have 5 balloons left unpopped. Go ahead and ask these guys a question.
I would say it's important for me. What's your love language?
Okay. So over here,
yeah.
name and age, and what is your love language?
Ty 25. My number one love language would be quality time.
Okay.
So I just like to be around the person.
Her IG's really about fitness. Goddamn.
Name and age, and what's your love language?
Yeah, Josh, 26. I would say communication is my love language.
Okay, I like that.
Name and age, and what is your love language?
Antoine, 30, and active service. And yeah, active service is probably my number one. Number 2 is words of affirmation.
Okay, I like that. Acts of service is one of my favorites too. Okay, that's nice.
And over here, name and age, and what is your love language?
I'm Javon, 25. I'll say physical touch and deep conversations is my love language.
Okay, I like the deep conversation. Okay, I feel that. Okay.
Pop that head right between my thighs. Pop you like a great boy.
Name and age, and what is your love language?
I'm Felix, and I'm 26, and I would say it's a physical touch and conversations.
Okay, I like that.
Let's head on back. And what would you say is your love language?
I would say acts of service too, and probably quality time. I like when people do things like out of the kindness of their hearts, and then quality time because we're all busy. So if anybody can make time for the person that they care about, that's one thing I'm real big on.
All right, so I'm gonna hand you a pick.
No tattoos. She does not have tattoos.
Go.
See, I like that.
And go ahead and
I'll
pop
give her a
2
point for that.
balloons.
I don't know. This outfit is a little too racy. I agree.
Racy.
One more.
Yeah.
But I
Over
have
here.
to
All
say,
right, so why
I
was
do
your
agree.
balloon
I do
unpopped
agree
for
with you
her?
though. I think it
She
might.
was an active lifestyle.
I'm kind of with
I
the
like to
guy
work
on
out
that
too,
one. He
so.
does show a little too much, especially in the back.
you know
I
what?
appreciate
Why
it
did we
though.
end up popping heads?
All I'm gonna say is, yeah, I'd prefer you not wear this if I were with you. But as a
But
viewer
since,
on
yeah,
YouTube, I'm
Oh
appreciative.
yeah.
yeah, she is good at advertising herself.
Purpose. So I am a little taller, so when I go out, I want to make for sure that whoever
That's
I'm
because you're wearing
waiting
them big
for,
ass high heels.
I
you
know that
energy matches
bitch.
my
Why
height a
you?
little bit.
Oh
Don't you
God.
dare count your shoes as a part of your
Let's
height.
go on over
I'm a
here.
little bit
So
taller.
why was your
Bitch with a
balloon
6-foot
unpopped
heel
for her?
on.
I like that you work.
Well, no, I mean, you know what? I've heard women say that, look, I like wearing these high heels. I want a man who can be taller than me in my favorite high heels. I actually think that's fair.
Nah, that is
Nah, it's
some
not. That's
bullshit. They because they'll wear them for about a half hour and be trying to put on some flip flops because they feet
Yeah,
hurt.
I was going to say, Stanley, do you know how consistent women wear high heels? It's not
I,
very.
no. I'm not saying consistent. I'm talking. I want a man when I'm wearing them. I understand that actually.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, I
Don't
think
fall for it, Stanley.
all of a sudden she's busting out stilts and be like, "You're too short for me."
Yeah.
Cal, I'm a certified trainer, so I work out a lot too, and I like the trail going. So I promote
He's speaking her
clubs.
language.
It sounds like it would have been a good time.
But he popped his balloon.
Nice.
All right.
Oh, I
And
didn't see
why'd you
that.
end up popping his?
Just because initial,
Popped
like,
his.
Oh, she
I think I
popped
like
him. Damn.
the outfit. I feel like you could have did probably a little more, but I do like the shirt and the accessories and everything.
This bitch came out naked.
Yeah. I
All
ain't complaining.
right.
And to
We've
be
got
fair,
3
he is
guys
dressed like a
left. Go
rug.
ahead and ask them another question.
Okay, what was your last relationship, or how long was your last relationship, and why did it end?
Okay.
Well, you know your goddamn business.
Let's start over here. How long was your last relationship and why did it end?
Yes, why did it end?
My name is Ty. My last relationship ended because we were long
Yeah,
distance.
he
She lived in
looks
Canada.
soft compared to
She
her.
wanted a little bit more attention and physical connection because we weren't there. And it
He
just kinda
looks
seemed a
like
little much.
he looks like a fucking plush toy.
I mean, it's not doing him any favors that his jacket kind of looks like my comforter. Like something I get at Lowe's.
But you know what? I'm gonna say this. I never trust these gym chicks looking for a man because you in the gym all
and then
goddamn day
it was
with
about-
dudes. You ain't found nobody. So
That's a fact.
Yeah,
I
a
don't
good
trust
point.
it.
That's a good point.
I don't trust it. And I'm among the more and most physically fit dudes, which is what a lot of them want. So
Dad bod.
yeah, but to be fair, a lot of gym bros are broke. So that's the flip side of it.
That's also a fact.
There's a reason why you could be at the gym 4 hours every day. So
Hey, Kelvin, I hope she's not.
Stanley, what is your love language?
My love language is my love language is correcting your English.
Got it.
Say 9 months long.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is long distance not a
No,
thing for you?
I can do it if we're on the same page. We just have to get on the same page.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, she has got
Down over here.
biceps.
How long was your last relationship and why did it end?
How long was it? It was a year ago, and it ended on mutual terms. So I had to end it. I've found that I wasn't able to give the love that she really needed from me, and I was on a totally different journey and a totally different path from her. So besides keeping her there, even though we loved each other, I said I'd let her go and
God,
help her find her path.
Okay. I don't even understand what he's saying.
You saying I wasn't ready for what she was on. She was going in a different direction. I was fucking up.
But even though we loved each other?
he probably loved her, but he was able to pull some other hoes. The hoes were calling. So
He was out here getting in.
I think he needs to not mention love.
I agree with that.
And find mine.
Okay. I'm not mad at that. Okay.
All right. How long was it? How long ago or how long was
Well,
it?
I guess how long ago? Well, how long was your last relationship, and then why did it end?
So my last relationship was like, it lasted for 3 years, and I don't even know how to explain it, but it just fell out. Like we just weren't going on the same path.
Did y'all have was communication that big to you?
I wanted to stop.
I would say it was something similar to that, but it was just.
I can't wait to hear her
things were
answer.
Just going apart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Let's head on back. And now just kind of throw it back at yourself. How long ago or how long was your last relationship and why did it end?
Mine was 3 years. Mine was 3 years. That was my last relationship, and I got in that relationship when I was in college. So when we graduated, I feel like we just went down
Went our own
two different
ways.
paths of what we wanted to do later on in life, and I just figured out who I was as a person, and he figured out who he was as a person. I would say.
What was her age again?
All right.
I
Well,
think
it
she's
is time to pop
25. Her
the
IG's in the
balloon
back.
whenever you're ready.
She hasn't been with nobody in 3 years. She been fucking
No,
on
no, no, no,
somebody.
no, no. That's not what she said. That's not what she said. She ain't been dating anybody.
Right. She been fucking on somebody.
Yeah, she been fucking.
They said last relationship though, right?
Well, you got to read.
Yeah, but they don't be
lines.
counting they don't be counting flings as a relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
She don't count the nigga that she fucked after the club.
Yeah,
Right.
that nigga that nigga at 7-Eleven, he don't count.
The nigga at 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Ask you gentlemen. They said they don't count it. What about y'all?
Oh, absolutely. You always count the body.
Yeah.
You always
To
count
me,
the
a body is a body.
Okay. Well, hold on. So do bodies count as a relationship?
No.
No, but
so not only is she not counting, you're not counting either. So that they be stuff. How about just we be?
The problem is if you asked her about the body count, like a more direct question, she's not gonna count that dude neither.
Okay, well that's not
She's
the
gonna
question.
count the relationship.
Hold on. I have to speak to my African sister.
What's
Good morning.
up, Portia?
Oh, is that Portia?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Oh,
Good morning to you. How are you?
Your
Why
wife
are you gay?
This Gym Goddess.
Yes. Hey, Stanley. Good morning.
Good morning.
You said that you were gonna send me the article. You said you were gonna post it in my Slack.
Which article? I remember saying it. Now I can't remember.
It was the one. I think you started the show with it, and I was listening for
Oh,
like
okay,
2
yeah.
minutes, and I passed out.
Yeah, it's in my Slack.
Oh, it's in yours. Okay. I'll go.
And I said I was going to put it in yours and forgot to do it.
Okay.
It
Sounds
was
better.
the one about America's Hidden. Oh yeah, the psychosis rates. Let me put that in there.
I think we offended Gary.
Actually, I'm glad you're here. I'm going to put this. I've got an article for you. I'm going to have to do a gift article. So I can continue this.
Hold on 1 second, Staley. I have a take.
Okay.
So, Sam, check the back chat. Look at her IG. I feel like this is a girl who didn't get a lot of play when she was younger, and she's starting to flourish into like her baddie era right now.
Yeah, I was checking out the IG. I think I'll tell you what's her one problem, and she was probably like a athlete or whatever. She's flat chested, which I like little titties myself, but because I just think once you get them pregnant, they'll fill out. But at least that's my theory. But yeah, I think that because right when she said, well, my last relationship was in college, so it was her dating another athlete.
Yep.
That guy was probably able to find a better woman than her in one way or another, whether it be physical or otherwise, or which is kind of my guilt. What I'm guilty of is he's able to get a well, not saying I'm equal to a college athlete, but you like the variety, and he probably had some variety available to him and it was probably better than staying with her for the moment. And if they were together for 3 years, he probably already done with her. But yeah, I think she's definitely gorgeous. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm getting lost in my thoughts.
I'm okay with her.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, she's definitely attractive. I would mess with her.
On the hair.
She looked good. She looked good on the show.
Yeah, you know what? Yes, she's a little muscular, but I think she's right on the edge. As long as she doesn't get any more muscular, I'm okay.
Oh
Yeah.
man. I might have
I don't
I might
mind.
have found the girl in the orange dress. I'm real good at this shit. I should be like a hoe detective or something.
What?
Hold on. Where did you said it's in the, is this the one in the back chat, Universal?
Now the one in the back chat is the one in the black. But
Okay, I saw her.
what I've learned, so doing this over the last few weeks with you all, I learned that these girls connect at the show and they take pictures together. So they'll tag each other or they'll comment in each other's comments. That's how I've been connecting all these bras.
Ah. Universal, he like a detective.
I'm a whole detective, man. Hey, gotta do my research.
I put a New York Times article
It's too funny.
that you might be interested in.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Like your expert opinion at some point. Doesn't have to be now.
All right. I got about 30 minutes. So I'll see what I can do. But I'll be back.
Hold on, Universal. Did you put the orange girl?
No, I'm trying to. I found her in another photo. I'm trying to see if she's in the comment. I'll find it. I'll get it.
Okay.
Kelvin, I disagree. I think she'd probably be wife material.
Oh, absolutely. This girl?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's one of those, like I said, I think she's a girl who, I think the dress is throwing us off because it looks like she's going to the club. But I'm telling y'all, she just started dressing like that. Like she's just now getting into like her baddie era. And she reminds me a lot of chicks I went to school with. Like they were just like regular chicks. And then like in 08, 09, like right when we got out of school, they hit like 24, 25. They started to really like come into their own selves. And then they started to dress like this, stuff like that. But if you look at her IG, she was just you could tell she was in a nice relationship, a college girl, very focused. And then she graduated, found the gym, and then her look started to get better. She probably got some skincare regimen, shit like that. And then like now she's understanding like, oh, guys actually pay attention to me. It wasn't just my 3-year boyfriend.
Well, good for her.
Yeah, exactly.
I get a little bit of used to be tomboy vibes too.
Oh yeah, definitely athlete. That chest says it all. It's not just a little chest. That's an athletic chest.
Yeah. What are you thinking? Track, which I love me a track.
Absolutely
chick.
track.
Oh my god, I love a track girl.
You can tell by the bottom half too. Definitely track.
Yeah, the legs.
Gymnasts are a little shorter, but she's not short enough for a gymnast, but definitely track.
Yeah.
And again, I'm okay with this.
Oh, see.
The problem is that she's going to have to keep it up, throughout her life.
There we go.
All
All right, so why does your
That
balloon
dress
unpop?
is a little short.
She's gorgeous.
You know what?
She's well spoken.
I appreciate it.
That she works out.
I like her
She's a
daring.
good person. Nothing really to disqualify her.
So it was really tough, but why did we end up popping his?
He poked his balloon out.
Like
Why
a
would
girl
you do
would.
that?
Just kept looking. I'm
I
like,
was
you looking at me like.
I was peeping the scene. You can't just put it out
I
like
feel
that.
like
That
you
means
I just felt like you looked at me
you
way too much
disqualified yourself.
compared to them.
No, you disqualified yourself that
That's
quick.
okay. You just was looking at me, and I'm like, she
I
sees
just
something wrong. I'm like, what's
no,
going
it's
on?
not what it is. I was peeping the scene to see what.
That's good.
And then you poked.
She is very attractive though.
You
She's
automatically
very attractive.
disqualified yourself.
Yeah, she's got sex appeal.
Thank you.
Get a pop over here. Let's head on over.
Did y'all just hear what he
Okay,
said?
why did we end up
He
popping
lost
our
a lot
balloon?
of confidence.
It was just the indecisiveness. If you're really for me, you would know it's 100% me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's
That's
it.
understandable.
Besides that, 10 out of 10. My type for sure.
Okay.
All right, and now is he someone that's your type?
I would say possibly so the thing is in the heels again. I am a little taller than you, so maybe if I was a little.
You're not taller, bitch.
Hey,
Remember, you have heels.
I might have a few inches on my heels, but if I were to wear these
Not a
heels,
few
I
inches.
would want whoever I'm with.
See,
like,
this
right
is
next to me. So whatever heels I put on, I want you to be like, hey, you can put on whatever heels you want.
You know, Stanley, those aren't like your average heels that women typically wear.
Those are like double the height.
Like spikes or something.
Those are kind of like stripper heels.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Portia.
Yeah. So she's not.
But let me
She's
ask
short.
let me ask you a quick question though. I mean, I think it's fair if a woman wears like her favorite heels, and she wants a man to be taller than she is in her favorite heels. Is that an unreasonable request for a female?
No.
No, I don't think that's unreasonable.
I don't think it's unreasonable either, but Mr. I Am and Mr. Garion seem to think that,
I just don't like it's something about I like heels and I like my man, but then you're coming out with 1 foot tall heels. That is something off with that.
Believe all women.
I mean, I feel like what she just did right now was wildly disingenuous.
Yep.
Because it is very apparent that if she takes those heels off,
right,
she would be shorter than he is.
Yeah,
Inches shorter than he is.
Shorter than that.
So I'm glad that he pointed that out. But those heels are, listen, I'm telling you, I mean, you guys have been out with women. Like women, we not just walking
Stilettos.
outside.
Yeah, they're not gonna be on
Those kind
long.
of heels. Yeah, they gonna
She's
take them
gonna
off.
pick them off, pull them flats out that purse or out the back seat,
Yeah.
Exactly.
and be complaining how her feet hurt the whole ride to wherever we headed next.
all I'm saying is in my former nerdy life, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
And you know what? Again, I dated a woman like her. Not exactly, gym rat and all that stuff, but that Dallas woman I told you about, Portia, she had a touch of hood. She was high class hood, but I appreciate it.
Bugetto.
Got along great.
I mean, typically all of the heels that I own and that I wear, whenever we go out, he's still taller than me. But gosh, I wouldn't even own any heels. Like I wouldn't wear the heels that she's wearing. But
Even if we chipped in and bought you a pair?
Nah, and you know what? I don't even think that he would get me
Oh,
heels like
it's funny what you might get for Christmas.
I mean, maybe, for the house or something, but I don't know. It's just those kind of shoes are, I don't know. I'm very cognizant of what I wear and how I carry myself. And I don't like to give off any type of vibe that is not representative of me, my family, or my man.
To the meetings.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, I just can't do it. But I mean, she looks great. Like her dress is like super short, but like I get it. Your body, like flaunt it, go for it. But as far as the heel conversation, she looks like a tiny woman. She looks really short and petite.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, she probably ain't nothing but about 5'5", 5'6". And
No, she don't even look
Not
like she
even.
like she. No, she looked like she like 5'2".
Yeah, yeah.
But I will say this: I think I could pull this one because something tells me she's a dark skinned girl and she likes light skinned dudes.
Yeah, she got some catching up to do.
I would shoot my shot.
Oh, she likes light skinned dudes.
No, that I get that vibe from her. The real chocolatey sisters. A lot of times they like light skinned dudes. That's how I'm able to slide in and sneak in.
I'm telling you right now, I think her skin is beautiful.
Yeah, I do too.
Look at all that glistening skin on that muscular arm.
Oh yeah, I love a sexy chocolate like this. Mm-hmm.
Stiletto pumps.
Yeah, even her hair looks nice. This is like a modest weave. It looks nice. And she had like a soft feminine voice and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, her only thing where she went wrong was that dress and the heels.
Well, congratulations.
Say that again, Sam.
She's just got rock hard thighs.
Nah, see, I like her. The only thing she did wrong here is the dress and the heels. Although I appreciate it from just looking at it online, but the dress and the heels is a little bit too much. But other than that, the hair, like I like that she didn't overdo it with the weave and all that. That seems nice enough. But she might not be able to do too much of that since she's a gym chick. You know what I mean? That might that might get a little costly
Let
trying
it
to
out.
when you're sweating your weave out every day. So
Oh well, if this looks like a quick weave to me, T would have to chime in unless this is just on this still because I haven't got to get in there real good. Like the host, that's a full blown wig right there, but hers looks like a quick weave from this still. But if it is a 360 and she has the baby hairs, gel down or whatever, she's taking this thing off every night, and she doesn't wear it to the gym. She just puts it back on when she finishes working out. So
Well, if she and I ever got together, and we won't, but we'd have to work on that weave stuff.
Don't cut yourself off, Stanley.
No.
You gotta start sliding in these DMs, man. I'm telling you. Hey,
definitely out of my league.
You'll be surprised.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd probably have a heart attack.
Go out like Kevin Samuels. Go out like Kevin Samuels.
I don't. Yeah, but she's awesome, though. I have to give her that.
That's what it is.
Eat her oatmeal cookies.
Let's go on over here. So your balloon is still unpopped. Why so?
She looked very attractive, and I like everything she said. Well, the questions she asked and everything.
Okay. Any questions for her? Any questions for him? Any questions for each other?
Nah, no questions right now.
Do you have any kids?
No, none. Do you have any kids?
No.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah.
What just
Is he
happened?
someone that's your type?
I do like the outfit. That was one thing I was trying to scope out was the outfit. So I do like the outfit. Yeah, I like the dark skin. I'm a fan.
Yes, ma'am.
He'll ruin her
Yeah,
life.
so far, I'm like the jacket. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me bring you on up here. Come on up.
This is a surprise.
All right. So I know you said you didn't have any questions there, but just ask one more time. No final questions between the two of you?
You have any ties with anyone?
No. No.
Drama- So drama free zone with you.
Drama free zone.
anyone, he looks
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask then. Is it a yes for you for her?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it a yes for you for him?
Yeah.
It's a yes. We got a match. I'll take the mic. Okay. And you guys can go on up. Make some noise for them, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, we have to look out for the reunion on this one. The catch up.
As she,
Let's go ahead and bring out our next lady.
Bad too. The black dress. Let's see.
That's a bold move on her part.
Yeah, it is. I thought she'll be a good fit with the guy with the black and brown shirt.
She took home flannel.
What's your
Yeah,
name?
buddy.
I'm Kimberly. Kimberly,
God
how old are you?
damn.
Kimberly.
Is this the
Kimberly.
baddies edition?
What do you do?
Pause it, Stanley. Right there.
okay.
There we go.
God
Wait, yeah,
damn.
trying to get the IG. Kimberly.
Woo. Yeah, get that one, Universal, please.
I seen her in the group photo. I couldn't.
Lord have mercy.
Rewind it a little bit more, Stanley. Let her walk back out. Let's just see her walk back out, Stanley.
Got a little chipmunk face.
Okay, let's go ahead and
That's
bring out our
okay.
next
We
single
haven't
lady.
gotten there yet. We're still stuck on.
I'm about to give her my nuts.
Hello, welcome in. What's
Pause
your
it
name?
now.
Kimberly. Kimberly, how old are you?
I'm
Right now.
23.
There we go. Pause it. There we go. All right. Kimberly with 2 Y's.
.m_.
Got her.
I
got her. Keep playing. Oh my lord. Oh. She ain't got a lot of photos, but the ones she do got, amazing.
Oh, okay. What grade do you teach? I teach first grade. Oh, that's so
First
cute.
grade?
And now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
For fun, I like to try new things, like to travel. I'm really optimistic, so I'm down for whatever.
Okay. What do you look for in a man?
In a man, I look for someone who is kind overall, has good morals, adventurous, kind of like me, and maybe a little bit of a homebody too, because I
Okay.
am a little bit of a homebody, even though I like to go out.
He's not a
homebody. I guess not. And yeah, that's and ambitious too.
Okay. Now, what are some deal breakers?
Someone who's judgmental, really I guess
Like the man
nitpicky in a sense.
that balloon.
And someone who's really negative. I don't like anyone
Jesus,
who's
lame, bro.
negative
What the-
overall.
All right. So we did get some pop balloons. Let's go on over there, see why they popped. Okay. Let's start with your name and age.
Antoine, I'm 30.
And Antoine, why did you end up popping your balloon?
You're looking for a homebody. I'm in the army. I promote, so I'm always either overseas or I'm outside a lot.
Got it.
I just don't think it would be a great match.
Okay.
It's good for him.
All right. Now, is he someone that's your type?
Not really. You look great.
Appreciate
Just not really my type. Yeah.
Thank you.
And we got one more over here. Name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
EJ 26. The reason why I pop, I'm not really a homebody because I do like a lot of like photography and like with the type of job I do, I'm always at work here and there.
That's
Also,
not
probably the
nice.
tattoo.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably about it. But you're very gorgeous.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. And now, is he someone that's your type?
What? You have a tattoo?
Yeah, he looks great.
It's a big
If
ass
you like were to approach me outside, I would definitely like entertain it.
Where's the tattoo? I missed it.
On her
It's on
left.
her inner forearm on the left
that.
hand. God damn.
So we have 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them a question. Help you narrow it down.
And apparently,
Where are you guys from? And also, how do you deal with stress?
Good question.
I get a tattoo.
Name and age. Where are you from? How do you deal with stress?
Ty 25. I'm from Phoenix, but I live in Dallas. How do I deal with stress? I talk to my best friend. My mom's a therapist, so just kind of bounce things off of her. And then besides those two, just like to watch movies, just kind of be by myself and kind of just process things.
Me too.
All right, over here, your name and
Like
age,
them.
where are you from, and how do you process stress, handle stress?
Handle stress, yeah.
Yeah, I'm Josh. I'm 26. How do I handle stress? I would say I don't really get stressed too much. I'm pretty chill. So, and then where I'm from, how would you say where I went to school at? Is where I'm from, like high school, or where I live at?
Basically, like where you reside, like right now.
Currently, I'm in Ohio and New York. So
Okay.
for my job, so yeah.
Ohio and New York?
Yeah,
You have a place in both?
Yes, so I travel back and
Okay.
forth. So I'm a financial analyst. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
And our last guy here, name and age, where are you from, and how do you handle stress?
My name is Javon. I'm 25 years old. I'm from Houston, Texas, and I currently live in Phoenix. Actually, it's kind of funny that you say stress because, like, I read a book like a year ago. It's called like Untethered Soul, and it's basically about practicing living in the present. So as soon as I stopped overthinking and analyzing every single situation, hoping for the outcome to realize for me and just let it go and enjoy the journey, that's when I stopped being stressed.
Got her. Got her. Good
That's a
answer.
great book. I read
Good
that
answer.
book.
Good answer, too.
Look at the
So
ass
just to
on
kind of throw it back
Asia.
at you as well, where are
Yeah.
you from, or where do you currently reside, and how do you handle stress?
She got a sneak
I'm
up,
from
too. You
Jersey,
can't tell
I
from the
know.
front.
And
She
to
thicker than
handle
a
stress, I
turkey
usually try
from
and get my mind off
Canada.
of it. Or if it's really something that's bothering me,
Butterball.
I'll talk to my sister, who's like my best friend. So yeah, that's how I deal with it.
That tattoo
so
just
I'm gonna
means
have
she a
your pick
freak on
now.
the weekend.
Facts.
Let me have you hold on to that, and let's go ahead and pop one balloon.
Okay.
Black. Buddy
Yeah.
going to a funeral. She about
Little
to pop
nigga.
this shit.
Little
All
guy.
right. So why
Yeah,
would
he
you
like
go
he
ahead
going
and
to
pop
a
that?
funeral.
I like her outfit.
His own.
Okay, let's let Ignorant get the talking out of his soul so we can watch the video.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just seen the ass on Asia, and I just was like, God damn.
Yeah, they got. Yeah, this was a good lineup of chicks, man.
Saying
This was
she
good.
holding. That's all. I just seen it, and I'm like, I just wanted to say that this lady is holding.
And I gotta talk about it.
I'm sorry, Stanley, if it hurts your pussy that I'm talking about this beautiful queen.
She is beautiful. I think she looks a little chipmunky, but that's
Okay,
just
what you think about the guys? They look good to you or something?
what?
Just a question. Do they look presentable? Would you bang these guys or what? What is it?
Yeah, okay, Ignorant.
Looks like you live a healthy lifestyle. So, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Why did we end up popping his?
It's just you're not necessarily my type. I do tend to go for guys that are just a little taller. No offense to you. You look great though. I love your outfit. I love the chain. Everything looks great.
Appreciate it.
Isn't that being judgmental?
All right. Let's head on back. Okay, we've got 2 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
There's a difference.
What did you learn from your last relationship?
Let's start there and come back this way.
That
What did you learn
bitches
from your
ain't
last
shit.
relationship?
I learned a lot. I learned to let go. I learned to prioritize myself. I learned to challenge myself as well. I moved to a different state
He's a moose.
when I broke up.
See
and
that hand?
I become more physically, emotionally, and spiritually aware of myself. So,
Yeah, he's a mook.
All right, and over here.
What I learned from my last relationship is kind of take things slow, communicate a little bit more so you can align. I'm dating with intention. So just try to get to see the full picture of what our lives could look like. So
I think he's gonna
last
bag
relationship, I
her.
didn't really ask. I kind of assumed what it could be instead of ask what our expectations were. So just communication and just kind of to really learn the person you're talking to.
His mother has over therapied him.
Guys, any questions for her?
Deadly combo.
Kids?
No kids.
Okay.
I do want kids in the future though, but I don't have any.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, that's the
Okay,
one
so-
question.
All right, let's go over here. Any question over here?
What do you feel like your purpose is?
Purpose.
Good
That's a
question.
To pop your balloon.
I
Yep,
guess
pretty
I'm still
much.
trying to figure that out, but I do think that like I have really good leadership qualities. So
Mm.
I think that maybe some form of leadership would be good for me.
Okay.
I would have hit
Do
her
you
with
want kids?
I definitely want kids in the future.
a good leader is a good follower.
Okay, what's that timetable for you? Because for me, I want kids later
What you
at
want?
like 30, 33.
No,
Or somewhere
And
around
how old
there.
are you now again?
I'm 25.
That's actually around the age that I want to, like around 30 and up, because I want to make sure that I'm just at like the healthiest point in my life before I have kids, because I do take that very seriously and I want to be a great role model for my kids. And yeah,
Okay.
That's
Where
a
do you live right now?
intentionality.
New Jersey?
yeah, New Jersey. Where are
Okay.
you from again?
I live in Phoenix. I'm from Houston.
Okay. Is long distance an issue for you, or
He's calculating
have
the
you done that before?
miles.
No, I've not done long distance before.
Got it.
But I can make it
Eliminated
work.
himself.
Whew, okay, it is time to pop a balloon.
Oh,
Is a
All right.
lot to
Whenever
pop.
you're ready.
yummy.
This is really hard for me. Wow. Um, can I ask a question really quick?
All right, yes.
Okay. Do you guys have kids? Any kids?
No kids, neither one of them.
Man.
All right. Oh my god.
Oh.
We already know why he popped. Here we go. All right, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
This is indecisive. Indecisive. I get
The host is tired of this
If it was
goofy
for me,
ball.
you would
I understand.
kick him to the curb.
Okay, so besides the indecisiveness,
yeah.
someone that's your type?
20 out of 10. That's the best rating I've got. For
Okay.
sure.
All right. So is he someone that's your type? I mean,
Yeah, he was my type. That's why it was so hard for me to pick, because you both are my type. And I loved everything you said. You look great. So yeah, that's why it was so hard for me.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, let's come back up here. Come on up here with us. I'll have you stand on this side, you on this side. All right, guys. Any final question between the two of you before we determine if this is a match?
How do you feel about long distance?
Where are you from again?
I live in Dallas.
Dallas. I've never done long distance, but it's not an issue for me. Like I feel like it can work if like both people put in the effort.
Yeah.
So it's not that much of a problem for me.
Okay. Yeah, I have family in New York, so I'm
Okay.
literally going there for Christmas in a couple of weeks. So it's not.
Oh,
yeah.
Slide. Happy holidays.
Are you good? Any questions here?
He
You're
gonna
good?
he gonna
Okay,
take
well
he gonna
then,
take
this is a
her.
yes for you
It's
for
almost
her.
Christmas.
No.
Yes for you for him.
You don't
Yes.
take her. You just you slide over to New Jersey and you
Yeah.
spend those last little weekend days with her, man. Y'all don't know the game yet.
Well, to me, Dallas to New Jersey to what is it? I can't even remember the airport. There's one Newark. Dallas to Newark isn't that big a deal.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure they got a direct flight from Dallas over there.
That's a fact.
Oh, absolutely.
He got him one right here.
That's not much. I mean, that's not super long distance.
We got a match.
Congratulations.
And you guys can go on off. Make some noise for them. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady.
Another baddie. Black dress.
Hello, welcome
this is-
in.
Woo-hoo.
What's your name?
Hold on.
We need to
I'm
stick with whatever.
Chastity, how
Where
old are
does
you?
women be finding these
23.
girls?
And what do you do?
Stanley.
And I'm a flight attendant.
Damn.
All right. What are some things you like to do for fun?
The bad bitch.
You gotta learn the game, Stanley. When they introduce their name, get ready to hit that pause button. That's how you get.
Oh, you know
Yeah.
what?
Plus, we
sorry.
could do a once over.
Yeah.
And what do you do?
And I'm a flight attachity.
Chastity,
got it.
how old
You're
are
a
you?
flight attendant.
Oh shit!
Ah, damn.
I already got it, Stanley. It's private, but I'll get in there.
This is a bad bitch, though.
Universal about to hack the mainframe.
I'm 23.
And what do you do?
And
Hey.
I'm a flight attendant.
Hey, Universal, when
What's
you
up?
request, do they generally grant access?
It depends on what my photos like and how many people we got in common. But typically, I do get in though. I get in.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I got one right now, like in all my photos. Let's go. I just hit her. I'm sliding.
Damn.
What's wrong with being a
Yes,
flight
sir.
attendant? What's wrong
Say
with being
that
a flight attendant? I was just saying, what's wrong with being a flight attendant? That didn't get like a positive feedback when she said it.
Sam, you want to explain it?
I don't have a problem.
I'm just adverse to any woman that travels too regularly or really at all. You need to be chained to a radiator in a basement for me. But no, I just see that's a lot of traveling. That's a lot of meeting this one and that one. Whole lot of opportunities for some fuck shit.
Yeah, I'm with Sam on this one. She's getting too much eye traffic if she's a flight attendant.
Is that an issue of like security? Like maybe feeling insecure?
Good question.
No, I'm
Kimmy.
not trying to. I'm not a dig. It's just a question.
It is a dig.
No,
It probably
It's not.
Wait,
Kimmy, it's a dig, and I'll accept it. Yes,
yeah. I mean, I'll take it.
He knows it's a dig.
it's a dig, and I'll accept it. Yeah, she's getting too many niggas, too many men looking at her on a daily basis.
So what?
That could happen when we're walking down the street.
It's
Well,
different.
imagine
It's
you're
different in
walking
there.
down.
Kimmy, that's different.
I mean, it's really not like if you're dating an attractive woman, and I would consider myself that. Kimmy Cakes is that. Here for the Tea is that. It doesn't matter where we are. We can't help it. So if you can't help that, then you need to get an ugly female. Keep pushing.
Uh-oh.
Hey, wait, hold it.
I mean,
That's a dig, Sam.
Nah, it is. And that's fine. I accept it.
But
But
let me ask you a question, though. I mean, that having a flight attendant, doesn't that mean some like discounted travel or something like that?
Stanley, you're thinking about that the wrong way. But yes,
yeah,
sure.
I mean, sure, that could be some fringe benefits.
Obviously, she likes to travel. That's a good thing.
Nah, it's
Hold on, Sam. Are you a travel person?
I used to be. I was in the Navy. Damn it.
No, not you. I'm talking about Sam. I know you are, Stanley.
I've traveled quite a bit. I've even lived in a foreign country for like a year, but I'm not one of these, every other weekend got to be in a different destination type of person. And I haven't really traveled in a couple of years.
What it is he's afraid of Bob.
She ain't white, so he's okay.
Bob.
Yeah.
Bob like white women. I don't think
Yeah.
Bob's threat.
Nah, but I think Bob would give a chick like this a chance.
No.
Not Bob.
Oh, he's got a strict anti. Okay.
No negroids.
Yeah.
No
You
negroids.
know what? I think she could pass. Just tell him I'm Hawaiian.
She does have the white girl frame and the white girl facial structure. So I could actually say maybe, I don't know, deep tan maybe.
Just be using that buddy pass.
Yeah. Just tell him I'm from Southern Italy.
Hold up, y'all. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's like they say, and to Portia's point.
I like to play tennis, travel.
Oh yeah, she's definitely white.
Tennis?
Stanley, I was in the middle of my commentary.
Say that again.
I was just saying to Portia's point, and like a saying I've always heard, everyone wants a beautiful woman. Not everyone knows how to handle one.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a good point.
That is a very good point.
Yep.
Exactly. Right on.
It's
right
a
on
lot
cue.
of maturity from a man to be with a very attractive woman. A lot.
Just like
But y'all want to be with attractive women, though, right?
Well,
There are people. Hold on. People that don't.
We mature.
Correct.
Did
And
y'all
I think
realize
that's
how it sounds coming out on the other end? Because
no,
I think that's a good point.
It's a great
It's
point,
like
and it's true.
you want to be with an attractive woman, don't you?
Yeah, but you do have to mature to be one. It takes a lot of pride that a man has to like kind of curate to be with a very attractive woman because she is gonna get looks. People are gonna say things. People are gonna take shots at her, and you have to be okay with that.
I remember the model chick I talked about walked into the Hilton Head Banana Republic, and she just happened to be wearing this white Banana Republic sundress, and it was like the store just kind of glommed on her, like all the salespeople and everybody's like, "Oh, you look so awesome in the dress." And I'm thinking to myself, "Well, damn, she's with me."
Right?
It's like I'm soaking it up. Guess who's gonna
should.
lead with gentlemen? So gotta
But I also think for a man too. I mean, because that can also happen if you're with an attractive man. Women, they will look, they will stare, they will try it. You know, so if you're with attractive people, that's just what happens when with attractive people. People look
That
at
is true.
I used to have to beat them off.
But I think it's a different level of taking it in from men and women though, because men have a lot of insecurity issues that we don't talk about, and that's one of them. When somebody's trying to take your chick and you think that they can, that can fuck a dude up.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I wouldn't be messing with nobody that was like that anyway.
Damn.
A lot of dudes are like that. That's why a lot of dudes struggle to actually approach very attractive women. It's this confidence issue that a lot of men have, and once they break that, then they sometimes they go crazy. But like, it's a big deal. It's like a mental hurdle they have to hop over.
Damn, Kimmy, that your neighbor is brazen.
Yeah.
Here you go, and
Very,
he, if they can take her, they can have her. Absolutely.
And he doesn't
So it's
stop.
like, ain't nothing, because it's just like women. Women have to deal with that too on that end with an attractive man. If he has a great personality, if he's funny or whatever the case may be, I think it goes both ways. So, but I do hear what you're saying about the insecurity portion from some men, but just not mine. But
yep.
Universal, did you hear the comment that Lasagna made about Kimmy yesterday?
Oh man, which one? He was going crazy.
The one about the Kimmy. Was this yesterday? I think this was yesterday. The one about your dress up short.
Yeah, he was saying that if I was married to him, I wouldn't be doing that or something like that. He said.
Yeah, he said you wouldn't be like trying on clothes on the internet or whatever. And then someone, I forgot, I think it was Kimmy herself, but someone brought up something about like Steve Harvey.
I think that was Latino.
Yeah, Latino brought that up. He said Steve Harvey's a married man, and he does a whole bunch of videos of him trying on suits and stuff. And what Kimmy's doing is practically the same thing.
No, I don't. I think it's.
I mean, it's lasagna. I mean, after what we saw last night, with Hormaxer and lasagna. I mean.
Oh, y'all saw that?
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Everything else is just null and void, as if it wasn't already. So.
Yeah, that was.
And then the thing is, it's like he's speaking against himself because he wouldn't want like a wife dressed in a muumuu that looks crazy. Like he'll be cheating on that woman all the time. And honestly, a lot of the girls that they think are just like these sweet, I'm a church mouse, those be the worst ones. Those be the ones doing all sorts of stuff behind these guys' backs.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kimmy, I thought that they were at some point I saw online, maybe it was like a couple years ago or last year, that like they were bringing the muumuus back.
Maybe I didn't see that.
Like it's some lady, like she makes them and she's always like twerking on her husband in her muumuu.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Big old booty, yes.
Her. That
he
thing
looks so annoyed. I know exactly who you're talking about.
See something.
I showed it to my husband. And I'm like, that's us. Because he looks so annoyed while she's doing it. I'm like, that is literally us.
Yeah, and she just be putting it on him, and then like all of these ladies, she's always sold out of her muumuus.
Yes, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, that lady. T, have you heard of that lady with the muumuus? Oh yeah, she did. She said she saw that. Yeah.
And like her husband's not tripping that she's clapping that big old booty everywhere.
Did she be
Just
doing it
saying.
all in his face, on his head?
Yep.
Oh my God.
And that man is so annoyed.
So
But you can tell he loves it though, because he doesn't move.
yeah, he showed up move.
He better not move.
No, he don't. It's so funny. Okay, sorry, guys.
Yeah, that was good.
Nature hikes. Yeah.
Okay. And what do you look for in a man?
Someone who's respectful, a man of God, obviously, patient, and then just a good relationship with their mom.
Okay. And what's a deal breaker for you?
I would say disrespectful, obviously. That's about it. I'm pretty forgiving for other
Okay.
things.
All
so,
right.
yeah.
So we did get a pop balloon. Let's go on over there, see why he ended up popping. Okay, let's start with your name and age.
EJ 26.
EJ, why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm just not too big of a fan of like too much makeup, and it's also just showing too much for me. But other than that, that's about it. You're very beautiful though.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
He is. I like the way he looks. I like the way you dress. I like your
Appreciate it.
glasses.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's head on back this way. So we do have 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them a question to help you narrow it down.
Okay. What is your relationship with your family like?
Okay. Let's start name and age first, and what's your relationship like with your family?
Josh, 26. Love my family. I got 2 sisters. I'm a middle child. So I'm always calling my sisters. They actually wanted me to be on this show. So yeah, so good relationship with my family for sure. And my cousins.
Okay.
Nice. Name and age and answers your question.
My name's Antoine. I'm 30. And as far as it goes with my family, I'm the rock of my family. I take care of my mom, take care of my father, my sister, my cousins. I left home to go out, and I kind of bringing everything back home.
Nice.
Okay. Over here, name and age and what's your relationship like with your family?
My name's Javon. I'm 25. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit distant with my family. We keep in touch, text, call, but I'm a person who really likes to be by themselves.
Yeah.
So I check on them on the holidays, call on them. That's about it.
Okay.
Let's head on back. And now I am going to hand you a pick. So there you go. And go ahead and pop 1 balloon whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, so why was your balloon unpopped for her?
She's beautiful. I like her dress and her whole attire. And her questions are deep too.
Definitely. So why did we end up popping his?
I don't know what it is. I think because you are very like too put together. I like them a little rough, a little tough. You're very like pristine and like.
Oh, trust me. Watch the intro of this video.
You look good, but it's just too put together for me.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's head back this way. Let's go ahead and ask these remaining guys another question.
Okay. Where are we from? And then are we open to long distance?
Okay. Where are you from? And are you open to long distance?
Josh. Oh.
You can say your name again if you
Yeah,
want.
right. How would you define like where are you from?
Where
Is it
you
like
at?
where you went to high school?
Where were you born?
Tennessee.
Oh, okay. What
Yeah,
part?
Memphis.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I moved to Jacksonville, Florida. I stayed for like 6 years. Then I moved to Atlanta, Georgia. I stayed there for like 6 years. Then Columbus, Ohio for college and stuff like that. And now I'm like in Ohio and like New York, so for my job. So
you're more from the South, you would say.
most likely. Yeah. So and then what was your second?
And then are you open to long distance?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Same thing over here.
I'm from New York. I'm currently stationed out here though. But open to long distance. Yeah, I move around a lot as well. So yeah.
And then where are you from? And where
I
are you at
am
now?
from Houston.
Okay.
But I am open to long distance. Obviously, I'm a flight attendant, so it's easy for me to commute and yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, guys, do you have any questions for her?
I got a couple.
You got a question? Oh, okay. Let's go over here then.
You got kids?
I do not.
Okay.
But one day, maybe.
What do you want to do?
Besides flying now, I am 3 years into my education degree, so maybe teaching. We'll see. I'm still filling it out. I'm still young. And then I was trying to
Oh,
pursue
dang.
maybe real estate, maybe. Still filling it out. So it's
Okay, sounds good.
I think so you had a few. That was only one.
Oh, I asked two.
Oh,
You got
okay.
kids? Yeah.
Okay,
Then what you
you're
want to
good
do?
there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Over here.
You talked about family. How close are you with your family?
really, really close with my family. I feel like family is the most important thing. Specifically my mom, my parents. My father passed away, so I didn't really get to have that connection. But I feel like family is really, really important. My top number one priority.
Dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, it is time to pop a balloon whenever you're ready.
Okay. Okay. It's so hard. Okay. I'm just gonna pop yours.
Uh-oh. So he didn't want you to pop it. He let it go. All right. So why was your balloon unpopped?
We have a lot of common interests. I played tennis in high school. I did like intramural in college, and then I'm trying to get my real estate license next year too. Add on to that. So yeah, we have a lot of commonalities. So,
We do, yeah.
So why did we end up popping his?
I would say
One commonality you won't
probably
have.
the height. And I hate to say that. I'm so sorry. I do not
Nah, you're
discriminate.
good. No,
But
you're
if
good.
it comes down to the two, I'd rather.
Got to get rid of heels.
I know.
All right, thank you. Okay, let me bring you on up here. Come on over here. All right, guys. Any questions between the two of you?
No questions for me.
You say you're a travel attendant. What does that look like on your day to day?
So I'm usually at home about 15 days out of the month, so half the month. So I just have that free time to go anywhere pretty much. And I usually do. I don't have anyone now, so if I did, I would, travel to that person. But yeah, pretty free.
You say you're stationed in Houston?
Houston, yeah,
Okay, awesome.
yeah.
That's all I got.
You're
That's
good?
it.
Yeah.
Okay, well then. Is it a yes for you for her?
Yeah.
Okay, and is it a yes for you for him?
Yes.
We got a match! I'll take the mic, and you guys can go on up. Make some noise for them.
That's a good looking couple. That
All
works.
right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single
Good for them.
lady. Hello.
The baddie. Yup. God dang.
Is she white? Always JoJo 01.
That name.
do?
That name.
I'm a sales home consultant.
Okay, what do you like to do
She
for
said
fun?
failed?
So for fun, I like to go to the gym. I work a lot, so I don't do much, but I like going outside, being outside. I like doing active things.
Her
like
voice is hilarious.
tennis.
Yeah, it
Just
is.
being at the gym, really.
Okay.
Don't do too much.
And what do you look for in a man?
So in a man,
Damn,
somebody
yes.
that's confident, not insecure, respectful, has good hygiene.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
And what are some of your deal breakers?
Thanking out here.
For sure, kids.
Mhm.
A man that's not a man of God. I'm trying to think. A man has bad hygiene.
Mhm.
You said that
Yeah,
already.
that's all I can think of so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Family
So
hygiene's
no
real.
pop balloons. So go ahead and ask these guys a question to help you narrow it down. See who's more your
Okay.
match.
Let me see.
She
I
got a
wrote
dump truck on her
Oh,
for a
okay,
white
go
girl.
ahead.
Okay. So first, okay. What have you done to prepare yourself for a relationship?
All right, let's start with our first guy here. Name and age, and what have you done to prepare yourself for a relationship?
Yeah, Josh, 26. I feel like the biggest thing I've done is got my bag up, got my accolades. I'm a good communicator as well.
Get your money up,
I'm pretty
king.
understanding, and I'm pretty
Okay.
caring too. So
Keep
yeah,
stacking.
I'm financially stable and being emotionally. intelligent. So those are like my three things I would say.
Okay.
Let's go on over here. Name and age, and what have you done to prepare for a relationship?
EJ 26. I say I still his answer to I say save up a lot also. Also just bought a house, so I'm looking to like settle down. Probably not right now, but coming up soon.
Yeah.
And just going to church also, just like believing just like believing in God more, and just like how the way he like helped me get out of like certain situations. So just I say that, but that's really
Okay.
about it.
Let's go over here. Name and age, and what have you done to prepare for a relationship?
My name's Javon. I'm 25 years old. Um, I've done a lot of reading, self-reflecting, being introspective about myself. I've also go to the gym, taking care of my hygiene as well, making sure my house is in order. For the most part, talking to my community, talking to my friends, having difficult conversations about.
You know what? I looked at her.
Having difficult conversations about
She,
difficult topics that's not really brought up.
I think she seems biracial to me.
She's like Dominican or something.
Yeah, y'all think she's mixed? Because I
Puerto
can.
Rican or something.
Yeah,
Her last
she's.
name is.
Thinking like Italian or something.
I think
Yeah,
white. I'm thinking white Latina.
I don't know. I got red flags on this one. No,
I'm thinking she's wearing her red flag.
Up in the black
Yeah, I'm
community.
kind
So
of with Universal.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
Okay. Now, what have you done to prepare to be in a relationship?
Definitely gotten closer with the Lord for sure these past couple
The
months.
Lord.
Yeah,
And
past couple months,
surrounded
good
myself
ideas.
with great people.
I started reading the
And yeah,
Bible.
definitely just truly trying to focus on my future
Here
and what
we
I
go. Here
want
we
for my
go. Here we
future.
go.
And just also just really focusing on the small moments in life.
Nice. All right. Well, I'm gonna hand you a pick.
Oh
Sounds
god.
like a fun weekend.
It is that time. I'm gonna have you
Okay.
pop one balloon.
Okay. Sorry.
All right. So,
Oh,
why was your
I'm
balloon
him.
unpopped for her?
Sam?
You live an active lifestyle. I play tennis too.
Nice.
Yeah, short guy.
Sam? I found orange dress. I found her.
Yo, you did?
I'm in.
Oh,
Let's
praise the
go.
Lord.
Let's
Oh, it's a good
I'm him.
good day. God is good.
All the time.
I told y'all.
Drop that link, Universal.
Yeah, either drop your
And
link or
praise
share your
this,
screen.
Wow.
The
Are
link is
you
on.
all ready to continue, or you?
How's the IG look, Universal?
It looks as advertised.
As banging as
As
I'm expecting
advertised.
it to be.
Yo, this woman,
Put some
man.
respect on my name, man. I got it.
Good God.
I'll be back, y'all. I'm gonna go rub one out real quick.
Oh Jesus,
This nigga about this.
Mr. TMI.
I'm mad that we just paused this and left this chick on the screen and go look at the orange dress from like 5 girls ago.
This white girl ain't bad though, but ooh.
No, she's not bad, but I will say this while we are paused. When she gave her answer into like what she does, she was bumbling and stumbling. That was my first like clue, like something ain't right. But if you look at her IG, you can tell she's been out in these streets. She's probably been with some promoters, club promoters, niggas that just ran through her, and now she's trying to get right with God and get cleaned up and shit. But she's got
She remind me of Ice
experience.
Spice a bit.
Yeah,
You know-
all I was hearing from what she was saying is I'm ready to get off the carousel.
Yep.
After I got ran through by all these niggas, I'm finally figuring out what I really need to be and blah blah blah.
I tried doing that 100 niggas at once thing. It didn't work out.
yeah.
Let me be of assistance.
Staley said, "That's okay. She can come have some cookies."
Now, the only thing I'm looking for right now is tattoos.
Oh, she's got one on her butt, but that's it.
On the butt.
Okay.
Don't ask me how I know.
Okay, she got that. It's not a tramp stamp.
No, it's on the side of the thigh. It's on the booty cheek though.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, is it like a cherry on a booty cheek or something?
It's not
Yeah,
a cherry. No, she's not a stripper. She's not a
Okay,
stripper.
she got-
But,
that's what I was thinking. She got the stripper's kiss.
no, that's that. I'm sexy, like, and I'm gonna be on the beach tattoo. That's that. It's not the cherry on the booty cheek or the lips.
Okay.
But she's had her fun out here. She's had a good time, and now she's looking to.
She got the Queen of Spades.
You hear what she said?
Look, that's Lasagna's kryptonite. One of those tattoos. He's gonna lose it.
I would lose it if I had a girl with a Queen of Spades tattoo, bro.
Yeah. She's about to have the in about 10, 15 years she's gonna have that white woman haircut. The you know the
Yep.
haircut, the short
Yep.
one. I fuck niggas.
Yep.
White
The
woman
paw
haircut.
cut. The paw cut.
Bald on the side.
Yep. Yep. With the
Well,
the angle. Yeah, the angle
Yeah, y'all know
bob.
what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
Sure.
well, I think one of the first things she said was kids, definitely.
Yeah.
So, maybe if she's off the merry-go-round, she at least has a direction.
She probably can't have any kids though, because she's probably about 4 or 5 abortions deep. So
Oh,
that's
I wasn't gonna go that bad.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, man.
Oh man.
So
Yeah, I'm glad I found that because I got a roll, but I
what
did my due
white
diligence for the day.
you said what about the day, Universal?
What white girl hurt you?
Actually, well, let me see. There's probably a couple, but I had a few white girls. It was generally a good experience.
Okay.
Yeah, got a few interesting stories.
So I go to the gym as well, so we had a lot of commonalities. So
Why did we end up popping heads?
I mean, I like your outfit. I really do. I like the clean, everything. Like the beard. I would say just a little too short for me. Just a little bit.
Athlete.
Okay, go ahead and ask these two remaining guys another question.
Them niggas can't catch a break. Man.
Love.
I feel bad for Jordan.
Okay. Mm.
He seems like
Okay. Whenever you're upset,
Mainly
how do you
because he's
react?
right beside that LeBron James looking guy who's tall as hell.
You're upset.
You know
How
what?
do you
He's
react?
tall, but he's so lame that he's not getting
Honestly,
his height's not helping.
You probably
yeah, it's like, yeah, what is it? Maybe it's the glasses.
It's his whole demeanor, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just he's got he's just so he seems a little nervous to me too.
Yeah.
But he could have put his height alone and just his aesthetic, like without him talking, he probably could have got one of the previous women. But he just talked his way out of all of them. He's just so weak. Just weak.
Yeah, you could have him a little harem of white women. So I don't.
Oh yeah. Easy.
He could he could definitely probably bag this girl if it wasn't flimsy.
Harem.
probably never catch me too
morning,
mad. I'm
fellas.
just more of a nonchalant
Morning.
type of person. I don't
Morning,
really try to
Stanley.
Salute.
let myself get out of character.
Nothing much. Just appreciating this white woman.
Is she white? Is she white?
I think she's white. I think she's Hispanic actually, but
Yeah,
She's
she's some sort of Hispanic, I think.
Medina.
Yeah, she doesn't look 100%.
Yeah, she looks like one of those passing white women from back in Stanley's day.
yeah.
She's not quite Creole, but yeah.
I have aunts. I have my grandfather, my father's side of the family. Oh yeah, they could pass easily. My grandfather could have passed.
She might be a AKA right here.
No, I don't know about all that. Maybe a Delta. She's wearing red.
Not a
She's wearing
Delta.
red.
Yeah, that
like
is
that.
true.
So,
That is true.
I just either just go.
But I'm thinking she's over 40 though.
No
way.
Oh yeah,
Heck.
she is.
Wow.
I said at least mid 30s. At least
I
mid
would
30s.
say upper 30s. I'd say she's close to 40.
Damn, Stanley.
So
I don't
take a
know.
drive somewhere, or just walk somewhere, or
Yo,
just.
I looked at her
just
Instagram.
Right,
She's
or
close
just,
to 40. If
just be
she's
quiet or
not
something.
close
I
to
just don't
40,
like to argue. So
then
Okay.
I'd be surprised.
Okay. And over here.
I'm very calm. Through the past readings I've been doing,
like
sometimes when you get emotions are like highs and lows.
Very
They go
motivated.
through you and flow in and out. You don't hold the grudge and let it temper up, and you just let it out and breathe, flow through the body.
Okay.
So I'm calm.
Yep, that's
Cool, collected.
right there.
Okay.
All right, guys. Any
Okay.
questions for her?
What's your definition by you say you like to
Yeah,
go
this
outside?
dude,
What you mean by that?
Yeah, I
You
hate
you
this
said what?
guy.
What's your definition by you
I
say
hate
you like
his
to go
glasses
outside?
too.
What you mean by
Shut
that?
up.
Well, you know
Dumbass
what? If
glasses.
You know what? No, them glasses are funky. They look like my grandma's glasses. Them thick ass frames and that goofy ass pattern. What the hell?
I don't know. The only thing I can think of to describe him is just lanky.
Yeah, he's a lanky, lame ass motherfucker. That's what he is. He's lame.
He looked like LeBron James' little brother.
LeBron James's little brother looks like
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
I hate dudes like this. Because you got it all, but you, for whatever reason, they haven't developed like a personality or something. So it's like, brother, you got all the tools, but you don't know how the fuck to work them.
Yeah. They're working against his
I
goofy
think
ass.
he's still in his 20s though.
Yeah, he is. But by now he should have worked through some of this though, man.
Yeah.
He just really bought a house. Like he's getting himself together, but
I don't
he
know.
could
Maybe
he
you know,
could have pulled almost any of those chicks before. He's just too goofy.
I wanted to say,
you ain't got no dad.
really quick. Good morning, HB.
Morning, Portia. Morning.
You just said hello to the fellas, and me and Kimmy are up here, so I just wanted to,
Good
say
morning,
hi.
Portia. Good morning, Kimmy.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How you ladies doing?
Good.
I'm good too.
How you ladies liking this commentary by the fellas?
I'm
they're
enjoying that.
joining in.
I'm enjoying
Let
it.
me let
Yeah,
me
it's
ask
good.
let me ask the ladies a question. Who do you think on this panel, or who usually comes on this panel, who do you think would clean up on Pop the Balloon?
You.
Besides me, I mean,
You
that's
just needed
that's
your
obvious.
ego stroke this morning, didn't you?
That's obvious. Besides me, that's besides me.
John.
Jimmy, you think John would clean up on Pop the Balloon?
Yeah, they love him. They love that man. I'm telling y'all, if y'all only seen what I seen.
You're gonna be asking to sniff their hair before they leave.
Right.
I think Gary would too.
John gonna be like,
Not gonna lie, I think I might be a little too young for this.
Kamala and Trump.
I don't think so. Aren't they y'all all the same age?
Yeah.
I think Stanley would too.
Oh, definitely.
No, probably not.
Nah, I could. Not gonna lie, I could
No,
see Stanley
Stanley.
pulling at least somebody.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Stanley would probably show up in
I'd
like
make some unseemly comment, and all the balloons would pop.
I think that was
Stanley, you're a gentleman. You wouldn't say nothing crazy.
I think
Oh,
with Stanley and HB, they would probably pop their balloons a lot. I feel like
oh shoot!
once Stanley sees a weave, he's popping. Once HB's just picky, so he's popping.
As soon as I see a tattoo or a weave,
Stanley ain't gonna get nobody if that's the case. Weave.
Weave and a tattoo? Yeah, Stanley lives by himself.
Gonna be no sisters for you.
He'll have to deal with this. He'll have to deal with the white passing ladies.
HB will pop, but he'll be a slow popper. He's gonna check it out first and then be like, nah. No.
Once they start talking too much,
I already know.
That's a bad one for me. Yapping. Yeah.
Yapping. She's a yapper. I like this girl right here though, because she's not too much of a yapper.
I think Universal will get a date and then regret it later. Like damn.
See, my game wouldn't be on the popping though. My game would be in the backstage. See,
Universal will be in the after.
I'll be pulling like 3 of them in the back.
Get on.
That's cheating.
Universal have iPads for all the runners up.
Oh Lord.
With AirPods, especially on this one.
He put
On this one, they come with accessories, baby. Hey,
He'll put their IG in the home screen.
that's right. Hey, I already got you logged in, baby. Here you go. Post up.
On that note, Universal, you should just be like the Jamaican guy from yesterday. I want you. She's like, what's my monthly allowance?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I can't put a chick on a balance sheet. Oh God, monthly allowance.
In US dollars, it was like $1,200 a month.
Oh man,
that's affordable.
I mean, I could. I'd do it now.
What's up, badass?
if they know how to, no. I'd ask. I would ask questions like, do you know how to cook? What's your favorite position?
You can't ask that when you just meet somebody.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, Kimmy, to
You
be
know what
fair,
a good question?
if you've seen enough of these, yeah, you can.
A good question I would ask is what did your ex do right?
Oh man, I'm not even
That's a
like
good one.
nah. See me,
Sam, you
man.
know what
I'm
I'm
not.
talking about? Sam knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm not even thinking about the no other nigga, man. I'm
But
sorry.
that's not the point of the question though. But go ahead.
I get it, but I don't even want. I'm the alpha and omega. You don't even bring up no other nigga around me. Fuck that shit. No, I'm just playing. But nah, not on the first date,
HB don't
man.
want the frame of reference.
Yeah, not early on. You know, when you get to know a girl, you know, you wanna find that stuff out. But on the Pop the Balloon show, you gotta really gauge what type of woman this is. You know, do you want kids? All that type of stuff. Like, what type of woman you really
I
are?
would definitely ask what's your ideal date.
HB.
Who cares?
Yeah,
You know,
that's
you
too
guys ask some.
girlfriendy. That's too
Yeah,
girlfriendy.
y'all ask some like that, and I think that's what's wrong with a lot of these questions. They're too like generic. Ask like
Mhm.
real life questions. Like what's your favorite book that you read? What's your favorite movie? Like what like just something to get to know her personality as a person. Because if she says something like you know, you ask her what's her favorite movie, she says something like The Color Purple. You already know what type of bitch this
Yeah.
is.
Can't fuck with it.
You can't
Wait.
fuck with it.
HB.
What do you like to
Badass.
do? What do you like to do for fun?
Badass said that you would ask if they knew how to edit videos.
So you know how to edit?
What's your opinion on truckers?
Yeah, that's another thing too. I would ask, you know, would you ever want to go on the road? You know, are you that type of girl? You know,
I think if I had a trucker dude, I would definitely be out on the road with him, especially when I don't have work. What? We'd see everything.
Yeah, it's brutal though, Kimmy. I don't know if you could handle the trucking life. It's kind of brutal.
It
Well,
looks fun
would
on
they have to
the
sleep on the
movies,
truck?
but
Looks
the
fun. It looks
reality
fun
is
in those. It looks fun in those YouTube videos. Those YouTube.
Yeah. See, Kimmy, let me ask you this: Would you be open to peeing in a cup?
No.
Would you be open to that? See, you
No.
couldn't be on the road. You couldn't be on the road.
Get her one of those specialty
Those are
mini
like do or
toilets.
die situations, not just because, you know.
No, but that's part of the being on the road. What if we stuck somewhere? What if we get caught up in traffic? You got to take a piss.
What? There's no
Listen.
resting stops.
Not in the middle of traffic.
Yeah, go. I was gonna say if you count a bush, I guess.
Can you pop a squat between a tire and a fuel tank?
Right.
That I might could do. If there's a bush covering me, I might be all right with that.
Sometimes you gotta, you know,
And you travel
know,
with toilet paper, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I got like wet wipes, so
Oh, great.
you know, yeah. I got wet wipes. So if you did have to pee in a cup, you can clean yourself, you wipe yourself off.
But a cup.
But that's what I mean, come on, Kimmy. But that's what I'm saying.
What if it
girls,
runneth over?
Wait, you said what if it what?
Runneth over.
Hey,
What if the cup runneth
that's
over?
how it goes sometimes.
Sheesh.
Just got to deal with it when you pull up to the next truck stop.
What?
Yeah.
Not to mention some girls don't even like being in like small places and stuff like that. Aren't like claustrophobia might do it if you're in
I
a
like
truck or
space.
something like that for long periods of time. That could trigger it.
But do you have to like get hotels a lot to like shower and stuff?
No, they got truck stops with showers, but you got to make sure you bring your shower shoes because you don't want to be barefoot on those trucker floors. That's what I'm saying. It ain't for the weak. You got to be
you gotta thug it out.
you got to be a thug. You got to be gangster to be on the road. You know, respectfully, Kimmy, I think you're a little too posh for the road.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a ride or die in that sense.
You wait, HB question. What about this girl? What about this girl right here? You think she could do it?
Honestly, this girl right here seems like the type that would be down for whatever. I'm gonna keep it real.
I kind of get that vibe too.
Yeah, she seems like she'll put some work boots on.
But not in a bad way. I just think she might have more of an
not in a
adventurous
bad
spirit.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she.
You know,
she
I
doesn't
went
mind getting
looking
dirty.
through her Instagram a bit.
Yeah.
You know, she's got a couple gym shots and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I actually like her. I think she's pretty cool.
Yeah. This girl does seem kind of chill to me. I don't know. Maybe because
Yeah, I
she's
could get
white.
it.
I don't know.
No, it's, I think no, I think it's because I think it's not just because he's white. I think it's also because she's here.
She's got some pictures in Puerto Rico.
Okay. All right. All right. Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Any like Stanley, any pictures that kind of show her personality? Like, is it just like
I didn't look too deep into it, but there's some the gym pictures kind of show a personality. There's a birthday picture. The link is in the back chat.
Oh, okay.
okay?
It's
You know,
JoJo something or another.
Stanley, I think like gym pictures are kind of lack of personality. Like I would say, like if you look at like Kimmy's her page, you could see the personality with Kimmy. You know what I mean? Like she's she's fashionista, likes the finer things in life, and likes to travel.
I am looking at this Instagram. It is pretty basic.
She's a beach person.
Yeah, she's got a beach
I
photo.
am definitely a beach person, unless you're talking about the person on TV.
No.
I
mean,
you know
on
what?
the
I don't have a problem with her. I just think she's closer to 40.
Damn, that's
it gotta be the
kind of
food and the
bad.
GMOs. It gotta be the GMOs because this is not making any sense to me.
I do think a big indicator is the lack of Instagram photos. There is not many photos here.
Well,
That's
shit,
that's
I
actually
have
a
a
good
lot of
thing.
Instagram.
Yeah, I know
photos.
that's what I'm saying. Like the lack of Instagram photo shows that means she's not really a very flashy person, especially on the internet at least.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I don't know. And that's another question too. I'm asking how old are you? Like, god damn, these guys they're
Well,
like
see,
asking
I'm a
all these.
little bit more immune to age than y'all might be.
Nah, I am too, Stanley.
And to me, she looks young.
I've been in those situations where I thought a girl was older and younger than she really was, and it's not a
Right.
good it's not a good feeling, man. You gotta ask that age, because I'm not seeing 35, 40, but like I think if you're thinking that and this chick is 26, that's a huge red
No,
flag.
she's not 26.
Yeah, she is not 26.
If she's
But, like-
26, then yeah, that's definitely red flag.
That's a huge red flag.
She could be as much as early 30s, I think.
That's what I'm thinking too. I say mid. I usually
An
say mid 30s.
attractive early 30s.
35 or above.
Damn.
35, I think, is a tad strong, but she's got.
No,
the
I think 35 or above.
Somebody needs to ask her, man.
Hold on, I think she might go into it because she's talking to this guy.
All right, let's see, Stanley.
Really just spend my time a lot outside. Like I read my Bible outside. I like going on walks. I like going to parks and trails and running. Really just anything outside.
And what do you do again?
I'm a sales home consultant, so I sell manufactured homes.
That's nice.
Oh, mobile homes,
Any
nice.
questions here?
LeBron.
What events?
Yeah.
What events that you've been through have led you to this point, right here and right now?
Do you have like anything specific? Like
It can be a trial and tribulation. It could be a challenge. It could be a goal.
Trial or tribulation.
It could be motivation. It could be
See, this shit is like so generic, man.
setting
Oh
yourself
my
out
god.
there. Anything that motivates you. What's your
I
purpose?
think she.
my purpose in life is just genuinely to be happy and to do what makes me happy, to be around my family. My family for sure makes me the happiest. That's whenever I'm at peace the most.
Detect a slight accent there.
Yeah, she sounds kind of Eastern European. I don't know what.
And I would say just moving here in general from where I'm from definitely has made me flourish in
Ask
life
her where
and change to be the
Guess
person
she's
I am
from-
today.
Okay, where are you from?
New Mexico.
Oh, New Mexico.
Yes.
Oh, threw me off.
I'm originally from Houston.
Okay,
I
nice.
moved here to Phoenix like a year ago.
Okay, nice.
I was
You
thinking.
been hiking out here?
No.
You want to?
Maybe in the future,
Okay.
yes.
I thought you said you was an outside person.
Yeah, I
Okay,
am.
cool. All right, I got one more question then. You have no kids, right?
No,
Do you want kids?
I do. I do want a big family, but not to like I'm almost 30.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Here we go.
I'm just
Yeah, Stanley, I
Okay,
told you, man.
then okay. Well, then there's some problems here because she looks like she's
Yeah,
almost 40.
yeah, that's a big red flag. She's not even 30
Oh,
yet.
Miles, then.
oh boy.
She may have been on drugs at some point. Something ain't right. She
Yeah,
may have been on.
that's some red flag stuff.
She might have been an ex-meth addict. Like, why you look so old, bitch?
Yeah, she does not look 30.
Okay.
I'd
Oh,
still
yeah, that's it.
take her out though.
All right. Why do we end up popping over here?
You are very beautiful. The only thing that was just throwing me off is just like the bottom teeth, but
I mean, you got a gap, so.
I know
But
that's
okay,
cool. But
that's
that
fine.
was the only thing that was throwing me. You're very beautiful.
That's cool.
That's
All right. Now, is he someone that's your type?
I mean, his high is cool, yes. The glasses, they're giving real girlish, but other than that, yeah, everything's clean.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Let me bring you on up here. Let's both all come on up. All right. Any final question between the two of you before we determine if this is a match?
Where do you live?
Central Phoenix.
Okay.
Melrose.
What is your family dynamic?
Oh.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little bit distant. I like to keep to myself. I keep up with them now and then, but I'm more doing on my own thing and working on my own journey.
Okay. Okay, I think I got a pop. You're not really my type.
Okay. And what makes him not really your type?
Like he looks nice and everything, but I definitely do like men with a more fuller beard.
Uh-huh.
Wait, hold it. With a more what?
A beard.
Oh.
Yeah, man. A lot of girls like the beard, Stanley. They like a full
Hey,
beard.
you know what? I'm sure they like to pet.
Yeah, man. When they ride in your face, they like the
They like to
exfoliate.
really?
They like to exfoliate with your face.
Okay. Well, why didn't she go for the beard? The short?
Gosh. Oh, she picked this nigga.
Just a little bit more fuller
Well,
beard.
he was the last one left. She just unpicked him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to walk away for a second. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
she popped his balloon. She probably would be okay with him if he had better family relations. I mean, she literally said she likes her family and she wants kids. So a dude who's keeps to himself and is doing his own thing, that might not be, father material.
Yeah.
Okay.
Words matter,
Why
young
was your
man.
balloon unpopped?
Words matter.
I like their answers. They're very deep. She's very beautiful.
Thank you. Let me have your head on back.
That's it.
Still think you're
All right, well, that is all the balloons
Yes.
pop, but we do thank you for coming on. Let's
Thank
give it up for her,
you.
guys. I'll
Thank
take this. Thank you.
I like it.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning into this episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love. If you'd like to be featured in any of our upcoming episodes, make sure you go ahead and click on that link in the description box below and fill out a form to be considered. Also,
Hey, HB.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the show, they did a commercial for YouTube Premium.
Oh,
so
nice.
now they're hitting the big time slowly but surely.
Yeah. That's once you start getting those ad placements, you're getting big time.
Yeah.
That's a good
channel.
sign.
Yeah. It's kind of worrying for us because copyright and all that.
You know what? I'll contact them and tell them we're plank owners.
Yeah, we're. Oh God, yeah. I was like, yeah, we own shares for YouTube, and we're also doing streaming.
No, plank owners means we've been streaming your show for months now.
I know what that means. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a Navy thing, so not many people do.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried about that because this show is so this is the type of show you want people to share.
Yeah, it brings
You know?
exposure.
Yeah, a lot of exposure. Yeah.
Congrats! I am pretty impressed with this episode. It had a nice, decent supply
Oh
of
yeah,
women.
I'd
Had some
say
really
This is my
interesting
favorite episode.
panelists.
some
Hmm
women I've seen on this show. There've been the past few shows have been pretty upscale.
You know what it is? As the show's blowing up, they're probably attracting better contestants, and they know putting a bunch of these on here is gonna get views. Ain't mad at.
I think it's a good sign too, because I just feel like in the past couple of years, people have been so anti-relationship and shit, and it is good to see that there still are people out here looking to settle down, get in a relationship, especially black folks. You know, I think this is like really positive, honestly.
Yeah, I agree to a degree. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To a degree.
No, I mean, I agree with HB that it is nice to see people truly, well, at least on the surface, looking for love, if you will. But you know, it's good. It's good. But I don't want us to, or at least I would not fall into the trap of thinking that this is kind of the norm or whatever. But I think that's what the show's about, kind of actually finding people who are actually trying to find people, you know.
Well,
Just mess around.
watching this show, I think it's anything but at least the norm I'm used to.
But the caveat is that what you got to
we
watch out is
go on shows to meet people.
yeah, but the caveat is half the chicks you can see that they're trying to get their Instagram popping or whatever else popping. So
Yeah.
you got to kind of proceed with caution on that.
Yeah. But I think even the guys are trying to get their Instagrams popping too. So I think it kind of balances
Especially
itself out.
the Jamaicans. Jesus Christ. That's all they do is try to plug their music in.
Yeah, all of the Jamaicans have TikToks. That shit blew my mind. All the
Yeah.
Jamaican guys had TikToks.
There's a
I'm
whole
like, bro,
Caribbean side to TikTok. There's a
yeah,
whole world.
I didn't know so many guys had TikToks. So they did the Jamaican episode. That shit was wild to me.
That's what I've been seeing on almost every Jamaican episode though. Almost all of them either have a TikTok, an Instagram, some type of SoundCloud or some other social media I've never heard of, and they're always trying to plug it. And I'm like, damn.
I do think though, like someone was saying about finding love. I think it was Sam. I'm not sure. Maybe Gary. I don't remember. But I know like right now in the whole podcast world, it's a lot of like back and forth about men hating women and all this weird stuff. But it's nice to see people actually doing something about it. You know?
Kimmy, I 100% agree. And just like people showing up, looking their best, you know, putting their best foot forward. It might not work out, but you know, at least
they're
people
trying.
just not. Yeah, at least they're trying. It's just like Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
People didn't gave up out here, man. People they stop fighting. It's just like, damn, man, you might as well body yourself.
Well, Hood, you have you come up to rain on the Pop the Balloon parade?
Oh, Hood Conservative, what's going on, man?
I'm gonna hold the reign. I'm just curious as to why you guys are so like, because every time I like check in on this channel, it's like Pop the Balloon. I'm like, what is so fascinating about it? Because I never watched it. I'm not interested in it, so I don't get it on that level. But I'm just curious as what you guys see in it.
What I see in it is a bunch of young people who are decades younger than I am. Things have changed in the dating world, in the singles world. I have an 18-year-old. I'm curious to know what young people are doing.
Yeah, and Hood Conservative,
It's a sociological thing.
My whole thing is watching Stanley watch Pop the Balloon. To me, that is fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm in the boat with you right there because I'm curious, Stanley. How long before you think it'll be? How long do you think it'll be before you admit that we had a point?
What do you mean by that? I think you need to clarify that. I'm sorry.
Oh, you mean? Well, let me put it to you this way.
Well, hold on. Let me clarify. Let me clarify by point. When I say we have a point, I mean the manosphere in general is just raising the argument that it's not all the men. There are bad men, there are assholes, there are guys who don't belong, but we have this narrative that men suck and it's all the men, and obviously it's not all the men.
Conservative.
Hold on. Let me answer.
Okay, go ahead, Stanley.
Conservative.
I'm
Actually,
gonna back you up.
watching all this, I think quite the opposite. I think it's all men's fault.
Oh, I don't
Well,
think
then I
that.
guess the question would be how long of watching this material until you change your mind about that? That's the exact question. I knew exactly what I was asking.
I
think
think I've
conservative
seen
needs a paradigm shift.
formed enough arguments that I don't know that I'm going to change my mind.
Wait, can I jump in, Stanley?
Sure.
I think conservative, maybe it's just a paradigm shift that you need. I think even the fact that you even use the word manosphere is quite telling. And I think a lot of that is keeping people lonely, sad, and like not finding partners, right? If the goal.
Men were already sad and lonely.
Wait, hold on. 1 second.
They didn't make
1
any
second.
noise.
If the goal is to like find a secure relationship, I think these people with the pop the balloons are creating the opportunities for that to happen, and people are getting from behind the swipe lefts and the swipe rights and the DMs, and like having these in-person contacts, which for their age group it's a big thing. And I think people could say focus on a problem, but people that create solutions, I think, are the leaders of the world, and they're doing something about it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the other thing, we're seeing the beginning of relationships, not how they play out on this show, to be fair.
I mean, they do have an after. We actually
People hook
can if
up.
we watch some of the after shows.
Yeah, we gotta watch
I
some
think
of the after
that
shows.
the issue,
We gotta watch some of the after
the
shows.
issue I wanted to like respond to Kimmy with is that it's not that the manosphere is keeping people sad and lonely. People were already sad and lonely. Men were already sad and lonely. If we're
I
going to
don't
hold
think
that
it's a
narrative,
manosphere either. I don't think it's a manosphere either. I think it's just a whole podcast culture of women hate men, and there are people in this world who want to get past that. Let's make connections. If they work, if they don't work, that's just life and relationships in general, right? But at least people are having the opportunity and the access, and they
the
seem.
opportunity is fine. Do you suppose, Kimmy, though, that the women hating the women hating the men only started in the podcast era? Do you think all the feelings just happened because we bought microphones during COVID?
Her point is that women don't hate men. Some do, some don't.
Right.
You
That's
start.
debatable. I don't think these women
approach every relationship with women hate men, and I have to convince this woman not to hate men, then you're going to lose most of the time.
That's what I'm saying. You got to shift your paradigm a little bit. Just change the way you're looking at things. And no one's saying that you're wrong about whatever your experience has been,
I'll
or
go ahead and
whatever
say
research you've done, but
you're wrong.
you can't live behind the problem. Sometimes you have to step out and see, like, okay, what solutions are out there.
Yeah.
There's a million. We can always focus on problems. Where does that get us?
That frown and turn it upside down.
But you know what? To be fair, Stanley, even when we first started watching it, this was a unique episode, I think, to a degree. But the whole fascination was seeing how women were towards a lot of the men on the show.
Yeah,
and I think
I'm
that's
still
what the fascination with a lot of people.
Okay, but here's the thing, Sam. A lot of times, the men deserve it because they're not giving women anything to hook their claws into. And number two, some women just aren't that good. But to take a broad statement like women hate men, I don't think I've seen anything on this show that proves that.
Well, that's just
The show is not proof of that, though. You're not going to get that watching this show. That's wild.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe. Okay, well, if I'm not going to get it watching this show, oh well.
They kill our babies, dude.
Okay, you know what? They kill your babies.
I'm not the only guy. I'm not the only guy. And again, to make it so personal is to act like it's not real. That's just is it real or not?
If a man doesn't want his baby killed, then fucking marry her.
That's not how that works, bro.
Oh, motherfucker, don't tell me how life works. Son,
Is that really going to stop? But really, is that how it works?
I am
Do
not
you really believe that's how it works?
conservative. I'm sorry, but I'm a tad older than you, and I have seen life. So that you are fucking telling me how it works is laughable.
When was the last abortion you had?
Motherfucker, don't ask me when's the last time. That's dumb.
Hoodservative, would you ever go on Pop the Balloon?
Oh, I must.
No, I wouldn't.
Well, because all of them would hate him.
You think so?
Oh man.
When the woman
No,
comes
I
up,
just don't believe in men doing the monkey dance for chicks, bro. That's crazy.
I mean, all men peacock.
I'm sorry, I just don't take the negative attitude that you do.
If I wasn't getting married, I'd actually try going on Pop the Balloon. Seems all right.
Wait, you're getting married, Garion?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Kimmy.
Yeah. I honestly, I really don't see it as a negative. I really do see it as a positive. You know.
And even so, it's a game show. I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it personally.
And yeah, I like that you said show because we're like looking into the fish tank, right? So we're looking at everything. It's entertainment for us. But props to the people putting themselves out there, you know? You need me?
Seriously.
No, she switched her.
Seriously. Know how many guys just hide behind avatars? These guys are these guys are
Oh, I'm sorry. I was tied up for a second. What did I say to get Stanley so upset?
It's a new version of speed
You know
dating.
what? I'm actually not upset. I'm shocked.
Okay, because you were using all these mean words that you only use when you're upset. So what did I say that upset you so much?
You know what? You think you actually know when I'm upset? If I was upset, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I'm shocked that anyone over the age of 25 would automatically think that women hate men.
I'm not actually standing on women hate men, but if you ask me for evidence and I provide you evidence, why do you lose your mind about it?
You do realize you're leading with that. You literally asked me how long would it take me to realize that women hate men.
I did not say that at all. I literally said it's not all men. That is exactly what I said. You jumped ahead to women hate men, and now you want to play.
And my response to that, it is not all women.
Yeah. It's not all.
Well, fine, but don't accuse me of saying don't accuse me of introducing women hate men though. So it's not you're having a conniption about something that's in your mind, not mine.
Hood, I do want to know why you're trying to put so much effort into convincing Stanley that in the first place. You're not going to change his mind. It's you're kind of arguing in a circle.
I'm not really trying to, but the initial question was, how long do you think it'll be before you start to see that maybe men had a point? And so I'm not even trying to change his mind. What I think happens is you watch enough of this content and your mind will change.
Going, let me respond. You won't change my mind because I don't think you're right.
Yeah, I think honestly it really proves the opposite because there was this guy that came up. He said he had like 10 chains on. Said that he flies private jets. He's got all these businesses, and all the women popped. You would think with the manosphere rhetoric that all the women would want him because he's a quote unquote high value male. But since he was leading with his bank account, all the women looked at him like a fucking lame.
Well, I don't know if you truly understand manosphere rhetoric then. I mean, because it's easy to be a detractor, but it's harder to understand.
Okay, you know what?
Manosphere rhetoric is so hard.
Like the manosphere is some deep philosophical concept. It's a bunch of hurt niggas.
That's pretty much all it is.
Yeah,
it's
like I said, it's easy to detract. It's harder to understand.
Yeah, it's just like it's just a bunch.
They are trying to take their shallow selves and make themselves seem deep.
It's a therapy group.
You know, to me, Hoodservative, it's a bunch of niggas that are on child support and niggas that ended up putting their hands and feet on women. That's pretty much the manosphere.
hold on. So when a professor,
You're breaking
Oh,
up.
some woman yanked the phone out of his hand.
Oh God, the manosphere niggas was like retreat, retreat.
Yeah, but you know what? To be fair, if I could add my 2 cents in, I think you guys overgeneralize the manosphere as it is, or if as people call it, and I think I think you all, and that's fine because everybody has a different life experience, but I think it's easy to point fingers and not really try to get an appreciation for what's going on in the manosphere. It's easy to say, oh, it's just a bunch of niggas that hate women, but I think there is a little bit more to it than that. But that's my
Yeah, I don't think it's a bunch of niggas who hate women. I think it's a bunch of niggas who need therapy.
I literally sat through a hood conservative show where if you disagreed with them on any point, they would accuse you of being a feminist. Like if you just fucking disagreed with the littlest thing, as I am wont to do. Oh, well, Stanley, you sound like a feminist.
Sound like a woman, Stanley.
I'm literally saying that if we are overgeneralizing, back at you.
And you know what? Go ahead,
Sam,
EP.
and Sam, I think the problem with that type of when you can't really have the conversation, you become the women that you're talking about. You know, women do that. When you don't agree with them, they start calling you names. Oh, you gay, you must be gay, or you sassy, or whatever they say. That's what women do when they don't agree with you.
But you know what? To put it in another way, and Stanley, you could maybe appreciate this. There's people, you know, most of us were Trump supporters or whatever.
Yeah.
There you can see people having that same type of angle towards people who like Trump, and I think we would all agree that we're not all a bunch of down and out losers who just support Trump because XYZ reason. You know what I mean?
Right. And I tend to do that when I'm making a joke. However, when I criticize Trump, it tends to be for specific reasons. So the bottom is that the manosphere, because I don't want to stray away from my point into politics, the manosphere and those who think it's deep, but don't expect me to come around. Or how long will I watch something before I realize?
Yeah.
What?
Honestly, Stanley,
I
it's
think sometimes you dig your own hole.
Stanley, this show has really showed me the complete opposite of the manosphere. It's really showed me how men are so like they're just kind of boring. Like they don't have any type of personality. It's all, and you even see it with a lot of these guys. They're like kind of spewing this manosphere rhetoric, and it's like, bro, if you're really interested in a woman, you're not gonna do that shit. You're just not. Like this whole, you know, it's kind of bullshit. You know, like I just think this stuff really shows that men are really the problem. It's not the women, honestly. You know, now I will say, you know, with women, there are some truths that the manosphere does talk about. You know, like you know, she's you know, she might have went on the carousel and she wants to settle down.
Yeah.
You know, she's got a bunch of kids. You got to deal with, you know, the baby daddy drama, a lot of that stuff. But I think too, men, we do the same shit. We fuck a lot of bitches too. We do all the shit that women do. So
we're not the same though. It means
no,
different.
we're not the same. But they
And who's
follow
telling
our
men
lead. They follow
without a
our
man?
lead though.
No, they don't. Without a manosphere in the modern world, where are men going to actually have conversations and hear all these things that you said they were right about? Who's teaching men about women?
You really think men having conversations with each other is the solution?
I told you, a bunch of niggas that need therapy.
Call it what you want, but who's actually talking to men about women? Who's actually
They're therapists, apparently.
What is the stoicism in group sessions on manhood?
Why do you expect guys to just exist in a vacuum and be perfect?
You know what? The guys who can exist in a vacuum, make their own way, and truly be men.
Who is that guy? Who's that
Need
guy
to
that
sit
exists
around
in
in
a
a
vacuum?
drum circle and
You know,
cry.
it might be the guy who invented the manosphere. He's tired. That nigga tired of being at the top, and he wants you niggas to hurry up and catch up and get your shit
Men
together.
sitting around in a circle, banging their drums and crying. That's not being a man.
So what are men supposed to do about problems that are unique to men? I don't
Men
understand
are
what you're saying.
supposed to solve problems. That's what a man is gonna do.
And how does problem solving work? What is the solution? Like the steps of problem solving?
You're gonna tell a former naval officer how to
I'm not
solve.
telling. I'm fucking asking, you arrogant son of a bitch.
Telling you. Well, you're not gonna solve the problem sitting on YouTube having a conversation about your problems.
So if you don't talk about it, it just solves itself.
Yes, I'm saying that sitting on YouTube talking about your problems is not the solution.
Where were they supposed to go to talk about it?
Well, go to somebody in real life.
You got to ask the questions too.
Go to your father.
What are your problems with women, conservative? Maybe we can answer some of your questions.
I'm not here for life coaching, and now you want to be the manosphere. You see how that works? You see how hypocritical you are now? All of a sudden, you want a life coach. You just sit on the manosphere for being life coaches, and now you want to give me the same advice that the manosphere gives niggas and act like it's valid. You niggas are amazing.
Wait,
what advice would you give that the manosphere hasn't talked about?
So conservative. You just want to focus on the problem, no solutions. Got it.
I actually want to talk about the problem. Yes. What are your solutions? Fuck bitches, get money. Go, give it a shot.
No, I'm asking you. What are your problems? What are your problems first?
I personally, I don't have the problems you're wanting to find. My problems are trying to raise my children and pay for the things I want. I don't have manosphere problems in that way. I didn't have women and I didn't have the family and children and all of that. But that's kind of the disingenuousness of you guys. You are acting like this world is made up of married men who've been divorced and lost their families.
That's not what
your
I'm
problem. Your problem is paying child support. That's
it's not paying child support. I mean, you want it to be about, listen, I'm gonna find this one thing so I can shit on this guy, but that's kind of the problem in and of itself, right? A guy has a problem, and then it's like, oh well, he must be a bitch ass nigga because he's not perfect.
His problem, HB, is women are killing men's babies.
That is a problem. Yeah, I think that is a problem.
Conservative.
It is not your problem, though.
Well, not right now. My kids are alive.
Okay, then why are you whining for other men? Let them do their own whining.
Am I not my brother's keeper?
No, you're not your brother's keeper.
CMB, we got. These hoes never loved us, remember? These hoes never loved nobody.
No.
If you don't look out for your brothers, the hoes ain't gonna look out for them, I guarantee you. So who's supposed to look out for them?
That's not what that means, though. Am I my brother?
That's exactly what that means.
No, it doesn't. It's not what that means.
Exactly what that means.
No, that was after Cain killed Abel, and God asked him, "Where's Abel at? Am I my brother's keeper?" He was basically telling God.
You're quoting the Bible. I'm talking about the brothers.
Don't quote the Bible.
I'm talking about a movie.
That's not good.
I'm talking about a movie.
You know, conservative. It's actually kind of prophetic that you say that, because I think you're actually leading those men just like Cain did Abel. I think you're leading them to death, honestly.
I'm not a leader of anything because I don't have a big manosphere. I don't even do a lot of manosphere content, so I'm not a leader of anything in that sense.
Hold on here. You're not a leader. You come on here to criticize me, and you're not a leader?
I said I am not a leader of the manosphere in any sense. I am not that guy. I'm a different guy.
Why are you talking about something you don't lead or control?
Yo, this is pointless.
I came up asking you questions, and you wanted to turn it into a therapy session about me. That's your bad strategy. I'm asking you guys what you think about something.
What I want to do is basically tell you you're off kilter.
Gary, because you're the youth. I want you to see how a lot of these grown men, how they get beat up by life and they cry and complain about it, and they basically turn into the women that they hate. And I don't want you to ever get like that, Gary. And don't let anybody ever take your take your joy, take your pride. Don't let especially not women.
So everything you Gary, every time you have a problem, remember they will say crying and complaining, Gary. Every time you have a problem,
hold on, conservative, let him speak.
Yeah, Gary, and especially if God forbid if the marriage doesn't work out, there's always another day, man.
You
don't stop fighting.
You gotta keep a stiff upper lip.
Yep. Because Gary, and that's what men do. We find solutions. We don't focus on the problem. We find solutions.
What if the solution is to just stop fucking around?
Oh, that's hey. If that's
that is a solution. That is a solution.
That's definitely a solution. What's the name of those? What's the name of those groups that men go to and they stay out there for like a week and they just talk about their problems around a campfire?
Sweat Lodge, Drum Circle?
A drum circle, that's it. Hood, have you ever been to one of them?
Fuck no, that shit sounds gay.
It sounds, not gonna lie, it's the way a lot of these men, the manosphere talk about it, they sound like they need one.
Problems, isn't that what you were advocating?
I mean, you're just doing a drum circle on the internet. I don't get what the difference is, other than it being on the internet.
You guys are the only ones forming a circle right now, bro.
Okay, well, you know what? We formed a circle to watch Pop the Balloon, and you find problems with that.
Damn, man can't have circles.
I literally came in asking you guys what you were thinking about it. You wanted problems about it. God knows why.
Well, I enjoy it because it's great entertainment, and every now and then there's a sociological point to explore.
And it's good to see men that haven't just given up on life. Honestly. And mind you, if your solution to women is just not fucking with women, I think that is a great solution for you. But it is good to see men who didn't just give up. It's not gonna be easy to find a lady, but I do believe God did create women for men. And to just totally give up on it,
I think it's romantic.
You never know. You never know, man. You might meet your queen today. But if you got that attitude, like, women hate men and they kill babies, you might pass her up, man. She might be the girl while you going to get your frappuccino this morning. She might be that girl at the drive-thru. She might be the one. But you're to me, Hoodservative, you're no different than the women that killed her kids. You're no different than the liberal women.
How is that? First of all, that's wild. You gotta give me a second because I'm in the store, but that's fucking crazy.
Let us know if you meet someone.
Yeah, to me, you're no different than the blue-haired liberal chicks who say all men are evil, and you're no different than the cities. For women, no hope for black women. Get you a white man. It's no different.
What have I said yet that was so close to that?
You basically said that you've given up.
When did I say anything that sounds like that? Y'all niggas just be making shit up. Y'all like, what did I say?
You literally just said it.
You don't listen to what you say. We do.
Literally just said it. Yeah, you
When
literally
did I
just
say
said
that?
it. You said you
No,
don't
when?
date, you giving up. You said you don't
When
date.
did that even come up? When did that even come up? Did you ask me that? I didn't say those words.
Oh wow.
Oh, it's when we said that was a solution. When you said to not date.
I said stop fucking around.
Yeah. Here's HB. HB, this is classic. Okay. What happens is it's a technique, actually. They will rehash something, and if you don't get every single word that they say correct, they'll just go, "I didn't say that." It's
But
bullshit.
but I literally didn't say any of the words you said. You just try to put something on me and then run with it. And now when I tell you don't run with it, you want to claim foul.
You need to be happier.
And that's the thing, Conservative. We could give you some solutions if you just tell us what the problem is,
I'm
man.
not here for
You sound like
solutions.
a sad man, man. You sound
I'm
like a
not
sad
here
guy,
for
man.
solutions, bro. I'm actually asking you guys what you were thinking about the dating show, and now you want to be life coaches.
The dating show is interesting. And
Yeah.
I thought I said that sometimes there's an interesting sociological point that we get to talk about. Otherwise, it's just good, clean entertainment.
Yeah, I think in my perspective is I just think it's really good to see black men who haven't been warped by the manosphere to the point where they don't still want to date and actually be with women and find a wife. You know?
I think you guys are white knighting for women who are like, in theory, because in your mind, manosphere guys have said shit that offends women, and you're offended on their behalf. And now you want to fight me. You want to fight me. Respect.
So
You want to fight me because you don't like some manosphere guy. I haven't said about women right now. Other than when you ask me about something, I said avoid. I haven't put out any grand statement. You guys are acting like you guys acting like
okay, if you're telling us how we're acting, I'm not watching Pop the Balloon to counter or make an argument against the manosphere. You think I'm watching Pop the Balloon because I want to tell the manosphere they're wrong? What kind of bullshit is that?
Well, you want to fight me. You want to fight me as if I'm the manosphere.
I didn't come to you. You came to me.
I asked you a little question, and you're fucking panties on the knot.
Answered it several times.
We told you to answer. We told you to answer. We told you to answer like 10 times, man.
So why are you trying to life coach me instead of moving the fuck on with your life?
What the fuck
because
are you talking
obviously you have problems, man, and we're here to listen to them.
Exactly. Now you want to be the manosphere. All of a sudden, men talking about their problems and sucking gay, but you want me to tell you about my problems. You niggas is lame.
No, I
Well,
just want to give you solutions.
You came
I want
up
to
here
give you.
because you needed somebody to talk to.
I just think you need a solution. I'm trying to give you some solutions, man.
But listen to yourself. Men need somebody to talk to. Men need solutions. So men get on the internet, talk to each other, finding solutions. Oh God, these niggas is wrong. What the fuck is it supposed to be then, bro?
So what's your problem?
You guys want, you know what it is? You want to be the manosphere. That's what it is. You want to be the manosphere. Nigga, playing a flag.
It's a trauma bond. It's trauma bonding.
No, listen. If you want guys to listen to you, put your shit out there, bro. Hang up your shingle.
So Kim came up here along with Portia so we could sit around and talk about the manosphere.
No, I'm talking about you and the HB. You want people to listen to you. You want your idea to be valid. And I'm like, nigga, jump in the fight. Don't take a fight with me.
Oh, you know what, Hoodservative? We weren't the only ones up here.
You are the only ones with your panties in a knot because I asked you a simple question.
My panties are in a knot.
But clearly you have problems and you need to talk to somebody.
I came to you asking you why you watch whatever it is you watch.
So how much a month do you pay in child support, Hoodservative?
Enough. How much do you want to pay? You want to help? You want to contribute?
How much do you have?
Why is that a point for you? Is that a loser point for you? Should I not pay child support?
How does it make you feel?
How does it make you feel that I pay child support? Tell me how it makes you feel that I'm on child support.
Honestly,
I'm glad. I personally am glad.
Tell me how it makes you feel. You're so concerned about it. Tell me about it. How it makes you feel. Kimmy, thank you.
It makes me feel good.
HB, tell me how it makes you feel.
Good. It makes me feel good that a black man is meeting his familial obligations.
Well, there you go. Why is it a point that you keep bringing it up if I'm paying it?
We want to highlight your responsible actions.
Awesome.
And I
Are we done here?
I'm glad the family
HB, you
courts
never
are
said how it
working
makes you
effectively.
feel.
John's
No, I'm
here.
just
John's here.
Literally
John's
told
here.
you it makes me feel proud, son.
HB, how does it make you feel? We've
just
heard
glad
from
that
everyone but HB.
Conservative.
I'm glad the family courts are working effectively.
Okay.
See, that's what makes me sad. It makes me sad that the government has to tell people how to operate in their families.
They actually don't. They actually don't. That's a girl thing. The government steps up to tell people what girls. The
But you're
government
paying it, right? You're paying it, right?
desires, right?
You're paying the government to support your
For
child.
the sake of conversation, I'm paying all my child support. For the sake of conversation,
Right. The government is telling you what to do with your family.
Portable, isn't it?
Kimmy, unfortunately, some of these niggas they don't know how to solve solutions, so the government has to come in and force them to do it.
What's the solution? Why do you think that is? Hold on. Why do you think the government has to make men pay?
Because some of you guys can't do it on your own.
And some women ain't shit. But why do you think the government must step in for men?
They don't have to.
I just gave you the
But you
answer.
just said they
Because some
have
men
to,
can't.
though, but they
Because
don't.
some men can't do it on their own. That's why.
Some women can't do it on their own.
Okay, why are you bringing into this?
We can
Should the government step in for everybody? No, I'm just saying, should the government?
Yeah,
the government care for everybody.
Listen, child support, custody, that's the government telling you how to run your family. Period.
Not everybody needs
Right. And who wanted that? Who wanted that? Women wanted that because feminism and shit. That's women's getting what they want.
The government implemented that because you can't have a child.
Conservative. Don't bring that feminism bullshit to my
That for a
show.
whole different reason. The government did not invent that to help anybody. You think the government cares about
It was
you?
prevented. It was prevented to help child abandonment. You can't have a child on abandonment.
Can you excuse me 1 minute, Kim?
Yeah.
Conservative, don't bring that feminism bullshit over here. Keep it on your own show.
I'll raise whatever argument I feel like raising.
Then you will be gone.
That's your choice, but if it's true,
my choice.
Hey John, you got kids. You gotta pay child support through the government.
Man, fuck no, nigga. Man, hell no.
Exactly.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go.
I mean, me and Kimmy Caseman talked about that shit a while back. You know what I mean?
Hey, conservative. Some men don't need it, man. Some men don't need Uncle Sam to come in and force them to do it. They just do it on their own.
I think Hood probably would do. I think Hood would do whatever he, is required of him. But honestly, I believe, at some point it does come down to the women. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think women should just take that L. If you got with a nigga, he won't take it.
I'm gonna go. I guess it's gonna be a 2-for-1 sale.
Because I think I think
cannot control their women, cannot control their families, cannot control their life. Blaming it on women blaming it on women is.
I'm not blaming, but I'm not blaming anyone saying this. So maybe I should restate.
Well, you literally just said women have to take the L.
But that's not blaming them. Shit, that's not blaming them. I'm just saying, like, if you get with a man and you feel comfortable enough to have a baby with him, you should kind of feel comfortable that he should know that he gonna honor his responsibilities without the government coming beating him down.
If he doesn't honor his responsibilities, she has to take the L.
Well, and maybe that's kind of harsh, but I do think that I do think though that women would show a little bit more discretion if there was no backdrop to get support for that child. They pick better. They choose better.
You and conservatives have an awful lot in common. Okay, where do the men come in here? Why are men taking on an application and then reneging on it?
See, I didn't say that. I didn't say they should be reneging.
I didn't say it. I'm saying it.
I'm saying they should pay the obligation without the government. Yeah.
Right. But John, I agree with that, but I think that's why it's so important for a man to pick the right woman to impregnate, so you don't have to go through that.
Yeah, because there's a certain my mother worked in the welfare, you know what I'm saying? And there's a certain level of indignity to go down that motherfucker. And, hey, I need, getting a nigga mouth swab, getting the baby mouth swab, shit like that. Like, I ain't gonna say all upstanding women, but most upstanding women just don't want to deal with that.
They're not gonna do that. Most upstanding women, John, most upstanding women would rather die before they go to the government for some goddamn child support.
You know, getting your child baby mouth swab and
Well, let
shit.
me level set here because I personally don't think it is the women's fault at all. I'll just go ahead and say it's the men who are fucking them up. And if you disagree with certain people, you get accused of being a feminist.
I'm
And
not
the
disagreeing.
problem is it's men that are the problem.
You know, Stanley, the only thing I would push back on that is I don't think it's the man's fault, but the man is the start of it.
The fuck do you mean it's not the man's fault? Then whose fault is it, HB?
I think it's equally both of their faults, honestly.
Okay.
But
live
the
with
man,
that.
but the man
What I
is the
can't
lead.
live with is women have to take the L, or it's feminism if you think women aren't the fault, aren't the problem.
Yeah,
I mean, ultimately, Stanley, you know, they're gonna take the L no matter what. If the man just said, "I ain't taking care of her, the child," she's taking the L. Now she may child. Hold on, let me finish that. Because she's gonna disproportionately have to take care of that child more than the man, and things like that.
Okay, gotcha. Now the point is, Hood Conservative asked, "Well, why do the courts have to step in?" Because of what you just said, John.
Well, yeah, but see, I think honestly, like, let the chips fall where they may, and I think you'll curb some of this, baby. Now we have women out here. I mean, shit. When I was younger man, Stanley, I remember a song called "She Filed on Me," and it was talking about child support and shit like that. You know, women being vindictive. And I'm not saying one way or the other, but I'm just saying, like, the government probably should be out of this shit.
Okay, no, the government should be for deadbeat motherfuckers who can't take care of their responsibility and who ultimately suffers are the kids.
Yeah.
I hear so much bitterness in this conversation.
You know what? You don't hear bitterness from me. I'm not fucking paying
I
child.
swear to God, I hear bitterness. Like somebody, people act like they the kid that got left by a deadbeat dad or something. Like everybody pretends like they were the kid that didn't have a father. Why do you hate men so much? Like, what the fuck did men ever do to you? Show me on the ball where man.
Conservative. Nobody's talking about you.
I do think though that, you know, like and I've seen it so many times, you know what I'm saying? Nigga had the money on Tuesday, but the money was due on Friday. And the government is unforgiving. They like, hey nigga, money was due Friday. You ain't gonna have it until Tuesday, punishment's going into effect. And if you can keep the government out of your business, your baby mama likely to give you a little bit more grace until Tuesday than the government will. You know, the automatic sanctions, punishment, whatever the hell they do kick in. And, you know, it'll just be, you know, I just think it works a lot better if you can handle it.
Absolutely. You want to keep the government out, but if someone's not meeting their obligations on either side, who's gonna arbitrate?
The problem is you guys assume that that's how it works and only how it works, and that's never how it works. You go on child support based on two men.
Wait. Conservative.
You're in authority? Is that what you're saying, Hood?
Conservative. What do you mean it's never how it works? John just told you how it works for him. What are you talking about?
He's not in the fucking system. He doesn't know. You just asked me, motherfucker. So let me tell you. Get your goddamn high horse, and I'll explain it to you.
Because he doesn't need to be in the system. Okay, no.
Again, if you're not in it, you don't fucking know. You got all this mouth for shit you don't know.
Well, motherfucker, I got mouth and more.
Exactly. A lot of mouth, but nothing. You know nothing. You know fucking nothing.
Basically, I'll come out and shit all over your point because I really don't
shit all the time because you don't know shit. All you do is shit on everything.
Hold on, you actually think I give a fuck? I don't.
Stanley, I actually want to hear it. Can you explain what it's like being on?
And don't bring my name up.
It's not about what it's like. The simple fact is it's her choice whether or not she wants to bring the government in the relationship.
Right. So how is it
simple as? So hold on. How much power do you have to stop her from bringing the government into the relationship? How does that work?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't have power. Either she wants to or not. Those good women that you say exist, either she's one of them or she's not.
Honestly, man, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, all my years, man, and my mother was a welfare officer, so I probably had a little bit more like paranoia about that shit because she used to tell me stories about welfare niggas on child support, shit like that. All my life, I was like, man, I was asking women questions, just, kind of like dance around, like, you ever been on welfare before? Your mama been on welfare? Ain't nothing wrong with that. But do you have a problem going down there getting welfare and shit? Just asking questions. And the bitch be like, hell yeah, I put your ass on child support. I'm like, ooh, I'm out of here. Like, I think there are some women out here that be like, man, I'd rather suffer than be on welfare and shit. Going down to the government. There's some. And I think that's probably your best, not your, but in general, if you want to stay out of the system, you got to find a woman that's not willing to turn.
Brother, respectively, I'm in my 40s. That's not me you're trying to give advice to. That's some kid.
I say not you. I'm just saying in general. You want to keep
So when I say it is totally up to her whether she wants to involve the government, am I wrong or not, John?
I think in a very simplistic way, you are right. But I think that building up the relationship, choosing to be in a relationship with someone who is open to going to the government, that's probably in fairness, where you end up choosing wrong because that person has no qualm about going to the government. You know what I'm saying? And so,
a lot of men must be choosing wrong.
It goes back to my point. It's generally the men who are fucking it up. Choose wrong.
And let me tell you a funny story. You remember an apartment building I went to years ago? Not years ago, but a while back on the stream.
Yeah,
it was a hood bitch. Yeah, it was a hood bitch that used to live there, man. Hood bitch.
Yeah.
And one day I was coming out of that motherfucking nigga, clean looking nigga, showed up with like a Harvard sweatshirt on. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck you doing out here? That's my baby mama. I said, what? Nigga, you fucking over here in the slums? He end up on child support. He probably got a Harvard degree, wearing the sweatshirt and shit. But he fucking with women in the slums, man. You can't do that shit, bro.
You know the difference is though, he was from Harvard and I actually lived in that neighborhood. So like,
I'm not saying
he didn't belong there at all. No, I'm playing inside the metaphor, but he didn't actually belong there. But this is kind of what I don't think people see. When you're in that neighborhood, there's nobody kind of explaining the world to you. So look, as a dude, you grow up, it's like, all right, take care of the girl. If you get her pregnant, take care of her, live up to your responsibility and all that, right? But you don't find out until later. This bitch was a mercenary. She didn't believe in none of that family shit everybody put on you.
That is that is partly, I will agree with Hood in that a lot of these women just see a fucking money sign on your head that will be enforced by the government.
Okay.
Shit, remember, Stanley, I'm not taking Hood's side or your side, anybody. I'm just
no. I don't think you're taking any side. I just need to re-emphasize my point. If a man chooses wrong, that's his problem. He needs to take the L.
Yeah. And and again, I'm not picking on Hood, and Hood saying, he was in that environment. These are and in the Hood environment, man, you've heard it here on the stream. Motherfucker will go to the government before they even go to you to try to work out a problem. Yep. And child support is that main motherfucker where the government come down with that hammer on your ass. Typically in favor of the women. And in these ghetto ass neighborhoods where the women know that they got a daddy who gonna make that nigga do right. It's an easy choice for them, honestly.
Yep.
That's right. And if a man makes that wrong choice, better be sure.
He gonna be fucked. He gonna be fucked up. He gonna be online making content like Hood Conservative, man. It's sad.
No, I ain't picking on Hood. Hood paying his bills. Working every time you work.
They really want to get their hands on a manosphere guy. If y'all was alone or the incel, y'all strangle that motherfucker to death with your bare hands. Y'all got so much hate in your blood right now.
Not me.
How could we hate a poor victim like you?
I honestly have sympathy for you, man.
Hey Hood, if you don't mind, hey Hood, hey, can I ask you a question? People there may be some people that may not be on child support, not very familiar with it. How much child support is usually statutory, where it's just a number, it's a formula, basically, right? You make this, child need this, the wife make this, you pay this.
Generally, it's a formula percentage or whatever.
Mhm. And so, like, there is no consideration for, well, damn, my rent $1,200. I gotta pay my rent, you know. You be like, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Is that correct?
I mean, I guess not. They just give you a bill and you got to pay it like any other bill, you know.
If you're in school, prison, or somewhere in between, that bill, that motherfucker, to me, to keep ticking, you know. And there's just not a lot of play where two adults could work it out. The government is very rigid.
There's things you can do. I'm not going to explain anything to people, but there are things you can do. It's not nowhere near as the problem people make it out to be. But if you're stupid and lazy, well, you know, life is always going to be hard for you.
Yeah.
I
So
never heard
are you
say that on
How much do you pay in child support?
Not very much, honestly. I'm not going to give up numbers, but as far as the government's concerned, I don't make that much money.
I see.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's what I was getting at too. You probably got 2 books. You got 2 books. And I honestly,
I'm not a stupid lazy nigga, and I think that's what you want.
no. Honestly, I was gonna say that's probably if a guy is getting put on child support, you probably should have 2 books. You probably want to make sure you can get a form of income that can't be followed by the government. But you definitely got to be out there hustling if that's the case.
Like Uber Eats and DoorDash.
Yeah. Even that, they can come back for that Uber Eats and DoorDash if you
I
do
think
it the wrong way.
any of that 1099 employment may be easy to get around child support. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Really good.
you might want to do maybe under the table type work. Maybe flip a brick. Maybe you gotta
1099.
flip a brick. Maybe you gotta flip. You gotta get in the streets with it, man.
Now, I just don't think many women are willing to go down there to the welfare office and sitting down there amongst them welfare ghetto motherfuckers, going to court, all that kind of shit.
Yeah, John.
What's your appeal? What they think? Women?
No, John. I think that Kimmy Cakes and Portia, they're exceptional women. I think they're, I don't know the percentage, and I hate doing the percentages because I don't fuck with ain't shit bitches, so I don't really know what the percentages are. But I think maybe for us, we have such a high standard for women that we don't even really see what somebody like conservative goes through.
I think you have a high opinion of women, and that's the difference. You think they're sugar and spice.
No. I have a high standard for women. Like a woman that would
just
put
means
you on.
but you're only talking about the women you sleep with. But what are women in general outside of the women you like?
Okay, you know what?
I don't focus on those women.
Hold
I don't
on,
focus on those.
HC.
I don't focus on those.
Exactly. So it's like a blind spot.
Women conservative. The women in general are not my concern.
Damn. I only need to focus on one, maybe 2 if I'm John Gaunt.
Well, see, you're kind of like intentionally being blind to a reality. So because you only deal with good, are all women good because you only deal with good women?
Okay,
Are the majority of women good?
You will just
Are
talk
the majority of women good? Well, Stanley, stop being rude. Fuck.
I will not stop.
Well, then shut the fuck up when other people are being rude. What the fuck you want it to be?
You know what? It says Stanley against the world. Don't be the world.
This is the world, bitch. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Don't be the world, conservative.
This is the fucking world. Nigga, grow up. Goddamn, you cry every time somebody else talk.
Be the man I know you are.
Okay, girl.
Other women are not anyone's concern. You
don't know women, Stanley. You didn't even get fucking happy. You couldn't even settle down till you was in your 40s. You don't know shit about women.
You know what? I know more than you do.
You don't know shit. You think it's a game out here. You think it's all the men, which means you don't know shit about women.
I'm not paying a bitch a dime that I don't like.
And that means you know women? You got got one girl to like you and you think you know women. You got one girl to like you enough to hold some nut and you think you know women. Nigga got happy once in his life and he thinks he knows women. The fuck is this? That's what I mean.
Yo,
Dude, are most women like the women like you? Are most women the women you like, bro?
Hood Servative, you sound
Are most women the women you like?
Hood Servative, you sound just like the women.
Are most women the women that you like, bro?
Just like them. You sound
I know, but you were onto something. You only deal with special refined women like Kimmy and Portia here. Hi, ladies. Are most women special and refined?
Who cares?
I don't know. I don't know.
So what is the norm? Do you know what norm? Do you know what a norm is? Probably not. So if they're probably not like that, what are they like?
Hood Servative, your problem is you
Oh, HB was being honest. Stop talking while HB's being honest. If they're probably
motherfucker, your problem is you go poking your nose into other people's business and get your feelings hurt. That's your problem. Who gives a fuck about whether other women are like the woman you're with?
What are they like, HB? If they're not like Portia, what are they like?
I don't know, man. I don't deal with them.
So you don't know shit. You don't fucking know. That was the whole point. You don't fucking know. You know nothing.
This motherfucker wants to universalize a problem and make it everybody's fucking problem. I don't understand that. Deal with your own shit and stop making other people miserable.
It's just like a woman, man.
Bunch of know-nothings, bro. Come back when you actually know things.
You sound like a woman, though, conservative,
Wait, come back where?
You sound just like
You
the
both
women that
admit
say
you
all
don't
men
know
are
shit.
evil.
You both admit you know nothing. What is your experience based on? Tell me. What makes you experts? What makes you experts? Tell me now. What's your resume?
Let me answer it. Motherfucker, my knowledge is based on success. That what does it matter when I got married? It was a successful marriage. You miserable little man.
Why did it take you so long?
The fuck do you mean why did it take me so long? Because I finally found
Why was it so hard for you? What was going on that made it so difficult for you?
I was fucking and having a good time and finally found what I wanted to keep.
Oh, so you were like an ain't shit nigga for 40 years?
You know what? I was an ancient nigga who doesn't know a dime to some bitch.
I'm just saying. So you was one of the ain't shit niggas for 40 years, right?
Saying hood. I heard what you have to say. Now hear what I have to say, which is I don't know any woman I don't like a dime. So I'm successful. How about you?
It's easy to be successful when you only took one free throw, nigga. You took one free throw in 40 years.
Easy to be successful when you pick the right woman and make good decisions. How about you?
It didn't work out for conservatives. I guess
it didn't work out for 40 years. It didn't work out for 40 fucking years, bro.
Yeah, you on the hook for 18 though.
It didn't work out, and he wants to make every swinging dick miserable like he is.
I'd rather take 40 years to pick the right one than to be on the hook for 18. Honestly, and I think that if it takes you 40 years, shit, if it takes you 60 years to find the right one, that's better than being on the hook for 18 years. Shit. I'll be damned if I gotta pay a bitch I don't even like child support. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But the thing is he wants to make every other person on earth miserable and responsible.
Why did I make everybody else miserable? I keep telling y'all want me to be like the manosphere. You think I'm one of these manosphere guys?
That's what cat ladies do.
I've listened to your show.
Which one of my show? You do more relationship content on a regular basis than I do, Stanley.
Yeah,
hey, Freddie,
and
Stanley,
I have a good time doing it.
You see that comment, Stanley? Freddie
don't talk about relationships barely at all.
It took him almost 40 years to find the right one. And God bless you, Freddie.
Yeah,
God bless you, man.
Eddie, sometimes it takes a while.
Yeah, man.
And don't think I was sitting
Why
around
does it take
whining
so
on
long? Though? Explain to me why it takes so long.
you know, because I'm choosy, motherfucker. That's why.
So there just wasn't a lot of good choices out there?
I didn't pick every chick
There,
that
there weren't a lot of good choices out there, Stanley? Is that what you're saying?
back in my day it was.
But you were choosy. So hold on. So why were you so choosy when there were so many good choices out there?
I went out to the club. I wasn't planning on marrying every good-looking woman I met.
Really, Stanley was in the club tearing them down. And y'all want me to believe Stanley was in the nightclub knocking them down.
Conservative. Look at where I am. Okay, the proof is in the
Where
pudding.
are you? You're alone in your house. That's no proof of anything.
I'm alone in my house because I want to be.
That's not proof that you was knocking them down in the clubs.
It's actual proof.
What's proof? Because you got married to one chick. That's proof that you was the bad boy in the club. Stop lying, man. Come on, stop lying. It doesn't make you look cool to lie, bro. Stop lying.
You know what?
Stop lying, Stanley. Just admit it that it was.
Apparently.
Admit that you were struggling till you fell in love, bro. Stop lying like you was out here getting pussy every night.
Admit that I was struggling. What the hell are you talking about? I don't live your life. You need
don't live my life. That's why you didn't get married till 40. You don't live my life. You didn't even get all the way into pussy till you was 40 years old.
Motherfucker, not everyone lives the hood conservative style of life. I didn't suffer. I chose the woman I wanted to marry. Did you?
You couldn't even get to the bottom of the pussy till your 40s, bro. You did not live my life.
I'm
You didn't even touch the floor till your 40s.
You gotta fuck at 15 to be successful in your world.
Well, Stanley's not on child support either, you know.
Yeah, I'm like, well, you know what?
But my whole point is he has no experience. He knows nothing.
Hey, Hood. You know, hold on for 1 second. Hey, Hood, you were telling me, you said something earlier that I really want you to follow up on. I'm curious to know. You said you were in the hood, you were in the environment, you know, and you know, no one told you about it or something to that effect. And like, what were the women like? I guess you were in like just in the neighborhood, in the hood with women. Explain that to me.
I mean, honestly, we're going to literally talk about me. I will say this. I was very blue-pilled as a boy. I was believing in, you find the girl you love, try to get married, stay together, and all that.
What happened? We don't need the politics.
This motherfucker just asked me about me. You want to tell him about me, or you want to shut up?
I wanted to hear. No, hold on, Stanley. I wanted to hear.
Not that interested in about you.
Well, I wanted to hear what he said. He said something about the women, and he didn't know. You know, go ahead.
Then he's talking about blue pill and all this bullshit. How about get to the point?
Go ahead, Hood.
Untie your panties, Stanley.
Get to the hood. About point, Hood.
Well, the point is, like, when I was coming up, there was nobody really explaining to me the other side of how things work. It was just like, well, you do this. You know, if you meet a girl, you try to have a family, then you stay together, get married, all that. Like, I kind of had the basic traditional understanding of how things were supposed to work. Right. And it wasn't until I really got out into the world with, girls and then eventually women that I realized that the rules of the game are radically different from the sort of traditional rules that boys get told. When you're a boy, it's like they tell you,
you mentioned something,
all that shit. Be a father to your child, all of that. They never tell you.
Hold on, Hood. But you had mentioned something about the women you were dealing with, and something you said like the different type of women, and something. And I didn't cut you off at the time to ask you, but if you
that's probably for being rude. But I think what I was saying is that the girls are on a different path. Like girls don't start out blue-pilled. It's the boys who start out blue-pilled. And it's the boys who need to be taught that it's not really the same game that girls are playing.
Oh, motherfucker, admit it. Girls and boys are not the same. Of course it's different.
Yeah, but hold on. If they're teaching the boy,
Hold on, Stanley.
No,
let
you
me,
know
let me-
what? This is
no, hold on. I just want to ask one more question, Stanley.
capable of having these conversations.
Just give me a couple. Just give me a couple questions, Stanley. Just give me a couple questions, Stanley.
Okay.
So the women is it one or two women you on child support for?
I only have one family.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right. So the woman you put on child support, like, and I'm just asking. You don't have to answer if you don't, because I'm really just asking out of curiosity. Like, how would you describe them or her?
I mean, she's a good mom and all. I don't have complaints about how she takes care of the kids. It's just she and I don't. We can't get along in the family sense. It's really that power struggle shit that you hear about. Like, you want this and then I want that, and then it's like, well, if you don't want to work with me, then you just rather break up and then put me on child support. It's a very weird game. It's like no cooperation whatsoever.
Let me ask you this question. So the conversation to do the child support, I'm very curious. How did she go about that? Was it like, hey, nigga, I'm putting you on some child support? Was it like out of punishment? Punish your ass?
Yeah, I mean, because I was already like financially taken care of or whatever, so it wasn't like for lack of in that sense. It was her relatives, her getting in her ear, telling her you can get this, you can get that, or whatever. And then when you if you get on welfare as a woman, it becomes an automatic thing.
Yeah, like, I don't know about if many of you guys know this, but what Hood is saying is very, very true. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not taking sides. I'm just, expressing facts here. There is a strong push in these ghetto neighborhoods. Her girlfriend and family would be like, girl, you know how much you can be getting? And once they get into the matrix, then all of the benefits just start coming their way. And then it's hard to get out that motherfucker. Free cell phone, free cable, free this, free that, free ride to pick. Somebody say you picked the wrong woman.
Most of them are the wrong woman. That seems to be the reality.
Okay, it seems to be your reality.
40 years, nigga. 40 dry years, nigga.
Well, nigga, I'm older than you. It is your reality.
Yeah, Stanley, that's obvious though.
You had 40 years trying to find one because most of them are the wrong ones. 40-year-old virgin ass niggas.
Whining. I'm telling you, it is your reality, not mine.
It was your reality for 40 fucking years.
It wasn't.
People just don't want to admit the truth.
No, I think the people who don't want to admit are you. Okay.
Listen, it took you 40 years to find love and happiness. It must be hard to find love and happiness. Didn't take you 40 years ago.
You need to live your life and stop forcing your misery on everyone else.
What am I forcing?
I'm sorry, I'm not your therapist.
Well, Stanley, I mean, what are you forcing anything right now from this YouTube channel?
You know what? I was having a good time until your rain cloud show.
Are you forcing anything on anyone from your YouTube channel, Stanley?
Up to the panel and rained on the parade.
Are you forcing anything on anyone?
No. This isn't your show.
You see how retarded you get?
Yeah, I'm very retarded right now. All I said is it is your life. You need to stop forcing your misery on the people.
Forcing anything.
Okay, I think you are.
I know you think it. Explain it like a dope.
On this show, my thoughts are just as valid as yours.
That's what children say, but explain it like a grown-up.
What motherfucker? Then you are on Sesame Street.
I believe you, but explain it like a grown-up.
Thing is my life isn't as complicated as yours, apparently.
Like I said, you know nothing, Stanley.
You know, I know enough not to be fucked over by a woman.
Well, you waited 40 years. I'm glad you rolled the dice that one time and it worked out for you.
I waited 40 years to hit a home run.
That doesn't make you Babe Ruth. That's exactly the point.
It means I'm
You are not Babe Ruth. You will not make it into the Hall of Fame with those numbers.
I'm better.
Nobody with those numbers, bro. You're fucking nobody with those numbers.
Hey, I'm better than Babe. I batted 1,000.
And who will make it into the Hall of Fame with those numbers, Stanley? One for one.
I will make it into my son's graduation.
Exactly.
It's my Hall of Fame.
And I'm happy for you. I'm happy for that. But don't pretend you know women when you fucking drive for 40 years. You don't know shit.
Don't draw
and not only that, you were hunting 40 years ago when they were a little bit nicer. Try that shit now. It's not the same even now.
Need to try it now. I feel sorry for you.
Go on the balloon pop right now, Stanley. I dare you.
I want you to have
Go on the balloon pop. Who wants to see Stanley on the balloon pop, y'all?
Why would I do that?
So you can know.
So what is the balloon pop going to teach me?
About life.
Oh, so a game show is going to teach me about life.
You're watching it now.
I think you ought to listen to yourself.
You've been watching it this whole time. What have you learned?
Well, why the fuck would I learn something from a game show?
You're watching it for some reason. So what have you gotten from watching it all this time?
Back in my day, we didn't take life lessons from game shows.
Hey, Stanley, I looked it up. So the percentage of fathers who pay child support is 76% of fathers with at least one child under 19 contribute child support.
That's a lot of men.
That is a lot.
That's a lot of babies.
Yeah.
It's a lot of bitches getting what they want, just asking for it. Crazy.
Now, Stanley. Here's another.
75% single motherhood rate.
Now, and
that's total female choice, though. That's exactly the problem. It's female choice driven.
You know what? No female wants to stay married to fucked up niggas like you.
Well, but they're not all like me. Some of these guys are awesome, though. I'm just one ain't shit nigga, and I managed to have a bunch of kids. You're a great guy, Stanley, and it took you 40 years to have one.
And you are agreeing with me. You need to
right. You're a nice, awesome guy who can pay for a woman, and it took you forever to have one fucking kid.
What you're saying is you're the exception. You need to keep your misery to yourself.
No, you're the exception, nigga. You don't read numbers.
Awesome.
You're the exception, Stanley. You're the exception.
Niggas, keep your misery to yourself.
Your awesomeness is the exception. And they still don't respond to your awesomeness like you wanted them to, right?
The exception, though.
You are the exception. It's a numerical reality.
Conservative. I think you're the exception.
But you think, I know. That's the difference. I study the numbers and I know. You're feeling your way through this. That's why you're worried about kindness and shit, because you're feeling your way through this.
I'm trying.
Numbers need no kindness, Stanley. The numbers are what they are. 40 years and 40 fucking years, bro. That's like the Jews in the desert, bro, wandering the desert, looking for the promised land. 40 years looking for the promised land, and you don't want to acknowledge you were in the desert. You don't want to acknowledge you were in the wilderness for 40 fucking years.
Bringing the Jews into your misery is what you're doing.
I'm a colorful wordsmith, but you don't want to acknowledge that you were wandering the desert for 40 years.
You know what? I was having fun looking for the land of milk and honey.
American Millennial. So I want to comment on American Millennial's comment. You can't really argue with the guy who has a simp mindset. They will never change their minds until they have personal experience. I honestly look at you niggas that got to get put on child support. I look at you niggas as the simps. Honestly.
I swear I'll just throw words around, but go ahead.
I look at y'all as the simps. You just said that you grew up thinking that it was all, you're supposed to love a bitch and you're supposed to do this and do that. Man, that's all simp shit, man. That's all punk ass. I guess I didn't grow up like that, but a man looking for love, that shit sound gay to me. I'm looking for a woman that's gonna respect me. That's it. If
HB,
she
you
if
are
she show
a
any
terrible
sign,
misogynist, by
if
the
she
way.
if she show any sign of disrespect, she out of there. Y'all the niggas that try to make it work. Fuck that, man. Y'all the ones that are the simps. Y'all let a bitch put hands and feet on you. Oh, baby, it'll be all right. I'll change. I'll change. Y'all niggas be changing for these girls. I ain't changing a goddamn thing. Y'all the simps to me. So if it take me 80 years to find the right one, I'll do that before I ever simp or bow down to anybody. That you crazy. You crazy. That's just my. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I ain't on child support either. Okay, American Millennial. My bad. I guess I. No. Phoenix Fish. It's not sim. It's actually Hold on. I might be cutting out.
No, I can hear you.
Okay. Phoenix is simping to get put in that situation where you got to get put on child support, because obviously that woman was giving you red flags from the beginning, but you overlooked it. To me, that's simping. Overlooking the red flags is simping.
Well, all I have to say is that I'm, kind of tired of hearing all the blame placed on women, men not taking responsibility for their own mistakes. That concerns me. What are today's young men learning?
Yeah, American Millennial, I totally agree, man. That's why I always say black men are the biggest simps, and there's not even a close second, man. There's not even a close second. These niggas will simp for the worst case scenario type of female. Hood bitch that ain't got shit. Bitch on welfare, bitch on Section 8, her car
Well, wait,
always broke.
when you say simp, you mean choose? I mean, if they're
Yes.
choosing the wrong women, that is a them problem. Don't
That's what I'm
choose
saying.
better women.
That's what I'm saying. But see, Stanley, the problem is the pussy outweighs all of that. They really just want the pussy, man. It
So
ain't
you're saying
about
they have no
love or
discipline. They have
they
no
have no
discipline.
discipline. They have no
Yeah,
discipline.
Kimmy,
It ain't
that's it.
it's not about love, or that's what they try to say, but really it's just about the pussy. That bitch ain't shit, and you knew she wasn't shit. You knew she ain't ever gonna be shit. But the pussy fire. So you want to be with her and try to make something out of it. Man, you can't never change a woman's disposition. If she ain't shit bitch, that ain't never gonna change. The last man that got a whore to turn her life around was Jesus Christ. That was the
HB,
last. That's the
let
last
me go back.
man. That's the
Wait a few
last
minutes,
man.
HB.
Jesus
You
Christ was the
you
last
said
man to turn a harlot into a upstanding woman. I
most
don't
black
see
men are
none of you
simps,
niggas.
correct?
I don't see none of you niggas walking on water up here. Not even Stanley.
Most black men are simps, correct?
It's not even a close second.
So how do you unsimp them? How do you fix that?
I think it's inherent. I don't think you can.
Well, my
I don't
question
think you can. I don't think you can save most of these black men. I don't think you
is,
can.
okay,
I think
why is it HB's mission to unsimp men?
Nobody ever said it was.
Okay, well then why are you asking? How do you
I want to
unsimp?
know what he thinks. That's what conversations are for.
I don't think there's any. I think if a man can't see if a woman loves him or not, or is really down for him, I don't think there's anything that can change that.
How do you know for a fact? How are we supposed to know that for a fact?
Conservative, I have a question for you when you're done asking dumb questions.
You'll never
a woman loves you is a dumb question?
Yes.
That's like the fundamental question of the universe. How does a man know a woman loves him and will never betray him? How do you know? Like, what is proof that a woman will never betray you?
Only a simp would ask that sort of question.
I could kind of answer his question.
You hood conservative.
What do you say,
Go ahead, Gary.
Gary?
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Hood. Oh, okay. Hood, do you have any aspects of your personality that you personally don't like?
Sure, I guess.
If you meet a girl who is willing to put up with those things that you don't like, I think that's a good indicator.
So that's a good indicator. I mean, I guess it is a good indicator, but is it a rock solid? Is it a guarantee?
I mean, it's worked for me.
I'm
I don't
sure
think
it's
there is
worked
a guarantee. I don't think
But
there is a guarantee.
There are no guarantees, is all I'm saying, bro. So there's only good advice, but there's no 100% foolproof method to any of this.
But yeah, that's relationships in general. There is no blueprint for this shit.
So please stop acting like everyone has the answers. Like, you guys are on this high horse. Like, it's
You're
amazing.
not acting like that. You keep asking these questions. How do you unsimp someone? What kind of question
Well, that
is
was the question I put to HB because, well, here's the idea. If the majority of black men are raised to be simps, and it's mostly because they're raised without a lot of male authority in their lives, then you actually need black men to talk to other men about what men should be doing, which is the manosphere.
I
So you're telling me black men need some type of village elder in order to point them in the right direction?
Okay,
Well, if you haven't had a daddy before, it would
conservative. Let me finish my point, gentlemen. Most of the men in the manosphere are, quite frankly, idiots. And listening to their advice will only create a bigger problem. That's
Yeah,
what
I'm with Stanley on this one. I think that's like secondhand smoking.
It's not for you to say because you can only control your ears. You know what I mean? The numbers have decided against you. Your opinion is valid to you, but the numbers are what they are.
The numbers are not anything that the manosphere is going to change.
I don't see thousands or millions of men flocking to the content similar to what Stanley believes. Like, the shit you're selling nobody's buying that shit no more.
That is a very good point. The problem is mushrooming, not being solved, because thousands of men are listening to the idiots in the manosphere.
Well, the problem, I would argue, Stanley, is nobody wants to listen to the problems of men. That's the problem. You yourself are smug in the idea that men would have a problem. You're like, fuck those guys. They deserve it.
Understood. Now, your point about no one wanting to listen, I think that is true. And I think maybe the manosphere needs to read the writing on the wall. Whiny men are not something that's attractive to listen to.
No, only men will ever care about men. That's why fraternities and brotherhoods have been a thing. Because ultimately it's up to men to save men. You can't leave women. Because as you know what you'll find out? The women, it's impossible for women to love men the way men love women. They're just not built like that. And you're gonna find
Men
yourself
and women
you're
are
gonna feel foolish for expecting that from women.
and women. Why would they love the same? They're different.
Yeah, that sounds very
Again,
very homosexual, man.
these are lessons that need to be taught.
Here is the point. Okay, everyone will ask, what is a woman? Well, a woman is not a man. So
Yeah, but what does that actually mean on a practical level, though?
Okay, why are you expecting a woman to love like a man and vice versa? Ridiculous. That's why the manosphere is full of idiots, because they don't reason or suss these points out.
Well, to be fair, Stanley, listen, what do you expect after 2 or 3 generations of single motherhood? Men don't really understand a lot of things that men used to understand. So somebody's trying to figure it out again. And you seem to be bitter at the very attempt to understand.
I'm afraid a bunch of idiots sitting around whining is not going to create wisdom.
Well, you're not going to help anybody, so fuck. Let them do what they do. It's not like you give a shit.
You know what? I know how to help myself. And if I have a problem, I know not to go to a bunch of men on the internet whining.
Again, Stanley, that's great. But you don't give a fuck anyway.
Not only is it great, it's smart and it's wise. Don't go to strangers on the internet who are talking nonsense for answers or solutions.
Why would men take your approach when your approach just blames them for everything?
Okay, you know what? I'm not on here offering advice to other men.
Really now?
I was watching Pop the Balloon. I wasn't fucking offering advice to
You
anybody.
could have been went back to Pop the Balloon, but you keep trying to give me advice. You keep trying to give therapy to me and shit. You want to be a manosphere guy. Y'all want to be manosphere. That's the problem. Y'all wish y'all had a manosphere audience so people could listen to you. And you feel special.
Are we to come to you and act like you to build your audience?
Dude, I talk politics mostly, so I'm not the manosphere guy you want to fight. Most of my channel was political.
The one who brought up the manosphere.
You guys want to be the manosphere.
I was literally happily watching a game show that means nothing and making jokes. And you came up here asking me what lessons I was going to learn from watching it.
And then you try to turn it into some personal shit about me, and now we're in this shit show.
Hood
You can't stay focused.
Hood Conservative, I like you. I think you're a friend of the show, but I don't like you like that. If I needed your help solving some relationship problem, I know where to find you.
Conservative, what why do you think men and women should love the same?
That's how I was talking to somebody.
So I don't know, man. I always felt like men and women just love completely differently.
Well, they're different people, different
Yeah.
teams, different biological missions, if you want to take it down, to that level.
Yeah, like women want to show guys love in a different way than men want to show women love in a different way.
Well, what I do have to say, and I've been watching Kevin Samuels lately. I think Kevin Samuels is spot on in many ways, and the manosphere is nothing like Kevin Samuels, at least the present man.
Not at all. Not at all. You know, the thing about Kevin Samuels,
How did they deviate?
I think the thing is they got a lot of their talking points to Kevin Samuels, but they're not Kevin Samuels, so it doesn't work the same.
Could be.
Kevin Samuels.
I'll explain some of it.
I agree with HB. I agree with HB. I think Kevin Samuels was more about like how do we turn around the state of affairs with Black relationships and families, because if we don't, there's going to be a lot of homelessness in the Black community because we can't do this on our own financially. So how can we keep our families together to prevent? And that's why you got the facts.
Half an hour left.
Okay.
That's why Stanley, he presented the statistics on Black income and certain things like that, because that was his whole, from my understanding, that was the point of a lot of what he was saying. But to get people to understand the point, he had to look at their own behaviors. The people are getting stuck behind the behaviors and not the main point of why he's doing it.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels, he was really offering women solutions and men solutions. And I think that's the biggest thing too. Plus he wasn't just hiding behind an avatar. He presented himself in a way and he had these talking points and he would bring it straight to the people. He didn't create some circle jerk of lonely guys. He told them, "Hey, get on your shit, man."
Right.
Like, stop crying and complaining about it. Get your money up. Get your affairs in order. Quit fucking with ain't shit bitches. And I'm gonna show you the women you shouldn't be fucking with.
Right.
Lindy Lou was just up here. I don't know where she left. Well, maybe she'll come on the next show because we don't have that much time. So, Conservative, hopefully you got your answer as to why I like Pop the Balloon. After all that.
Yeah, I think it's like wholesome fun, man. I don't know what's wrong with it. I like to see people still looking for love and start and not crying and complaining about it.
Hey, Lindy Lou.
Yeah.
It's the modern version of speed dating, I think. Like the more,
Yeah,
yeah, I like it.
I like it too. You know.
Hey, Lindy Lou.
Hi, Lindy.
I don't know. Can you guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud
Am
and
I
clear, Lindy.
echoing?
Loud and
I'm
clear.
glad
Loud and clear.
you're
Really?
here so I can simp.
Yeah, loud and clear. Loud and clear,
No,
sis.
I
Loud and clear.
I was no, I'm on my lunch break. I just was going to Kroger on my lunch, and now I'm coming back, and I got a few minutes left. I was just listening to Conservative. I can hear his frustration. I can
Yeah, me
hear what
too.
he's saying about women nowadays being in a certain way and how difficult it is.
Yeah.
Just to say to him, to say to the women and to the men, all of us, the women was sold a bill of goods with feminism. The men have been sold a bill of good with feminism. It's gone too far by the
Okay, well,
women and even
let
by
me.
some men, I would say. And so
Feminism.
now we have this situation where the women are more manlier than the men are,
Yeah.
and the men are trying to do what they need to do to they're trying to do what they can to get into their world, but it's just not their nature. It's not their
Okay,
Yeah.
nature to have a
the
male be so,
the
a woman be
deal
so
is,
manly.
in my opinion, it's 180 degrees out. Okay, what you're hearing is frustration from Hood Conservative, but what he doesn't
Yeah.
understand is blaming women isn't gonna fix it. And feminism,
No.
in my opinion, feminism wasn't invented by women, it was invented by men.
Yeah. And Lindy, I 100% agree with you. You got a lot of women that are taking on more masculine roles, and you got men that are taking on more feminine roles, where they cry, they complain, they hide behind avatars.
I think women are taking on more masculine roles because the men aren't being masculine.
I agree. I
They're
agree.
too busy online whining about the women instead of just being stoic and being men. Okay. If you're a
Well,
single mom because your man ran out, then you have no choice but to be masculine. You got to fill two roles.
well, I've listened to Kevin Samuels. I don't agree 100% with everything that he says, but I do agree with a lot of the things he says to the women.
Yeah.
And women need to hear that. And I think I do see women coming around a little bit more and more, especially the way he explains it. Like I said, I
Well,
don't agree with everything that he says, but he
the
does
thing,
make very valid points.
the thing
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
basically he's having to explain to the women because the men can't seem to explain it to the women.
That's a good point, Stanley. That
Okay,
is a good point.
y'all think I'm just simping and all this bullshit? I'm actually thinking about what I watch. If
No,
the
no, no.
men were
We
able to go out and explain it, Kevin Samuels would have been out of business.
Yeah,
Yeah, we needed it a long time ago. We needed men to speak up a long time ago, but there was so much craziness with the feminist movement, and I think men were just kind of blown away by it, and they probably
Well,
agreed with some of the things that they were saying, but not everything. Now it's just gone to a level of
what I have to
craziness.
Lindy, I understand that
Yes.
you are firmly believing in this feminism thing. I think the
I don't.
point, I think the feminist point of view in men being cowed by it, it's because they weren't being men.
Yeah.
Women were
Yep.
able to be
Yes.
feminine
Yes.
because men let them.
Yep. And then you have the feminists out there telling them, well, if they don't, then just leave them. Do this, do that, kind of telling them, well, you don't need a man anymore. You don't need that. You can do better on your own. Go do this and go do that. And it's just kind of put men in a whole different situation.
I understand. Maybe you should go over to Hood's show because I am 180 degrees out with that opinion. Okay.
Women were able to do it because the men let them. You said it yourself. They were cowed.
They
Why?
were.
No.
They did let him. They did let him do it. Yep. No, I agree with that. And I'm not trying to stick up. He shouldn't. And here's the thing. He needs men like you guys to kind of tell him to stop whining about it, kind of thing. That's where your role as men. If women say that to him, that's going nowhere. But he does need other men to tell him, look, it's a new time now. I notice a lot of women are starting to go back to more traditional values, traditional roles. They're seeing that it hasn't gotten them. And I do believe it's thanks to Kevin Samuels. I think he was a big parade in that. But I do think women are wanting that kind of man that's going to, be more of a leader. I don't know, a leader, but somebody that's a little bit, not whiny and will give in to everything. Women don't want a man that just gives in to everything they want. They want, somebody to stand up and say, look, I don't agree with that. No, that's not right. We don't want a yes man.
Being the cynical person I am, I think it's women deciding that, hey, maybe if I act more like a woman, I'll get my man back. But
I agree with Stanley.
That goes. Yep.
I think to a degree,
you're right, Stanley. No, you're right.
Yeah. And I think to a degree, some women have been kind of shamed into behaving better. But I don't know how genuine it really is, because I think the thing that makes them like behave that way in the first place is still there, but because they don't want to die alone, they're trying to keep it under wraps in some sort of way. This is a whole mess.
Yeah, I never thought of it that way, Kimmy. You might be right. I don't know, because I'm from the older, me and Stanley are the same age. So I know how it was, when I was younger. And it just seems, I've listened to enough men say that the women in the world are just brutal, like brutal. All they care about is material things, and they need this and they want that, and they got to have the Gucci bags. And I would have never in a million years dreamt about spending $500 on a bag. My husband would have been like, what? 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 Have you lost your mind?
Yeah.
Yeah. He would have you lost you're going to spend our money on a purse. No.
I'm going to be honest with you, Lindy. I am not ashamed to buy a knockoff. I am not ashamed. I have no shame in my game. And because I'm smart, I'm not spending $1,700 or $2,400 on a bag. You know how much that could be in terms of an investment that actually grows money?
But you know what?
A lot of wealthy
here's the
women in New York,
here's the point, Kimmy. If y'all have the money, and it's okay if he has things that he wants to spend his money on, and you guys agree on that. But I'm just saying, do we want to put money, if we only have money to put in a savings, and then you want to spend $500 on a bag, that's where the problem's going to be. You both make the income, and
women in New York, super wealthy women in New York, old money, who do not buy authentic bags. They will go to Canal Street and get a knockoff Gucci bag. You know why? Because they know that bag is not going to appreciate to anything. So they're not going to, even though they have it, it's pocket change for them to spend that money. They're not spending money in that kind of way. And I'm like that too.
Yeah,
like that too.
They just don't like me. Even if I had the money, I still wouldn't spend it, because that is the biggest waste to carry a bag around. For me personally. Now, some women, that's their indulgence, I guess. I don't get it, but I'm not trying to judge anyone if that's what they want to do, but I wouldn't spend it if I had it, and I have it.
Secret, Chanel had to recall a bunch of bags that were knockoffs that they were selling in the Chanel store, and the same people that make the actual authentic bags also make the fake bags, because they know the science behind it, and the fake bags actually come out better because they do better craftsmanship to get it to look as authentic as possible. But a lot of people don't know that.
I know, and so I think that's where men are having some of these issues. From what I hear from younger men, is these women are just so materialistic, and this, and they want that, and they want this, and the way that they talk. Even nowadays, I hear young women talk about their husbands or their boyfriends, and I told him, you're not doing that. And I think to myself, who talks to their boyfriend that way? And he just does it.
Yeah, but that's Lindy.
I
That's the
listen to
thing.
young women all the time.
Lindy, that's the thing though. The men they do it. They do it. You can't.
There's no.
You can't.
She has no respect. She has none
None at all.
respect to
None at
tell him
all.
you're not going to do that
That's
in that
that. But
nasty voice.
that's Lindy. That's the thing that men actually put up with that shit. They actually will put up with a woman who disrespects them, and then wonder why they end up putting hands and feet on them. That's the thing.
Right.
These guys have so
Because they
little,
can't take it anymore. They can't take it.
Right. That's why I feel like
I don't condone it. I don't condone it. But yeah.
No. It always leads up to that. I've seen it with, and the crazy thing is, I've even seen it with like NBA players. A woman will sit there and just dog them on Instagram Live, and he just takes it. A guy that's got signed a $20 million contract, and he's just taking it. So to me, it's not even about the money, man. I truly believe if a woman loves you, it doesn't matter if you got $5 million or $5. She's gonna love you. It really doesn't matter.
He's right.
It really does not matter.
Right.
And a lot of guys, they don't.
Well,
get that.
my husband and I, when we met, we were kind of like high school sweet. We didn't have anything. We grew what we had together. We grew. We got the money together. We both got decent jobs. I mean, we grew what we had together, our income, and it just kept going up and up and up because that's what we wanted. But we didn't always have that, but we were determined to do it. And I think that's what's missing, that just because somebody's young and doesn't have a lot of money at the time when they're younger doesn't mean they're not going to get that.
Very true.
So I don't know.
I think a lot of guys, I think really, Lindy, the biggest issue is a lot of guys are just they're just simps. They just put up with a lot of bullshit from women, and then too, a lot of guys too, this is the other side of it too. A lot of guys just don't know how to appreciate a good woman. I think that's the another big issue. Like I've honestly dated probably more great women than ain't shit women in my life, and I was just immature a lot of the times. I wasn't ready to settle down. I wasn't.
See, and HB, a lot of men don't want to admit that. They don't want to say, you know what, I had some great women I let go, and I just wasn't mature enough because I still wanted to play. And that's okay. That's okay too. But it's a man that has to look inside himself and say that. You got to kind of think to yourself, well, what do I want? Do I want, peace every night at the club, or do I really want this or that? You got to put their priorities in order. I think there are, what I hear in head service, he's just throwing a blanket out on all women. And I just don't think it's like that. Like, he's not looking in the right places. He can't be going to the clubs, and not that he is, I don't know, but not all women. There are good women out there. He's just not looking in the right places.
Well, I think,
or he's not keeping his eyes open.
And it's just the same.
His bigger problem is wanting to project his experiences out there onto other people.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's just the same way as there are women who will go around saying that there are no good men out here. It's the same thing. It's the same delusion where it's like, no, it's actually you that is the problem. And until men realize that they're the problem, nothing is ever really gonna change.
Hey, HB, this morning, watching Kevin Samuels, a woman comes on, she makes all this money and all this. So she's basically saying, well, hey, I'm a high value woman, and I didn't even have to wait. A high value woman, a high value man, their value is different. Okay. If you're making a lot of money, women aren't traditionally expected to support a family or protect or defend a family. They're valued for different reasons. Same thing with a man. So a high value man and a high value woman are not equivalents. Okay. And a man,
I agree with that, Stanley.
A man who's going to listen to this and accept it is foolish. I wouldn't even get with the
You know,
woman.
I mean, high value could can have any meaning. I mean, a woman that chooses to stay home with her children
is
until they go off to school could be considered high value to a lot of men.
right.
It's
Wait,
all
one
about
second. Portia
material
says
and
we have
money.
10 minutes left on the stream, or maybe
Well, I have to get up, but
Okay.
I just wanted to say something to conservatives, but he left. But just like take a breath and breathe a little bit. Oh, hi, conservative. Take a breath and breathe, and maybe take introspect and see maybe, because I know I've been divorced. It's never just one person's fault. Hardly ever. 95% of divorce, it's usually a two-person thing. I mean, we're only hearing one side of the story, but get her on here and hear what her side of it is. But you have to, like, I know where I messed up in my marriage. And later on, I was able to say that to my ex-husband, and he was able to say it to me. We knew where we messed up. But you got to be, that's where you got to be real. Even if you have to get therapy for it, you got to be real with yourself, what you could have done differently in the marriage. Own your part in it. And maybe go back to that person and say, look, we're never going to get back together, but I want to own my part in it, and let's just see, where we went wrong, so we can further new relationships, so I don't make the same mistake twice. But I think it's good for the men up here to try to talk to some of these men that feel the way that conservative feels, because I think he's so hurt and so skewed, and he only sees a certain type of woman, and I think there's more out there, to be honest.
I think watching
Lindy, if I could ask you to describe, how do you think I feel?
I was just listening to you earlier, so I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to judge you. I'm on a lunch break, so I was like driving to Kroger, driving back, and so.
I want to hear. I'm not upset at all. I'm genuinely asking.
Well, I think you're having a difficult time, from what I gathered from the conversation when I was driving, about women and the way women feel about things, the way they're able to just divorce a man, get rid of a husband, collect all the welfare, do this, get alimony, get, child support, get welfare, get this, get that. And I think you struggle with that, which I don't blame you. I think you struggle with that, and I think you think most women are like that, and I don't believe that to be the case.
Okay. I'm not trying to fight with you, Lindy. I just wanted to hear what you had to say.
And if I'm wrong, I do have to go on pretty soon, guys, and I won't be able to listen to your answer for the, but I wish I could. But if I'm wrong, just say it real quick and just let me know kind of if I'm wrong.
% right.
I don't think it's an issue of wrong or right. I think men are right to feel something is wrong if women can just rip your life apart and walk away scot-free. Like, men are actually probably kind of not wrong to think it's wrong.
Well, men need
No,
to.
I agree with that.
Women run all over them.
I agree with that. Yeah, but it goes two ways. Women should not be able to, if you're in a relationship, nobody should run all over the other one. That's not, it should be kindness, and it should be, nobody should be running over anyone.
And mind you, Lindy, you can't take Stanley serious because he says that on the one hand, but if I said I slapped her because she was running all over me, he would take extreme offense.
You do what?
If my solution to a woman trying to run all over me is to slap her, you would take extreme offense to that.
So the
What do you mean? Was she physically running on you?
Only way to solve the problem is to slap a bitch?
No, Lindy, she didn't respect him, so his solution to that disrespect was slapping.
Violence.
Yeah.
Oh no, nah.
Well, to be fair,
unless she was run up physically.
To be fair, though, that is the reality between men and women since forever. And I'm not saying every man beats up on his woman, but the reason why a woman doesn't just run over a man is because she expects a consequence if she goes too far.
You know what? I don't even know how to respond to that.
Yeah.
I'm sure
That,
I'm
hey,
sure
Yeah,
you
hey,
touching
don't.
it.
I know you don't.
hey, Kimmy, that's why I say you gotta check any type of disrespect the first time, because eventually a guy's
Yeah.
he's gonna end up like hood conservative. He's gonna end up putting hands and feet on her. It's inevitable. It's an
Yeah.
inevitability. It's inevitable.
I
And
see
that
that
never,
now.
and you know, conservatives, to be honest, to put hands and feet on a woman is a lot different if she's putting hands and feet on you're stronger and your punch is way harder and it hurts a lot more and it can cause more damage. I
Hey,
don't see that as being you
There
were
you go,
frustrated. I
Lindsay.
guess you were probably frustrated and had enough.
Well, I'm not even telling a scenario. I'm just making a simple observation about how it is between men and women
Okay,
since
okay.
forever.
No, hood conservative. Don't lie to Lindy. You let her know that you said you put your hand and feet
Nigga,
on
it's not a
3.
fucking secret. I won't beat the shit out of a bitch if she get on my. No, don't put your hands on me. Don't raise a knife to me. Have you ever had to take a knife from a woman, HB?
No, you shouldn't have to put up with that. No.
HB, have you ever had to physically disarm a woman?
Hood conservative. I've never been.
HB,
no.
HB,
Hood conservative.
That's dysfunctional. That's real
Hood
dysfunctional.
conservative.
respectfully,
It's
you
very
only
dysfunctional. Yep.
you only
Conservative.
deal with angels. You only deal with angels born crafted by the hands of Zeus.
Listen, hood
You've
conservative. I've
never
been
dealt with a woman who goes too far. I've never been abused either.
And
That's why the
conservative, my husband, if I would have come at him with a knife or started whatever, he would have put hands on me just to stop me.
right.
You know what I mean? But no,
But this is
I mean,
this
if
is
I
who
go
I'm up
after
against.
him, he's going to come after me. He's not going to take that.
Lindy, this is who I'm up against. They turn everything into all men are always evil.
But Lindy, the difference is you never.
No,
Lindy,
conservatives.
the
Lindy
difference
say it
is.
takes two, not
Yeah,
all
Lindy, the
one
difference
that. It
is
takes
you
two.
never went after your husband like that physically. And why is
No,
that,
no,
Lindy? Why is that? Why didn't you ever go at him like that?
Because he would have put him.
Well, thank you, Lindy, by the way, for that simple
It does
answer.
matter.
No. So
No, I would have never done that.
Is there a magic thing that he can do where it's automatically okay to pull a knife on him? Right.
No, there's no, absolutely
Exactly.
not. Absolutely not.
Stupid question he asked because he's a simp at heart. He's a misogynist simp, which is fucking weird.
Conservative. I've never had a woman put her hands on me though.
I know that.
I think the issue is you're the type of guy that a woman feels comfortable putting hands on.
I bet she's not no more.
Crap.
I'm not.
All right, so the link, the link to the next stream is
it's all those big highfalutin words.
Stanley, Portia's trying to transfer us over.
Everybody's super alpha.
Everybody
No
be
bad.
quiet. Let Portia talk, please.
I'm gonna put the new link in the back. Y'all
already
head
put it in the back.
to
It's already in the back.
because I gotta end this one.
Okay. I'm gonna go start the next one. Hey, you guys, pull up to the next slide. We can keep this conversation going.
Yeah, I already have it set to redirect.
Everybody in the chat for a very lively show today. I'll be back in the morning, probably around 1 in the morning. And panel, I love you all. Virgo, we're doing the cooking tonight, right? Or overnight.
Yeah.
Whenever you want to do it, I'll be around.